Chapter 231 Father's love is like a mountain. She is a Gu girl. It is impossible for Xiao Wuya to take the initiative to tell the Gu master that Xiao Shinting's son is not his biological son. This Gu master can easily reveal Yin Jiuchao's identity, which shows that he is well prepared. Yin Jiuchao is the hardest stone in the capital, but also the fattest lamb. The oil and water that can be squeezed out of him are comparable to the wealth of the sky. 100,000 taels of gold. Yuan felt a sharp pain in her heart. Obviously, this money is not hers. Why does she feel so painful to spend it? The Gu master looked determined to win, as if he was sure that Xiao Shinting would buy it. This is not difficult to guess. No matter how cold the relationship between the father and son is on the surface, Xiao Shinting did not hesitate to let his subordinates sneak into the southern border for Yin Jiuchao, and brought the Gu master back to the capital at all costs. This thought alone is definitely not fake. I'm not in a hurry. Marshal Xiao. Take your time to think about it. The Gu master didn't mention that Yin Jiuchao's condition might not wait. Yuan secretly sighed. It was still unclear how good this Gu master's medical skills were, but he was definitely a master in negotiation. He knew how to guess the other party's psychology and make full use of his advantages. He knew when to stop. He knew that Xiao Shinting was much more anxious about Yin Jiuchao's illness than he was. The more he didn't speak, the more Xiao Shinting was unsure. If he spoke, it might be counterproductive. Yuan looked at Xiao Shinting. 100,000 taels of gold was not a small amount. The Xiao family was not the descendants of treacherous officials. Where did they get so much money to squander? This was going to bankrupt the family. Why should I believe that you can cure my son? Xiao Shinting said, as if Gu master had expected him to have such doubts. He sneered and said, "It's late tonight. Let's not bother. Tomorrow morning, I will prove it to you." That night, Yuan stayed at Xiao Mansion. She was arranged to live in Wutong Courtyard. This was the courtyard built for Yin Jiuchao. But Yin Jiuchao never lived there. Yuan got up before dawn the next day. She didn't choose a bed, but she missed the three little guys. Gu master slept until the sun was high in the sky, considering that he was tired from the journey. This was normal. Breakfast was still spent with Gu master cursing. After that, the group got on the carriage of Xiao Mansion and went to Lianhua village. As soon as the three little guys saw Yuan, they all threw themselves into her arms. After not seeing her for a night, they also missed her very much. Third child? Gu master raised his eyebrows, with a hint of novelty on his face. The two disciples of the Gu master also stared at the three little guys, with indescribable curiosity and surprise. Triplet is too rare, let alone such a beautiful child. The young male disciple couldn't help but turn his eyes around the child again and again. It was not until the female disciple beside him nudged him with her elbow and glared at him that he turned his eyes away angrily. Yuan took the child out. The Gu master began to treat Yin Jiuchao. He did not allow others to watch the treatment process. In addition to his two disciples, even Sheng Wanyan, the biological mother, was asked to leave. About a quarter of an hour later, the door opened. "Doctor, how is my son?" Sheng Wanyan asked anxiously. "Mrs. Xiao, go and see for yourself," the Gu master said confidently. Sheng Wanyan stepped into the house. "Ah!" Her scream came from inside. Xiao Shinting flashed to the window. "What happened at Songer?" Sheng Wanyan said in disbelief. He woke up. Although he couldn't speak yet, his eyes were indeed open. And they were not dull. His eyes were weak and forbearing. It can be seen that he was suffering from unbearable pain. Sheng Wanyan shed tears distressfully. Yin Jiuchao didn't wake up for long, and closed his eyes, and fell asleep again. This may not be a real awakening, but it gave Sheng Wanyan a glimmer of hope for recovery. However, 100,000 taels of gold is not so easy to take out. Even if she was born in a noble family and had a rich dowry, she could not get the 100,000 taels. When Sheng Wanyan was thinking about whether to sell off the property under her name, Xiao Shinting patted her shoulder and said, "You take care of Somer, and I will take care of the reward. But Somer is also my son. From the first day I married you, he has been." Sheng Wanyan nodded with tears in her eyes. She didn't say anything hypocritical, and she didn't care about right or wrong. She only had one thought in her mind, which was to save her son. "I will pay you half of the reward first. If my son recovers, I will give you the other half," Xiao Shinting said to the Gu master. The Gu master had no objection to this. Xiao Shinting said seriously, "You better be able to cure it. Otherwise it's not so easy to cheat me of my reward." The Gu master raised his chin and said, I know the ability of Marshal Xiao. If I cheated you, you would kill me no matter where you are. I won't ask for trouble. I do have a way to remove his curse. Otherwise, I wouldn't make such a promise to you. I also know that 100,000 taels of gold is too much. So, I will give you 3 days to raise the reward. During these 3 days, I guarantee that the curse in his body will not worsen. Xiao Shinting looked at him steadily, and got on the carriage to go back home. 3 days, parents can't wait that long. Xiao Shinting returned to the house, called the housekeeper to his room, and asked the housekeeper, how much cash do we have in total? The housekeeper went to the account office to get the account book and abacus, calculated for a while, and said, 60,000 taels. This is from the house, including the shop. There should be 200,000 taels. 200,000 taels of silver. That is, 200,000 taels of gold. Is too little. Pay it out first, Xiao Shinting said. The housekeeper was stunned. All? All? Xiao Shinting said seriously. All? I want it right away. The housekeeper opened his mouth, wanting to ask something. But in the end, he didn't say a word, and took the abacus to the account office. Erlang! Xiao Shinting was counting his own warehouse, when a woman in luxurious clothes came in angrily. A maid followed her tremblingly, and came to the door. She saluted to Xiao Shinting. Madam must come in. We didn't stop her. Got it. You go down first, Xiao Shinting said to the maid. The maid retreated in silence. Madame Xiao stepped over the threshold and entered the house coldly. Xiao Shinting asked, I heard that my sister-in-law had a headache. Is she feeling better? Madame Xiao sneered. You still have me, your sister-in-law, in your heart. I thought you were arrogant and didn't take me, your sister-in-law, seriously at all. What are you talking about? Sister-in-law? Xiao Shinting said. Madame Xiao said unhappily, don't beat around the bush with me. I just heard that you want to take all the cash in the mansion. What are you going to do? It won't be less money for the monthly allowance of several rooms, Xiao Shinting said. Madame Xiao choked, and then said, am I worried about my monthly allowance? I want to ask you, why do you want to take all the money in the mansion? I need it urgently, Xiao Shinting said. Madame Xiao mocked. What's the emergency? Tell me honestly. Are you going to treat that sickly person again? How much money are you going to spend this time? You don't care about your own flesh and blood of the Xiao family, but you favor an outsider. What? Is he your own? We are not. Xiao Shinting sighed. Sister-in-law, I never said that, Madame Xiao said angrily. But you did it. You said it was nice, raising Yinner yourself so that Yinner could inherit the Xiao family in the future. But what happened? Yinner died. My son died. You killed him. If you hadn't sent him to the border, he would be fine now. I can't hear him call me mother. It's all your fault, Xiao Shinting. It's you? Xiao Yan's death was a blow to the entire Xiao family. Madame Xiao dared not complain, because Xiao Yan died for his country. In Xiao Yan's own words, he died a worthy death. But for Madame Xiao, she not only lost a son, but also lost the huge family property of the Xiao family. Today's words are somewhat pretentious. Xiao Shinting was also very sad about Xiao Yan's death. But if he were allowed to do it again, he would still do it. Xiao Yan belonged to the battlefield. He was a natural general. He got the list of spies. He selected the most suitable person, and he ended the battle of the Huns. He is the pride of the Northwest camp, and the pride of Xiao Shinting. No one can escape death. If he were allowed to choose, he would also hope that he could die on the battlefield. Xiao Shinting looked coldly in the direction of Madame Xiao. Come here. Madame is tired. Help Madame back to her room to rest. Immediately, 2 maids came forward and said to Madame Xiao, Madame, please. Madame Xiao was furious. Strictly speaking, her husband Xiao Daolong was the eldest son of old Master Xiao. But Xiao Daolong was useless. Neither good at literature nor martial arts. Unable to support the Xiao family, and always causing trouble for the Xiao family. He almost drove the old master out of the house several times. It was Xiao Shinting who pleaded for his elder brother that made the old master calm down. Madame Xiao used to get along well with Xiao Shinting. After all, Xiao Shinting had no children, and everything he had in the future would belong to her son, and then to her. But since Xiao Yan's death, this balance was broken. Madame Xiao wanted to say something, but was dragged out by the maid. Xiao Shinting returned to the house with a serious look. The housekeeper took the accountant in the mansion, and spent a whole day to count all the shops under the name of the Xiao family in the capital. In the evening, he reported to Xiao Shinting, "Master, including those that can be pawned, the total is 20,000 taels of gold." "Not enough." "Far from enough." Xiao Shinting was silent. The housekeeper said, "The reward of that Gu master is too much. Who would ask for 100,000 gold at once? Why don't you talk to him again?" The housekeeper emphasized the word talk. Xiao Shinting understood what he meant and shook his head to deny his proposal. The housekeeper sighed. The master was good at everything except being stubborn. It would be much easier if a villain did it. He won't give him a cure? Let's learn about the 10 tortures. Of course. The housekeeper was just angry. Thinking about it, if it really came to that, he still didn't dare to bet on Yin Jiuchu's life. Gu Master's medicine can cure people, but it can also kill people. He is not someone who can be easily offended. You go down first. I'll think of a way. Then, I'll see if there's anything else I can pawn in the mansion? Xiao Shinting paused and nodded. Okay. The housekeeper sighed and went out. Xiao Shinting came to his armory. He was a rough man and didn't know how to recite poems. In order to cater to Shang Guanyan's taste, he pretended to build a study. But what he really used more was this cold armory. Pushing open the door, the breath of cold iron hit him in the face, which made Xiao Shinting feel very relieved. Xiao Shinting came to a silver armor, which was made of black iron, and was twice as heavy as ordinary armor. He would wear it every time he went to war. Xiao Yan liked it very much, and would touch it whenever he had nothing to do. This is the silver armor of the god of war. Xiao Yan didn't say it, but he always wanted it in his heart. He originally planned to pass this silver armor to Xiao Yan when he returned. Xiao Shinting raised his hand, touched the silver armor that had accompanied him for half his life, and slowly closed his eyes. On the afternoon of the second day, Xiao Shinting took 50,000 taels of gold notes and set off for Lotus Village. Originally, the Gu master wanted to take Yin Jiuchao back to the Xiao mansion for treatment, but the food in the Xiao mansion was too bad, far inferior to the cooking skills of his uncle. The Gu master ate a meal of braised meat and stinky tofu, and then stayed and didn't want to leave. His 2 disciples also stayed in the new house of the Ding family, and only said to the outside world that they were famous doctors invited for Master 1. The daily routine of the Gu master is to eat and eat. After eating stinky tofu, he eats braised meat. And after eating braised meat, he eats snail noodles. He eats anything spicy. His uncle has nothing else to do that day, so he cooks for him. He doesn't go out. But the 2 apprentices can't keep him at home, especially the female apprentice, who is said to be a powerful Gu girl. She loves to go to the back mountain. Yuan has met her several times when she was digging wild vegetables. She was digging some insects and wild herbs. This afternoon, she didn't go to the back mountain to dig insects, but carried a bucket to the ancient well at the entrance of the village. The Gu girl looks very beautiful, but her expression is cold, and she looks like she is keeping people away from her. The villagers rarely come up to talk to her. When she arrived at the ancient well, Aunt Jean was fetching water. Seeing her carrying a bucket, she kindly said, "Let me do it." "Let me do it," Aunt Jean said, and went to grab her wooden bucket. But she coldly slapped Aunt Zhang's hand away. Aunt Jean was stunned. Aunt Bai, who was washing clothes nearby, was unhappy. "Hey, girl, people are kind enough to help you get water. If you don't appreciate it, don't hit me, isn't it?" The back of Aunt Zhang's hand was red. Aunt Jean smiled and said, "It's okay. It's okay. Maybe I scared the girl." "Does she look scared?" Aunt Bai muttered. Aunt Jean winked at her and whispered, "This is the doctor who treats Mr. Wan. Don't offend him." Aunt Bai snorted, helped Aunt Jean carry a bucket of water, and went back to Aunt Zhang's room with Aunt Jean. After the 2 passed by the Gu girl, a cold light flashed in the Gu girl's eyes, and she moved her palm, and there was a Gu worm on her fingertips. "What are you doing?" A bare hand grabbed the wrist of the Gu woman through her sleeve. The Gu woman turned around and saw that it was Yuan. Her eyes turned cold. Yuan glanced at the small thing between her index and middle fingers, and raised her eyebrows and said, "Is this the Gu worm? You dig so many worms every day, just to make this?" The Gu woman looked at Yuan coldly, motioning Yuan to let go. Yuan smiled faintly and said, "They are all innocent villagers. Even if they accidentally offend you, you don't need to put a Gu on them. Right?" The Gu woman opened her mouth and said something. Yuan guessed that she wanted to let go. Yuan said, You can let me go. But you are not allowed to put a goo on anyone casually. It's too narrow-minded to put a goo on someone just because you don't agree with her. If she used the goo worm to deal with the enemy, Yuan would never say anything. But Aunt Zhang and Aunt Bai were both simple and good villagers. This method was a bit too vicious. Yuan said seriously, I know you can understand the Central Plains dialect. I will say it one last time. You are not allowed to cast a goo on the people in the village. The goo girl glared at Yuan fiercely and tried to pull her hand away, but found that she could not move it anyway. The village girl's hand was like an iron clamp. Yuan looked at her steadily. Do you understand? Nod if you understand. The goo girl nodded indignantly. Yuan let go of her hand, filled the bucket with water, and carried it back to her home on a shoulder pole. In the evening, Xiao Shinting arrived at the village. The goo master was already eating the stinky tofu for who knows how many plates. He looked up with a greasy face. You came so soon? Have you gathered all the gold? Xiao Shinting put the brocade box on his table. The goo master put down his chopsticks, opened the brocade box, and counted carefully. There were 50,000 taels of gold notes. Not one more. Not one less. He raised his eyebrows and accepted the brocade box with satisfaction. Xiao Shinting asked, Can you treat my son now? No hurry. No hurry. The goo master touched his chin and said slowly. Xiao Shinting and Shang Wanyan frowned and said in unison, What's wrong? The goo master sighed. My apprentice's goo worm was originally used to treat your son, but it is dying now. The implication is that your son is probably beyond saving. How could this happen? Shang Wanyan asked. Just at this moment, Yuan came in with a bowl of cooked spicy cabbage dumplings. As soon as she entered, she felt two malicious eyes on her. She looked up and saw the goo girl looking at her with a smug look on her face. This expression, is it going to be a for emotion? Maybe it's because of the climate and soil, the goo master said. But there is a way to remedy it. The goo master pointed at the goo girl. My apprentice's goo worm, fed with extremely lean blood, may be able to revive. Extremely lean blood? So it's a woman's blood? Shang Wanyan rolled up her sleeves. Can mine be used? The goo master shook his head and looked at Yuan behind the two of them. Her blood will work. Chapter 232. Sick little black Jiang. He had just threatened his apprentice, and then his apprentice's goo worm became sick. Is there such a coincidence in the world? He seriously suspected that this vicious woman had complained to the goo master. So the goo master wanted to take her blood to vent his anger for his beloved apprentice. Yuan looked at the goo master suspiciously, and also looked at the goo woman behind the goo master, and asked, How much blood do you need? Not much. 1 bowl. The goo master took out a large bowl. Yuan. Inside the house, Shang Wanyan was in a state of confusion. The goo master left that sentence and went to the kitchen to find food, letting them think about whether to use Yuan's blood to save Yin Jiuqiu. She is Yin Jiuqiu's biological mother, and of course she hopes to save her son's life at all costs. If it is her own blood, let alone 1 bowl, she will not hesitate even if she drains it. But she can't ask everyone to treat her son like her. Xiao Shinting came over. Shang Wanyan asked in a low voice, Is Miss Yu unhappy? Xiao Shinting said, She didn't say so. Shang Wanyan's eyes lit up. Then, we can't do this. Xiao Shinting interrupted her. Xiao Shinting was a rough man, without the twists and turns of scholars, and didn't know how to beat around the bush when speaking. But it was the first time he interrupted Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan looked at him blankly. Why? Xiao Shinting held her hand, which had become rough due to work in the past few days, in his palm, and said earnestly, Because Somer doesn't want it. No man wants his beloved woman to bleed for him. This is not what a man should do. Besides, Somer is their child, and Miss Yu is someone else's child. If Somer takes so much blood to exchange for Miss Yu's life, would they really be happy as parents? Are you just going to watch Somer die? Shang Wanyan choked up. I know I'm selfish. It doesn't matter if I get punished. I just want to save my son. Xiao Shinting said, You're not wrong. Don't say that about yourself. How can you understand Shang Wanyan's mood at this moment if you haven't experienced her despair? The child is hurt, and the mother is in pain. How much Yin Jiuqiu has suffered over the years. How much pain she has in her heart. She is just a weak woman, but she protects her son in her own way. She married into the Shao family for the antidote of Yin Jiuqiu. How could she, who had a man as charming as the king of Yin, really like a rough man like her? She had been cursed so many times over the years. But she was unwilling to clarify a word for herself. She said that she would rather her son hate her than feel guilty about her. So that even if she died one day, her son would not be sad because of losing another close relative. Xiao Shinting said, I will talk to him again to see if there is any other way. There is no other way. Either bleed him or let your son die, said the Gu master, biting a chicken leg in the kitchen. Xiao Shinting went out with a frown on his face. TSK. The Gu master sneered disdainfully. Finished the last chicken leg in his hand. Threw the bone away. Opened the cupboard. Found a bowl of corn-steamed bread and a dish of stinky fermented bean curd sauce. And ate it with relish. Suddenly, a pair of embroidered shoes crossed the back threshold of the kitchen and walked in slowly. Gu master buried his head in eating. And said without raising his head, Ask me the same thing again. We must let that girl bleed. Whose blood do you want to let? A gentle voice suddenly rang in Gu master's ears. And Gu master shuddered on the spot. The voice was very nice. But why did it sound so frightening? Before Gu master turned around, a slender hand grabbed Gu master's throat. Gu master's breathing was strangled all of a sudden. His face flushed, and the steamed bread in his hand fell down. Say it again. Whose blood do you want to let? Gu master tried desperately to slap the hand that was strangling his throat. But it was easily lifted up. And then, it fell on the cold floor with a thud. Gu master felt that his brain was smashed. The owner of the embroidered shoes did not stop there, but strangled his neck again, like strangling a fat cat, and slammed him to the ground. Duong, Duong, Duong. The Gu master was almost smashed to death. The Gu master wanted to shout for help, but his strangled throat could not make a single sound. He tried to take the goo on his body, but as soon as he raised his hand, the bottles and jars fell down. The Gu master was almost desperate. Who is this man? Why did he hit him? Whose blood do you want to let go? Asked the owner of the embroidered shoes. The Gu master's eyes almost popped out, and he pointed at the other person's hand. You are strangling me like this. I can't speak. The owner of the embroidered shoes let go. He fell to the ground with his buttocks, and choked and coughed heartbreakingly. Quickly. Whose blood do you want to let go? Let go of that girl, ah. Before he finished speaking, the Gu master was beaten up again. Besides, whose blood should be released? That girl, ah. 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 The Gu master was beaten to the point of doubting his life. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to release her blood? No. I won't release it, woo-woo. The Gu master leaned to the ground and cried like a child. Is it okay if I don't release it, woo-woo? You people in the Central Plains are too bullying. You are the ones who need to save people. You are the ones who don't save people. The Gu master cried loudly and kicked his legs randomly on the ground, feeling very wronged. The owner of the embroidered shoes clapped his hands gently and looked at him indifferently. If you dare to vent your disciples' anger again. Vent your disciples' anger? The Gu master's crying stopped abruptly, and he asked in confusion. When did I vent my anger on my disciple? Isn't it because I offended your disciple that you want to let her bleed? What? The owner of the embroidered shoes. The sick little black ginger. It seems that I beat him by mistake. Little black Jiang walked away in disgrace. The Gu master who was beaten for no reason. The Gu master did not lie. He was not aware of what happened at the entrance of the village, nor of the conflict between the Gu girl and Yuan. The reason why he needed Yuan's blood was because he really needed to warm up the Gu worms. It was also true that the activity of the Gu worms was not high. As for why this was the case, the Gu master himself did not understand. He had been raising Gu for so many years, and had never seen such a strange phenomenon. How did the Gu master know that Yuan had extremely lean blood? This was his specialty, and could not be revealed to outsiders. But for an ordinary girl to lose so much blood was no different from asking for her life. The Gu girl was proud because she was sure that the Xiao family would not give up Yanjioch, and Yuan was doomed. In the main hall, Xiao Shinting, Shang Wanyan, and Yuan all looked at the Gu master. The Gu master looked a little embarrassed. Not only was his nose and face swollen, but he also lost one of his back teeth. A nest of thick hair grew on the ground, and half of it was worn away. How miserable it was. How miserable it was. Who did it? Shang Wanyan asked in a daze. Gu master, I want to know too. It's dark. I couldn't even see the other person's appearance clearly. I just saw a pair of beautiful embroidered shoes with round pearls on the uppers. If the other party hadn't mentioned the 50,000 taels of gold, He would have almost suspected that Xiao Shinting was robbing the thieves. Let's not talk about this, Gu Master said angrily. Are you going to save him or not? Save. Yuan stretched out her hand, rolled up her sleeves. Do it. Xiao Shinting hesitated. Miss you. Yuan said, no need to say. This is my own decision. Xiao Shinting, but... The Gu Master said impatiently, don't be so fussy. Saving people is important. She may not die if she bleeds so much. But if she doesn't, the person on the bed will really die. The Gu woman handed over a knife. Yuan said calmly, wait. I want to use my own. This woman is vindictive. Who knows if she will do anything with the knife? The Gu girl looked at the Gu Master. And when she saw the Gu Master nodded, she coldly took back the knife and glared at Yuan. Yuan ignored her and took out a sterilized dagger from her bosom. Shang Wanyin turned her face away reluctantly. Do it, Yuan said. The Gu Master put on a pair of silver gloves, picked up the dagger, and signaled the Gu girl to take out the Gu worm. The Gu girl didn't wear gloves. She took a jade bottle, pulled out the cork, and poured a small black Gu worm into the bowl. I'll take a drop of your fingertip blood first, the Gu Master said, pinching Yuan's fingertips, gently cutting them, and putting a drop of blood into the bowl. Gu worms love blood, and will rush over impatiently when they smell blood, especially the extremely lean blood. However, what surprised the Gu Master was that the Gu worm not only did not rush over, but took a small step back. Huh? The Gu Master was puzzled, and pinched Yuan's fingertips, and dripped a drop of liquid into it. The Gu worm was furious, and jumped out with a whoosh, stood up its little insect body, and ran away with its two little insect legs chirping. The stunned Gu Master. Yuan. Everyone. Chapter 233 The Mighty Little Gu King. That was the Gu worm they had spent so much effort to cultivate. And it just ran away like that? The Gu Master suspected that he was dazzled. But when he saw that everyone in the room had a look of shock on their faces, he knew that he was not mistaken. But this is too strange, isn't it? He has lived for most of his life, and has never seen such a thing. Could it be that he made a mistake, and that girl's blood was not extremely lean? No. Even ordinary blood is an extreme temptation to Gu worms. Unless what he dripped into the bowl was not blood. The Gu Master took a closer look and found that it was blood. The Gu Master's first reaction was, could this girl also be a Gu girl? Or one who is more powerful than his male disciples? Otherwise, why didn't the Gu worm suck her blood? But soon, the Gu Master denied this speculation. Gu girls are not something that can be found everywhere. There are few Gu girls in the southern border where Gu magic is rampant. How can there be one in the Central Plains? In the southern border, there are male Gu Masters and female Gu Masters. But female Gu Masters cannot be called Gu girls. Gu Masters use means to train and raise Gu, while Gu girls use their bodies to serve Gu. The same Gu worms can play a greater role in the hands of Gu girls. But not everyone can become a Gu girl. This also requires talent and opportunity. The most important thing is to meet a Gu Master who is strong enough. Otherwise no one can guarantee that the Gu girl will not die from the poison of the Gu worm. Are there Gu Masters in the Central Plains? Impossible. So there will never be Gu girls. He found that the Gu worms were acting strange since they entered the village. Maybe they were not used to the local climate. Or maybe he ate too much stinky tofu and fumigated the Gu worms? When the Gu Master was puzzled, his male disciple came into the house, with a strange look on his face, and whispered something in his ear. He said to everyone, I have something to do. I'll go and deal with it first. He went to the backyard with the male disciple. He frowned and looked at the male disciple and said, Are you sure you are right? The male disciple nodded solemnly. Yes, Master. I really saw another Gu Master. Just like masters can detect each other's martial arts and internal breath, Gu Masters can easily recognize their peers. The male disciple has been a Gu Master for 3 years, so he should have this kind of eyesight. In fact, not only did the male disciple discover a way, but a way also discovered them. Grandma, there is a Gu Master, a way said to the old man in the Zhao family's house. The old man responded calmly, saying, We are just here to treat the young man. Don't bother with him. Don't make any more trouble. The Gu Master narrowed his eyes. It turns out that there is another Gu Master. The reaction of the Gu insects is barely justifiable. In southern Xinjiang, there is usually only one Gu Master in a place. This is to prevent competition, and to prevent each other's Gu insects from affecting each other. The male disciple asked curiously, Master, how come there is another goo master here? It seems that the Xiao family is not aware of it. Otherwise, they would not have sneaked into southern Xinjiang to find a goo master. The goo master smiled calmly. We are just here to make money. Don't meddle in other people's business. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. As long as he doesn't steal our business. What does it have to do with us if he kills people and sets fires? Since the 100 goo king was useless, the goo master decided to try the golden silkworm goo of the goo girl. What? Use my golden silkworm goo? The goo girl was not happy. The golden silkworm goo was the most powerful goo king she had ever had. The one that just ran away was also a goo king, but it was far less powerful than hers. Otherwise, she would not have the courage to catch it with her bare hands. She had seen the master use the goo worm to save people, but that would mean sacrificing the goo worm. The goo master patted her on the shoulder and said, "When the master earns this gold, I will find you a more powerful goo king." The goo girl said unhappily, "There is no goo king more powerful than the golden silkworm goo. Unless the master finds me 1,000 goo kings." 1,000? 1,000 goo kings? The goo master swallowed his saliva. No one could refine that kind of evil poison a long time ago. Okay, where could he find it? The goo master smiled awkwardly and coaxed her patiently. Yes, at most. The master can find you another golden silkworm goo and refine it to be more powerful than the one you have. The goo girl was still a little unhappy. She had previously raised a butterfly goo, which was also a very powerful goo king, but was eventually defeated by the golden silkworm goo. She almost died from the poison of the golden silkworm goo. How could she hand over the golden silkworm goo that she had obtained with such difficulty? The goo master saw that he could not get away with being soft. So he simply sank his face and said without question, "You have to agree or not. Anyway, I will take your golden silkworm goo." The goo girl was so angry that she slammed the door and went back to the house. "Master, junior sister." The male disciple looked at the door worriedly. The goo master waved his hand and said, "Ignore her. Let her think clearly. Which is more important? A golden silkworm goo or 100,000 taels of gold? Golden silkworm goo is rare, but not impossible to get. I believe that as long as he offers a high enough price, someone will be willing to sell it to them. Where is my stinky tofu?" The goo master went to the kitchen to find food again. The male disciple sighed helplessly, and after the master left, he went to the goo girl's room. "Junior sister." There was no light in the room. He called softly, took out the fire starter, and lit the oil lamp on the table. The light was dim, and the goo girl lay on the cold bed with her back to him. "Junior sister, don't be angry," the male disciple said. "Master will find you another golden silkworm goo." "I don't want it," the goo girl said angrily. The male disciple said earnestly, "You also know master's temper. He will not easily change his mind about something he has made up his mind about." "Then I will leave," the goo girl said angrily. The male disciple said, "Where can you go? Master can just move his finger, and you will die of poison. If the goo master doesn't have some skills, how can he accept disciples casually? Their lives and property are in the hands of the goo master. It is absolutely unacceptable to defect." Of course, he also understands that the junior sister is just talking angrily. After all, except for tonight's incident, master has treated her very well in the past. Her arrogant temper is all caused by master. The male disciple said again, "Can't you just think of it as repaying master? Anyway, this golden silkworm goo was also found by master for you." The goo girl sat up and said, "He gave it to me, so it's mine." The goo girl has a powerful goo worm, just like a master has a handy weapon, and she will never lose it. The male disciple sighed, "But there is no way. We have already received the deposit, so we can't not cure the patient." "Humph." The goo girl was so angry that she lay back on the bed and covered her head with the quilt. The male disciple sighed and left. He was collecting the monthly salary from his apprentice, and he was worried about his father. It was late at night, and the goo girl tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Compared with goo techniques, she was not as good as the master. But there were some things that the master was not as good as her. The master might not know that he had already cast a goo on the village girl at the entrance of the village. The village girl thought that she could not cast the goo worm if she held her hand. But she didn't know that she was a goo girl, and she could make the goo worm in the bottle work for her by moving her true energy. However, none of the goo worms moved. She didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that she was out of control. But then the king of 100 poisons ran away, and she felt that it might not be a simple coincidence. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep. The goo girl took out the bowl hidden under the bed. There were 2 drops of dried blood in the bowl, which belonged to Yuan. The goo master asked the goo girl to wash the bowl, but the goo girl was careful and hid it quietly. She went to the kitchen to get hot water and poured it into the bowl. The blood dissolved. She picked up the bowl and drank a small sip gently. Just this small sip made her roll on the ground in pain. Sure enough, you are also a goo woman, and a goo woman who is more powerful than her. In her body, there is a goo king who is more powerful than the golden silkworm goo. God is really helping me. As long as I get your goo king, I don't care about the golden silkworm goo anymore. The goo woman's eyes lit up, and she was 3 times more excited than when she first saw the golden silkworm goo. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, curled her lips, and stood up. When she subdued the golden silkworm goo, even with the help of her master, she almost lost her life. This time, she faced a more powerful goo king alone, so she couldn't take it lightly. Fortunately, she didn't learn the goo technique in the past few years in vain. She was confident that she could get the other party's goo king. The goo worm doesn't like iron, wine and mugwort. These things can be used to restrain it. Of course, it must be lured out first. The village girl has extremely yin blood, which is the blood that goo worms love the most. Her own blood may not be able to lure the goo worm out, but don't forget that she has a golden silkworm goo in her body, which is also a rare temptation for the goo king. She will use the golden silkworm goo to lure the goo king out first, and then catch the goo king before the goo king eats her golden silkworm goo. The goo girl planned so, and really did it. She took the things she needed and sneaked into the next door. The 3 little kids were left in Yin Qiuchu's house by Yuan these days, and Yuan slept alone on the simple bed. The witch first took out a handkerchief, covered Yuan's mouth and nose, and gave Yuan a heavy dose of knockout drug. After making sure that Yuan would not wake up due to any movement, she put away the handkerchief and forced the poisonous insect out of her body. She let the golden silkworm goo release its breath, and such a distance was enough for the opponent's goo king to sense it. The goo girl put on silver silk gloves and took out the silver silk net bag, ready to capture the goo king at any time. The goo girl's heart was in her throat. However, she was nervous for half a day, but the opponent's goo king did not react at all. How could this happen? Did I make a mistake? There is actually no goo king in this village girl's body? Impossible. She is a goo girl. Her perception cannot be wrong. But why doesn't it come out to eat her golden silkworm goo? Goo worms are cruel by nature. The stronger the opponent, the more they want to eat it. Her golden silkworm goo is the goo king among the goo kings. It should be a fatal temptation to that goo. How could it have no reaction? Could it be that it is not actually stronger than the golden silkworm goo, so it dare not come out? Or, it fell asleep and did not sense the breath of the golden silkworm goo? The goo girl tried a few more times, and when she was about to give up, she finally waited for a reaction. A white light flashed by, so fast that it was unbelievable. Before the goo girl understood what was happening, she felt her hand lighten. The next second, she saw her golden silkworm goo being thrown to the ground fiercely, and a small insect foot stepped on the head of the golden silkworm goo majestically and domineeringly, and it burst with a bang. A sentence flashed in the goo girl's mind inexplicably. Damn it! This broken thing is also for me to eat. Everything happened too fast. When the goo girl came to her senses, the white light had flashed back into Yuan's body, and her golden silkworm goo was exploded on the head, completely turning into a pool of meat paste. What is meant by losing both the wife and the army? This is it. The goo girl went back to the house crying. That was the golden silkworm goo she had raised for a whole year, and it was gone just like that. She was so sad. The next day, the goo master got up early and went to the kitchen to find some food. He ate until his belly was fat and round. Then he smacked his lips and went to wake up the goo girl. In fact, the goo girl had been awake the whole time. Whenever she thought of the golden silkworm goo that had been broken in vain, her intestines were in pain. But she didn't dare to tell the goo master that she had acted on her own. She had found a more powerful goo worm, but she didn't offer it to the master first, but wanted to take it for herself. This seriously violated their sect rules. If the goo master knew, he would definitely not forgive her easily. Dead, she whispered. The goo master was stunned. Dead? How did it die? The goo girl lied, I don't know. I suddenly felt uncomfortable in the middle of the night. And when I woke up in the morning, the golden silkworm goo was dead. It's so strange. The goo master frowned deeply, and did not doubt the goo girl's words. After all, since they came to the village, their goo insects have been in trouble. A goo king has already escaped, and it seems not so impossible that another golden silkworm goo will die. But this is a golden silkworm goo. Who can kill it so easily? Could it be that another goo master took action? Except for this, the goo master could not think of any other possibility. It couldn't be that a more powerful goo king appeared here and stepped on the golden silkworm goo to death. How powerful would that goo king be? 1,000 goo kings? TSK. The goo master shook his head. Absolutely impossible. So, it was that goo master. The other party should be warning them to leave his territory as soon as possible. The one who can kill the golden silkworm goo must be as strong as me. There is no need to fight to the point of mutual destruction. There is no need to let the Xiao family know that there is another goo master around them. If Xiao Xinting turns around to make a deal with him, and he bids a very cheap price, then his 100,000 taels of gold may not be safe. The goo master touched his thick, sparse hair, squinted and said, we have to fight quickly. At present, it seems that there is only one last way. What? You want my son and your apprentice? In front of Yan Jiuchao's bed, Shang Wenyin looked at the goo master in disbelief. No matter how thick-skinned she was, she couldn't bring herself to talk about that matter. The goo master cleared his throat, looked at her, then looked at Xiao Xinting who was guarding her, and said seriously, this is my decision after careful consideration. Your son's curse is too difficult to break. Goo worms alone are not enough. The goo girl needs to use her body as a cauldron to draw out the poison in his body. Do you think I am willing to do this? My disciple has made a great sacrifice. I don't know how many goo worms will die before she can recover. The goo master's words were not entirely to deceive Shang Wenyin. Harmonizing yin and yang is indeed a good method. He didn't use it at the beginning because he didn't want to sacrifice the goo girl's innocence unless it was absolutely necessary. Isn't there anything we can do now? It's not good to tell them the truth that all the goo kings are dead. And there's no way to slowly poison Yan Jiuchao. Shang Wenyin doesn't mind her son favoring one more woman. But now that her son is unconscious, can he still have sex? Leave it to me. The goo master's eyes swept across Yan Jiuchao's lower abdomen. I have a way to make him do it. Shang Wenyin knew that her son would definitely not be happy about this. But as a mother, she couldn't miss any opportunity to save him. Even if he would blame her and complain about her after waking up, or even never talk to her again. As long as he is alive, she will have no regrets even if she dies. Then, I'll leave it to you. Shang Wenyin bowed. The goo master went to prepare the herbs, and Shang Wenyin also left the house. As soon as she reached the door, she bumped into Yuan who was holding dumplings. Yuan stood there with a normal expression, but the soup of the dumplings was scattered all over the floor. Shang Wenyin took a deep breath. Did you hear everything? Yes, I heard it, Yuan said softly. Shang Wenyin sighed. Then you must feel bad. Yuan didn't say anything. Shang Wenyin said again, I understand you feel bad, but there is nothing we can do about it. I hope you won't alienate Summer because of this. Yuan paused. Is there only this one way? Shang Wenyin nodded. Yes. This is the only way. I know. Yuan put the dumplings on the table and went out without saying a word. Chapter 234 dedicated to him. Outside the door, Yuan met the goo woman. The goo woman was not happy about this matter at first. But after seeing Yuan, she suddenly felt a sense of revenge. Didn't this village girl kill her goo worm? Then she slept with her man. See if she feels uncomfortable. The goo woman clasped her arms, leaned against the door frame, and looked at Yuan proudly. Yuan didn't bother to pay attention to her and walked forward. When passing by the goo girl, she spoke for the first time. If you beg me, maybe I can plant a goo in your body, turn you into a goo girl, and let you detoxify your man. Yuan said calmly, if this kind of thing is so simple, do you still need to do it yourself? Of course it's not that simple. But you already have a powerful goo king in your body, who is more suitable than me to detoxify Yan Jiuchao. But I won't tell you. The goo girl smiled evilly. The young master of Yanqing is so good. I just want to devote myself to him. So what? Yuan said. Then you have to seize the opportunity. I will. The goo girl smiled coldly. She laughed so hard that Yuan really wanted to slap her. The The Gu woman seemed to have read her mind, and approached Yuan proudly. Go ahead and beat me. Beat me to death. And your lover will be dead. Yuan knew that she was deliberately trying to piss her off. So she took a deep breath, suppressed her rage, and went back to the house. Sister, I have finished reciting, Xiao Taidan said, pulling Yuan's sleeve. Yuan nodded. I know you have finished reciting. But you made 2 mistakes. It's Dragon Master Fire Emperor, Bird Official Human Emperor, not Bird Palace Human Emperor, and Zhou Fain Tang, not Zhou Fain Shang. Have you remembered them all? Xiao Taidan was shocked. Sister looked absent-minded, and he thought that sister didn't remember at all. But she even pointed out such a subtle mistake. My sister is so scary. Sister, are you worried? Xiao Taidan blinked and looked at Yuan. There were some things Yuan didn't say, but as a brother and sister, he could sense some of her emotions. My sister was not very happy. Even happier than when she found out that he had a fight with Go Hua. Yuan unbuttoned his crooked button and buttoned it up. It's not a worry. It's just that I finally got my eyes on the fat meat. But before I could eat it, someone else took a bite. Xiao Taidan thought for a while. Well, then I will let my sister eat the meat first in the future. Yuan curled the corners of her lips lightly. It's not our meat. The child is so innocent. So good, Yuan said. It's okay. Go play. Remember to take the book. Yeah. When he thought of playing, Xiao Taidan didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly cleaned up the table. Brother. While shouting, he went to the next door to find the 3 little kids. Yuan heard the sound of water running next door, and also vaguely smelled the fragrance of soap. It was the Gu woman bathing. She deliberately made such a loud noise, obviously for her to see. She was telling him that she would soon go to detoxify Yanjiuchu. With her hearing, it should not be difficult to hear their movements. Yuan thought it was better for her not to stay in the village for the time being. Otherwise she was afraid that she would not be able to help herself and rush over to pull the Gu girl off Yanjiuchu's bed. Awan! Yu Feng's voice sounded outside the door. Brother. What's wrong? Yuan left the house. Yu Feng paused at the door and said to Yuan, I'm sending my father to Beijing to treat his leg. Do you have anything to bring to Zuixianju? No. The payment has been settled, and the goods have been shipped. Yuan paused after saying that, and suddenly spoke again. I'll go to Beijing with you. Yu Feng was stunned. Can you leave? Don't you need to take care of Yan Jiuchao? That guy is now taken care of by someone. And he is well taken care of. He is very lucky. Yuan lowered her eyes and smiled, saying, I can leave. I just happened to go to Beijing to buy some things. Is it a medical book? Yu Feng asked. The which will soon remove Yan Jiuchao's curse. And the medical book or something will probably never be used again. Yuan sighed and nodded. Yes, it's a medical book. Yu Feng didn't doubt him, and asked Xuanzi to drive the ox cart and take the family to the town. Xuanzi drove the ox cart back to the village, and they changed to a horse carriage. At this time, Yu Song saw that something was wrong with Yuan. Yuan was usually quiet, but not as quiet as she was now. Yu Feng exchanged glances with his father, and his uncle shook his head, signaling him not to talk too much. Yu Feng sighed secretly and swallowed his words. Near noon, the carriage arrived at Baozatang. Yu Feng helped his father get off the carriage. Dr. Ji had been waiting for them. Seeing the 2 of them, he came over with a smile on his face. Master Yu, how do you feel? The uncle smiled and said, much stronger than before. I'll walk a few steps to show you. Okay. Dr. Ji let go of the uncle. The uncle handed the crutches to his son, took some trembling legs, and walked step by step in the pharmacy. It was still a little slow, but not as staggering as before. Dr. Ji was overjoyed. You have recovered very well. The uncle said, Dr. Ji is a great doctor. Dr. Ji joked, no matter how great you are, you have to let me treat you. You didn't want to treat it because it was too expensive, right? The uncle smiled. Yes. He and his son didn't plan to treat it. It was Awan who insisted on it. Awan also borrowed money from Yanjiucha. Now think about it. It's really thanks to her. The uncle looked back at the carriage and saw that Yuan was no longer in the carriage. Where is your sister? The uncle asked Yu Feng. Yu Feng replied, she went to buy books. Yuan did go into the study, but she didn't buy books. She just came out to relax. Yuan flipped through the bookshelves. The shopkeeper came over and said politely, Miss, What books do you want? I'll help you find them. No need. I'll just take a look. Yuan wandered around the study, but didn't find any books that caught her eye. However, she saw a set of calligraphy and bought it back for Xiao Taidan. Yuan left the study with the calligraphy and was about to cross the street to Baozatang when she heard a strange noise in the alley not far away. Then she heard a familiar voice. To confirm her guess, Yuan walked towards the alley. When she arrived at the alley, the noise had stopped. There was blood on the ground that had not yet dried. A man in green was kneeling on one knee, using a sword to support his body that could fall at any time. And with his other hand, he was covering his stomach that was bleeding. "You Zigui?" Yuan asked tentatively. The man in green turned around. A trace of extreme surprise flashed across his eyes. "Why is it you?" Yuan looked at him as if she was watching a good show. "How could the world's #1 swordsman get injured? Aren't you very powerful? You forced me off the cliff." Yu Zigui heard that Yuan was mocking her, frowned slightly, and stood up with all her strength, and said coldly, "Who hurt me?" Yuan smiled faintly. "It can't be me." Yu Zigui endured the pain of the wound and said, "Why can't it be you? If you hadn't lost the things in the brocade bag, why would I be hunted down by my master? Now, everyone thinks that I stole the things and forced me to hand them over. But how can I hand them over? What can I hand them over with?" Yuan laughed angrily. "This is your own business. You can't blame others. Who told you to put the brocade bag into my backpack without telling me? Even if I lost it, it's not my fault. Besides, I've returned the brocade bag to you. What else do you want? You always say that the things inside are missing. But have you ever thought that someone might have taken the things away before you put them in my backpack?" Yu Zigui refuted, "Impossible. I checked in the ruined temple, and the things are still there." Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, "It's there. Why are you so fierce? Even if I really took it, what can you do to me? Look at your half-dead appearance. Do you still want to take the things back?" Yu Zigui pointed his sword at Yuan, and just as he used his internal force, he vomited blood. He knelt on one knee again, barely supporting his broken body with the sword. Yuan was completely relieved. Yuan walked towards him step by step. "Yu Zigui, if I kill you now, will anyone know?" Yuan looked down at him. "What about me? Shouldn't I kill you? You repeatedly forced me, and even forced me off a cliff. Do you think that all these accounts can be written off by saying that you never wanted to kill me? Do I have to be grateful to you for not revealing me to your master?" "Yu Zigui, I'm not that kind." Yu Zigui looked at Yuan suspiciously. Is this girl really saying that she is not that kind to him? Or is she alluding to something else? Yuan pulled out the dagger. Yu Zigui instinctively swung the sword to block the vital point. "As long as you hand over the Gu King, I promise to disappear from your sight in the future." Yuan was stunned. "What did you say?" Gu King. Chapter 235 Brother 9 wakes up. "Don't you know? You didn't take it. You really didn't take it?" Yu Zigui's pupil shrank suddenly, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to have never told Yuan what was in the iron bead. In this way, she didn't know that there was a poisonous insect inside, and she wouldn't be on guard when taking it. If she was bitten by that guy, would she still be alive in front of him? I was confused. Yu Zigui fell to the ground with his painful back against the cold wall behind him. He threw away the bloody sword in his hand and laughed at himself. However, this time, Yuan didn't say something like "I told you long ago that I didn't take it, but you just didn't believe it." Yuan looked at him steadily and asked with deep eyes, "Is it 100 poisonous insects? You still know about the 100 poisonous insects?" Yu Zigui became alert again. This suspicious guy. Yuan's expression was not strange at all. "I am a doctor. How can I not know about the 100 gu worms?" In fact, the medical book that Lao Chui sold her had records about the gu technique in southern Xinjiang. But the content was not much, and it briefly mentioned several common medicinal gu worms. The 100 gu worms was heard from the gu master these days, and it is said to be called the 100 gu king. In the past, when Yuan told the truth, Yu Zigui did not believe her. But now that she started to lie, he did not doubt her. Yu Zigui sneered and said, "Can that thing be compared with the gu king in the brocade bag? It can scare people to death." Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and she said calmly, "Does it like the extremely yin blood?" Yu Zigui looked at Yuan strangely. "You also know the extremely yin blood?" "I said I am a doctor," Yuan said frankly. "Of course I like it, but there are not many women with extremely yin blood." so it's hard to find one. This is... Yuan's eyes fell on Yuzigui's chest, where half a pair of silver gloves were exposed. Yuzigui took out the gloves. It's used to catch goo worms. No wonder Yuzigui wore silver gloves to touch the iron beads in the brocade bag at night. Goo masters also wore such silver gloves when controlling goo worms. The goo girl didn't wear them, because she already had a powerful goo worm in her body. Other goo worms dared not touch her flesh and blood easily. Otherwise they would be poisoned and die. What a big bead. Hiss. What's wrong? Nothing. Just a scratch. The scene of opening the brocade bag with Bai Tang flashed in her mind. Yuan raised her hand and looked at her fingertips. Maybe it wasn't a scratch. All one. All one. Yu Feng's anxious voice sounded outside the alley. Yuan looked at Yuzigui calmly and said coldly, "You are lucky today. I won't kill you for now. But you'd better remember. Don't mess with me again. I will kill you every time I see you in the future." Ahem. Yuzigui wanted to speak, but he coughed up a lot of blood as soon as he moved. "You don't need to do it. I might be able to do it myself." In the middle of the conversation, Yuzigui turned around and saw Yuan had already walked out of the alley without looking back. Yuan let Yuzigui go, because she did take Yuzigui's things. But she didn't plan to return them to him or tell him. It was just that if she just left like that, it would inevitably arouse Yuzigui's suspicion. Yu Feng came at the right time, and Yuzigui would think that he was called away by his elder brother. Yuzigui's suppressed coughing of blood came from the depths of the alley. But this had nothing to do with Yuan. This man had caused her to go through life and death many times, and she had cheated him once. So it was even. From then on, the bridge was the bridge. The road was the road. And it was no longer related. "Where are you going?" "Awan," Yu Feng asked anxiously. He waited in the pharmacy for a long time, but his sister didn't come. So he went to the study. The owner of the study said that the girl had left a long time ago. Yu Feng was worried that something had happened to her, so he hurried to find her. "I want to buy some osmanthus cake," Yuan said. Yu Feng said, "I'll go buy it. You go back to the pharmacy and wait for me." Yuan held him back. "No need. Big brother. I suddenly remembered that I have something to discuss with Mr. Qin. I'm leaving first." "Hey! Where are you going?" "Zuixianju is far away. You can take a carriage," Yu Feng shouted. But Yuan's figure disappeared in the crowd. Yuan rented the fastest carriage and rushed back to Lianhua village without stopping. After the carriage stopped, she opened the curtain and took out a silver coin to give to the driver. The driver was shocked. "Girl, this is too much. No need to change." Yuan jumped off the carriage and went into the village without looking back. Aunt Zhang and Aunt Bai were squatting by the ancient well at the entrance of the village to wash vegetables. When they saw Yuan, Aunt Zhang called her a few times, "Awan. Awan." Yuan didn't hear anything and walked away in a flash. Aunt Zhang stretched her neck to look around. "What happened? This is so urgent." She doesn't even recognize her relatives. Aunt Zhang looked at Aunt Bai, and Aunt Bai spread her hands. "Don't ask me. I don't know either." Awan. Xuanzi's father also ran into Yuan, but was also ignored by Yuan. Xuanzi's father scratched his head, looking confused. Yuan rushed to the new house of the Ding family as quickly as possible, perhaps in order not to disturb Yin Jiuqiao and the Gu woman. The people in the house had been cleared out by Shang Wenyan, and even Shang Wenyan herself didn't know where she went. The front and back doors were locked. Yuan twisted the lock and walked in with big strides. When she left the village, the Gu woman was already bathing. And now 2 hours have passed, and I don't know if she has eaten Yin Jiuqiao. Yuan suddenly regretted going to the capital. She should have stayed here and prevented the Gu woman from succeeding. But then she thought, if she hadn't gone to the capital and met Yuzigui, she wouldn't have known that she was also the antidote for Yin Jiuqiao. Yuan entered the main room, and the scent of soap after bathing came to her face. Yuan tightened her fingers and hurried to Yin Jiuqiao's room. The door was closed. Yuan kicked the door open. The curtains were drawn in the room, and the light was dim. Her sense of smell came to her mind before her vision. She smelled a strange warm fragrance. She frowned and stepped inside. The fragrance became stronger, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in her heart. Could it be Mei Xiang? The Gu master said he had a way to make the unconscious Yin Jiuqiao work. Could it be to give Yin Jiuqiao another dose of medicine? If that's the case, then I might really be too late. Yuan took a deep breath, trying to suppress the surging anger in her heart. but inexplicably smelled a hint of blood covered by the warm fragrance. Yuan paused, took out a fire starter, and lit an oil lamp. With the dim light, Yuan saw the scene in front of her clearly. On the messy floor, the Gu woman was lying there naked, with a bloody hole in her head, blood flowing all over the floor, and she had lost consciousness, while Yin Jiucha was lying on the bed beside him, half of his body sticking out of the bed, his left arm hanging outside the bed, holding a candlestick in his hand. There was dried blood on the candlestick. Yuan looked at the candlestick, then at Yin Jiucha, who was fully dressed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, Yin Jiuchao's mocking voice sounded beside him. What? Do you think this young master favors another woman? This voice. Yuan stumbled and almost fell. Are you awake? Yuan turned around and looked at him in surprise or shock. Yin Jiucha loosened his hand that was almost stiff from holding it for too long, and the candlestick fell to the floor with a clatter. What should I do if I don't wake up for such a thing? Yin Jiucha said lightly. Yuan finally heard the weakness in his voice. He was forced to wake up with drugs, which had great side effects. He also attacked the Gu girl. I'm afraid that all his strength was drained. Yuan walked forward, grabbed a piece of clothing to cover the Gu girl's body, and then came to the bed, turned Yin Jiucha's body, and let him lie back on the soft bed. When he was lying on his stomach, his clothes looked intact, but when he really lay back, Yuan found that his buttons were undone, and his collar was half open, revealing his delicate collarbone and attractive skin. Gurgle. Yuan's throat slid. Have you seen enough? Yin Jiucha said coldly. Yuan pouted her lips, closed his collar, buttoned up his clothes, and asked calmly, Do you know what happened in the past few days? Some of it. Some I don't know. I can hear it occasionally, but I can't wake up, Yin Jiucha said, frowning his handsome brows. Hand, Yuan's little hand, who was caught, silently left Yin Jiucha's belt. Yuan pointed at the Gu woman on the ground as if nothing had happened. Then you should know that she was ordered to detoxify you. Yin Jiucha snorted. So what? Should I let her defile me? Defile. Yuan's mouth twitched. She is a virgin, and you are the father of 3 children. Is it really okay to say that about yourself? Although Yin Jiucha was weak, his eyes were as sharp as usual. He looked at Yuan and said coldly, You rushed here so anxiously, just because you are worried that I will have sex with other women to detoxify? No. Yuan covered her hair with her bare hands, slowly took off the wooden hairpin, and her black hair fell down. Yes, I can detoxify you. Chapter 236 Detoxify You. Yin Jiucha was stunned. Yuan placed the hairpin on the bedside and raised her hand to untie the belt around her waist. The dim light fell on her face, which did not make her look yellow, but instead stained a hazy halo. Yin Jiucha felt his breathing tighten. Yuan's belt loosened, and her clothes slipped off. The charm in the room had long disappeared, but at this moment it seemed to be 100 times stronger and swept over. It was impossible to tell whether the charm lingering on the tip of the nose was the rekindled charm or her seductive body fragrance. Yin Jiucha clenched his fists and took a deep breath. You all won. Do you know what you are doing? The poisoned girl on the ground woke up and raised her head with a blank face. Yuan didn't even look at her and stepped on her to knock her unconscious. I know, Yuan said softly, and even her tone was fatally tempting. She grabbed the Gu woman on the ground, like grabbing a chick, and threw it into the main hall. I'll detoxify you. Yin Jiucha supported his elbows on both sides, leaned back slightly, and tried to stay away from her and said, You are taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Yuan's plain hands covered his belt. It's not appropriate to use this on a woman. Or would you rather let the woman outside detoxify you? Yin Jiucha choked. Yuan whispered in his ear, I dreamed of that night more than once. Yin Jiucha was not a fool, so he could naturally hear which night she was referring to. Yin Jiucha's heart suddenly caught fire, and his breathing became disordered. He didn't know whether he was angry or embarrassed. His chest rose and fell violently. You all won. How can you, a woman, dream of such a thing? More than once? What's wrong with women? Can't women have 7 emotions and 6 desires? Yuan pulled his belt off. She was very nervous, but tried not to let him see it. Yin Jiucha turned his face away. I can't move my legs. You don't have to move. Yuan threw the belt on the ground, straddled him with her long legs, pinched his chin, and made him look at her. Lie down obediently, and give yourself to me. Yin Jiuqiao. Why does this sound wrong? Yin Jiuqiao, you. Shoo. Yuan's fingertips pressed on his lips, which were slightly dried due to his illness for many days. Her fingertips were cold, and Yin Jiuqiao felt that he had held his breath. Yuan took away her fingertips, turned her head, closed her eyes, and slowly covered him. This was the first time for her. But even if she had never eaten pork, had she never seen a pig walk? Although their current relationship had not progressed to this point, this was the only way to remove his curse. Compared to letting others sleep with him, Yuan would rather sleep with him, herself. But just when the two were about to touch, Yin Jiuqiao suddenly touched a stick and knocked her unconscious. Yuan's eyes went dark, and she fell into Yin Jiuqiao's arms. Yin Jiuqiao subconsciously looked at Yuan in his arms. Yuan's outer shirt had been removed, leaving only a thin inner shirt. Yin Jiuqiao's throat tightened. Young master. Ing Shisan's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Yin Jiuqiao didn't have the strength to push Yuan to the inside of the bed, so he had to quickly grab the quilt and cover Yuan tightly. Young master. Ing Shisan hurried into the room. He saw the Gu girl in the main room. He said guiltily, I'm late. Please punish me. Young master. Yin Jiuqiao frowned and said, I didn't touch her. Then how did she get the wound on her head? Didn't you wake up and find that your pure body was defiled by her? And in anger, you exploded her head with a candlestick? Yin Jiuqiao glared at Ing Shisan coldly. Ing Shisan lowered his head in dismay, and with a glance, he found something wrong. Although he covered her tightly, there was indeed a person lying in the young master's arms. But from her breathing, she seemed to have fainted. Ing Shisan opened his mouth and said, This is Miss Yu? Yin Jiuqiao hummed lightly. It's really her? Ing Shisan made a random guess, and unexpectedly guessed it right. So, it was Miss Yu who arrived in time and knocked the Gu girl unconscious? Ing Shisan certainly couldn't guess that it was his young master who personally injured the Gu girl in order to defend his innocence. What's the matter with Miss Yu? Why did she faint too? Ing Shisan asked puzzledly. Yin Jiuqiao snorted coldly. She wants to detoxify this young master. Ing Shisan opened his mouth. Young master. Yin Jiuqiao interrupted him. Don't think that this young master doesn't know what she is up to. Am I such a casual person? Ing Shisan looked at him. Young master. Detoxification? You can even come up with such an excuse. Yin Jiuqiao was so angry that his teeth itched. How long has she been coveting this young master? So impatient. What is she thinking about all day long? Apart from this kind of thing, nothing else? So you knocked Miss Yu out? Ing Shisan's face was full of black lines. You are really single because of your strength. Yin Jiuqiao said unhappily, if you don't knock her out, do you want her to succeed? Ing Shisan said, she is a woman. If you don't cooperate, how can she succeed? Or are you really unable to control yourself? If she doesn't faint, she can sleep with you? Yin Jiuqiao said angrily, how could this young master not be able to control himself? Is this young master an animal? She just teased him a few times. And this young master could be in heat with her? Ing Shisan. Oh! If you have the ability, stop bleeding from your nose before saying that. Young Master Yan's nose bleeds in waves. Until Ing Shisan covered his eyes, and moved Yuan and her quilt to the next room. And then his nosebleed finally stopped completely. At this time, Ing Lu also arrived. He and Ing Shisan entered the house together. Yin Jiuqiao lost too much blood and became even weaker. Ing Shisan decided to seize the time and explained all the information that needed to be explained before his young master fainted again. Young master. Ing Lu found out something. Has Zhou Huai been found? Yin Jiuqiao asked. It's not Zhou Huai. It's Yu Zigui. Ing Shisan said. Yin Jiuqiao said indifferently. This young master is not interested in his affairs. Ing Shisan said seriously. This matter is related to Miss Yu. Yin Jiuqiao looked at him and signaled to continue. Ing Shisan replied. Yu Zigui was hunted down by his master. It is said that he betrayed his master. Speak to the point. Yin Jiuqiao said indifferently. Yes. Ing Shisan cut off the beginning and the end and went straight to the point. The sacred object of Nanzhao Kingdom has disappeared. Jianzong has received the reward from Nanzhao Kingdom and has been helping to find the whereabouts of the sacred object. Yin Jiuqiao said thoughtfully. Could it be the brocade bag that Yu Zigui falsely accused Yuan of taking away? It is that brocade bag. Miss Yu has returned the brocade bag to Yu Zigui. But the sacred object in the brocade bag is gone. Jianzong thought that the sacred object was embezzled by Yu Zigui. So he sent his disciples to hunt him down. But if my guess is correct, the sacred object was taken away by Miss Yu. As for whether Miss Yu took it away intentionally or unintentionally, it is unknown. Yin Jiuchao's pale face flashed a trace of contemplation. What is the sacred object of Nanzhao Kingdom? Ing Shursen said with fear. Gu King? The king of all Gu. Yin Jiuchao. As calm as Yin Jiuchao was, he could not help but gasp at this moment. The king of 10,000 Gu was a legendary killer weapon, and its ferocity was no less than any violent golden-faced warrior. Why did this girl have to take it? Ing Shursen continued. The king of Gu was originally from the Ghost tribe. Before the Ghost tribe retired, it was presented to the Nanzhao Kingdom, and then it was worshipped as a sacred object by the Nanzhao Kingdom. All this information was obtained by Ying Lu. There may be other inside stories, but there will be no mistakes about the king of Gu and Yuan. Yuan has a rare extremely Yin blood. Perhaps she did not take the king of Gu on her own initiative, but the king of Gu chose her. If she has a king of Gu in her body, then she is a more suitable candidate than the Gu girl. So what Miss Yu said about her being able to detoxify the young master must be true. Ying Lu, who had been silent all this time, finally got the chance to speak. He spoke too quickly, and Ing Shursen couldn't stop him. She's not coveting the young master's body. She really wants to detoxify the young master. Ing Shursen covered his eyes. What the young master thought of. He also thought of. What the young master didn't think of. He still thought of. Ying Lu felt that the young master would definitely reward him. Young master. Ying Lu happily raised his strong, small chest. Yin Jiuchao's eyes were chilly. Your monthly allowance for this month is gone. Ying Lu. Chapter 237, Proposing Marriage. Shang Wenyin and his party went to the largest restaurant in Lianhua town, Baiyulu. When it was dusk, they estimated that the Gu girl had already detoxified Yin Jiuchao. And then, they returned to the village in a mighty manner. When they entered the door, they first smelled a strong smell of blood, and then saw a large pool of blood on the floor of the main hall that had not been cleaned up in time. The faces of several people changed. The blood dripped all the way to the Gu girl's room. The Gu master rushed into the house. The Gu girl had fainted on the floor of the house. Ing Shursen thought she was an eyesore and threw her back to her own bed. Of course, it was inconvenient for her to put her clothes back on, so she was just wrapped in a quilt. The Gu master didn't know that the Gu girl was naked, so he pulled open the quilt and was shocked on the spot. Somer. Shang Wenyin was worried that Yin Jiuchao had met with something unexpected, so she turned around and rushed to Yin Jiuchao's room. Xiao Shinting stopped her and went in first to find out what was going on. Inside the room, the oil lamp was as dim as a bean. Yin Jiuchao sat at the head of the bed, leaning against a large pillow, with a quilt covering his legs. The aroma of the aphrodisiac had long since dissipated, and the room had been cleaned up by Ing Shursen and the others. At first glance, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Yin Jiuchao looked over here indifferently. Xiao Shinting didn't expect him to be awake, and he met his gaze unexpectedly. A wave of tension suddenly passed through his heart. Sona. Yin Jiuchao ignored him, turned his face, and continued to sit there quietly. Seeing that he was fine, Xiao Shinting was relieved. Xiao Shinting knew that Yin Jiuchao was not happy to see him, so he turned around and left. When he came to Shang Wenyin, he nodded to her. Somer is awake. Go see him. Shang Wenyin entered the room and hurried to the bed. Somer, how do you feel? She asked, sitting down beside the bed, and raised her hand to touch Yin Jiuchao's forehead. Why don't you talk? Are you uncomfortable? You have been unconscious for several days. Are you hungry? Mother will make you something to eat. Shang Wenyin has never been involved in the house. Since she settled down here, she has done everything by herself. She and the ants in the village learned to cook a few side dishes, and the taste was okay. Yin Jiuchao said nothing. It's not hot anymore, Shang Wenyin said, not knowing whether to be surprised by her son's reaction or to be surprised that her son finally woke up. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Thinking of something, Shang Wenyin asked, what happened? There is blood outside. Is there an assassin? Are you not injured? Shang Wenyin did not ask Yin Jiuchao whether she had sex with the Gu woman. In her opinion, her son was so seriously ill, and the reason he was able to wake up must be that his yin and yang had been reconciled. So everything was worth it. I'll go make you something to eat. Shang Wenyin stood up and walked out of the house. Just after taking 2 steps, Yin Jiuchao said lightly, Mrs. Xiao, Don't make any decisions for me in the future. Shang Wanyan's heart ached. It was expected that Yin Jiuqiu would be angry. She knew that if Yin Jiuqiu was awake, he would never agree to let the Gu woman use this method to detoxify him. However, she did it even though she knew he didn't like it. The reason was simple. She was his biological mother, and she wanted to save him. Even if he blamed her now, even if it happened again, she would still do it. Would you like porridge or noodles? Shang Wanyan asked in a normal tone. Yin Jiuqiu said expressionlessly, I'm awake. You don't have to waste time here. Shang Wanyan opened her mouth and was about to say something when she saw Ing San leading Uncle Wan into the house. Princess. Uncle Wan bowed respectfully. Shang Wanyan had specially left Uncle Wan in the young master's mansion these days because she wanted to take care of Yin Jiuqiu herself. Now that Yin Jiuqiu openly brought Uncle Wan here, it was telling her clearly that she had nothing to do here. Take good care of the young master. After Shang Wanyan instructed Uncle Wan, she went back to the house to pack up her things. That night, she returned to Beijing with Xiao Xinting. The reason why the two left was that they thought Yin Jiuqiu's poison had been cured by the Gu girl. Next, they prepared the remaining reward and waited for the Gu master to come and pick it up. In another room, the Gu girl also woke up slowly. The Gu master first let her put on her clothes, and then asked her what happened. Is it another Gu master in the village who came to cause trouble again? The Gu girl choked and shook her head. It's not him. It's Yin Jiuqiu. The Gu master never dreamed that the person who hurt his beloved disciple would be the sickly Yin Jiuqiu. He was so weak. How could he still have the strength to hurt others? In addition, in order to keep Yin Jiuqiu's functions in some aspects, he gave him twice the dose of aphrodisiac fragrance. Didn't this make him burn with desire? How did he hold back? Does he look down on you? The Gu master asked the Gu girl. Yin Jiuqiu is a member of the great Zhou royal family. He has seen all kinds of beauties. Although his own disciple is also quite pretty, he probably doesn't take her seriously. How could the Gu girl admit that she was not attractive enough? The Gu girl told her master and senior brother that Yuan had a powerful Gu worm. Of course, she did not say that she had attacked Yuan before. She just said that she was lying on the ground pretending to faint today and heard the conversation between the two. In fact, she did not know what the two said. But she knew that the master would not go to confront Yin Jiuqiu and Yuan. In short, he would put everything on them. The Gu master looked at her suspiciously. You didn't lie to me? Did you really know it today? I swear to God. The Gu girl pointed her fingers. The Gu master swore again. Although the Gu girl was not like that, he still chose to believe her. The Gu master was extremely sensitive to the breath of Gu worms, but he could not sense anything on the girl. Either the apprentice heard it wrong and the girl did not have a Gu king, or the Gu king was too powerful and could hide his breath. Isn't she a little village girl? How can she have a Gu king? The Gu master murmured. Also, there is one thing I don't understand. She has a Gu worm that is more powerful than the golden silkworm Gu. Why didn't she say it earlier? Because she didn't know it all. The Gu girl's eyes flashed. I don't know. Master, could it be she doesn't actually want to save Yin Jiuqiu? The male disciple said. The Gu girl's eyes lit up. It must be like this. Master, she gave birth to Yin Jiuqiu's son. As long as Yin Jiuqiu dies, Yin Jiuqiu's property will belong to her and her son. This woman, who looks very concerned about Yin Jiuqiu, is actually calculating against him. Master, those Gu insects of ours must have been taken away and killed by her on purpose, just because she didn't want us to save Yin Jiuqiu. But Master, you thought of a trick and asked me to use my body as a tripod to poison Yin Jiuqiu. Now, Yin Jiuqiu can be saved no matter what. But if I save him, I might get pregnant with Yin Jiuqiu's flesh and blood. It's better for her to save him herself. In this way, everything about Yin Jiuqiu is still under her control. Combined with the abnormalities of the past few days, the Gu master felt that his apprentice's analysis was reasonable. However, it was Yin Jiuqiu's family affairs. Whether Yuan plotted against Yin Jiuqiu or not, Yin Jiuqiu's property would not be divided into his hands. So why did he meddle in other people's business? Is he bored? Yin Jiuqiu has a better medicine cauldron. So he and the Gu girl are no longer needed. They are afraid that they will not get the remaining reward. And they are afraid that the 50,000 taels on hand will also be taken back by the Xiao family. The Gu master's eyes rolled around and urged the two, hurry up and pack up. Let's leave overnight. Where are you going? Ing San suddenly appeared, folded his arms. and leaned lazily against the door frame. The Gu master was startled and stammered. Let's go for a walk. Ing Shursen glanced at his hand. Do you need to bring a bag to go for a walk? I think you want to escape? The Gu master hid the bag behind his back. No. No. Ing Shursen took a few steps forward, grabbed the Gu master by the back of his collar, dragged him into Yan Jiuchu's room, and threw him on the floor in front of the bed. Ouch! The Gu master fell on his back and stood up while rubbing his butt. Yan Jiuchu's legs could not move yet. He just sat quietly at the head of the bed. But the powerful aura made the Gu master breathless. I heard that you want to escape, Yan Jiuchu asked casually, without asking about his condition at all. The Gu master was unsure about what to do. After a moment's consideration, he said, We are not escaping. Hasn't your illness been cured? Then we can go. The medicine that the Gu master gave Yan Jiuchao was not enough to keep him awake for so long. Since Yan Jiuchao had not fainted yet, the Gu master naturally thought that Yuan had detoxified Yan Jiuchao. Yan Jiuchao sneered and said, It seems that you didn't cure my illness. Isn't it a bit unfair to take so much reward? The Gu master's eyes flashed, and he straightened his back and said in a bluffing manner, You can't say that. It's you who didn't treat me, not me who can't treat you. We agreed at the beginning that I would treat the disease and your father would pay the reward, and we would settle the money. If my medical skills were not good enough, I would admit it. But you didn't treat me without even saying hello. And you even injured my apprentice. Is this my fault? Yan Jiuchao thought about it seriously. That's right. Ing Shursen. Let them go. Sure enough, he was young and ignorant, and he was easily fooled by himself. The Gu master was ecstatic, but he tried his best to keep an expression of being at a disadvantage. Forget it. For the sake of our acquaintance, I won't settle the account of my apprentice with you. After returning to the house, the Gu master immediately packed up his things, took his 2 apprentices, and set off at night. But before he left Lotus Village, Ing Shursen caught him again. Gu master looked at Yan Jiuchu in despair. You won't regret it so soon? You are a man. You can't go back on your word. Yan Jiuchu raised his eyebrows and said, Who said that this young master went back on his word? Then, what are you doing now? Gu master was confused. Yan Jiu's lips smiled and said straightforwardly, Robbing you. Master, the mood is high. Tofu. It's all, don't do that. Lion's opening. I have given so much in southern Xinjiang. I have given so much. You come over. This is still 100,000 gold. This? Such a blackmail. Can you be stunned? The master was grieved, and the master wanted to cry. Woohoo! The people of Central Plains are too scary. He will never come to Central Plains again. Ing Shursen entered the house and presented a brocade box to Yan Jiuchao. Young master, the gold notes are here. A total of 50,000 taels. And the remaining 50,000 is in the hands of the Shao family. I was going to pay them after the young master recovered. Young master, don't feel bad about this matter. It's their own fault. Yan Jiuchao snorted coldly. Of course it's their own fault. This young master is worth 100,000 taels of gold. Are you blind? Ing Shursen's face was full of black lines. So you beat them not because they asked for more, but because they asked for less. Insulting your great worth. Yuan slept until dawn, opened her eyes, and found herself lying on her own bed. She didn't need to guess that it was Ing Shursen or Ing Lu who secretly sent her back. Damn Yan Jiuchao. At such a critical moment, he actually knocked her out with a stick. He could bear it like this. Is he Lu Xiaosui? Or is he really impotent? Or, he has no feeling for her body. It hurts her self-esteem. Yuan was so angry. Suddenly, 3 furry little heads squeezed over and rubbed against her arms. Yuan's anger dropped by half in an instant, and her heart softened. She raised her hand and touched their little heads, and kissed their little foreheads one by one. You are still the cutest. Yan Jiu returned to the young master's mansion at 3 o'clock in the morning. Yuan gritted her teeth and looked at her little iron fist. You are so fast. After breakfast, Uncle Wan came to the door happily, and he came with Du Hongyang, the famous matchmaker in Beijing. Chapter 238. Du Hongyang came to propose marriage to Yan Jiuchu. Since ancient times, marriages have been decided by parents and matchmakers. Yan Jiuchao's father died, and his mother remarried. He can decide his own marriage, but he must invite a matchmaker. Of course, the young master Yan who is not interested in worldly affairs. Only knew about it after Uncle One gave him a detailed explanation yesterday. The matter is of great importance. And the uncle's family was also called over. Du Hongyang looks 35 or 36 years old. And she is a woman with charm. Her experience is a bit rough. She was originally a child bride bought by a wealthy family in a town for 10 taels of silver. She entered her husband's family at the age of 5. Although she was the daughter-in-law of that family, she was not their biological daughter. Only those who have experienced it can understand the taste. After finally making it to the age of 15, she was able to consummate the marriage with her husband and become a young lady. But her husband's family suddenly encountered a huge change and owed a huge debt overnight. The husband's family had to sell off their property and finally paid off the debt. They were so poor that they couldn't even afford porridge. The father-in-law died, the mother-in-law fell ill, and the husband was unable to work because of a hand injury. Du Hongyang initially took some small embroidery jobs outside, but later found that she could not make a living at all. So she sold herself and raised money for the treatment of the mother-in-law and husband. Later, Du Hongyang was brought to the capital by a trafficker. Fortunately, she was bought by an official family. She worked as a maid in the official family for several years, saved some money, and opened a small embroidery building. She originally planned to do embroidery business seriously, but she accidentally arranged several marriages. Later, more and more wealthy families asked her to propose marriages, so she simply became a matchmaker. Du Hongyang said, "I came here today to talk about the marriage of the 2 children." Du Hongyang said with a pleasant face. In Yuan's impression, matchmakers were all ants dressed in colorful clothes, wearing heavy makeup and full of powder. The Du Hongyang in front of her completely subverted her imagination. She was neither fat nor thin, but well proportioned. Her clothes were generous and decent, not too plain or too gorgeous. She behaved dignifiedly and smiled elegantly. If you didn't know her, you would think she was the wife of a wealthy family. She spoke slowly, and her smile was neither too strong nor too weak. It was a very comfortable thing to get along with such a person. Du Hongyang continued, "I don't think I need to say much about Master Yan's situation. You all know it. His father died early, his mother remarried, and he has no brothers or sisters. These years have not been easy. But it is not easy. But it has its advantages. The master's house has no parents. And Miss Yu will be the mistress when she marries there. She doesn't have to serve her parents-in-law or please her uncles and sisters-in-law. Such a family will not let their daughters suffer grievances." This really touched the hearts of the Yu family. It is said that the most difficult relationship is the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Even the mother has a red face, let alone the mother-in-law who has been robbed of her son. The eldest aunt is lucky, and the Yu family treats her well. But how many people are like the Yu family in the world? What's more, there are many rules in a wealthy family. If there is really a mother-in-law above, she will set rules for all one from time to time. Then all one will suffer grievances. Du Hongyang smiled and said, "Besides, the 3 little sons are about to grow up. The implication is that the 2 of them already have a child. So why are they still so stubborn and not getting married? Are they waiting for the child to call another woman mother and another man father?" 3 little kids were sitting on the doorstep, gulping down goat milk. I don't know if they heard Du Hongyang talking about them. They let go of the bottle with a pop sound, turned their heads in unison, and looked at them in confusion. That innocent look melted the hearts of the Yu family. The child suffered a lot in the first 2 years. It was not easy to have a father, but no mother. When he had a mother, he couldn't see his father. It was so pitiful. Even before the betrothal gift was mentioned, the Yu family was about to nod and agree. Otherwise, why did they say that Du was the #1 matchmaker in the capital? In fact, the truth was clear. If someone else said it, they could also say it, but it might not be as effective as Du Hongyang. Her voice, her temperament, her words and deeds, all made her words full of persuasiveness. The Yu family wanted to ask when the wedding date was, but Yu Shaoqing was not so easily moved. Yu Shaoqing slammed the table and said, "I don't agree. That boy is slick and not serious at first glance. Who knows what will happen if Awan marries him? Don't forget that he is only staying in the capital temporarily. He is from Yanqing. Awan will move to Yanqing after the wedding." These words were like a basin of cold water poured down on the Yu family. Yes, how could they forget that Yin Jiuqiao is the young master of Yanqing? If he gets married, he will have to return to Yanqing. By then, it will be difficult for Awan to go back to her parents' home. As for how Awan is doing and whether she has been wronged, how can they know? Don't worry, Uncle Wan said with a smile. The young master said that he can live in the capital. He even thought of this. Yu Shaoqing was stifled. Yu Shaoqing wanted to say something, but Uncle Wan took a sip of tea calmly. Your Majesty's legs. Ahem. Jiang choked. She made too much noise and suppressed the word hair. Everyone was a little surprised. They were talking about marriage. Why did they mention the emperor's legs? What did the emperor's legs have to do with them? What's wrong with you? Yu Shaoqing looked at Jiang worriedly. Jiang held the handkerchief in one hand and put the other hand on her temple. She said with her heart in her hands, Oh, I feel dizzy. I'll help you go back to your room to rest. Yu Shaoqing helped Jiang back to the room. And then Yu Shaoqing was not seen coming out again. Yuan's face darkened. At the critical moment, her own father was unreliable. Actually, Yu Feng also wanted to refuse. Uncle Wan hurriedly said, The young master said that your marriage with Miss Bai is up to him. Yu Feng said seriously, Actually, young Master Yen is very good. Yu Wan. Du Hongyang smiled slightly, took out a list from her white sleeves, and said to her uncle and aunt, Then let's talk about the betrothal gift. Wait. Yuan came out of her room, stretched out her hand, and pressed on her betrothal gift list. This is my marriage. Have you asked for my opinion? Du Hongyang was stunned. She had been matchmaking for so long. But no girl would rush out halfway. Most of them stayed in their boudoir shyly. Sometimes their parents indulged them. But they could not show their true faces. They could only sit quietly behind the screen and listen to what the matchmakers said to their parents. For matters like marriage, the elders just need to nod their heads. How can girls be picky? Although Du Hongyang thought so in her heart, she did not show it on her face. She smiled gently and said, Miss Yu, don't you want to marry into the young master's mansion? No. What? Don't want? In the study of the young master's mansion, Yin Jiocha put down the Kongming lock in his hand in shock. Did you make a mistake? How could she not want to? Ingshur-san, after she offered herself to detoxify you. But you knocked her out with a stick. Shouldn't you ask? How could she be willing? Of course. Ingshur-san did not dare to say this. Ing Lu wanted to say something, but Ingshur-san whispered, Monthly money. Ing Lu shut up. Yin Jiochao's face turned ugly, and the atmosphere in the study became scary. Ing Lu looked at his nose and his heart, and he didn't dare to breathe. Ingshur-san didn't say anything either, and the study was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Yin Jiochao wanted to clench his fists until they creaked, but he found that he didn't have the strength to do so. He was so angry that he said, Ingshur-san, your subordinates are here. Ingshur-san stepped forward. Yin Jiocha said angrily, Tell me, why is she unwilling? Should I tell the truth? Ingshur-san cleared his throat. Of course I am angry with you. What are you angry about me? She wanted to devote herself to you so much. But you knocked her out with a stick? How could she not be angry? Yin Jiocha said with a look of disappointment, I know she is impatient. Haven't I sent someone to propose marriage? After the marriage, whatever she wants. I will just do whatever she wants. It's as if you don't want to do anything to her. Ingshur-san said earnestly, She is a girl. And you rejected her like this? It's very embarrassing. You are a man. You have to coax her. Women all need to be coaxed. How? How to coax? You go and apologize to her first? Yin Jiochao was instantly furious. I apologized to her. How is it possible? It was dark at night. Yu Shaoqing and the others had all gone to bed. And the 3 little kids also fell asleep in Yuan's arms. In the past few days, Yuan was busy taking care of Yin Jiochao, and she felt that her sons had been neglected by her. Yuan kissed their little faces. Dong dong dong. Outside the window, the sound of Ingshur-san knocking on the window lattice was heard. Miss Yu. It's me. Yuan recognized that the person coming was Ingshur-san. Put the 3 little kids on the bed. Pulled a quilt over them. Then put on a spring coat. Pushed open the window lattice and said, It's so late. What's the matter? Guarding? Ingshur-san didn't say anything, but silently stepped aside, revealing Yin Jiochao sitting on the armchair. He even sat on it? Yuan looked at him in amazement. A certain young master sat there with an arrogant look, exuding a domineering aura of dominance. Yuan suddenly felt her fist itchy. Yin Jiochao raised his eyebrows in a sly way. Yuan. I came to. Bang. The window frame was closed. To apologize to you. Yin Jiocha was turned away before he could finish his sentence. Chapter 239 Brother 9 chases his wife. Yin Jiocha never expected that someone as noble as himself would be turned away. He was the young master of Yinqing, a member of the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty. How dare a little village girl be so bold? She dared to turn her face away from me. Did I spoil her? Yin Jiocha gritted his teeth. Ing Shersan bit the bullet and held back the words. Yin Jiocha winked at Ing Shersan. Ing Shersan walked forward and knocked on the window. Miss you. Yuan didn't move. Ing Shersan continued to knock on the window. Miss you. Still no movement. Ing Shersan took a deep breath and knocked again. He knocked and knocked again. He knocked and knocked. Creak. The door of the main room opened. Yin Jiocha raised his eyebrows, looking like he knew it, waiting for Yuan to warmly welcome him in. But he saw Yu Shaoqing rushing out with a broom. Yin Jiocha's mouth twitched. Ing Shersan grabbed the armchair and ran away. It's the middle of the night. I told you to knock. Yu Shaoqing chased him halfway through the village with a broom. Ing Shersan was so tired that he rolled his eyes. When he finally escaped from Yu Shaoqing's pursuit and put the armchair on the ground, he saw that his handsome young master had been blown into a chicken coop. Yin Jiocha opened his mouth and spit out a leaf, his face ashen. On the other side, Yu Shaoqing put down the broom and went back to the house. And Yuan also lay down with 3 little kids in her arms. I don't know if it was because she finally got rid of her anger, but Yuan slept particularly well this time. And she no longer had to beat up a guy who deserved a beating 10 times in her dream. Yuan slept until the day was getting brighter. In a daze, she felt 3 fluffy little heads rubbing against her arms. Yuan smiled before she woke up, raised her hand to touch the 3 little heads, and asked lazily, Are you awake? The 3 little guys nodded. Yuan opened her eyes and looked at the 3 incredibly beautiful little faces, and a warm little happiness surged in her heart. In the past few days, in order to take care of Yin Jiocha, she neglected them. They didn't cry or make a fuss, but seemed to be more attached to her than before. The 3 of them looked at Yuan with their big black eyes, with a cute face. Yuan understood and gave each of them a big kiss. The little faces of the 3 people turned red, and they shyly buried their heads in Yuan's arms, with their little butts sticking high, twisting around, and feeling very proud. Children are so easy to satisfy. I have ignored them for so many days, but they are so happy with a kiss. I don't know if it is because they received too little care from Yen Ryu in the past, so they feel that being ignored is normal. Yuan patted their backs with heartache and decided to make up for them. Yuan dressed the 3 little guys and took them to the backyard to wash up. Then the 3 of them sat on their small toilets and watched Yuan squeeze goat milk. Yuan put the squeezed goat milk into the pot and boiled it. After it cooled down for a while, she peeled off the thin layer of milk skin on it and put the goat milk into 3 goat skin bags. The milk skin was not wasted. She kept it all. When she made desserts, she put a little bit of it in, which would have a strong milky aroma. Although Tai Yan and Jinjin were not used to drinking goat milk, they liked desserts with milky aroma very much. The 3 little guys grabbed their little bottles and sat on the doorstep to drink milk. Alwan. Aunt Zhang came over. Yuan was setting up the dishes in the main room. She came over after hearing the noise. The 3 little guys blocked the doorstep. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She picked up Xiaobao and said to Aunt Zhang, Come in and sit down. Aunt Zhang. Oh, this little guy. Aunt Zhang pinched Xiaobao's face. Xiaobao was picked up, but still didn't forget to drink milk. His cute little look was so adorable. He didn't react when Aunt Zhang pinched his face. He kept drinking milk very seriously. Aunt Zhang laughed so hard. It's Grandma Zhang, Yuan said to the 3 children. The 3 looked at Aunt Zhang with their bottles in their mouths. Aunt Zhang knew that these children could not speak yet, so looking at her like this was like greeting. She touched the heads of the 3 children and said, So good. Come in and sit down. Yuan said. Aunt Zhang said, I won't go in. I'm here to borrow a bowl from you. The big bowl at home is broken, and I'm waiting to fill it with oil. Life is getting better, and the family can occasionally buy some fat meat, which can be refined into lard. I'll get it. Yuan put Xiaobao down, and Xiaobao walked back to the threshold of the main hall with his short legs. But this time, he leaned against her bow, leaving a little space for people to walk over. Aunt Zhang looked at the 3 children, and a smile unconsciously appeared in her eyes. Such good children. Probably no one would dislike them. Are they really born by Alwan? Aunt Zhang, do you think this is okay? Yuan took out a large bowl. Aunt Zhang raised her head and smiled. That's it. Aunt Zhang took the bowl and left. From beginning to end, Aunt Zhang didn't ask anything. The village was so small that the news that should have been spread had already spread. If it had happened half a year ago, she would have been thrown into a pig cage. Now no one dared to mention it. It was unknown whether it was because the Yu family supported the livelihood of the whole village, or because the young master of Yanqing was the biological father of the child. After breakfast, Yu Shaoqing went to the mountain to help. Jiang went to the old house of the Yu family, and Yuan stayed in the house to check Xiao Tian's homework. The three little kids also sat aside, shaking their heads with Uncle Taidan. Yuan planned to take the children to the mountain after checking their homework. The March bubbles in the back mountain were all red. It would be a pity not to pick them. She planned to pick them all and make jam if she couldn't finish them. Just thinking about this, Yu Feng came to the door. Alwan. Yu Feng's voice was very light, as if he was worried about disturbing Xiao Taidan. Brother. Yuan went to the main hall. Yu Feng said, the house is about to be completed. My father said that he would prepare a feast to reward the craftsmen. It just so happens that we are out of spices at home. I will go to the town to buy some. Do you want to bring anything? Yuan thought for a while and asked, Brother, when are you going? In the afternoon. The feast is the day after tomorrow. There is no rush to buy it today. I will go and have a look first and order what I can. In the past, he bought things on the spot. Since he started his business, Yu Feng has become more organized. I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so I can take a few children to the town for a walk. After a pause, Yuan whispered to Yu Feng, Tian's pants can't fit again, and people still say he is fat. Yu Feng laughed and glanced at the house. Okay. Sister, did you say something bad about me again? Xiao Tian's indignant voice came from the room. Yu Feng suppressed his smile and said in a normal tone, No. Your sister and brother said that they will go to the town to buy you new clothes later. Really? Xiao Tian shouted happily. Yuan said, Recite your 1,000 characters. Xiao Tian. Oh. I'm going to the construction site first. Yu Feng said. Yuan sent Yu Feng out the door and was about to turn around and go back into the house when Aunt Zhang came over in a hurry. Alwan. There is business. Yuan paused. Aunt Zhang was washing clothes with several women beside the ancient well at the entrance of the village. Suddenly, a carriage stopped behind them. A pretty little girl got off the carriage and asked, Does Miss Yu live in this village? Aunt Zhang asked who she was and what she wanted to do. The little girl said that she came to buy food from Miss Yu. Aunt Zhang brought her here. There were 2 people in total. In addition to the little girl who asked for directions, there was also a girl in a white cloak. Thank you, Aunt Zhang, Yuan said politely. Aunt Zhang smiled and said, I'll go first. Take care, Aunt Zhang. After seeing Aunt Zhang off, Yuan looked at the 2 girls brought by Aunt Zhang. Judging from their clothes, they were a master and servant. The maid wore a light green vest, and the lady behind her wore a light pink dress with luxurious fabrics, pearl hairpins, and exquisite makeup. Both of them looked familiar. Yuan looked them up and down, her eyes lingering on the face of the daughter. Suddenly, her eyes moved. It's you? Isn't this the Xiao family girl who met once in the corridor on the day she went to the Xiao mansion? And the little girl next to her is the maid who held the lantern for her that night. The Xiao family girl also recognized Yuan, and a trace of strong surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yes. It's you. Yuan raised her eyebrows. I was surprised because I didn't expect my guest to be the daughter of the Xiao family. What are you surprised about? Miss Xiao? You took the initiative to come to buy ingredients. Don't you know that the person selling ingredients will be me? The Xiao family girl choked. Forget it. Yuan didn't mean to embarrass her, and invited her into the house. My humble home is simple, and I'm sorry, Miss Xiao. The Xiao family girl and the maid stepped into the house. The maid's face showed a trace of disdain that was difficult to conceal. But the Xiao family girl looked around curiously at the furnishings in the main hall. In the Xiao mansion, any servant's room was much more elegant than this one. The table here was peeling paint. The chairs were tied with cloth strips. The cheapest incense and candles were placed on the table, and a few pieces of shiny bacon were hung on the nails on the wall. But it was very clean. Miss Xiao, please sit down. Yuan pointed to the chair beside the table. The Xiao family girl was about to sit down. But the maid stopped her. Miss. Wait. The maid took out a handkerchief and wiped the chair carefully before letting her own lady sit down. The Xiao family girl looked at Yuan awkwardly. Yuan had seen this kind of thing many times. So she was not surprised. She was not angry. And she did not tell the maid that the chair you despised was once sat on by your mistress and the young master of Yinqing. How did Miss Xiao find out about this place? Yuan took a clean cup. She knew that the daughter of the Xiao family would not drink her tea. So she simply did not waste the tea leaves and poured her a cup of cold boiled water. After taking the cup, the Xiao family girl gently placed it on the table and said to Yuan, I heard it from someone. Is it Madame Xiao? Yuan sat down at the other end of the table. The Xiao family girl hummed. Yuan nodded. Are you here to buy ingredients for Madame Xiao today? Or are you buying them yourself? Buy both. The Xiao family girl said. Stinky tofu? Yuan asked. The Xiao family girl was stunned. Yuan smiled. Miss Xiao, you came to me to buy ingredients. You don't know what I sell. Right? I know. The girl from the Xiao family said hurriedly. I heard that your family used to sell braised meat. That was a long time ago. It seems that Shang Wanyan didn't tell the girl. Shang Wanyan didn't know that her family sold braised meat. When Shang Wanyan came, her family rarely did braised meat business, and changed to selling stinky tofu and sour bamboo shoots. Yuan didn't ask who she found out about her. In her opinion, it didn't matter. What mattered was whether the business could be done. Yuan looked at the Xiao family girl and said, Miss Xiao, if you want to buy braised meat, you may have to make a reservation. What we have ready is stinky tofu and sour bamboo shoots. How much do you want? The Xiao family girl's eyelashes trembled. I will buy as much as my second aunt buys. Yuan went to the kitchen to get 5 jars of stinky tofu. 1 jar is 10 caddies. 1 caddy is 15 coins. A total of 750 coins. So many things cost less than 1 or 2 silver coins. The Xiao family girl thought it was very cheap and motioned the maid to pay the silver. But the maid glared at her. Why is tofu so expensive? Tofu in the capital is only 4 coins per caddy. You are extorting money. Yuan smiled faintly. My stinky tofu has always been at this price. I sell it to you for the sake of Madame Xiao and Marshal Xiao. It was not enough to supply Zuixianju. The maid frowned and said, Miss, don't listen to her. There are plenty of this kind of tofu in Beijing. If you want to eat it, I'll buy it for you somewhere else. No one is as black-hearted as her. Yuan smiled. Her stinky tofu was an exclusive business. You couldn't eat it anywhere else in Beijing except Zuixianju. Zuixianju sold it at a much higher price than her. The little girl was still young and thought she was smarter than anyone else. But she also saw that this master and servant were not here to buy things at all, but seemed to be here to see her. Yuan looked at the Xiao family girl and said, Since Miss Xiao is not buying anything, then I'll go and get busy. The Xiao family girl hesitated. Yuan ignored her and moved the stinky tofu back to the kitchen. When she returned to the main room, the master and servant had already left. The appearance of the girl from the Xiao family was inexplicable. But Yuan didn't take it seriously. She took the children to the old house to have lunch. And then she and Yufeng got on the ox cart of Xuanzi's family and set off. Originally, she planned to take a few kids with her. But the kids woke up too early and fell asleep on the table during lunch. Yuan had to leave them behind. When the ox cart was halfway there, a woman's scream suddenly came from the front. Ah! Miss! The brother and sister looked closely and saw a luxurious carriage on the ridge not far away. The driver was standing beside the carriage with a frightened look on his face. The scream came from the carriage. Yuan felt a little familiar when she heard the sound. Yufeng drove the ox cart over and asked the driver, What happened? The driver said tremblingly, I don't know. He really didn't know. He was driving the cart. And suddenly there was a noise inside the car, as if someone fell to the floor. He stopped the cart and asked what happened. But the maid didn't say anything. Not only did she not say anything, she also didn't let him see. But he could vaguely guess that something happened to the young lady. Yuan jumped off the ox cart, looked at the driver, then at the closed curtain, walked onto the carriage, and opened the curtain. The maid thought it was the driver, and scolded him. Who allowed you to come in? Get out, ah! Before she finished speaking, Yuan grabbed her collar and threw her out of the carriage without any courtesy. The light inside the carriage was dim, and the girl from the Xiao family was lying on the floor in a daze. Her eyes were sluggish. Her face was cyanotic, and her teeth were clenched. Yuan saw that something was wrong, and hurriedly pinched her wrist to feel her pulse. It was epilepsy. Yuan was shocked, and immediately pulled down the curtain and pushed open the window to let the air circulate. "What are you doing?" The maid rushed over like crazy. The young lady had this disease, and could not be seen by others. Yufeng grabbed her and shouted, "My sister is a doctor. She is saving your young lady." The maid struggled. "She is not saving my young lady. She will hurt my young lady. You are a black-hearted woman. Let my young lady go." Yuan ignored her. Half knelt down, loosened the collar of the young lady from the Xiao family, let her lie on her side, grabbed her cloak and put it behind her head, and moved the stool aside. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and the scene inside was completely exposed to the eyes of several people. The driver saw such a scene for the first time and was shocked. The maid was furious. "You are still looking. Dig out your eyeballs." The driver turned his back in fear. "Let me go!" The maid continued to struggle in Yufeng's hand. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get rid of Yufeng's big hand. She was furious. Her eyes were fierce, and she bit Yufeng's wrist. His Yufeng was bitten unexpectedly, and he gasped in pain. As soon as he loosened his grip, the maid ran away. The maid picked up a stick and jumped into the carriage. But before she entered the carriage, she was hit in the face by a flying water bag. She fell back to the ground with a snap and fainted on the spot. After an unknown amount of time, the movement in the carriage finally straightened up. The Xiao family girl regained consciousness, and her face changed when she saw Yuan beside her. Yuan's expression was calm. "Change your clothes." The Xiao family girl blushed. Yuan pulled up the curtains, closed the window, and said to her, "I knocked your maid unconscious. Can you change by yourself? Or do you need my help?" The Xiao family girl lowered her head in embarrassment. Yuan said calmly, "Where are the clothes?" The Xiao family girl pointed to the seat behind Yuan. Yuan took out a box from under the seat, took out a set of spare clothes, and helped the Xiao family girl change. The Xiao family girl was extremely embarrassed. She turned sideways and fastened her belt little by little. "Is it yours?" Yuan handed her a prescription that had fallen on the ground. The Xiao family girl took the prescription, folded it, and put it back in her purse. "Zhao Heng wrote it, right?" Yuan suddenly said. She recognized Zhao Heng's handwriting. The Xiao family girl's eyebrows jumped. Yuan said, "I didn't mean to look at it. I thought it was your own prescription." The Xiao family girl clenched her fingers. Yuan suddenly realized, "No wonder you came to Lianhua village to find me. And no wonder you reacted like you saw a ghost. Didn't you expect that Zhao Heng's ex-fiancée was the woman brought into the Xiao mansion by your second uncle that night?" The Xiao family girl lowered her head even lower as her thoughts were guessed. Yuan curled her lips lightly. "Zhao Heng and I have already broken off our engagement. So there is really no need for you to come all the way to inquire about my news. By the way, how could you, the daughter of the Xiao family, be related to that scumbag Zhao Heng?" The Xiao family girl lowered her head and said nothing. Yuan sighed. "Okay. Don't act like you've been caught by me. I've just said that Zhao Heng and I have no relationship anymore. What happened between you two is between the two of you. As long as you don't involve me in the future, I will treat you as if you didn't come today." The Xiao family girl bit her lip, hesitated for a while, and nodded. Then, she opened her mouth again, as if she wanted to say something, but it was difficult to say it. How could Yuan not understand what she meant? Everything was written on her face. No wonder she was taken advantage of. Yuan said calmly, "I am a doctor. I still have some medical ethics. I will not publicize your condition, let alone tell Zhao Heng." She wished she would never have anything to do with Zhao Heng again in her life. So why would she go to Zhao Heng to tell him? Compared to Zhao Heng's discovery of the Xiao family girl's illness, Yuan was more concerned about whether the Xiao family girl knew Zhao Heng's character. Forget it. When she mentioned Zhao Heng, the girl's eyes were bright, which showed that she was really attracted to Zhao Heng. Otherwise she would not have come all the way to see Zhao Heng's ex-fiancé. Even if she really told her everything about Zhao Heng's character, she might not believe it. And she might even misunderstand that she still had feelings for Zhao Heng and wanted to break up Zhao Heng and her. It's funny to say that a man like Zhao Heng never lacks women who are devoted to him. In the past, it was Owen. And now it's the Xiao family girl. She asked why Zhao Heng moved out of Lianhua village overnight. It turned out that he had found a new partner. Yuan looked at her sympathetically. "Do you need me to take you to the pharmacy in town?" The Xiao family girl shook her head gently. Then I'll go first. Yuan stood up. The Xiao family girl suddenly reached out and grabbed her sleeve. Yuan looked at her and said, if you want to inquire about Zhao Heng, my name is Ziyue, she said softly. Yuan paused in surprise, then nodded, I know. After that, she stepped out of the carriage. Chapter 249 Brother Chasing His Wife Part 2. After Yuan rescued the Xiao family girl, she went to the town with Yufeng. Yufeng thought of the hostility of the maid towards Yuan, and asked in confusion, Awan? Do they know you? Yuan did not mention the identity of the Xiao family girl and her relationship with Zhao Heng, but only said, they came to the village to buy stinky tofu from me this morning. But the maid thought the price was too high and said that I was black-hearted and cheated them. So she left. Is that so? Yufeng nodded. His bitten arm still ached slightly. The maid really seemed to be able to say that kind of words and do that kind of things. Suddenly thinking of something, Yufeng frowned. It's a pity for that girl. How could she get such a disease at such a young age? Xiao Ziyue had been lying on the ground on her side. To be honest, Yufeng did not see her full appearance. He only glanced at her side face roughly, and could guess that she was a girl of 15 or 16 years old. Yuan looked at the wheat fields outside the window and murmured, yes, it's a pity. How could she be so blind at such a young age and fall for a man like Zhao Heng? Miss. The maid woke up with a start and found herself sitting in a swaying carriage. Next to her was Xiao Ziyue, who had changed into dry clothes. She asked hurriedly, Miss, are you okay? Xiao Ziyue shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you, miss you today. The maid pouted. Why are you thanking her? It's all her fault. Now more people know about your illness. She did it on purpose. If she spreads it to you later, you will be... She won't. Xiao Ziyue interrupted her. She promised me that she would keep it a secret. You believe this? The maid stamped her feet. Have you forgotten how she broke off the engagement with Mr. Zhao? She was engaged to Mr. Zhao, but she went to hook up with other men. She was clearly innocent, and she lied to the whole village, causing Mr. Zhao to be ostracized by the villagers and almost unable to stay in the village. Xiao Ziyue thought for a while. I don't think she is that kind of person. The maid said earnestly, Miss, people are treacherous. You have only met her a few times. And you know what kind of person she is? You are the only legitimate daughter of the Xiao family. And your status is so precious. I think she probably wants to curry favor with you and get some benefits from you. You must not fall into her trap. Xiao Ziyue sighed and said nothing more. Young master's mansion. Yin Jiucha sat in the study with a gloomy face, his eyes quietly looking towards the direction of the courtyard, and asked indifferently, hasn't she come to ask for peace with this young master yet? Ing Shursen said calmly, yes. Young master. Miss, you didn't come to you to ask for peace. Yin Jiucha was so angry that his teeth itched. She is really rebellious. Didn't you say that it would be fine if she apologized? But you didn't apologize. Ing Shursen didn't dare to make any more random suggestions. If he messed up again, he would be deducted from his monthly salary. Ing Shursen pretended to be dead and didn't say anything. Yin Jiucha's fingers tapped lightly on the table a few times. And when he thought of something, he ordered Ing Shursen, go and bring those rascals of Lu Xiaoyao to this young master. Yes. Ing Shursen went there without stopping. Half an hour later, the 4 bullies in Beijing, led by Lu Xiaoyao, were thrown into the study of the young master's mansion one by Ing Shursen. Several people were the targets of Yin Jiuchao's beatings. They were caught by Ing Shursen and brought to the young master's mansion, and their legs were weak with fear. Lu Xiaoyao said with a sad face, Young master, what did we do wrong this time? Yin Jiucha said impatiently, I didn't say I would beat you. So please wipe away your tears and snot for me. Several people stopped crying instantly. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes rolled around, and he smiled and asked, Young master, you are lonely. Where do you want to have fun? I found a good place recently. Are there any women? Yin Jiucha asked. Lu Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, and then nodded his head, yes. 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 Of course. You dare to drag me into this. Do you think you have a long life? Yin Jiuchao grabbed the book on the table and threw it at him. Lu Xiaoyao was hit so hard that he screamed. The 3 companions looked at him and gasped. Lu Xiaoyao, didn't you say you wouldn't beat me? Young master. Why did you ask us to come here today? Is there something you want to do? The second-rank bully, Mr. He, spoke up. Yin Jiucha said calmly, I have a few questions to ask you. If you answer correctly, I will not bother you from now on. If you answer incorrectly, Lu Xiaoyao hurriedly said, No. I won't answer incorrectly. No. I will answer incorrectly. Please ask. Yin Jiucha said arrogantly, A woman who thinks about you day and night, is devoted to you, deeply in love with you, and will love you forever. Lu Xiaoyao. Are you sure there is such a woman? Yin Jiucha said. How to coax her? The four of them staggered and almost fell to the ground at the same time. Is it still necessary to coax a woman who thinks about you day and night, is devoted to you, deeply in love with you, and will love you forever? Why don't you come to her earlier? Lu Xiaoyao brushed his wide sleeves, casually pushed the black hair hanging in front of him to his shoulders, raised his chin and said, If you want to coax a woman, you can find me. There is no woman in the world that I, Lu Xiaoyao, can't coax. Yin Jiucha looked at him coldly. Lu Xiaoyao's neck shrank, and he said angrily, Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law is an exception. But as long as the young master takes action, he will definitely be able to get the beauty back. Humph. Yin Jiucha turned his eyes away coldly. Lu Xiaoyao and his friends are famous little dandies in the capital. They have no other skills, but they are really experienced in coaxing women. Excuse me, sister-in-law. Can you read? Do you like reading? Lu Xiaoyao asked. Yin Jiucha thought of the pile of medical books in Yuan's room and nodded. I like it. LV Xiaoyao clapped his hands and said, That's easy. Talented girls love poetry. Yuan bought a few new pants for Xiao Taidan in the town, and a few new clothes for the 3 little kids and the little girl. After that, she returned to the village with Yufeng. As soon as she entered the main room, Xiao Taidan ran over. Sister, there is a letter for you. Yuan took the thick stack of letters he handed over and turned back to the house. Yuan opened the first letter. Your green collar. My heart is full of thoughts. Even if I don't go, why don't you send me a message? Your green pendant. My thoughts are full of thoughts. Even if I don't go, why don't you come? I am waiting for you at the city gate. Yuan opened the second letter. The orioles are singing on the island in the river. A beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman. I can't get her. I miss her day and night. I am so carefree, tossing and turning. The third letter. There is a beautiful woman. I will never forget her when I see her. I miss her like crazy if I don't see her for a day. Dong dong dong. The window frame was knocked. Yuan pushed the door open and saw Yin Jiucha sitting on the armchair with an arrogant look. He glanced at the letter in her hand and said with a curled lip, Are you satisfied with what you see? Yuan. Young Master Yin returned to the young master's mansion with a dusty face and a big bump on his forehead. Lu Xiaoyao. How do you want to die? Young Master. Young Master. Calm down. I just asked one's on one. I have misunderstood my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law doesn't like poetry. She loves money. It is not sincere enough to stuff money directly. So Lu Xiaoyao suggested that they should give things instead. Lu Xiaoyao has used this trick for no less than 100 times. He has summed up his own experience. As long as you are generous enough, there is no girl you can't coax. Lu Xiaoyao, master. Remember, you must be generous. Don't let your sister-in-law think you are too petty. A master came to the street closest to the master's mansion, raised his hand and pointed, and said majestically, I want everything on this street. Is this generous enough? Send them all to Lianhua village. An hour later, Yuan's house was filled with countless gifts inside and out, including gold and silver jewelry, antique calligraphy and paintings, pots and pans, chickens, ducks, fish and meat, everything you can think of. And at the end of this pile of gifts, there was a black coffin lying strangely. Ing Shersan covered his eyes. Forgot to remind the master that there is a coffin shop on this street. When Yin Jiucha returned to the master's mansion again, he had a pair of panda eyes. Lu Xiaoyao felt that his head was about to be tied to his belt. He had lived for 20 years, and had never failed like this. What should he do? He was also desperate. What went wrong? Why could a little playboy like him do it? But Yin Jiucha, a royal prince, couldn't? What made Yin Jiucha worse than him? Was it because his kung fu was not as good as his? Oh my god! He didn't dare to ask. Lu Xiaoyao hugged Yin Jiucha's thigh and said, Young master, I have one last trick. If you still can't save my sister-in-law, I will give you the heads of the 4 of us. The companions collectively collapsed. Donkey! You bet on yours. Why do you involve us? Ing Shursan. Yin Jiocha said lightly. Ing Shursan drew out his sword expressionlessly, and put it on Lu Xiaoyao's neck. You don't have to take it off. I'll do it. Lu Xiaoyao shuddered. But Yuan let Yin Jiocha make a fuss all day. And she was only busy cleaning the house and him. And she didn't accomplish anything. Several little guys looked at her eagerly, as if they were still waiting for her to go up the mountain. But it was getting late. And if she took them with her, she might not be able to get back before dark. Yuan squatted down, touched the little foreheads of the three people, and said softly, Mom will pick them for you, and we'll be back soon. Okay. The three people nodded obediently. Yuan asked Xiao Taidan to watch them, and she carried a backpack and went up the mountain. A figure flashed into the next room. Young master. Miss, you went up the mountain. Alone? Yin Jiocha asked. Ing Lu nodded, yes. Young master. After that, there was no movement. Yin Jiocha glanced at him coldly. What are you still standing there for? Don't you know to take this young master up the mountain? Oh! Ing Lu lifted the armchair and climbed up the mountain with his qigong. The forest in March was lush and green, with branches and leaves luxuriant, exuding a sweet aroma of wild fruits. Ing Lu took a shortcut and walked ahead of Yuan. When Yuan arrived at the place where she usually picked wild fruits, Yin Jiocha had already sat on the armchair, waiting for her for a long time. He still looked arrogant and didn't recognize any relatives. But if you look closely, you will find that his fingertips are crossed on his legs, and he is a little nervous. Yuan didn't intend to pay attention to him and turned away. Yin Jiocha slit his throat. You stop. This young master has something to say to you. Yuan turned around and looked at him indifferently. What? I like you. That's all. How could this young master say such corny words? But women love to hear such corny words. Do you still want to coax your sister-in-law back? Listen to me. You must be more affectionate and sincere. And it's best to look into her eyes. Yin Jiochao's ears burned, and he said fiercely, You come here. Yuan said indifferently, No. Just say what you want to say. If you want to fart, just fart. Yin Jiochao's breathing tightened, and his heart began to beat violently. He wanted to do what Lu Xiaoyao said, but found it difficult to look her in the eye. He took a deep breath and said slowly, I. Yuan looked up. Her eyes trembled. There is a snake. Get out of the way. Yin Jiochao did not move. Yuan said coldly, I told you to get out of the way. The snake was hanging on the branch above Yin Jiochao's head, and it was about to fall on Yin Jiochao. But Yin Jiochao seemed to have heard nothing and sat there motionless. Yuan didn't know what was wrong with him and why he didn't hide. It was too late to run over and pull it away. Yuan hurriedly pulled out the sickle from the basket and threw it over. The sickle cut the poisonous snake in half, and the two parts of the snake fell on the armrest of the armchair, bounced twice and fell to the ground, and blood splashed Yin Jiochao's face. Are you crazy? Why didn't you get out of the way when I told you to? Are you just waiting for me to save you? Have you ever thought about what would happen if I didn't save you when I was angry? What if I failed? The sickle was off by an inch just now, and it might not have been able to cut the poisonous snake, and he would have been bitten to death. Or it might have hit him and hacked him to death. Whenever Yuan thought of any of these possibilities, her hands began to tremble with fear. But soon, Yuan noticed something was wrong. Yuan's eyes fell on his stiff legs. Your legs can't move? Yin Jiochao didn't say anything. Yin Jiochao. Yuan squatted down and looked at him steadily. Yin Jiochao leaned back on the armchair with a pale face. Yuan's expression changed. You are poisoned again? I'm fine, Yin Jiochao said weakly. Yuan reached out to untie his clothes. Yin Jiochao grabbed her hand. Detoxify first. Get married first. You are still thinking about getting married? You are almost dead. If she didn't know medicine and could take pulses, she would have thought that this guy was pretending to coax her into marrying him. But he was really poisoned. If we don't get married, I won't let you take advantage. Who wants to take advantage of you? Yuan said angrily. Yin Jiochao, have you ever thought about what if the poison can't be cured? What if you just die? If I marry him, won't I become a widow? Yin Jiocha's consciousness was a little scattered. Marry him. Mine is yours. All yours. It's yours by right. Then after I die, no one will dare to bully you. Chapter 241, Marriage Arrangement. Su Xiao had naively believed that, after getting rid of Yin Jiochao, the three little ones would inherit everything from their biological father, And as their biological mother, Yin Ryu would naturally become the mistress of the young master's mansion and Yinqing. In fact, this plan itself has great risks and loopholes. A woman who can't even get a family tree or a jade butterfly will never be recognized by the lineage of the king of Yin, even if Su Xiao succeeded in assassinating Yin Jiuqiao. What awaited Yin Ryu would not be the glorious life of princess of the king of Yin. Yuan's hand that was about to untie Yin Jiuqiao's belt paused. Twice, she held back the fire. She thought of countless possibilities, but she never knew that Yin Jiuqiao had such a plan in mind. She thought Yin Jiuqiao didn't touch her because he didn't want to drag her down. She even thought that one day, she would hear Yin Jiuqiao say to her, "I'm dying soon. I can't drag you down for the rest of your life. You should find a good man to marry quickly. Don't think about me anymore. You are a weak woman and can't keep such a large fortune. I have secretly prepared money for you. Enough for you to spend for several lifetimes. You should go far away, forgive me." When it comes to him, it's completely different. He doesn't want Yuan to live a life of shame. He wants her to stand in the middle of the crowd openly and let her step on his shoulders. She can live not because she gave up a lot, but because she has enough. Those people don't let her go because they sympathize with her, but they don't dare to touch her because they are afraid of her. It's Yin Jiuqiao. After understanding his intentions, Yuan was not surprised. After all, if he really held her hand and asked her to stay away and find a good man to marry, she would be disappointed in him. That's not affection. It's contempt. Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao. Yuan's mind was full of thoughts. Isn't it enough that I agree to marry you? Can you remove the poison first? Don't think about it. As soon as the voice fell, Yin Jiuqiao fainted. Yuan hugged him in her arms, moved his head back and forth, put her bare hands on his chest, raised her eyebrows and said, "Do you think I should forget about it? I can do whatever I want to you now. Take off your clothes, and then take off your pants. Can you still resist?" After that, as if to verify her words, Yuan touched his chest fiercely twice. Then Yuan sighed, "I lost to you." Yuan raised her fingertips. The wound where the Gu master had bled had long since healed and could not be seen. She vaguely remembered that her blood could warm the Gu worm, but she didn't know if it would be useful for his condition. What if she accidentally poisoned him to death? Yin Jiuqiao. This method is a bit dangerous. Are you sure you want to try it? Yin Jiuqiao naturally couldn't respond to her. Yuan finally decided to give it a try. Fortunately, the test was right. Yin Jiuqiao's pulse was not so chaotic. But this method of fighting poison with poison was only a temporary suppression and could not cure it. Just get through these few days. Yuan pinched his face. At nightfall, Ing Lu brought Yin Jiuqiao back to the mansion. Yin Jiuqiao woke up once during the journey, but soon fell asleep again. Seeing that he came back lying down, Lu Xiaoyao thought that the mission had failed, and fainted on the spot out of fear. Ing Lu went into the house, and whispered something to Ing Shursan. Ing Shursan coldly put away the sword and said to the shivering people, "You can leave now." The people were stunned. The unconscious Lu Xiaoyao sat up and said with wide eyes, "Can we leave now?" "Really?" Ing Shursan said indifferently, "Or do you want to leave your life behind?" "No. No. No! Let's go now! Let's go now!" Lu Xiaoyao pulled his companions and crawled out of the young master's mansion. Before dawn the next day, Uncle Wan got up, took a pair of fresh wild geese, went to the embroidery building to pick up Du Hongyang, and went to Lianhua village with Du Hongyang to propose to Yuan. Uncle Wan meant that the sooner the wedding date, the better. In this case, time would be tight. Du Hongyang suggested keeping everything simple, for a wealthy family to get married. After completing the 3 letters and 6 ceremonies, a year or so has passed. In my opinion, the two are so familiar with each other and have children. It is better to save the trouble of asking for a name and getting married. Let's decide the marriage today and choose a date to get married. Uncle Wan said seriously. The young master said that no step can be saved. Du Hongyang, who was caught off guard by a wave of dog food, said, "Today is the marriage proposal." Commonly known as the marriage proposal. Yuan stayed in her own room this time and let her aunt and Jiang receive Uncle Wan and Du Hongyang. Yuan agreed, so she could ask for a name. "May I ask Miss Yu's birth date?" Du Hongyang said with a smile. But she secretly criticized Yin Jiuqiao 180 times. "You have checked the birth dates of her ancestors for 18 generations. Do you still need to ask Miss Yu's?" Ask? The aunt told me Yuan's birth date. Du Hongyang wrote it down on the engagement card in beautiful handwriting. After that, she should find someone to match the engagement card to see if Yuan and Yin Jiuchao's horoscopes conflict or not. If there is no sign of conflict or not, the marriage can be considered successful. Du Hongyang and Uncle Wan took Yuan's engagement card back to the young master's mansion. The construction site was about to be completed. Yu Feng was doing the final inspection. He was busy all morning before he learned from Xiao Taidan that the young master's mansion had come to propose marriage. He was rejected once, but they came again so soon? My sister agreed, Xiao Taidan said with his hands on his hips. I will have a brother-in-law soon. When Yu Feng arrived at Yuan's house, Uncle Wan and Du Hongyang had already left, and the eldest aunt and Jiang were also busy at the old house. Yu Shaoqing did not come down from the mountain, and Yuan was squatting in the backyard plucking the wild geese. Yu Feng's temples throbbed. Ah Wan, what are you doing? Plucking feathers? Yuan said. How can you pluck the feathers of wild geese? How can I eat them if I don't pluck them? Eat? Yu Feng was almost choking. This is the gift sent by the young master's mansion for the marriage proposal. In the Great Zhou dynasty, there are many auspicious gifts for the marriage proposal, and the best one is the wild goose. However, wild geese are hard to find, and such fat geese are even harder to find even with a lantern. His sister is actually going to eat them? Yuan said. I know it's Kylie. Yu Feng's mouth twitched and he said, Then why are you eating it? Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, He sent it here. Isn't it for us to eat? The chicken, duck, fish and meat of the New Year's gift can be eaten, and the wild goose of the Kylie must also be eaten. Yu Feng, it seems to be right to say so. No, I haven't heard of anyone eating Kylie. In the evening, 2 plates of fragrant braised wild goose appeared on the Yu family's dining table. Is the wild goose delicious? Yuan asked the 3 little kids. The 3 little kids nodded in unison. Delicious. Delicious. Let Dad send 2 more wild geese to eat later. The news that Yin Jiuchao proposed marriage to Lianhua village soon spread in the capital, and the palace also got the news. In the evening, Eunuch Wang came to the young master's mansion according to the order. He was received by Uncle Wan. Uncle Wan welcomed Eunuch Wang to the flower hall, and made him a cup of premium Westlake Longjing tea. He said half-truthfully, Eunuch Wang came here by imperial order. Logically, the young master should have come to greet him personally, but the young master is not feeling well and cannot receive him. I hope Eunuch Wang will forgive me. It is true that he is not feeling well, but it is false that he cannot receive him. To put it bluntly, Yin Jiuchu is someone who does not like to see the emperor. Eunuch Wang has been struggling in the palace for so long, and he has been able to sit in his current position. How could he not be a person with a clear mind? If it were someone else, he would have been punished for disobeying the imperial order. But the emperor favored Yin Jiuchu, and would not punish him for such a small matter. Eunuch Wang said with understanding, Young master, since you are not feeling well, you should take a good rest. I am here today for no big deal. I just heard that young master has proposed marriage to someone. I wonder which family's girl is it. Uncle Wan didn't believe that the emperor hadn't even found out the person Yin Jiuchou was proposing to marry. I am afraid that the emperor had dug up all of Yuan's ancestors. But the emperor still sent someone to ask, which was to give the young master's mansion a way out. Uncle Wan smiled calmly. It's Miss Yu. Her mother is from Wancheng. Her father is Yu Shaoqing, and her family has an uncle, who is the chef Yu who won the first place in the God of Cooking competition, and an aunt who married far away. The other party's family background is also clean. This is to tell Eunuch Wang that Miss Yu's background has been checked by their young master's mansion long ago. It doesn't matter whether she is rich or poor. His young master will never mind. Eunuch Wang smiled and said, I won't mention others, but Yu Shaoqing is a criminal. It's not appropriate for the young master to marry the daughter of a criminal. Uncle Wan said, Hasn't she been convicted yet? How can she be called the daughter of a criminal? Besides, whether she is guilty or not depends on your majesty's words. Your majesty was able to overturn the case of the Yin family, so he must have been able to overturn the case of Yu Shaoqing. Eunuch Wang was upset. How dare the old man say such a thing? Eunuch Wang said, The Yin family is innocent, and they were framed by traitors. Uncle Wan smiled and said, Yu Shaoqing is also innocent, and she was also framed by traitors. Really? Of course. Uncle Wan laughed and said, Yin Songming was conferred the title of Marquis because of his military merits. But these military merits belong to Yu Shaoqing. So, the one who really deserves the title of Marquis is Yu Shaoqing. And Miss Yu is the daughter of the Marquis. This status is not considered to be an insult to the young master. Chapter 242 3 Matchmakers and 6 Engagements. Eunuch Wang immediately frowned. You have made the decision for His Majesty. Uncle Wan took a sip of tea and smiled indifferently. I don't have the courage to make a decision for His Majesty. I am just discussing the facts. Eunuch Wang knows better than me why the Yin family was rehabilitated, and why Yin Songming rose to prominence. If Yin Ryu had not pretended to be the mother of my young master, would the Yin family have gotten everything they have now? I am afraid they would have been in prison for a lifetime. This is a bit treasonous. As if the emperor was so stupid that he ignored the country and the people for the sake of his children's private affairs and put loyal people in an unjust situation. Although the facts are similar, it is difficult to be an emperor. People who have not sat on the dragon throne cannot feel the temptation of power. Nor can they understand the difficulties of the emperor. Ordinary people only see personal gains and losses. But the emperor sees the ups and downs of the entire country. Some things are done out of necessity. And of course some are done willfully. In the matter of Yin Ryu, the emperor was really willful. He knew that Yin Jiuqiao had no interest in her. But he still praised her and the Yin family. If the truth was not known, it could be understood that the emperor did not want to wrong the little ones. So he let their mother have a very good background. But now that the truth of this matter has long been revealed, the emperor still did not deal with the Yin family. Which is really unreasonable. Your Majesty's thoughts. How can you and I guess? Eunuch Wang deliberately played Tai Chi. Uncle Wan thought. When Grandpa was serving the 2 princes in the Coal Palace, you didn't know where you were? You are not qualified to play tricks in front of Grandpa. Yes, the Emperor's heart is unpredictable. But my young master's mind is very simple. Whether Yu Shaoqing becomes a marquis or not, the young master has already married his daughter. If your Majesty wants to use this to threaten the young master, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Eunuch Wang took a breath. Wan, after all, you have watched the young master grow up. Can't you persuade him from the side and let him bow his head to your Majesty? And behave like a junior? If he surrenders? What can't your Majesty agree to? Uncle Wan chuckled and said, he surrendered once. And then what? Let your Majesty find the young master's weakness. And the young master will continue to surrender for the rest of his life? Eunuch Wang choked and glared at him. He is the emperor. What's wrong with surrendering to him? Uncle Wan said, there's nothing wrong. But the young master just doesn't like it. There was no way to chat that day. Eunuch Wang felt that if he was not exhausted to death by the emperor, he would be pissed off to death by the people in the young master's mansion. Yin Jiuqiao, this little lunatic, was rebellious. And the servants he raised were all stubborn and could not be chewed. Eunuch Wang left angrily. Uncle Wan returned to the study and reported to Yin Jiuqiao, telling him the conversation with Eunuch Wang word for word. Young master, are we going too far? If we really anger His Majesty will blame us. Yin Jiuqiao sat on the armchair and snorted coldly. What? Are you worried that he will blame you? So this young master will not get married? That's right. Uncle Wan sighed and nodded. Although we didn't make a big fuss about Miss Yu being the young master's biological mother, His Majesty is very sharp-eyed and must have heard some news. So far, he has not overturned Yu Shaoqing's case. And his purpose is to wait for the young master to ask him. Once the young master begs, Yu Shaoqing can immediately overturn the case. But in the long run, this approach is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. From now on, if His Majesty wants to control the young master, he only needs to arrest someone close to the young master. His Majesty must not be allowed to taste such sweetness once. Otherwise the situation of the Yu family will be hanging on the edge of a knife every day. Thinking of this, Uncle Wan couldn't help but admire his young master. He could see through it because he was old and had experienced more storms. The young master was only 23 or 24. But he could already eat the emperor thoroughly. If the king of Yin had half the character of the young master, he would not have died unjustly. While Uncle Wan was thinking, Yin Jiuqiao had already paid attention to other things. Has the engagement letter been signed? Yin Jiuqiao asked. Uncle Wan said, it's been matched. The horoscopes of the young master and Miss Yu are a match made in heaven. Yin Jiuqiao said, as a matter of course. Of course. How could the person chosen by this young master be wrong? The corners of Uncle Wan's mouth twitched. Seeing that he was still standing there, Yin Jiuqiao asked again. Anything else? Uncle Wan hesitated for a while and said, "The engagement letter has been matched. Next, we should go to the door to pay the betrothal gift." Paying the betrothal gift, also known as giving an engagement, requires a big gift. As for how to pay the betrothal gift and who pays the betrothal gift, it is quite particular. Most of them are the female relatives of the man's family or the people with full happiness. However, the young master's mansion is full of men. Where can he find female relatives? He can't call the nanny and the room nanny. It would be too unfair to miss you if they were all servants. The mansion in Yinqing does have female officials of high rank, but the journey is long, and it will be cold when they arrive. What the princess means is... Uncle Wan cleared his throat. What does she mean? Yin Jiocha looked at Uncle Wan calmly. Uncle Wan said with a stiff face, "Yes. Nani Fang came in the afternoon and asked about the betrothal gift. The princess said that she would prepare the betrothal gift and let Madame Yao go to present the gift." Madame Yao was Shang Wanyan's close friend before she got married. She was one of the few women who did not mock Shang Wanyan. During the most difficult days when Shang Wanyan just married into the Xiao family, Madame Yao often visited her and comforted her. For so many years, the two have been in contact. Yin Jiocha said thoughtfully, "Does she have a red mole on her forehead?" Uncle Wan smiled, "Yes. Everyone says that it is a Guaning mole, which means great blessings." The young master still remembers her. Yin Jiocha spent his first 3 years in the capital, and then moved to Yinqing. When he was 6 or 7 years old, Madame Yao and her family came to Yinqing. Yin Jiocha said, "You are so old now. Of course I remember you." In his impression, Madame Yao is a very kind-hearted woman. Her husband is honest and kind, and the children they gave birth to are not troublesome. They stayed in the Prince of Yan's mansion for half a year, and Yin Jiochao did not feel disturbed. After Lord Yao finished his work, they returned to the capital with their family. "Young master, are you not happy with Madame Yao? Or are you not happy with the person arranged by the princess?" You don't need to answer to know that it is the latter. Fortunately, Uncle Wan had thought of an excuse and said earnestly, "You cannot appreciate the princess's kindness, no matter what. The princess is the mother of the young master. If the princess finds someone to come to the door to propose marriage, it will be a respect for Miss Yu. Otherwise, someone will say that the princess doesn't like this daughter-in-law in the future." Yin Jiochao thought for a moment and said, "Then use her people. But she doesn't need to prepare the betrothal gifts. I'll do it myself." Sure enough, anything can be easily solved by mentioning Miss Yu. Uncle Wan smiled and left the study, and asked someone to send the news to Shang Wanyan. Although Shang Wanyan didn't need to prepare anything, on the day of the betrothal, Shang Wanyan still had 32 loads of betrothal gifts delivered, including the young master's mansion. There were a total of more than 100 loads, which were carried to Lianhua village in a mighty manner, causing a sensation in the surrounding villages. They left the city before dawn. Otherwise the capital would have exploded. The Yu family and the old house couldn't fit them. But fortunately the dormitory and the factory were completed, and the betrothal gifts were carried to a large warehouse. The villagers stretched their necks, and they had never seen so many betrothal gifts in their lives. "Whose family is being betrothed?" asked a peasant woman from another village. Aunt Bai said proudly, "Awan. The girl from the Yu family." "The one from the cripple family?" the peasant woman asked. Aunt Bai glared. "She is not crippled now." The peasant woman was frightened by her lion roar. "No, not crippled, not crippled, you, why are you so fierce?" The uncle's legs and feet are indeed much better, and he can basically throw away his crutches. He stood at the door of the warehouse with the gift book, directing the servants who were carrying the betrothal gifts. "Put the gift here." "Yes, here." Yu Song looked at the betrothal gifts that came in one after another, and said with a depressed heart, "Brother, do you think I still have a chance now?" Yu Feng patted him on the shoulder. "Wake up. It's dawn." In Yuan's house, Mrs. Yao handed the engagement letter to Yu Shaoqing and his wife. At this point, the marriage of the two was completely settled. At the beginning, Yuan and Zhao Heng had also reached this step, and the only thing left was a wedding date to marry Yuan. But that last step had not been taken for 4 years. Madame Yao said with a pleasant face, "The Imperial Astronomical Observatory has selected 3 auspicious days, which are the 16th, 22nd, and 28th of this month." Yu Shaoqing's face darkened. "Are there so many auspicious days this month?" Madame Yao said embarrassedly. "Yes. Yes." Madame Yao said again, "I wonder if Mr. Yu and Madame Yu, Yu Shaoqing certainly hoped to keep his daughter as long as possible. But before he could say 28, Yuan in the room coughed and said, 16? Yu Shaoqing, why do you want to get married so much? Chapter 243 Preparing for the Wedding. Yu Shaoqing was extremely depressed. He hadn't loved his daughter enough. But she had to be snatched away by another man. What was even more frustrating was that his daughter seemed to be happy to be snatched away. Yu Shaoqing couldn't get angry in front of outsiders. He waited until Madame Yao, Uncle Wan, and Du Hongyang left before he went to the factory with a stuffy chest and shortness of breath. The uncle was counting the betrothal gifts from the list in the gift book. The young master's mansion was really generous, with a full 162 loads. Not to mention that the villagers were dumbfounded. If he was not afraid of making a fool of himself in front of the servants of the young master's mansion, he would have knelt on the spot. How could he know that the young master's mansion originally prepared 130 loads of betrothal gifts? And Shang Wanyan secretly added 32 loads. The total number was really too amazing. You know, the most honorable princess of this dynasty only carried 120 loads when she got married. The uncle took the two children to order for the whole day. But they didn't even finish half of the order. They were almost as tired as 3 cows. The 2 calves went back to the old house to eat. And he would take his turn later. With so many betrothal gifts, he was worried that thieves would be interested. So he had to put someone on guard day and night. Brother. Yu Shaoqing walked to a big box next to the uncle and sat down. There was only one chair in the room, which was for the uncle to sit on. The uncle found that his younger brother was listless and asked strangely, "What's wrong with you? What happened?" Yu Shaoqing didn't know how to tell his elder brother. It was quite embarrassing to say that he was Awan's biological father. But Awan chose that stinky boy between him and that stinky boy. Is the wedding date set? The uncle guessed. Yu Shaoqing responded vaguely. The uncle thought that his brother was so dejected because he couldn't bear to part with his daughter. He raised his tired and aching arm and patted his shoulder and said, "You should be more open-minded. Girls will get married eventually. Awan is not far away. If you miss her, you can go to see her. If she misses home, she can go back to her parents' home. Look at these betrothal gifts. There are too many to count. You probably don't know in the military camp. Master Wan. No. Master Yen really cares about our Awan. Look at how you beat her up every time. Her father is a prince, which is enough to punish you with death." The uncle only said this, but he was actually upset. Although Awan was not his biological daughter, she was his own daughter in his heart. How could he bear to marry Awan off? But isn't this a solution? The uncle sighed. I just asked the people in the young master's mansion. Isn't there a later date? The people in the young master's mansion said that the good days are all occupied this month. There will be no such auspicious days in the next 6 months. You can't let Awan wait for another half a year. Right? Awan is not young anymore. Yu Shaoqing was itching. There was no auspicious day. It was just that the boy couldn't hold back and wanted to lure his daughter back to the wolf's den. The uncle said earnestly, Okay. Don't be angry. When my sister-in-law married you, she was younger than Awan. What did her family say? Thinking of his wife, Yu Shaoqing was silent. After saying goodbye to his elder brother, Yu Shaoqing returned to his own house. Today, the family was noisy. Xiao Taidan didn't study. He played with the 3 little kids all day. Now they all fell asleep. Yuan couldn't hold back her sleepiness and hugged her son to sleep. Jiang was awake, lying on the bed, poking Xiao Taidan's face again and again. A shoe. Yu Shaoqing lay down beside Jiang, hugged her from behind, buried his head in her neck, and took a deep breath of her fragrance. Jiang responded in confusion. Yu Shaoqing said, You have been married for so many years. Do you miss home? When I can leave the capital, I will accompany you back to your parents' home. Without waiting for Jiang to answer, he continued, Both my father-in-law and mother-in-law are gone. But there must be relatives from the side branches. Do you have anyone you want to see? No, Jiang said. I don't know if he is talking about no relatives from the side branches or no one he wants to see. His father-in-law and mother-in-law passed away early, and his wife had no sisters or brothers at home. Yu Shaoqing was afraid that saying too much would bring up his wife's sad memories, so he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He just hugged her tightly and said, Then tell me when you want to go back and take a look, and we'll take the children with us. After all, it's your hometown. Even if your relatives are gone, you will want to go back and take a walk in your lifetime. Even if it's just to burn a stick of incense and kowtow to your parents. Yeah. Jiang responded softly in the dark. That night, Jiang didn't do anything to Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing felt more and more that his wife missed her hometown. And he made up his mind to take his wife home to take a look after he was cleared of the crime. The wedding date was on the 16th. But there were less than 7 days to prepare. This was a tough time for both parties. Uncle Wan felt that he had several more white hairs. Shang Wanyan moved directly into the mansion. Yin Jiuchao wanted to say something. But Uncle Wan got angry. Do you still want to get married? If you do, shut up. Young Master Yin shut up obediently. Uncle Wan, who finally got tough, went to have his mansion decorated with a heroic spirit. The residence after the wedding was chosen to be the young master's mansion. Shang Wanyan actually suggested the Shao mansion, compared with the young master's mansion, which Shang Wanyan had managed for many years. It was obviously more suitable for preparing for the wedding in all aspects. Apart from other things, just from the perspective of personnel, the Shao mansion had complicated affairs, and the servants were all well trained. They worked together perfectly. These rough men in the young master's mansion had no experience in preparing banquets, so they were not easy to use. How can this be possible? Uncle Wan smiled embarrassedly. Shang Wanyan paused. I was impulsive. The son would not be willing to go to the Shao mansion. Going there would mean admitting that he was Shao Xinting's stepson. In his son's heart, there was only one father, the Prince of Yen. Shang Wanyan waved her hand. Forget it. Let's go to the young master's mansion. I will dispatch more people. For the 2 banquets on the wedding day, the chefs and dishes must be decided, and the servants must be arranged. What else? There were so many things to do that Shang Wanyan's mind was a mess. Uncle Wan hurriedly took out a list from his pocket. Here it is. I have written it down. Look. There is also the wedding reception. Wedding reception is the most important thing. Carriages, musicians, guards. If it is not a big show, her son will not like it. And if it is a big show, she doesn't know where to get so many people. In the past, she was worried that her son would not get married. But now it has happened, and she is caught off guard. Shang Wanyan held her forehead and said, I'll go to the Yao family. Shang Wanyan found Mrs. Yao, and the 2 of them worked all day to finalize the wedding reception. It was not only the young master's mansion that was busy. The Yu family was also very anxious. Have you decided on the dowry? Bai Tang came to help after hearing the news. Although she had never been married, Bai Yula had contracted many wedding banquets for wealthy families. So even if she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs walk. The young master's mansion had so many gifts. So the woman's family naturally had to prepare some dowry, taking back part of the gifts and adding another part for themselves. The Yu family's business had just started, and if Yuan married a country gentleman, it would be more than enough. But as the mistress of the young master's mansion, this dowry would not be enough. In the end, Yu Shaoqing gave the deed of the hilltop to Yuan. Although it was not worth much, it was at least a token of the family's love. They could not afford farms and shops, so they could only give a barren hilltop. Since Yuan was marrying into a wealthy family, she should have her own maid. But she didn't have time to prepare. Bai Tang had quite a few servants in his courtyard, but the maids in the merchant family had never seen the world. And Bai Tang was afraid that she would cause trouble for Yuan if she went to the young master's house. So he didn't force her to have a wedding dress. Have you got the wedding dress? Bai Tang asked. Yuan said calmly. Yes. She had it a long time ago. But she didn't dare to tell her family the truth, and lied that it was sent by Uncle Wan on the day of the engagement. What about the wedding dress? Bai Tang asked. Yuan was stunned by the question. Bai Tang said with a dark face. You don't plan to wear the same cloth clothes after the wedding, do you? My aunt? You are marrying Yin Jiuchou. From now on, you are the Lady of Yanqing and the daughter-in-law of the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty. You can't wear country clothes anymore. There are still several new clothes at home that have not been worn, Yuan said with a rare pain. But she knew that Bai Tang was right. After the wedding, she should look like a married woman. If she doesn't think about herself, she has to earn some face for Yin Jiuchou. Originally, marrying a country girl is enough to make people laugh. If this country girl is not presentable, Yuan thought about it and felt that it was not too embarrassing. After lunch, she went to the capital with Bai Tang. Now it is too late to customize, so she can only buy ready-made clothes. Bai Tang took Yuan to Xiushui Street, which is full of embroidery buildings and cloth shops. Bai Tang held Yuan's hand and said, "Let's take our time to choose. Don't be in a hurry. You can stay at my house after dark, and we'll continue choosing tomorrow." Yuan nodded. She was her own sister-in-law, so there was no need to be polite. Right? The two entered an embroidery building called Yanshuijian. This embroidery building was very large, with 3 floors. It was said that the proprietress was from Jiangnan and was good at Su embroidery. Her embroidery had been invited to the palace. Many noble ladies came here to admire her, and were proud to get a piece of clothing embroidered by her. Bai Tang did not ask them to buy her custom-made clothes, but only to pick a few suitable clothes. The embroiderers here were all taught by her. Their skills are better than those outside. "Look," Bai Tang said, pulling over a wide-sleeved moon fairy skirt hanging on the rack. The skirt was slowly gathered. The skirt was light. The needlework was fine, and the silver thread embroidered on it seemed like there was really moonlight shining on it. With a slight movement, the moonlight was flowing. Bai Tang could already imagine how beautiful Yuan would look when she put it on. "Let's take this one." "Try it." Yuan changed into the wide-sleeved Yuxian skirt. The biggest feature of this skirt is that the waist is extremely tight. If there is any fat around the waist and abdomen, it will look bloated. However, Yuan's slender waist can be held in one hand, and coupled with the wide sleeves, the whole person looks taller and beautiful like a fairy who is not of this world. Bai Tang was simply stunned. He knew that this girl was beautiful, but he didn't expect her to be so beautiful. The daughter of aristocratic family, and the famous lady of a rich family all pale in comparison at this moment. The whole embroidery building was quiet, and everyone's eyes were attracted by Yuan. They had also seen this skirt, but they didn't think it could be so beautiful. It is said that clothes make the man, but sometimes it is a person who makes a set of clothes. Yuan was so beautiful that even passers-by stopped to look. Bai Tang had only one thought in his mind: buy. No matter how much money you pay. Just when Bai Tang was about to ask the price, another girl came out wearing the same wide-sleeved moon fairy dress. She was younger than Yuan, but her face was not as tender as Yuan's, and her figure was not as slender as Yuan's. But she was not bulging. If it weren't for Yuan's beauty, her dress would not be amazing, but it would not be ugly. However, after seeing Yuan's fairy-like aura, she looked a little tacky. Someone in the crowd laughed. She was startled at first, and then she saw Yuan, who was dressed exactly like her, not far away, and her face instantly turned liver-colored. Even a blind man could see that Yuan was dressed better than her. She had liked this skirt half a month ago, but she was too fat to wear it at that time. She starved herself for more than 10 days. After finally being able to wear it, she was outdone by another woman. The girl was furious. She stepped forward and pointed at Yuan and said, "Who told you to wear this skirt?" Yuan looked at her strangely, and then she realized that she had picked a skirt of the same style as hers. Yuan didn't think she looked bad in it, but her manners were not good. Yuan asked, "Can't you wear it? Did you buy it?" The girl choked. "Of course she didn't buy it," she said. "I tried it before you." Yuan pointed at her skirt and said, "You tried the one on you. I didn't take it off you." That's right. She couldn't try a skirt, and then all of them belonged to her alone. The princess was not so domineering. The girl saw that Yuan didn't have any jewelry on her head, only a mahogany hairpin bought from a street stall, and was sure that Yuan was not the daughter of a rich family. So she wanted to bully her. "I want them all. Take off the one on you." Bai Tang came over angrily and glared at her. "You want it. We want it too." The girl looked Bai Tang up and down. Bai Tang was dressed decently, but compared with the girl, he was not worth mentioning. The girl laughed sarcastically. "Can you afford it? You want it?" Bai Tang said coldly. "Shopkeeper, how much is this skirt?" The shopkeeper smiled awkwardly and said, 600 taels. Bai Tang was stunned. A torn skirt? 600 taels? Even though she was so poor that she only had money left, she had never bought such expensive clothes. Not to mention that this skirt didn't look like it was expensive at all. "Is your dress inlaid with gold or gems? How can it be so expensive?" Bai Tang stamped his feet. The girl sneered disdainfully. "I can tell you have never seen the world. The skirt she is wearing was made by Ming Yang herself. 600 taels is a bargain for you." Ming Yang is the proprietress of Yanshuijian. She only made one wide-sleeved moon fairy skirt. The rest are all high-quality imitations made by her apprentice. Although they are also very good imitations, they cannot be sold at her price. The girl originally liked the one on Yuan, but she couldn't wear it. Do you really want it? Yuan asked the girl. The girl glanced at Yuan and said, Why? Do you want to negotiate with me? Bai Tang frowned. This girl is so young. Why is she talking so harshly? Yuan curled the corners of her lips lightly. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Bai Tang was startled. And the girl was also startled. It seems that she didn't expect Yuan to give up the skirt so easily. It's not that it doesn't fit or look bad. Or, she saw that the girl was of noble status, and didn't dare to snatch things from her. That shouldn't be the case. She is not that kind of person. She is not afraid of Yinryu. So how could she be afraid of this little girl, who appeared out of nowhere? Unless this little girl is a princess. There is really nothing that Awan can be afraid of. Bai Tang looked at Yuan in confusion. Yuan went to the inner room to change clothes. Just after taking 2 steps, an elegant young woman walked down the stairs. She stopped halfway in the stairs and looked at Yuan from a distance. Why don't you want this skirt? Do you think it's too expensive? Yuan shook her head. Ming Yang looked at the girl next to Yuan. Is it because of her? Yuan shook her head again. What's the reason? Ming Yang asked. Yuan said calmly, because it is not worth the price. There was a gasp in the embroidery building. This little girl actually said that Ming Yang's craftsmanship was not worth the price? Did she know what she was talking about? Only Ming Yang did not show any dissatisfaction. The skirt was made by Ming Yang. Ming Yang knew better than anyone that it was not that she needed the skirt, but that the skirt needed her. Only when she wore it, it would be beautiful and shining. So she was right. The skirt was indeed not worth the price. Yuan went to the inner room to change the skirt. The girl swore that even if she had to starve for another month, she would definitely wear the skirt. But who knew that as soon as the girl stretched out her hand, Ming Yang took the skirt in her hand 1 step earlier than her. And then she saw Ming Yang took out a pair of scissors and cut the skirt into pieces. The girl was shocked. My skirt? Ming Yang didn't even look at her. Walked towards Yuan, gestured to go up the stairs and said, Young lady, please go upstairs. The girl was stunned. What? She had been visiting Yan Shuijian for a year, and had never been received by Ming Yang. Why did Ming Yang invite this girl upstairs as soon as she arrived? Chapter 244 The Eve of the Wedding. Ming Yang is from Jiangnan. She came here with her brother to Beijing to take the imperial examination. Her brother passed the examination, but did not win the favor of the emperor in the palace examination. After that, he was depressed and no longer interested in his studies. Ming Yang started an embroidery business with her mother's money. At first, it was just an inconspicuous small stall. Gradually, there were more and more repeat customers, and the business was too busy. So she took apprentices and bought the first shop. In the past few years, Yan Shuijian's business has been growing bigger and bigger, although the overall scale is not the boss in the industry. Ming Yang's own influence is definitely comparable to that of ordinary embroiderers. Sit down. Ming Yang pointed to the chair beside her. Yuan and Bai Tang sat down. The two began to look around Ming Yang's house. The house was like her, full of the gentle beauty of Jiangnan common people. In terms of appearance, Ming Yang was not too outstanding, and she was barely pretty with makeup on. But her clothes were very good, which made up for her temperament to a great extent. So no matter who saw her, they would feel a sense of brightness. Bai Tang was a restaurant owner, and she paid more attention to restaurants. She knew all the great chefs in each restaurant. To be honest, she had never heard of Ming Yang's reputation. But this did not affect her appreciation of Ming Yang. The 2 times Ming Yang cut the skirt alone were worthy of the words female hero. Ming Yang measured Yuan's size herself. The apprentices who were peeking outside the door were all stunned. Since Ming Yang brought them out, she rarely made clothes for guests, let alone measured the size herself. This kind of work was often left to them. Who is coming? Why did you let Ming Yang do it herself? Asked a round-faced embroiderer. The melon-faced embroiderer on the side said, I don't know. She had a quarrel with Miss Xiao in the lobby just now, and she almost upset Miss Xiao. Ming Yang came out to help her out. That Miss Xiao is as fat as a pig, and she always likes to wear thin people's clothes. She's so ugly. Another young embroiderer muttered. The two turned back and glared at her. Although they thought Miss Xiao was indeed fat and didn't know how to choose clothes, she was a guest anyway. How could she say something behind her back? If it got out, it would offend people, and their reputation would be bad. The young embroiderer knew she had said the wrong thing, so she lowered her head and stopped talking. Inside the house, Ming Yang had already measured the size and asked Yuan what kind of clothes she wanted to wear. Yuan didn't elaborate. After all, it was her first time to be the wife of a young master. She didn't know what occasions she would experience after marriage. She only said, "You just need to wear a few sets of clothes for marriage. Travel and home." "Miss, you are getting married?" Ming Yang said with a surprised smile. "Yes." Yuan nodded with a smile, her expression generous and open, without the panic and shyness of ordinary girls before their wedding. In Yuan's view, this wedding was just to detoxify someone legitimately. She didn't care much about whether it was legitimate or not. "Miss, don't you like this marriage?" Ming Yang looked at Yuan and asked. "Yes," Yuan said. "No matter how you look at it, Yin Jiuqiu is a suitable marriage partner. Not to mention that with her status, marrying him as his wife is a step up. How could she not like it?" Ming Yang smiled and said, "I thought the girl had something to hide." Yuan asked, "Did I show it clearly?" Ming Yang smiled and shook her head. "In fact, I can see that the girl likes that young man. But the girl doesn't seem to be eager to get married. Of course she doesn't hate to get married. But isn't there anything she can do? But these are not something that outsiders can tell." When Yuan and Bai Tang went downstairs to the lobby, the girl who had competed with Yuan had already left. It is said that she did not buy the skirt she was wearing, but walked away angrily. Bai Tang took Yuan into the alley on the side, looked around, and whispered to make sure that there was no one else. "Yuan, I heard some news recently. The fact that Yin Jiuqiu was going to marry a wife caused a stir in the capital, and all kinds of rumors came out like snowflakes." Yuan was quiet in the countryside, but Bai Tang had heard a lot of it. "What news? Tell me," Yuan said. Bai Tang hesitated. "About me and Yin Jiuqiu?" Yuan asked. It was not difficult to guess. Just look at Bai Tang's expression. Bai Tang was a little embarrassed to say it, but for Yuan's lifelong event, she still risked it and said, "I heard that he was a short-lived ghost." Yuan chuckled. Bai Tang was anxious. "You are still laughing. How can you laugh? You, aren't you afraid that you will marry?" She couldn't say the word widow after all. Saying these words before the wedding was a bit of a downer. But Yuan was not angry. Instead, she pinched her little hand to comfort her. "It's just rumors. Don't take it seriously. Even if he was a short-lived ghost, since she was here, she would definitely cure him." What she was more concerned about was who spread this gossip. Not many people knew about Yin Jiuqiu's illness. And it was not spread early or late, but it was spread at this critical moment. As if there was an ulterior motive. Did they want to piss Yin Jiuqiu off to death and prevent him from completing his wedding? That might not be too clumsy. In this world, only Yin Jiuqiu has ever pissed off others, and no one has ever pissed him off. The news that Bai Tang could hear was naturally heard by the people in the young master's mansion. Ing Shursen went into the study with a sullen face. Yin Jiuqiu was still sitting on the armchair, playing with a calming lock nonchalantly. "Did you find out who spread the news?" Ing Shursen nodded. Ing Lu checked. It was Su Xiao. Yin Jiuqiu seemed to have finally remembered something, and paused while playing with the calming lock. "Well, that old thing is not dead yet. These days, he was busy recuperating." But Su Xiao was ignored. This guy first plotted against him in Shuzhou, and then sent someone to assassinate him. He is even bolder than Yen Huijing. "Young master, do you want me to?" Ing Shursen made a gesture of wiping his neck. Yin Jiuqiu raised his eyebrows. "It's just a dog. There's no point in killing it." "He hasn't contacted his master yet?" Ing Shursen said. "No. Su Xiao has been very cautious recently. He has not done anything else except spreading rumors." Yin Jiuqiu played with calming lock and said, "Then let him bark for a few more days." "Yes." Thinking of something, Ing Shursen frowned. "Those rumors." Yin Jiuqiu snorted nonchalantly. "Let them say. They call me a short-lived ghost. Will I really become a short-lived ghost? Then everyone shouts, 'Long live the emperor.' Have you ever seen an emperor who really lives long?" Ing Shursen. "What you said makes sense. I can't refute it." The clothes of Yan Shuijian were handed over to Bai Tang, and she would send them directly to the young master's house after she got them. In order to prepare for Yuan's wedding, the workshop rested for 3 days, and Zuixianju also temporarily reduced orders. The Yu family had been preparing the dishes for the wedding banquet since the day before the wedding. According to local customs, Yuan would be picked up by the man after breakfast, but the woman's family would have to set up the banquet for the whole day, which was much more lively than building a house. Mr. Qin sent a few capable cooks over, and the villagers, who could use them, also went to the Yu family to see if they could help. The villagers at home came in and out, and the little guys didn't know what was going on. They kept their black eyes wide open all day, looking around curiously. Xiao Taidan knew that his sister was going to get married, and from then on he would have another brother-in-law. But he didn't react to what getting married meant. He didn't have to study these days, and he had delicious food every meal, so he was quite happy. After nightfall, the men and the family fell asleep, and Jiang came to Yuan's room. Yuan had just covered Xiao Bao with a quilt. When she turned around, she saw Jiang standing in front of the bed and said in surprise, "Mother, haven't you rested yet so late?" Jiang sat down by the bed. The oil lamp in the house was off, but the moonlight shone through the window lattice, cool and shining all over the floor. "Mother has something for you," Jiang said. Yuan sat up. "What is it?" Jiang spread her palm and handed a peace charm to her daughter. This peace charm looked a bit old, with hairy edges and a finger-sized bead inside. Jiang said, "Your grandmother gave it to me before I got married." "Huh? Didn't Grandpa and Grandma die a long time ago?" Although Yuan had no memories of the past, she heard some things about her parents from her aunt. Her father took a job in the town to deliver things to Wancheng, and he met the helpless mother. The two fell in love at first sight. When the father heard that the mother was an orphan, he took her back to the village after obtaining her consent. After that, the two began to arrange the wedding. Yuan thought that it must have been given by her grandmother when her mother was in Wancheng, and then her grandmother passed away, and then her mother met her father. Yuan happily accepted it. "Thank you, Mother." Jiang rubbed her head gently. Yuan blushed slightly. She often rubbed her little baby's head like this, and almost forgot that in her mother's eyes, she was also her beloved child. "Go to sleep," Jiang said. "Yes." Yuan nodded and lay back in bed. Jiang tucked the corners of the quilt for her. Yuan thought she would not be able to sleep, but when her mother's hand covered her forehead, she felt at ease and fell asleep soon. Yuan was awakened by a burst of firecrackers. She opened her eyes in a daze and stared at the empty beams for a long time. Suddenly she realized that today was the 16th day, and she was going to get married. Chapter 245 Wedding. Yuan had never been married in her 2 lifetimes, and she didn't know that getting married required getting up so early. She asked her aunt to get up before her pheasant even crowed. Her aunt had already changed into bright clothes, combed her hair into a shiny bun, and pinned on the jade beads and silver hairpins that she was reluctant to take out on weekdays, and also put on bright red lip balm. Yuan looked at her aunt in amazement and said sincerely, "Aunt, you should have dressed like this a long time ago. You look more than 10 years younger." The aunt blushed and glared at her pretentiously. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." Yuan looked at the dark window and asked aggrievedly, "Have the chickens crowed?" The aunt was angry and amused. "We have hens at home. Do you expect hens to crow?" Oh. Several crows of hens were heard from the chicken coop in the woodshed. "Aunt, Yuan, today's pheasants are very powerful. They all laid 2 eggs." The aunt asked Aunt Zhang to help collect the eggs, saying that she would pack them for Yuan to take to the young master's mansion to eat. Yuan imagined the scene of herself carrying a basket of eggs into the young master's mansion to get married, and choked hard. Aunt Zhang cooked a bowl of brown sugar eggs and brought it to Yuan. The aunt was worried that Yuan would be hungry later, so she forced Yuan to eat 10 mustard greens and pork dumplings. Yuan was so full that she couldn't walk. At this time, the lucky person arrived. The lucky person's surname was Wu. She was the cousin of the head of Wujia village. She married an honest hunter and gave birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter. Her parents-in-law were alive and well, and her sisters-in-law were harmonious. There were few people with such deep blessings in the surrounding area. The aunt asked her to dress up for Yuan so that Yuan could get her blessing, and in the future she could be equal to her husband, have more sons, and have a smooth life. Yuan thought to herself, "Where are there so many smooth sailing in the world? The capital is a pit. But if her children and Yin Jiuchao are at the bottom of the pit, she is willing to jump in together." Yuan's room was also decorated with a big red wedding character and red bedding, looking festive. She sat in a pile of bright colors in a plain cotton nightgown, but she didn't lose her color at all. Instead, she was like a clean magnolia, blooming with an extremely beautiful and elegant beauty. Wu was immediately amazed. She had seen so many beautiful girls, but this was the first time she felt that putting makeup on her face was a blasphemy. "Sister Wu, please come in." The aunt politely welcomed the person into the house, and said to Yuan, This is Madame Wu. People with good fortune are respectfully called Madam in the countryside. Yuan stood up and greeted Mrs. Wu. She had a nice voice, and her manners were not shy, generous and decent. Mrs. Wu liked Yuan very much. She looked very much like Mrs. Jiang back then, when Mrs. Jiang married into the village. She caused a sensation in the surrounding area. They had never seen such a beautiful woman, and thought they would never see another one in their lifetime. Obviously, they were wrong. Take a bath and change clothes first, Mrs. Wu said, suppressing her amazement. The three little guys were taken to sleep next door with Xiao Taidan. The wooden barrel was newly bought, and the petals were newly picked. Yuan took a comfortable hot bath, changed into a bright red inner garment, middle garment, and finally, it was the turn of the wedding dress. Wedding dress. The wedding dress was too complicated, and Yuan couldn't wear it. Wu and the eldest aunt worked together to put this wedding dress embroidered with a phoenix bird in full gold thread on Yuan. Under the phoenix is the blue phoenix. This is a wedding dress that only the princess is qualified to wear. Of course, the three of them didn't understand it. They just felt that the wedding dress was very beautiful, and the material was so comfortable that people couldn't let it go. Although Yuan hadn't put on makeup yet, she already had a luxurious and radiant temperament. The eldest aunt and Wu were stunned. Yuan turned around and saw Jiang standing at the door with a smile. Her eyes were deep and warm. Yuan's heart was warmed, and she walked over and said, "Did I wake you up, Mother? It's all Yu Song's fault. Why did he set off firecrackers in the dark? Not only did he wake her up, but he also woke up my mother. Fortunately, the children didn't cry. Otherwise, I would have been busy all morning." Jiang shook her head and gently tidied Yuan's hair. "Yuan is so beautiful." Yuan lowered her head shyly. She was not shy in front of Yan Jiuqiao. But why was she always blushing when her mother said a few words? Jiang took Yuan's hand and went into the house. In her memory, this was the first time that my mother held her hand. Her palm was cold, but her heart was hot. Even her ears were hot. Yuan let Jiang lead her to the chair like a good baby. Wu opened the makeup box and began to put makeup on Yuan. Before putting makeup on, she twisted a thread on her face. It is said that this is called opening the face, which every bride will experience. Wu moved quickly, and Yuan didn't feel much pain before it was over. Yuan's skin was so white that it glowed. If it weren't for the thin calluses on her palms from hard work, Wu would almost think that she was a girl who had been pampered in the boudoir all year round. Wu put makeup on Yuan, and Jiang and the aunt watched from the side. Jiang's eyes were gentle, and the aunt's eyes were red. After putting on makeup, it was time to comb her hair. Wu held up Yuan's long hair and slowly combed it with a silver comb. Yuan hummed, wondering if she was going to recite something else. Sure enough, she heard Wu reciting it in a singing voice. 1 comb to the end, 2 combs to the eyebrows, 3 combs to the children and grandchildren all over the floor. After Wu finished reciting, she finished combing her hair. Yuan put on the phoenix crown, and the long golden tassels hung in front of her forehead, half covering her eyes. In the flickering golden light, she saw her face in the bronze mirror. Not to mention Wu. Even she herself almost didn't recognize herself. Is this dignified woman with a hint of charm really her? It's true that she has changed. She finally believes that she is old enough to get married. On the other side, the children woke up. Xiaobao opened his eyes first. He woke up and found that he was sleeping in another room. Yuan was not there. He cried immediately. When he cried, Erbao and Debao also woke up. And then, they also cried. Little Taidan looked at the 3 little brothers, who were competing to see who could cry the loudest. With a confused look on his face, the eldest aunt and Jiang brought the child over, and the 3 of them stared blankly at Yuan, who was wearing a phoenix crown and a bridal robe, and did not dare to recognize her for a long time. The 3 of them also changed into festive clothes. The same small wedding dress as the groom, with a small red flower on their chests, which was very cute. Yuan couldn't help but kissed her son's little face one by one. The 3 of them went out shyly, with the flaming red lip marks on their faces. At this time, the sky was bright, and the inside and outside were bustling. Yu Shaoqin, his uncle, and the Yufeng brothers were busy entertaining guests. Jiang and his aunt stayed in the house with Yuan. The auspicious time was in the evening. Yuan guessed that the wedding procession would arrive in the village in the afternoon. But the sound of gongs and drums was heard at 9 o'clock. The wedding procession is coming. The wedding procession is coming. Aunt Bai's loud voice was heard by the whole village. The children in the village rushed out in a swarm and surrounded the wedding procession to watch the excitement. The people who came to welcome the bride were Ying Lu and Ying Shursan. They were sitting on tall horses, wearing dark red brocade clothes and a pair of spotless white shoes with black surfaces. They had handsome features and looked heroic. Behind them was a carriage with red silk hangings. The carriage was majestically escorted by 20 guards from the young master's mansion. There were also 10 strong men leading horses, and the musicians hired at a high price sat on the horses. This scene shocked people from all over the country. "I heard that she married a nobleman from the city," said an old lady from another village. "Is she the daughter of the Yu family?" said an old man from another village. The old lady said, "Yes. It's the girl from the Yu family. My cousin worked as a carpenter at her construction site. Do you see that big house? My cousin built it." When she said this, her face was full of pride. You know, she was the first to oppose her cousins going to Lianhua village to work. She said that such a poor place can't have a good job. Don't delay, and go to the town to find a decent job. Now she is very glad that her cousin didn't listen to her. After working in the Yu family for a month, he earned more than he did in a year outside. I wonder if the Yu family still needs people to work. The old lady stretched her neck and looked around while muttering, secretly vowing that if the Yu family recruited again, she would definitely be the first to send her son over. What girl from the Yu family? She's just a little widow that no one wants. A young wife from Xinghua village spoke. What are you talking about? The old lady looked at her dissatisfiedly. Everyone looked at her. The villagers of Lianhua village had been invited by the Yu family to do work. Those who gathered at the entrance of the village to watch the excitement were all from other villages. The young wife of Xinghua village sneered disdainfully. Don't you know? She was engaged to the scholar of the Zhao family since she was a child. Later, she hooked up with a man outside, and the Zhao family found out and called off the marriage. Only those city people didn't know her background and married him as a virgin. If you ask me, Before she finished speaking, Aunt Bai put a shit pot on her. Ouch! The young wife of Xinghua village was put on her and screamed on the spot. If it were in the past, it might have caused a sensation. But today, with the gongs and drums, no one in the village heard that she was wronged. As for the people from other villages who were watching the excitement, it was none of their business. Not to mention that she was indeed a mean mouth. Aunt Bai grabbed her collar, picked up the sole of her shoe and slapped her. The young wife ran away with her head in her arms. Aunt Bai kicked her to the ground and said, Why don't you stay at home? Why do you have to come out to make trouble? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. There were several men from Xinghua village at the scene. They were about to stand up for the young wife. But Brother Xuanzi led a group of retired soldiers over. They were all carrying machetes and looked ferocious. They scared them to death. Amid the laughter of the crowd, the people from Xinghua village fled in embarrassment. Yuan was carried on the carriage by Yufeng. Yuan always felt that she had lived 2 lives. In her eyes, Yufeng and Yan Jiuchu were all young puppies. Until this moment when she lay on his broad shoulders. She finally felt that she was a younger sister, and that this man was a big brother she could rely on. Big brother? Nothing. Just calling. On the other hand, Xiao Taidian finally realized what a big wedding meant. It was not that he had a brother-in-law at home, but that he was going to lose a sister. When Yuan got on the carriage, and he couldn't get on with her, he cried like a little kid this morning. I want my sister. I want my sister. Xiao Taidian cried loudly. This child. The aunt made Xiao Taidian cry until tears came out. Xiao Taidian rushed to the carriage, and was hugged by Yu Xiaoqing. Yu Xiaoqing hugged his heartbroken son, and with his other hand held his wife with a gentle look, and looked steadily in the direction of the carriage. The 3 little kids were sitting next to Yuan. Their little heads were squeezed out of the car window. Seeing Xiao Taidian crying, they wanted to cry too. Woo! The bride didn't cry, but the 4 children cried so hard that it was earth-shattering and touching. Yuan wanted to take another look at her parents and family. As soon as she touched the veil with her bare hands, Ying Shursan spoke up. It's auspicious for the groom to take off the veil. Yuan put her hand down. The little kids said goodbye to their uncle agreedly, and Xiao Taidian cried breathlessly, I want my sister. My sister left anyway, and left Lotus Village in a carriage with a bunch of gongs and drums. The little kids cried for no reason, and they were all confused. They opened their black eyes and looked at Yuan, who was covered with the veil. Without blinking, they roughly understood that the veil could not be taken off. So they tilted their heads and looked at Yuan from under the veil. Yuan made a face. Ah! The three of them were so frightened that their hair stood on end. Yuan laughed. Chapter 246 Storm. Yuan played with the child for a while in the carriage. And there were occasional giggles coming from the carriage. Although the gongs and drums were deafening, Ing Shursan had good hearing. The young master's mansion was deserted. For so many years, the young master had never talked and laughed like a normal person. Perhaps with the mother and the 4 children, they could live a normal life from now on, provided that the poison was removed. Of course, he was not worried about this. After all, the antidote was in the carriage. Little Milk Bag got up too early and fell asleep in Yuan's arms after playing for a while. Yuan's wedding dress was a little heavy, and it was not convenient to hold the child. And it was hot. She was glad that she was not getting married in summer. Otherwise she would have died of heat in the carriage before passing Lotus Town. Yuan put the 3 little guys on the couch beside her and pulled the quilt over them. Because it was a wedding reception, there was an auspicious time, so it couldn't be late or early. There was plenty of time, so the carriage went slower than usual. After swaying for a while, Yuan began to feel sleepy. Yuan didn't make it too hard on herself. She took a pillow and leaned against the wall of the carriage. She heard the familiar bustling sounds coming from outside the carriage in a daze. She vaguely understood that they were passing through Lianhua Town. Not long after passing Lianhua Town, she really squinted. Ing Shursan was always alert. Before setting off, the young master had reminded him to put the overall situation first along the way, not to interfere with things that he shouldn't ask about, and to try to cleverly avoid difficult people, so as not to miss the auspicious time and leave a handle. The young master didn't care how others criticized him, but he didn't want to wrong Miss Yu. The marriage of the young master of Yanqing caused a sensation in Shengjing. No one who was not afraid of death dared to do it openly. They were afraid that someone would play dirty tricks. After walking for another half an hour, they were a few miles away from entering the south gate. At this moment, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly came from the front. Ing Shursan winked at the guard beside him. Go and have a look. Yes. The guard rode away and came back in a moment. Someone is welcoming the bride. Just like us. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu exchanged glances. This was too coincidental. It would be fine if they were welcoming the bride on the same day, but also on the same road? It's not a festival. So why are they all getting married together? Ing Shursan raised his hand and signaled the musicians to stop. The musicians understood and put down their instruments. It was quiet here, and the sound on the other side became obvious. Ing Shursan ordered the guard again. Go and tell them that the young master of Yanqing is getting married, and ask them to make way. Yes. The guard rode away again. Ing Lu frowned. Do you think there is a trick? Ing Shursan said calmly. It's hard to say, but it's better to be careful. Ing Lu nodded and tightened the hilt of the sword at his waist. The guard returned not long after he left. His face not very good. They won't make way. They said the auspicious time is coming soon. And if we make way again, we will miss the auspicious time. Please forgive me, young master. Ing Lu said sarcastically. Oh, let a royal family forgive you. How big is his face? Isn't it? I said so too, the guard said. Do you want me to warn them again? Ing Shursan tightened the reins, looked at the direction of the team, and said with cold eyes, no need. They are not here to welcome the bride, and your warning is useless. Ing Shursan ordered the guards to surround Yuan's carriage tightly. He rode in front of her, and Ing Lu stood behind her. The wedding procession soon came over with drums and gongs. When the two sides passed by, a musician from the other side suddenly shouted, Why did you step on me? The musician from the young master's mansion who was wronged by him looked confused. When did I step on you? You did. You still don't admit it. Look, you've left shoe prints on my shoes. Why are you so unreasonable? I'm so far away from you. How could I step on you? The two sides quarreled, and it was unknown who pushed first. The two sides clashed, and the scene fell into chaos. Ing Shursan watched coldly. His first task was to protect the carriage. As long as they didn't get close to the carriage, he could stop killing them. The other side's men were naturally no match for the guards from the young master's mansion, and finally left in a rage. Ing Lu rode over, and Ing Shursan signaled the team to move on. Ing Lu sighed. It was a false alarm. I almost thought someone was here to rob the bridal sedan. Although it delayed them for a while, it was not a big deal. If they speeded up a little, they could catch up with the auspicious time. But Ying Shisen felt something was wrong. He asked Ying Lu, "You were watching the carriage just now. Are you sure no one is approaching?" Ying Lu nodded and asked the guards on both sides, "Did you see anyone approaching?" The guards shook their heads. Ying Shisen was guarding the front. In fact, he didn't see anyone approaching the carriage. But he still rode over and lifted the curtain. Seeing the bride sitting well, and the three little ones sleeping sweetly, he lowered the curtain. But the next second, his eyes became sharp. "No!" He looked at the bride sitting upright and reached out his hand to her veil. "Hey! What are you doing?" Ying Lu shouted. Ying Shursan lifted the bride's veil. It was a face with delicate makeup. But it did not belong to Yuan. The woman looked at Ying Shursan in horror. "What's wrong?" Ying Lu came over. Ying Shursan's eyes darkened. "The young lady is missing." At dusk, on a winding road, the carriage was moving slowly. Suddenly, the right wheel ran over a stone and shook heavily. Yuan's head hit the door with a bang, and she woke up instantly. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to touch the child at hand. But she touched nothing. She lifted the veil and found that the child was gone. The gongs and drums outside were gone. The sky outside the car gradually darkened, and there was a strong fragrance of the forest at the tip of her nose. This is not the way to the young master's mansion. So the guards and drivers outside should not be the young master's mansion. So, she was kidnapped? What about the child? Yuan clenched her fingers tightly, without showing any abnormality or making a fuss. She just sat calmly in the carriage until the carriage drove out of the woods and drove into a hidden farmhouse. When the driver stopped the carriage and lifted the curtain to untie Yuan's sleeping bag, he saw that Yuan had woken up and was sitting in the carriage with her eyes wide open. The driver was so scared that he took several steps back and almost cried out. Yuan glanced at him coldly. "Where's the child?" The driver had not yet recovered from his shock, and was stunned. What child? It seemed that she was the only one kidnapped. And Yuan felt relieved. "Where is your master?" Yuan asked again. The driver shocked Yuan so much that she stammered, "Inside." Yuan got off the carriage. She looked around and didn't see where she was. She only knew that it was surrounded by mountains, and the terrain was remote. Ying Shursan and others might not be able to find this place so easily. She would not be able to catch up with the auspicious time for the wedding. If the bride was gone at the wedding, she didn't know how chaotic the young master's mansion would be, and whether Yin Jiuqiao would become a laughing stock in the capital. She didn't think about her reputation. After all, she didn't care much about that thing. She entered the yard. This farmhouse looked inconspicuous, but it was elegantly clean inside. The tables and chairs were all made of top-grade yellow pear wood, and the beams were made of golden nanmu. A servant with a feminine temperament came out to greet her, bowed to her, and said, "Miss, you are tired from the journey. Please come in and rest for a while." Yuan sneered and said, "If you don't kidnap me, I won't have to travel. Right?" The servant choked and didn't dare to answer. Just led the way and said, "Miss, please come in." Yuan turned and entered the house. There was a man sitting in the house with his back to the door. Yuan couldn't see his face, but easily guessed his identity through the guard standing beside him. Yuan's eyes swept over the tall and strong Jun Chang'an, and she said expressionlessly, "It's been a long time since we parted on the pleasure boat." Second Prince. Yin Huijing had heard her movements long ago, but only stood up slowly and looked at her after hearing her voice. "You're here," Yin Huijing said. "You kidnapped me," Yuan corrected. Yin Huijing winked at Jun Chang'an, who nodded and retreated, closing the door for the two of them. The oil lamp was on in the room, and the shadow of the lamp was swaying in the wind blowing in from the window lattice. "Did you guess it was me?" Yin Huijing asked, and he did not see the shocked expression on her face. Yuan shook her head. "I didn't guess it, but I'm not surprised. Although Yin Jiuqiao has many enemies, few of them are capable of messing around on the day of his wedding. Yin Huijing is one of them." However, Yuan didn't expect that he really had the courage to do so. Didn't he think about what consequences would come to him if it got out? Did he think he was close to the position of crown prince? Or was he important enough to be on par with his throne? Isn't this too strange? They have only met a few times? It seems that the official ship incident didn't teach the second prince much, Yuan said with a faint smile. How could Yin Huijing not have learned a lesson from the official ship incident? The official ship was destroyed in his hands in pursuit of a woman. It was fine for Yin Jiuqiao to dispatch the navy. After all, Yuan was the biological mother of his son. But what about Yin Huijing? On the one hand, He was negotiating a marriage with the daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion. And on the other hand, he was competing with his cousin for a woman. If the emperor didn't really value him, he would have abolished him long ago. Yin Huaijing also understood that he had angered his father, and he must not challenge his father's patience at this juncture. But he couldn't watch Yuan marry Yin Jiuqiu. So he took the risk of losing the throne to snatch Yuan away. This time, he would not let Yin Jiuqiu snatch her back. Chapter 247 Possession. Yin Huaijing is not Yin Ryu. Yuan at least doesn't have to worry about him taking her life if she falls into his hands. Of course, she can't be too careless. After all, a man and a woman are alone in the same room. No one can guarantee that he will not do something irreversible to her in an impulsive manner. Therefore, Yuan decided not to provoke him after a brief confrontation. She stayed in the room he asked her to stay in. He asked people to serve her food, and she ate obediently. Yin Huaijing saw Yuan's obedience and guessed that she was probably waiting for Yin Jiuqiu to save her. But at the same time, he also had a glimmer of luck. Maybe she didn't resist him as much as she imagined. She was at ease with him. Dinner was duck strips with bird's nest, stir-fried meat with asparagus, pigeon eggs, braised carp, braised pork belly, eggplant with peppers, and several seasonal vegetables. The first few were palace dishes. Yuan had never eaten them before. The first time she tasted them, she unexpectedly felt that they tasted good and asked someone to add a bowl of rice. The servant saw that she had such a good appetite, and almost suspected that she was not kidnapped by his own prince. Seeing that she ate so deliciously, Yin Huaijing's mood also improved a lot. After Yuan put down the bowl and chopsticks, Yin Huaijing followed and served her a bowl of rose soup. Yuan pushed the bowl and said, "I can't eat any more." Yin Huaijing said softly, "Then I will accompany you for a walk." The stomach was very full, and it was indeed necessary to go to digest the food. But Yuan didn't want to go with him. So she said, "I can't walk anymore. I will sit for a while. Your Highness, go and do your own things. Don't look at me. I won't run away. It's okay to walk in the deep mountains and old forests during the day. Who knows what she will encounter at night? She is not so impulsive. Don't worry about the things in the capital." "What does your Highness mean by this?" "You don't have to go back to the capital for the time being. Until..." Speaking of this, Yin Huaijing paused. He gave too little information. It took Yuan a long time to piece together what he wanted to say. Today was the day of her wedding with Yin Jiuqiu. She was kidnapped on the way. Even if she returned intact, she would be innocent in the eyes of many people. The worst-case scenario was that even Yin Jiuqiu suspected that Yin Huaijing had done something to her. If any decent girl had gone to this point, she would not be able to return to the capital. I don't know what he meant by until. Did he mean until the storm died down or until he ascended the throne? Yuan thought about it and felt that it should be the latter. She kindly reminded him, "Second Prince, I dare not say whether Yin Jiuqiu still wants me, but you kidnapped his wife on his wedding day. You don't think he will just let it go, right? Or do you think he can't find out about you?" "I'm not afraid of him," Yin Huaijing said. He even changed his name. Yuan had no intention of angering him, so she stopped talking. Seeing her suddenly silent, Yin Huaijing's eyes tightened and he asked, "Are you angry with me?" "No." Yuan shook her head, not saying that if he really cared about her, he shouldn't have kidnapped her from the beginning. Yin Huaijing suddenly said, "I know I shouldn't have done this, and you're right to blame me. It's true that I was selfish. But?" Yuan thought there must be a turning point here. As expected, Yin Huaijing spoke again, "But I am not doing this entirely for myself. Could it be that your Highness is doing this for me?" Yuan laughed in anger. "Excuse me. I don't see how this matter will benefit me. Besides, your Highness and I have only met a few times. Why does your Highness keep holding me again and again?" Yin Huaijing said truthfully, "Because if it weren't for you, I would have died in Shuzhou 3 years ago." Yuan was stunned. "There is such a thing?" Yin Huaijing said, "I was seriously injured and thought I was going to die on the street. It was you who found me on the side of the road. At that time, you were pregnant, and there was a respectable nanny beside you. The nanny advised you not to meddle in other people's business. But you didn't listen. No wonder Yin Huaijing asked her if she had been there when he first saw her in Lotus Village, and said that he recognized the wrong person." Yin Huaijing continued, "I wasn't sure it was you at first, and it took me a long time to find out that you didn't remember what happened back then. This explains why Yuan didn't recognize him in Lotus Village. If Yin Huaijing couldn't forget her because of the life-saving grace 3 years ago, then it would make sense. But wasn't she ugly then? Wait. When you saw me? Was I like this now? Yuan pointed at her face. Yin Huijing thought she was doubting that she remembered it wrongly, and said firmly, "It was rounder than now. But I won't remember it wrong. It's just rounder. So the face is still the same face. Then what's the matter with the red spots in the brothel, and in front of Yen Ryu and Su Xiao? Did the original owner change her appearance herself?" Yuan thinks this possibility is very high. It seems that the original owner is not completely brainless, and the only stupid one is Xiao Heng. It was getting dark. If Yuan had a glimmer of hope that she could get back to attend the wedding, now she had no hope at all. Even if she returned to the capital at this time, the banquet would be over and the guests would have left. What she was most worried about were the little ones. When they woke up and found that she was not there, would they cry like they did this morning? Yuan's heart was broken when she thought of her son's cry. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Yin Huijing looked at Yuan's slightly pale face. Yuan took a deep breath. "If your highness doesn't mind, I want to rest." If Yin Huijing didn't leave, she was worried that she would not be able to control herself and wanted to beat him. "Okay. You're tired all day. Rest early. I'll take you there tomorrow." Yin Huijing paused, but he didn't say the name of the place after all, and he got up and left. Yuan called him. "How long do you plan to hide me? If you don't ascend the throne for a year, I will wait for you for a year. If you don't ascend the throne for 10 years, I will wait for you for 10 years. It won't take that long," Yin Huijing said. Yuan said again, "Then will your highness marry the daughter of the prime minister's mansion? What am I in your heart? Am I a wife worth protecting for the rest of your life? Or a forbidden fruit to satisfy your possessive desire? You are not a forbidden fruit." Yin Huijing clenched his fists, turned around and said coldly, "But not a wife either." Yuan looked at him steadily and said, Yin Huijing tried his best to control his emotions. "I will give you whatever you want." Yuan smiled faintly. "Your highness means that after ascending the throne, you will depose the daughter of the prime minister's mansion and make me the queen? Your highness, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Before Yin Huijing could speak, Yuan spoke again. "But this is not what I want." Yin Huijing did not ask Yuan what she wanted, but said seriously, "What Yin Jiucha can give you? I can give you twice as much. Your child. I should treat it as my own." Yuan laughed sarcastically and said, "Then why did your highness abandon my son on Yen Ryu's painting boat? Is this what your highness means by treating it as your own?" Yin Huijing clenched his fists. "The past is over. From now on, I will never let you down. Your highness. Your highness." A servant dressed as a long-serving servant came into the room and glanced at Yuan behind Yin Huijing nervously, with a face full of hesitation. Yin Huijing frowned. "Speak." "Yes." The servant bowed and said, "Miss Han is ill and wants to see your highness." Miss Han, the daughter of the prime minister's mansion, was the fiancée chosen by concubine Su for Yin Huijing. Yin Huijing's face was a little embarrassed. Yuan guessed from his expression that he was not really ill. This situation should not be the first time. And even Yin Huijing could see that she was pretending to be sick. Yuan looked at him calmly. "Your highness, are you going?" Originally, there were only a few princes who were stumbling blocks on Yin Huijing's road to succession. But now, he has kidnapped Yin Jiucha's newlywed wife. It is obvious that Yin Jiucha will not let him go. Yin Jiucha is much more difficult to deal with than the princes. At this critical juncture, he cannot do without the support of the prime minister's mansion. Yin Huijing suppressed his displeasure. "I will be back soon." Yuan curved her lips. "Second prince, aren't you afraid that I will run away?" Yin Huijing said to the outside of the door. "Chang'an, you stay." Jun Chang'an walked in. Yuan ignored him, turned around, pulled open the screen, and laid down on the bed to rest. Yin Huijing rushed to the prime minister's mansion as fast as possible. His fiancée is Han Jingshu, the third daughter of the prime minister's mansion. She is the daughter of the first wife, and is deeply loved by the old prime minister. Han Jingshu is lively and charming, and knows how to please people. Even the emperor praises her. The only thing that bothers Yin Huijing is that this daughter is a bit clingy. Miss Han. In the small garden of the prime minister's mansion, Yin Huijing saw Han Jingshu, who was dressed in pink and looked like an elf under the moon. Han Jingshu's face was ruddy. Her eyes were clear, and she didn't look sick at all. She dismissed the servants and came over with a basket of flowers. Innocently and cutely, "Brother Jing, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for half an hour." Yin Huijing said politely. Miss Han is not feeling well. Right? Why don't you rest in your room? Han Jingshu smiled coquettishly, seeing Brother Jing. I am cured. By the way, Brother Jing, where did you go just now? Why did you come to see me so late? Did you go to meet some woman in private? At this point, her little face immediately wrinkled into a ball, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Yin Huijing felt a little guilty, cleared his throat and said, I was delayed by something. Oh, I thought Brother Jing went to attend the wedding of the young master's mansion. In fact, I wanted to go, but my mother said that I would soon get married, and it was not appropriate for me to show my face. I was almost suffocated, Han Jingshu muttered, and thought of something, and handed the basket in front of him. Brother Jing, please help me pick one of the flowers I picked to wear on my hairpin. Yin Huijing picked up a peony and pinned it on her bun. Am I beautiful, Brother Jing? Han Jingshu asked with a smile. A calm and peaceful face flashed through Yin Huijing's mind. Beautiful. Han Jingshu smiled sweetly. Chapter 248. He's here. Young Master's Mansion. The auspicious time has arrived. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to parents. Couple bow to each other. The ceremony is over. As the loud and penetrating voice of the master of ceremonies fell, a burst of booing sounded in the hall. The groom took the bride's hand and walked towards the bridal chamber under the curious and excited gaze of the crowd. I don't know if it's everyone's illusion. Why does it feel like the bride is a little tall? Young Master Yan's expression is very stiff. But he is always like this, and everyone is used to it, and doesn't think there is anything wrong. Young Master Yan chose to marry a village girl when there were so many beautiful ladies in the capital. This is really jaw-dropping. But who made him a little crazy? It would be a rare sight if he could marry a wife with the eyes of a normal person. Everyone wanted to make trouble in Yin Jiuchao's bridal chamber, but they didn't have the courage. It was the fourth prince, who was not afraid of death. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed to the bridal chamber. And Uncle Wan stopped him in time. Uncle Wan said with a smile, My young master said that a spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Your Highness, please don't disturb the good things of my young master and his wife. This was too straightforward. The fourth prince, who had not experienced sex, blushed and dared not go forward to make trouble again. After guarding against this most noble wolf, the little wolves and jackals behind him are not to be feared. But after the couple entered the bridal chamber, the groom quickly bolted the door, which made the servants stunned. The young master, who had lived in seclusion for so many years, must be so impatient that he could not wait to press the bride in this way or that way. Isn't the groom so anxious? But he was not anxious about the bridal chamber, but hurriedly took off the human skin mask on his face. This thing made his face stiff and uncomfortable. Ing Shursan sat on the wedding bed with great force, glanced at Ing Lu, who looked like a young wife beside him, and said, No one is here. Ing Lu hurriedly raised his hand to take off the veil, but the tassel of the veil was hung on the phoenix crown and could not be taken off. So stupid. Ing Shursan raised his bony hand and helped him take off the veil, in order to avoid people noticing that she was not a real bride under the veil. Ing Lu was forced to put on a bridal makeup, with red lips and white teeth, and skin as white as cream. In addition, he lost the rock-paper-scissors game and could only play the bride instead of the groom. He was upset and looked a little like a bride. Ying Shursan knew what he was upset about, and coughed lightly and said, Don't look so depressed. It was you who proposed it. Whoever loses will play the bride. Because he proposed it himself. He felt even more aggrieved. The two of them just sat in the room. After 2/4 of an hour, Ing Lu urged Ing Shursan, Why don't you leave? Ing Shursan's face darkened. People outside thought we were in the bridal chamber. How long has it been? How can I leave so quickly? Ing Lu counted on his fingers and said blankly, You usually take this long. After enough time, Ing Shursan went to the study room refreshed under Ing Lu's frightened eyes. It's easy to guess who did it this time. The young master of Yinqing got married, and all the princes came, including Yin Huijing. However, he only greeted them hurriedly, handed over the gift money, and left without looking back. It stands to reason that there is nothing wrong with this. But thinking about his feelings for Yuan, people can't help but doubt him. A carrier pigeon landed on the windowsill. Ing Shursan took the note tied to the carrier pigeon, read it and said, Young master. The second prince went to the prime minister's mansion. Yin Jiucha said coldly, Keep an eye on him. Yes. After leaving the prime minister's mansion, Yin Huijing felt that he was being followed. This was not an ordinary spy. He tried several times, but failed to get rid of it. This was the price of coaxing Han Jingshu. His whereabouts were exposed. Jun Chanan was left in the courtyard again. Otherwise, if he was asked to go out, he could at least get away successfully. Not to mention killing the other party. Your Highness, what should we do? The coachman asked worriedly. Yin Huijing said in a deep voice, don't worry about it. Go forward. The carriage drove to a small river and crossed the wooden bridge. Then Yin Huijing drew his sword and cut the rope of the wooden bridge. And the wooden bridge fell into the water. Ing Shersan stood on the other side of the river for a long time. Finally clenched his fist and left coldly. Shortly after he left, Yin Huijing jumped off the carriage and asked the driver to move a stone on the shore. A dark passage immediately appeared on the ground. Yin Huijing walked down the passage and crossed the river. Yin Jiuchao's people would definitely find a way to cross the river. But they didn't know that his destination was not on the other side of the river at all. After Yin Huijing set out to find the daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion, Yuan got up and walked around outside the yard. One was to take a walk to digest food, and the other was to observe the terrain. She thought that if Yin Jiuchao couldn't find this place, she would find a way to escape tomorrow. Jun Chanan followed her closely. She couldn't walk far, so she went back to the house to rest. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by a rustling sound. When she opened her eyes, she saw a tall and majestic figure sitting beside her bed. She was startled and supported herself to sit up. It's me, Yin Huijing said. I know it's the second prince. It's so late. What is the second prince doing in my room? He didn't even turn on the light. Is he going to take advantage of her when she's not paying attention? Yin Huijing exuded a sweet smell of wine. Yuan frowned. Your Highness, have you drunk? Drunk and having sex. This is even more incredible. Yuan simply lay down with her clothes on. She was dressed neatly. She didn't think she had anything to seduce people. But sometimes a man's bestiality was not something that could be stopped by a few pieces of cloth. Yuan hurriedly took out a fire starter and lit the oil lamp that she had placed on the bedside table before going to bed. The room was illuminated. Yin Huijing saw the vigilance in Yuan's eyes. And he felt bad. Yin Jiuchu appeared in your room. Are you also so vigilant? Yuan thought. Of course not. It's him that she's on guard. Yin Huijing said helplessly. It's just a little fruit wine. I'm not drunk and I won't do anything to you. Yuan saw that he didn't seem to be lying, and slowly put the dagger back with her hand buried under her wide sleeves. She asked casually, did you go to drink with Miss Han? Just tasted it. Han Jingshu brewed fruit wine for fun and asked Yin Huijing to taste it. Yin Huijing didn't taste it in his heart. His mind was full of Yuan's appearance. She walked in front of him in a bright red wedding dress. At that moment, no one knew what kind of storm was set off in his heart. Yuan was still wearing her wedding dress from the day. The style of ordinary wedding dresses was very wide, but this one was different. Her waist was tied very well, which made people think of the waist of the Chu Palace. That was the curve that any man wanted to press down and conquer. Yin Huijing felt his throat dry. Yuan was not a fool. This man might not have evil thoughts at the beginning, but now his face was full of desire to eat her. Yuan felt bitter. She did nothing. If something really happened, who would be responsible? Awan. Yin Huijing's voice was hoarse. Yuan said seriously, Your Highness, you can talk about it tomorrow. I'm tired and need to rest. Aren't you going to take me away from the capital tomorrow? You should also go back to your room and rest early. I have already ordered you to leave. But you should leave quickly. Yin Huijing did not move. Yuan could see that he was struggling with his mind, and she only hoped that his reason could overcome his impulse. However, soon, Yuan found that none of this mattered, because someone was coming to kill him outside. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Huijing said coldly, Don't be too happy too early. It's not Yin Jiuchao who is coming. He had clearly shaken off Yin Jiuchao's men, and he didn't believe they could find this place so quickly. Jun Chang'an started fighting with a group of people. Yuan smiled softly, Your Highness, don't be too proud too early. It's Su Xiao who is coming. Yin Huijing's expression froze. Yuan was of course just guessing. She didn't go out. How could she know who was coming? But this guy almost used force on her just now. It would be good to provoke the relationship between him and Su Xiao. The enemy had a large number of people, and each of them was highly skilled in martial arts. Jun Chang'an's injuries in the pleasure boat had not yet fully healed, and he was somewhat unable to cope with them. Suddenly, several assassins rushed into the house. Yin Huijing drew his sword to block them. This group of assassins came for Yuan, and they fought mercilessly with the idea of capturing her alive if possible, and killing her if they couldn't. Yuan hid behind Yin Huijing. Yin Huijing was very relieved to see that she knew to rely on him at the critical moment. But he didn't know that the next second, he was pushed out by Yuan to block the knife. Yin Huijing thought he couldn't avoid it. But something unexpected happened. The assassin's knife was about to stab him in the chest. But suddenly the blade deviated and just passed by his shoulder. Yin Huijing was shocked. Yuan said, "Now you believe it. Right? It's your uncle's people. Who else would be reluctant to kill you except your uncle?" Yuan guessed that Su Xiao did it on purpose. He pushed Yin Huijing to block the knife just now to protect himself. Even she didn't expect the other party to show mercy. It seems that she guessed right. This group of killers was sent by Su Xiao. Yuan said in a rage, "You only care about guarding against Yin Jiuqiao, but neglected your uncle. You deserve your uncle to follow you." Yin Huijing's expression was cold, but he didn't have time to sort out the complexity in his heart. So Yuan let a killer take him away. Jun Chanan didn't catch up. "Why is this happening?" Yin Huijing asked with clenched fists. Jun Chanan looked at the direction they disappeared with a serious expression and said, "They are the Death Warriors. They are all silver-faced Death Warriors who are about to break through. They are only one step away from the gold-faced Death Warriors. One of them can kill all of them. Not to mention that there are 5 of them. This can almost wipe out an Imperial Guard." The woman who was finally snatched was kidnapped halfway. Yin Huijing was so angry that he punched a big tree. Yuan, who was kidnapped, couldn't be more desperate. It's over. If she falls into Yin Huijing's hands, she still has a way to deal with him. After all, Yin Huijing cares about her. But Su Xiao is different. He doesn't care whether she lives or dies. Either he uses her to threaten Yin Jiuqiao, or kills her to stimulate Yin Jiuqiao. In short, she will be worse off than dead. However, just when Yuan had no desire to live, a tall figure fell from the sky like a god and blocked the way of the Death Warriors. Yuan's eyes lit up. Away! The first villain of the Ghost Clan. Away! Who was majestic, powerful, full of evil, and guilty of countless crimes, appeared out of nowhere. Away grabbed the neck of a dead soldier with one hand and slammed him against the rock. The sharp stone knife pierced the heart of the dead soldier on the spot. The 4 dead soldiers did not last 10 moves in Away's hands. The last dead soldier planned to take Yuan away. Yuan took the opportunity to sneak attack him. His hand loosened, and Yuan fell to the ground. Yuan lifted her skirt and ran towards Away in a hurry. "Away! Away! Why are you here? Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, I would be in great danger." Away sneered. "Stupid woman. You will soon know that you have chosen a path that cannot be turned back." Away grabbed Yuan, who took the initiative to deliver herself to the door, and killed the last dead soldier with a knife. "Grandma." Away succeeded. "I saw his signal." In the village, another young man among the 3 walked into the house, and said to the old man. The old man nodded with relief. "Very good. The groom will think it is the first person. The first person will think it is the second person. And no one can guess that there are us." The young man nodded. "You can just say Yin Jiuqiao. So-and-so and so-and-so." "Well, he doesn't know the latter too." "Have you arranged the carriage?" said the old man. "It's arranged, Grandma," the young man said. The old man said with satisfaction, "As long as we catch her back to the tribe, we don't have to worry about that woman not falling into the trap." "Away! Where are you taking me? I can walk by myself." Yuan was carried on Away's shoulders, and had already crossed 2 hills. Yuan seriously suspected that he was lost. Away didn't say anything and continued to carry Yuan forward. Yuan held her forehead. "Tell me where you are going." "East," Away said. Yuan glared. "Then you are going west." "Away." With Yuan's help, Away finally found the right direction. He came to the agreed place, and saw a carriage with a green canopy. He was secretly happy. Grandma really asked someone to prepare the carriage. Now, he only needs to press the acupoints of this woman and throw her into the carriage. When she wakes up, she will be on the way back to the tribe. No, maybe she is already in the tribe. Away showed a devilishly evil smile. Pressed Yuan's sleeping point, threw Yuan into the carriage, and then left without looking back. "Grandma." Away couldn't wait to return to the village and said excitedly, "It's done. I threw her into the carriage." He was so excited that he didn't notice that there was another person in the room. The old man glanced at the coachman beside him, then looked at Away, his face ashen. Which carriage did you throw her into? The one with the green canopy. Is there a cloud-patterned totem on the canopy? Yes. Yes. Away nodded excitedly, waiting for Grandma's praise. The old man punched him on the head. Fool! That's Yin Jiuchao's carriage. Away. Chapter 249 Husband and Wife. Away was born on a stormy night. The year he was born, the tribe was hit by a drought, and many people starved to death. His father was a very powerful Gu master. He led everyone to find a water source. Finally, one day they found one. Some people jumped into the water impatiently, but forgot that it was a real lake with no bottom. In order to save people, his father sank to the bottom of the lake and never swam up again. The tribe said that his father was a good man, but this good man left him and his mother to live a life of hunger. His mother was also a good person. She often helped people who were worse off than herself. However, when she violated the tribe rules due to an accident, none of the people she had helped showed up. When he grew up, he secretly fell in love with a girl in the tribe. The girl said to him, Away, you are a good person, but it's a pity that I can't marry you. So, what's the use of being a good person? It's all about suffering yourself and benefiting others. Only fools want to be good people. He killed his first person when he was 20 years old. He wanted to be a villain. The whole family. No. The most heinous villain in the world. Away. My roof is leaking. Can you come and help me fix it? And John said in a hoarse voice next door. Away jumped out of bed in a second. I'm coming. It was dark and windy, and the spies of the young master's mansion in the capital were almost all out, searching for Yuan's traces everywhere. Yin Jiuchao took a carriage to a mountain forest in the eastern suburbs of the city. This was the last place where Ing Shursen saw Yin Huijing. Ing Shursen parked the carriage on a grassy path and went to explore with Ing Lubing in two groups. It was almost dawn. Based on their understanding of Yin Huijing, he would most likely send Yuan out of the capital after the city gates were opened, which would make it difficult to find her. They had to snatch Yuan back from Yin Huijing before dawn. But to their disappointment, they searched the same place and did not find any traces of Yin Huijing. The two searched in another place and returned to the carriage, intending to report the plan to Yin Jiuchao. However, Ing Shursen saw his young master and his young mistress lying in his arms as soon as he lifted the curtain. Ing Shursen was stunned. What happened? Yin Jiuchao, I want to know too. He was just sitting in the carriage waiting for news. But suddenly, a shadow fell from the sky, with an invincible momentum, and threw a woman into his arms without rejection. He didn't even see what the other person looked like, and the other person disappeared into the night without looking back, only vaguely judging from the remaining back. It was a man. In any case, Yuan was found safe and sound, and the group returned to Beijing. After tossing for half a night, it was already late at night when they arrived at the young master's mansion. Yuan's sleeping point had been untied, but she was still sleeping soundly even though she was exhausted. On the big red bed in the wedding room, several little kids cried for Yuan, and they cried for most of the night before they fell asleep. There were still traces of tears on their little faces. Uncle Wan was standing by with his head drooping, as if he was also tired. Ing Shursen patted Uncle Wan's shoulder. Uncle Wan opened his eyes and was startled. Young master? Yin Jiuchao used his eyes to signal him to go back to his room to rest. Uncle Wan looked at him, then at Yuan in his arms, suppressed the urge to ask for details, and went out quietly. Ing Shursen took care of Yin Jiuchao, turned around and left the room, closing the door for the two of them. Yin Jiuchao put Yuan down, and Yuan woke up as soon as she touched the bed. She opened her eyes and looked at Yin Jiuchao for a long time, making sure that she was not dreaming, and then said in surprise, I'm back? She meant back. Suddenly, there was a moment when Yin Jiuchao felt that the young master's mansion was a home. Well, you're back, Yin Jiuchao said softly. Yuan reached out and touched it, and indeed touched three furry little heads. She smiled happily and leaned over to kiss each of the little guys on the forehead. It's great to be back. Seeing her happy face, Yin Jiuchao's cold eyes rarely showed a trace of tenderness. Thinking of something, Yuan looked around and said, Where is Away? It was Away who saved me. Yin Jiuchao had heard of this person. Su Xiao had sent assassins to Lianhua village to assassinate Yuan. It was this young man who had just moved into Lianhua village and lived in the old house of the Zhao family who killed the assassins in time. That time, he happened to see them. I don't know how he found Yuan this time. Yuan asked a way to press the sleeping acupoint. But she didn't know it herself. She thought she fainted because of excitement. Yin Jiocha thought it was Yin Huijing who did it. So he didn't ask for details, so as to avoid Yuan misunderstanding that he was doubting her innocence. Yuan took the initiative to talk about her innocence. Do you have anything to ask? For example, who took me away? What did they do to me? Yin Jiocha stroked her temples. No. I'm glad you're back. This guy likes to be crazy on weekdays, but he can warm people's hearts at critical moments. All the sweet words put together are not as good as this sentence, I'm glad you're back. Yuan curved her lips and looked at him deeply. Yin Jiocha. Are we considered married? We haven't had a wedding ceremony or drank the wedding wine. Want to have a wedding ceremony? Yuan lowered her eyes and nodded slightly. She waited for this once in 2 lifetimes. And it was all over without knowing what it felt like. It is said that life needs a sense of ritual. The 2 biggest rituals in her life, marriage and childbirth, were all missed. Her nose was a little sour. Yin Jiocha took her hand. Come with me. Yuan's eyes fell on his legs. Can you walk? Although her blood can fight poison with poison, it only temporarily suppresses his lower limbs. And it is still a little inconvenient for him to move. Yin Jiocha pulled the wheelchair on the side and moved up with his hands. Yuan walked behind him and pushed him. The moonlight shone in coolly, sprinkling the ground with clear light. When passing by the table, Yin Jiocha picked up the veil on the table. Yuan understood, bent down, and let him put it on her with his own hands. Then Yuan also picked up the silk flower on the table and fumbled to tie it on his chest. Where to? Yuan asked. Go forward, Yin Jiocha said. One looked at the direction, and the other pushed the wheelchair. The night breeze blew slowly, bringing a hint of the fragrance of gardenia. We're here, Yin Jiocha reminded. Yuan stopped, walked around the wheelchair, and slowly opened the door. Since he was unable to walk, wooden boards were placed on the thresholds of each room. Yuan pushed him in. The room was lit with a long burning lamp. The light was not bright, but it was not dim. There was a heavy and ancient feeling that made people awe-inspiring. It's the tablet of my father. Yin Jiocha took her hand and pointed in the direction of the table. Then Yin Jiocha stood up with difficulty and handed her one end of the red silk. The 2 turned to the door. First bow to heaven and earth. Then turned to the tablet. Second bow to the parents. The 2 faced each other, grabbed the same red silk, and bowed deeply. From now on, she is his wife, and he is her husband. Yuan held his hand. His palm was sweaty, which showed that he had reached his limit. She helped him, who was almost exhausted, to sit back on the wheelchair and pushed him back to the wedding room. The dragon and phoenix incense candles were more than half burned, and the candle tears flowed down one by one, like bright red virgin blood. He lifted her veil, and in the bright candlelight, the 2 drank the wedding wine. Yuan's cheeks were flushed, and I don't know if it was because of drunkenness, or because of the heat of the heart. Yin Jiocha was not much better than her. His heart beat violently. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes were burning, as if a ball of fire was burning. Although they had children, they still felt that it was the first time in their lives. Both of them were a little at a loss. Yin Jiocha's throat slid a little, and he raised his hand to put down the curtain. Yuan lowered her head shyly and unbuttoned a button of his clothes. Yin Jiocha saw her hands trembling slightly. Are you nervous? He asked. Even though his voice was shaking, Yuan's cheeks became even hotter. She suppressed her shyness and leaned towards him. Their breathing was entangled. They were about to kiss, but they suddenly seemed to notice something. They paused at the same time, blinked their eyes, and slowly turned their heads in the same direction. They saw that the 3 little kids had woken up at some point, and were looking at them with their eyes wide open. Looking confused, the 2 choked hard and moved back at the same time. The little kids looked at Yin Jiocha strangely, and then looked at Yuan strangely, and their little brows frowned. The 3 climbed into Yuan's arms, hugged Yuan's neck with their little hands, turned back and glared at their father fiercely, as if announcing that Yuan was theirs, and that their father was not allowed to touch her. Young Master Yin, whose bride was robbed by his son. Yuan disappeared for a whole day without saying a word, which made the little ones feel very upset. The little one stayed in Yuan's arms and acted like a spoiled child, asking for 10 big kisses, until the young master's face turned green. Finally, He yawned a few times in satisfaction and continued to sleep in Yuan's arms. Yuan held them for a long time. And when she was sure that they were asleep and could not be woken up, she called the nanny to carry them back to her room. Do you want to continue? Yuan asked. Once some things are interrupted, the feeling is gone. Yuan is not sure if he is still interested. Yin Jiuqiao did not speak. Yuan was so embarrassed. If she had known, she would not have asked. She seemed so impatient. She was obviously trying to detoxify him. Let's sleep. Yin Jiuqiao pulled the quilt and lay down. This? Lying down now? After a woman asked him if he wanted to continue. Is there any response that hurts his self-esteem more than this? Yuan was almost mad at him. Yuan hesitated. Forget it. Sleep. Sleep. Who cares about this kind of thing? Yuan turned her back to him and lay down angrily. There was a bird's cry outside the house, and the day was about to dawn. Yuan was so angry that her heart ached. It's not that I don't want to. Yin Jiuqiao spoke, his voice hoarse and forbearing. Yuan's ears perked up when she heard him take a deep breath and say shyly, no sex in the daytime. No sex in the daytime. Yuan's eyes widened as she looked at the gradually brightening window paper. Was it because of this that he couldn't continue to have sex with her in the bridal chamber? Hack no sex in the daytime. Yuan turned around, grabbed his wrist, and pressed him under her. Chapter 250 Newlywed Life. The young master's mansion has an orchard with a large number of fruit trees planted in it. The most eye-catching ones are the cherry trees at the back of the orchard that exude a strong fruity fragrance. The cherries are ripe, and the heavy fruits hang on the branches and leaves, like tempting little red lanterns. The new maids passed by here and couldn't help drooling as they picked a basket of them. The two naturally didn't dare to steal a bite, so they thought of giving them to the young master and the young lady first, and then rewarding them after the master tasted them. The two picked the reddest and largest ones, washed them, and put them on a plate to send to Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao. At this time, the young master and the young lady should get up. The two came to Qingfeng courtyard. The yard was so quiet that it seemed as if there was no one. The two were new to the young master's mansion and didn't understand the rules of the young master's mansion. They thought that the servants were slacking off. They thought to themselves that such a big young master's mansion couldn't even control a few servants. They were not as sensible as the two newcomers. They cleaned the bridal chamber, and they knew where it was. Uncle One had just come, and the door was ajar. The two thought that the young master and the young mistress had gotten up, so they pushed the door open and entered the room. As a result, they saw a sleeping woman lying on the big red bed. She was covered with a silk quilt, and a slender arm stretched out of the quilt and hung down by the bed. Her skin was as delicate as white porcelain and as smooth as pearls. A man was sitting in a wheelchair next to her. The man had black hair like ink and a cold temperament. He seemed to have been staring at the woman on the bed. Perhaps he heard the movement behind him. The man suddenly turned his head, glanced at the two coldly, and shouted in a low voice, "Get out!" The two were so scared that they trembled, and two cherries on the plate fell. But they didn't bother to pick them up, and ran out like a runner. Still pretending to sleep? Yin Jiuqiao spoke coldly, and it seemed that he was talking to Yuan. Yuan woke up a quarter of an hour ago, but she didn't know how to face Yin Jiuqiao when she thought of what happened in the morning. So she had to endure the embarrassment while pretending to sleep secretly. She was in this position when she woke up. She didn't dare to move for fear that Yin Jiuqiao would notice. The arm hanging down from the bed was almost numb. But Yin Jiuqiao refused to leave. He just sat in the wheelchair and tortured her with his eyes over and over again. Whose newlyweds are as miserable as hers? Yin Jiuqiao sneered coldly. I think you want to do it again? I can't come, Yuan said weakly. At this point, she couldn't pretend anymore. Yuan simply moved her numb arm back to the quilt and pulled the quilt over her head. She really didn't mean it. It was her first time, her first wedding, her first bridal chamber. Who would have remembered that her period was coming? She groaned and enjoyed it. When it was his turn to eat, her stomach suddenly hurt. She still remembers his expression at that time. Yuan covered her face. If she had known, she would have listened to him and not teased him, and went to sleep properly. Now, she ate alone, leaving him half full and hungry. She was particularly unkind to take a sip of the tea after sex. And then her eyelids sank, and she fell asleep without comforting her poor husband. But then again, it can't be all her fault. She has tried very hard. Okay? Who made him take so long to finish? Yuan quietly opened the quilt a little, glanced at his unspeakable part, and pulled the quilt tighter with a hot face. Yuan knew she was in the wrong, so she tried to play the victim first. She stuck her round little head out from under the quilt and whispered, "I feel bad too. Okay? I'm in so much pain. Where does it hurt?" "My waist hurts." Yin Jiuqiao. When Uncle Wan brought the hot water, the newlyweds were already dressed and washed. According to local customs, the bride should eat a bowl of 4 happiness soup made of lotus seeds, lilies, red beans, and candied dates on the first morning after the wedding night. It means that she will have a sweet love with her husband from this day on, and have a son soon. Yuan didn't know whether it was sweet or not, but she had already given birth to a son. She ate all the soup without leaving any. After all, it was really delicious. Yin Jiuqiao looked at her coldly. "You can eat it," Yuan hummed. "It consumes too much." Yin Jiuqiao, who felt stabbed in the heart again, said. Yuan realized that she had said the wrong thing and cleared her throat. She changed the subject and asked, "How do you feel? Are you feeling better? What do you think?" Yin Jiuqiao asked back, still sitting in a wheelchair. "It seems that the poison has not been completely removed. It is not surprising to think about it. This curse has been on him for 20 years. They have only tried it once, and they have not let him have enough fun," Yuan said calmly. "Then wait until I get better, and we will try a few more times." Yin Jiuqiao blushed. "Who wants to try with you?" After that, he pushed the wheelchair to the study. Yuan looked at the cherries on the table and couldn't help but pick them up and tasted a few. The cherries were very fresh. The flesh was full. The fruit flavor was very strong, sour and sweet, and juicy. They were better than those she had eaten in her previous life. There were also cherry trees in the back mountain of Lotus Village. They were wild, but the taste was not as good as the one she ate. Yuan kept half for her son and sent the other half to Yin Jiuqiao. "Young master." Ing Shursan walked in. Yin Jiuqiao said, "I want to be alone and quiet." Ing Shursan looked at Yin Jiuqiao with a complicated expression and retreated silently. The young master's condition did not seem to improve, which meant that the young lady's Gu King was useless to the young master. This result was not too surprising. The southern Xinjiang Gu master boasted a lot, but he himself had never tried to cure it. Ing Shursan just felt sad for his young master. He didn't want to live before and let himself weaken. Now he wants to live well, but he can't find a cure. "Is the young master in there?" Uncle Wan came over with a plate of cherries. Ing Shursan nodded, looked at the cherries in his hand and said, "The young master wants to be alone and quiet." Uncle Wan was stunned at first, then understood and said disappointedly, "It's not cured." Uncle Wan didn't say anything more, put the cherries on the table, said that the young lady asked him to send them, and went to do his own thing. Yin Jiuqiao couldn't taste the fruit, but since Yuan had someone send it to him, he still tried one. It happened to be an unripe one, and the cool juice with a slightly sour taste melted on his tongue. And he frowned. "How many years have I not eaten something sour?" "Wait. Sour?" Yin Jiuqiao blinked in disbelief, spit out the core, and picked another one. This time it was pure sweet, and he couldn't taste the flavor. He changed to a half-red and half-yellow one, and indeed tasted a very light sour taste. He could taste the sour taste of the fruit. He was getting better. Yuan didn't know this great good news yet. She was being led by Uncle Wan to the flower hall in the front yard. On the first day of the wedding, the bride of an ordinary family should offer morning tea to her parents-in-law. But when King Yin died and Shang Wenyan remarried, this step was saved. The young master's mansion had a mistress. According to the rules, the servants had to come to pay their respects to her. Yuan had come to the young master's mansion a few times, and at most she had only been in Yin Jiuqiao's yard, in order to help her get familiar with the environment better. Uncle Wan specially took her around the mansion. Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao said that her waist pain was real. Who told her that she couldn't move her legs? Her waist was about to break. "Okay, young madam, do you want to rest for a while?" Uncle Wan noticed the way Yuan supported her waist. Yuan didn't try to be stubborn and nodded. Uncle Wan asked someone to carry the sedan chair up. The sedan chair was 2 bamboo poles with a chair on top, carried by 2 strong servants. Yuan thought, why didn't you tell her earlier that there was such a thing? She was almost exhausted. "Okay." Yuan sat on the sedan chair and went to the flower hall. Yin Jiuqiao's roots are in the Prince of Yan's mansion. Relatively speaking, the people in the young master's mansion are much simpler. The general manager is Uncle Juan, and he has an accountant and a deputy steward in the outer courtyard, whose surnames are Wu and Hu respectively. In addition, Nani Fong is the steward at Qifeng Courtyard, and Nani Li, Nani Wang and Nani Zhang are the wet nurses of the three young masters. Yuan has seen all of them. The two new maids are more unfamiliar. The round-faced one is called Tower, and the pointed-faced one is called Lear. They are the unlucky ones who accidentally broke into the bridal chamber this morning and were kicked out by Yin Jiuqiao. The two scared Yin Jiuqiao, and he has not recovered yet. His face is pale. Yin Jiuqiao does not use maids very much. They were bought to serve Yuan. Tower is 13, and Lear is 14. They look clean and do a good job. But they are timid and can't stand being scared. Uncle One explained, "We are in a hurry and don't have time to choose slowly. Young madam, use them first, and I will choose a few more who are presentable later." Yuan didn't brazenly say that it didn't matter whether they were presentable or not, as long as they were loyal. No matter how arrogant she was, she still had some self-awareness. The gap between the royal family and the common people could not be made up by her living a few more years. She herself was a half-baked person. If the servants around her were as ignorant as her, the reputation of the young master's mansion would be lost. Chapter 251 Newlyweds Entering the Palace. Uncle Juan was very satisfied with Yuan's reaction. Although he had known Yuan to a great extent during the time he had been in contact with her, she was definitely not a person who could not be on the stage. Although she grew up in the countryside, her appearance and temperament were not inferior to those of the daughters of wealthy families. However, some things could not be judged by appearance. It was not easy to be a daughter-in-law of the royal family. The hidden background was sometimes more important than the outward temperament. She did not refuse his arrangement, which meant that she herself was deeply aware of this. This awareness alone was rare enough. Uncle One used to treat her as a junior, but now he felt that perhaps she was really qualified to be the wife of the young master. Yuan thought for a moment and said, "I'm new here, and I have a lot of things I don't understand that I need to ask Uncle One for advice. If I do something wrong, Uncle One must remember to remind me." Uncle One said, "Young madam, you are too kind." Yuan looked at Uncle One and said, "If I need to learn the rules, please teach me." Uncle One didn't expect that she would even consider this. Uncle One dared to look into her eyes, and saw that her eyes were full of sincerity. It didn't seem like she deliberately lowered her posture to disguise her personality. Uncle One couldn't help but feel more satisfied with her. At first, he looked up to her because the young master and the young master were both noble but lonely people. Yuan was the first person who could really get close to them. But Uncle One never expected Yuan to be able to support the position of the young lady, even if the young master wanted to marry her. In his opinion, it was just another woman who needed their care. But at this moment, he suddenly didn't think so. Of course, it is good to have the intention, but the ability is the most important. It is too early to say whether she can support the entire Yanwang mansion. Uncle One said, "Since the young lady has the intention, I will choose a suitable aunt to teach her later. The young lady will meet the relatives in the future, and the royal etiquette is indispensable." After that, Uncle One led the managers of the kitchen, warehouse, flower room, orchard, fish pond and other places. After Yuan met them one by one, she gave everyone a red envelope. This was by Tang's reminder. Everyone was not surprised to get the red envelope, but they were shocked to see the amount in it. They thought that a country girl would not be too generous. But the smallest red envelope was 10 taels. This is not a reward, but a distribution of money. What surprised them even more was that the young lady did not have the new official's 3 fires when she took office. What they did before will continue to do in the future. The young lady did not take the power in her own hands, nor did she place a few companions in various places in the mansion. This is almost impossible in other noble families. Soon, everyone realized that the young lady seemed to have no concubine. She married here alone. The concubines of small families were not so shabby. Country people don't have much dowry. Where can they get a concubine? Is it true? Even the dowry is the betrothal gifts we brought over. It is common for ordinary people to return part of the betrothal gifts as dowry. But it is not the case for noble families. When marrying off their daughters, wealthy families will compete to see whose dowry is more generous. If a daughter's dowry is large, she will not only have confidence in her husband's family, but also have face when her husband's family mentions it. Otherwise, it is easy to be despised. Like Yuan, behind the flowers, Yuan took the two new maids back to Qifeng courtyard, and happened to hear the words of the two maids who were sweeping the floor. Tower and Lear looked at Yuan cautiously. The young lady must be very angry to be talked about like this, and the two maids would be in trouble. But Yuan didn't even raise her eyelids and walked through the garden. The two followed Yuan and looked at each other. Yuan stopped. Do you want to ask me why I don't punish them? The two dared not speak. Yuan smiled faintly. They are right. I really don't have much dowry. Ah? The two didn't expect Yuan to be so straightforward. Yuan said calmly, since it is the truth, there is nothing to punish. Let's go. The little guys should wake up. Yuan walked forward, leaving the two maids stunned. Tower looked at Yuan's back and murmured, young madam. She is a very strange person. Isn't she? Lear, who was 1 year older, thought to herself. Ordinary people would have been angry and embarrassed if they encountered such a thing. But the young madam didn't care at all. She is different from the nobles we have met. But it is hard to say whether she is pretending to be different. Lear said, we must be more careful in the future. Tower nodded obediently. I know. Sister Lear. Yin Jiuqiao did not hide the things in the garden. Before Yuan arrived at Qifeng courtyard, the two gossipy servants were driven out by Uncle Wan. From then on, no one in the mansion dared to criticize the young madam behind her back. Yuan hadn't heard about this yet, but she felt that the servants of Qifeng court seemed to respect her more than before she left, and the extent of their greetings had even increased. Could it be that she had gone through the motions by meeting the steward of the mansion, and they were more obedient to her? Yuan raised her eyebrows and went into the house. The three little guys had indeed woken up, and were being pressed on a chair by their father to eat cherries. Yin Jiuqiao picked out the red ones and gave them to them, and ate the half-yellow ones himself. Yuan felt her teeth sour when she saw the unripe cherries, but Yin Jiuqiao ate them with relish. After lunch, Eunuch Wang came. He came to take Yuan to the palace. After the wedding, the new bride of the royal family must go to the palace to pay homage to the queen. This is the rule passed down by the ancestors. Yin Jiuqiao cannot refuse for Yuan, otherwise it will harm her. However, he also took Yuan's body into consideration, and did not let her leave without enough sleep. He sent someone to the palace to tell her that he fell off the bed early in the morning and broke his leg. His wife cried, and said that she would not trust him no matter what, and she would go to the palace with her after he comforted her. Eunuch Wang's mouth twitched violently. Only this little lunatic could come up with such a shameless excuse. Crying like a tearful person? Oh! Look at Yu's rosy face. Doesn't it look like she has shed a tear? Isn't it just that young people are greedy for sex? As if everyone doesn't understand. Eunuch Wang was sure that Yin Jiuqiao was lying. So when Yin Jiuqiao said that he was unable to walk while sitting in a wheelchair, Eunuch Wang laughed and said, pretend? Keep pretending. Eunuch Wang doesn't seem to believe that your legs can't walk. This is a blessing in disguise. You can't let anyone know that you've been poisoned. Otherwise those villains will be restless, and will start to get restless. The most important thing now is to remove the poison, and don't let too many people come to cause trouble. Yuan whispered in Yin Jiuqiao's ear as she pushed the wheelchair out of the house. She didn't want Eunuch Wang to hear her, so she was very close to Yin Jiuqiao, and her warm breath sprayed on his ears. Yin Jiuqiao didn't hear a word of what she said before, but felt the tip of his ear burning, until the last sentence. The two words poison solution were like the key to unlock a forbidden door. In the dim morning light, her panting on him suddenly became clear in his mind, and his breath became hot. Oh no! Young Master Yin is bleeding. Tower screamed. On the first day after the wedding, in front of everyone, the aloof young Master Yin was bleeding from the nose. Yuan. Eunuch Wang. Everyone. It was half an hour later that Yin Jiuqiao changed his clothes and entered the palace. This time, there was no accident. Only after meeting the Empress can the new bride of the royal family get the golden seal of the royal family. Although this golden seal has no real power, it is related to whether Yuan is a woman married casually by Yin Jiuqiao or a princess recognized by the royal family of Dezhou. The Empress has been out of favor for many years, and the power of the 6 palaces has long been in the hands of concubine Su Xian. But the canonization of the royal family women still needs the Empress to handle. This is not a real power. In most cases, it is just a formality. After all, most of the marriages of the royal family are approved by the emperor. Isn't it difficult for the Empress to hold the golden seal? Don't be afraid when you see the queen later. Kowtow to the queen and pay your respects. Answer whatever the queen asks. Don't talk too much. Take the reward given by the queen and don't refuse it. Eunuch Wang kindly reminded. Yuan nodded. Eunuch Wang looked at Yan Jiuchao, who was standing beside him, and said, Young master, please follow me to see His Majesty. Yan Jiuchao glanced at Yuan, who smiled and said, I'm fine. Go ahead. Yan Jiuchao took the pale-faced tower away, leading only the slightly calmer Lear to follow Yuan into Fengqi Palace. Chapter 252. She is my wife. Unlike the magnificent Xianfu Palace, which is in its heyday, the deserted Fengqi Palace is more like a giant beast in its twilight years. The fallen leaves of the sycamore trees in the courtyard can vaguely remind people of its early scenery. But it's a pity that the scenery is gone, and only the fallen leaves of the sycamore trees are left. Creak. The eunuch pushed open the dilapidated palace door. The harsh friction sound startled the air behind Yuan, and she couldn't help but cover her ears with her hands. Yuan glanced at her lightly. Li Er knew her mistake, put down her hands, and walked with her head down. Yuan had never been to the Cold Palace, but compared with the Xianfu Palace, Fengqi Palace was not much different from the Cold Palace. An old eunuch with gray hair came forward and saluted to Yuan. I pay my respects to Madame Yan. No need to be polite. Eunuch. Yuan supported Li Er with her hand and winked at him. Li Er took out a purse from her wide sleeve and stuffed it into the old eunuch's hand. Thank you, eunuch, for taking me to see the queen, Yuan said. The old eunuch took the silver and led Yuan to the main hall of Fengqi Palace with a hunched back. In the empty main hall, Yuan saw the queen sitting on the phoenix chair. The queen wore a large bright yellow auspicious dress, a heavy and majestic bun, a phoenix crown, a nine-tailed phoenix hairpin, and delicate makeup. She was only a few years older than Concubine Su, but she looked like Concubine Su's elder. On the one hand, she retained the aura of the queen of the central palace, and on the other hand, she was really old. And no matter how thick the rouge and powder were, they could not cover the wrinkles at the end of her eyes. But she still tried to straighten her back bent by the years, as if she was maintaining the queen's last dignity. Of course, Yuan didn't dare to stare at the queen. Before entering the palace, Uncle Wan taught her to salute. She walked to the bottom of the steps and performed a great salute without looking sideways. Raise your head, said the queen. Yuan raised her head as she was told. Look at me, said the queen again. Li, who knelt down with her, was already frightened. She was calmer than her sister Tower only in relative terms. If she didn't fall down on the spot when she really met the mother of a country, she was considered strong in heart. Yuan calmly met the queen's gaze. The queen's eyes were full of the innate sharpness of a superior. She smiled faintly. What a pretty little beauty. No wonder you can catch the eye of that child. I heard that you are a country girl. Did your father steal the military merits of Lord Yen? The queen is the queen, even if she is not favored. She knows the news in the capital. Yuan said neither humbly nor arrogantly, to answer your majesty. I am from Lianhua village. My father is Yu Shaoqing, the captain of the northwest camp. She did not admit that she had stolen the military merits, nor did she argue with the queen. The queen smiled again. I heard that Concubine Su invited you to the palace and gave you a good beating? This is not a piece of news that can be heard casually. It seems that this queen has not accepted her fate for so many years. She still retains the queen's methods. Yuan answered evasively. Concubine Su wanted to taste my cooking skills. The queen's eyes fell on her face, and after a while, she smiled gently. Stand up and talk. Please take a seat. Yuan bowed. Thank you, your majesty. Lear helped Yuan up and walked to a chair on the side. Yuan sat down and Lear stood behind her politely. A maid served hot tea. Yuan waited for the queen to take a sip before picking up the teacup. The queen said with a smile, Fengqi Palace can't drink the new tea of the new year. Madame Yan is wronged. Yuan said, Your Majesty, you are too kind. I grew up in the countryside, and the tea I drank was made with Hautuinia cordata, which has a fishy smell. Therefore, some people call it fishmint. The tea in your palace is much better than fishmint. A palace servant laughed. Is this young master's wife really worldly wise or something? She actually compared the tea in Fengqi Palace with wild grass in the countryside? The tea in Fengqi Palace can't compare with the tea in Xianfu Palace. But it is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford. However, after Yuan's intentional or unintentional teasing, the queen stopped saying anything sarcastic. The queen waved her hand and signaled the palace servant to leave. Lear didn't move. Yuan said softly, Wait for me outside. Ah? Lear was stunned for a moment. Then she saw all the palace people looking at her, as if she were a fool. She blushed and hurried out. When she left the palace, she tripped on the threshold because she was too nervous. Fortunately, the queen didn't care. She was scared and her face turned pale. The already deserted palace became even quieter. The queen spoke, "There are no outsiders here. So I will open the skylight and speak to Madame Yin. Madame Yin is here to get the golden seal. It stands to reason that I should give it to you without reservation. But unfortunately, I don't want to do this. She is worthy of being the queen. She is so confident when she threatens people after falling out of favor. Has the queen used the golden seal to threaten others in the past?" Yuan said quietly, without any panic after being embarrassed. The queen saw her reaction, brushed her wide sleeves embroidered with golden phoenixes, and said, "Of course not. You are the first." Yuan thought about it and understood. In the past, most of the royal ladies who met the emperor were married with the emperor's approval. If the queen did not give the golden seal, it would be like making things difficult for the emperor. Her marriage with Yin Jiuqiu was against the emperor's wishes. Yin Jiuqiu did not say it, but she knew very well in her heart that the more the emperor loved him, the more he would think that he was not worthy of him. So if the queen blocked her golden seal, the emperor would only be happy. "Have you figured it out?" the queen asked indifferently. Yuan nodded. "I think I have figured it out. But I don't know what the queen wants to do. Whether to suppress my golden seal to please His Majesty, or to set some conditions for me to get the golden seal." The queen smiled. "You are very smart. No wonder you can defeat so many women and marry into the young master's mansion." Yuan thought to herself, "There are not many women. Only Yin Ryu." The queen looked at the gloomy hall and said, "I have waited in Fengqi Palace for 10 years, just for your majesty to pardon me. Now I will not wait any longer." Before entering the palace, Uncle Wan mentioned the queen to her. The queen was the emperor's first wife, and the crown prince's wife. After the emperor inherited the throne, he naturally made her the queen. But the good times didn't last long. First there was concubine Li, then concubine Su. The emperor seemed to have no shortage of beauties around him. In order to consolidate his favor for the queen, he designed to frame concubine Su. But by mistake, the pregnant concubine Lu was implicated. Concubine Lu died in one body. The emperor was furious and punished the queen. But in the end, considering the dignity of the royal family and the relationship between husband and wife, the emperor did not depose the queen, but only let the queen stay in Fengqi Palace to recuperate, but actually imprisoned her there. No matter how you look at it, it seems like concubine Su is playing tricks on her, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But their suspicion is useless. The emperor trusts concubine Su. The queen touched her already sagging belly. "That BXXXH killed my child. She wants to use this H, lol, to trap me for life. She's dreaming." Uncle Wan said that when the queen was convicted, she was pregnant with a dragon fetus, a princess, and she miscarried halfway. Although concubine Su is hateful, the queen is not innocent in framing her. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. That's all. Does the queen want us to take action against concubine Su? Yuan asked. The queen sneered. "I know that you and concubine Su are incompatible. But this BXXXH is my child. I will deal with her. You just need to get me out of Fengqi Palace." Easier said than done. The queen smiled faintly. "I know this is not an easy task. But think about it. I gave you the golden seal. Even if I offended His Majesty, it was not easy for me either. Since it is not easy, it is better to trade fairly." Yuan did not say anything. The queen looked at Yuan and said, "Well, I will tell you another thing about Yin Jiuqiu. Imperial study." Yin Jiuqiu sat in a wheelchair and saw the emperor with an unpredictable face. The emperor thought he was lying like Eunuch Wang, and did not think he was really unable to walk. The emperor was too lazy to expose him and said bluntly, "You came at the right time. I just happened to have something to say to you." "I also have something to say to His Majesty," Yin Jiuqiu said. "When there is something, it is the emperor's uncle. When there is nothing, it is His Majesty." After so many years, the emperor has gotten used to it. The emperor glared at him and said, "What do you have to say? You want to marry a commoner girl, and I turned a blind eye and let you marry her. What are you dissatisfied with?" "I am very satisfied," Yin Jiuqiu said. The emperor made him very angry. But at least he remembered the business. He suppressed his anger and said to him, "I have already chosen for you the daughter of the governor's mansion, who is beautiful and intelligent, talented and beautiful. and has a heart as beautiful as Sichuan. You are the perfect match. Yin Jiuchao's face was not surprised, but he raised his eyebrows and said, You are so high-ranking and married to be a concubine. Isn't it wronged? Who made her a concubine? The emperor said, When you inherit the throne in the future, she will be the princess of Yin. As for the woman you marry, I will grant her the position of a concubine. It was a great honor for a country girl to become the concubine of the king of Yin. Yin Jiucha said, That woman is the best chef in the world. Bestowed by your majesty. The emperor said sternly, These are two different things. You are marrying a wife, not hiring a cook. She is not a cook. Yin Jiucha frowned. She is my wife. The emperor said coldly, I don't agree. She has been married with 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothals, which has given her enough face. She can't even think of becoming the concubine of the king of Yin. Yin Jiuchao threw the golden seal of the king of Yin on the emperor's desk with a clatter. Whoever wants to sit on the throne of the king of Yin can sit. The emperor slammed the table and stood up. Yin Jiuchao. The emperor was furious. This stinky boy even gave up the throne of the king of Yin for a woman. Does he know what he is doing? Is he giving up the throne? It's the entire king of Yin's mansion and the entire Yin city. Your majesty. Your majesty. Calm down. Your majesty. Calm down. Seeing that the situation was not good, Eunuch Wang walked in at the risk of being beheaded, calmed the emperor's anger, and said to Yin Jiuchao earnestly, Young master, your majesty is doing this for your own good. Yin Jiuchao snorted coldly, pushed the wheelchair out without looking back. The emperor was furious. Look at you. This is the good nephew I spoiled. He dared to turn his face to me in public. Do you really think I can't bear to kill him? Why is your majesty doing this? Eunuch Wang thought to himself. If you are willing to kill him, you have killed him countless times. Even if you don't kill him, this child will not live for 2 years. Seeing that the emperor was not impatient, Eunuch Wang hurriedly advised, The young master is a rebellious person who only responds to soft words and not to hard ones. In my opinion, your majesty does not need to be anxious. The young master has never been with a woman, so it is inevitable that he will feel fresh. When this excitement is over, he will be indifferent to that woman. By then, you can put the daughters of various families in front of him, and you don't need to urge him. He will choose one by himself. The emperor said, I understand the reason, but I just can't swallow this breath. I am the same as his father. The prince of Yin was opposed to marrying Shangwan Yin. The reason was that Shangwan Yin's status was too noble. The previous emperor did not want a bastard to have such a powerful backstage. The previous emperor chose a marriage for the young prince of Yin that was neither low nor high. The young prince of Yin broke off the engagement and caused a sensation in the city. But no matter what, Shangwan Yin and the prince of Yin were considered to be a good match. So the emperor did not oppose the two being together. I am doing this for his own good. Eunuch Wang sighed again. Your majesty is naturally doing this for the young master's good. The young master is young and ignorant. If your majesty really lets him marry a lowly woman as his princess, the king of Yin will not be able to rest in peace in the underworld if he knows about it. The emperor's eyes paused, and he said nothing more. After Yin Jiuchao left the imperial study, he went to Fengchi Palace. It happened that Yuan came out of Fengchi Palace at this time, and the couple ran into each other. Yin Jiuchao saw that she had nothing in her hands and asked, Didn't you get the golden seal? What does the queen want? Yuan was not surprised that he could guess it. After all, he was not alive until now just by luck. Yuan whispered, She wants us to help her get out of Fengchi Palace. Yin Jiuchao said calmly, This is not difficult. You go and tell the queen that within 3 days, she will get what she wants. Oh! Yuan turned around and was about to go to Fengchi Palace. Yin Jiuchao grabbed her wrist and said, Not you. Yuan was stunned. And then she saw Uncle Wen walking past her awkwardly. Yuan looked at the hand clasped on her wrist. Except for the times when he saved her. This seemed to be the first time Yin Jiuchao took the initiative to touch her, although there was a layer of sleeves between them. Sensing Yuan's peripheral vision, Yin Jiuchao put down his hand and said coldly, What are you doing? Push the wheelchair. Yuan curled the corners of her lips. Walked behind the wheelchair. Leaned down and whispered in his ear, Yin Jiuchao. Do you find me good now? Yin Jiuchao felt the familiar and burning breath again. His Adam's apple slid, and said in a cold tone, In broad daylight, behave yourself. There was an uncontrollable smile at the corners of Yuan's lips. She looked at his ear close at hand, said oh, and stood up properly. The burning breath finally left. Yin Jiuqiu relaxed. And the next second, Yuan leaned over again and whispered softly, "You blush. Husband." I don't know if it was her breath or the voice of husband. Yin Jiuqiu's breathing was disordered, and his handsome face was red all the way to his neck. Originally, they were going to stay in the palace for dinner, but Yin Jiuqiu and the emperor had a quarrel, so the couple went back home. The three little kids sat obediently on the threshold of the young master's house, and the little snow fox and the little wild cat rescued by Yuan lay on the bluestone floor beside them. The three people and two animals were pitiful, looking funny and sad. The couple got off the carriage and led the little kid back to Qifeng courtyard. Uncle Wan guessed that they would not have dinner in the palace, so he told the cook before leaving. The young master couldn't taste the food, so Uncle Wan asked the kitchen to make some home-cooked dishes according to Yuan and the young master's taste, including fried 3 shredded wild rice, rapeseed with mushrooms and sauce, braised lamb, white radish and pork belly, Crucian carp and tofu soup, and a bowl of cold pea sprouts. The little guys don't like rice recently, so Yuan asked the kitchen to make cold noodles, cut cucumber shreds and coriander, and braised lamb slices, mixed with peanuts, gluten and secret sauce, and then drizzled with a spoonful of sesame oil. The little guys couldn't stop slurping. Yin Jiuqiu also asked for a bowl of cold noodles, and Yuan saw him pouring old vinegar into it. "How sour is this?" Yin Jiuqiu ate very satisfied. Yuan remembered the way he ate sour cherries in the morning. He became so good at eating sour things just after she put him to sleep. Men can't get pregnant. When going to bed at night, Yin Jiuqiu found that Yuan had been staring at his belly. The little boy fell asleep in a mess on the bed. Yuan placed her son between the two of them and talked to Yin Jiuqiu about business. "Yin Jiuqiu, have you heard of the Nanzhao royal family?" "I have heard of it." "What's wrong?" Yin Jiuqiu said while lying on the innermost side. Yuan said, "The queen told me today that the poison in your body is related to the Nanzhao royal family." I was thinking, didn't the late emperor misunderstand that my father was not his flesh and blood? Could it be that the late queen's man was actually a member of the Nanzhao royal family? The Nanzhao royal family, like the late emperor, also misunderstood my father and thought he was their prince. So someone attacked my father and you? Although the bastard was actually your majesty. It seems that your majesty is the prince of Nanzhao, and the king of Yin just took the blame for your majesty. The secret of the royal family was heard from Xiao Shinting. Yin Jiuqiu didn't hide this matter, and she couldn't hide it. Yin Jiuqiu was half asleep and half awake at that time, and she heard many things. There was no need for her to pretend that she didn't know. "No," Yin Jiuqiu said. "Why not?" Yuan asked. "There is no prince in Nanzhao," Yin Jiuqiu said. "Huh?" Yuan turned sideways and looked at him in confusion. Yin Jiuqiu looked at the top of the tent, and his profile was so handsome that it was breathtaking. He said, "The wizard once asserted that the king of Nanzhao would not be a prince in his life, so he only got 2 princesses. Emperor princess?" Yuan was puzzled. "That's the princess," Yin Jiuqiu said. "But they are both imperial princesses. But they have different fates." "How do you say it?" Yuan became interested. Yin Jiuqiu rarely saw her curious look, and patiently talked to her for a few more words. "One is a disaster star for the country, and the other is a blessing star for the people. As the disaster star, the great imperial princess was sent out of Nanzhao kingdom when she was still in her infancy, while her sister enjoyed all the favor of the monarch. I heard that she inherited the position of the female monarch not long ago. Where was the great imperial princess sent?" Yuan was not interested in the female monarch, but was very curious about the great imperial princess. Yin Jiuqiu shook his head. "I don't know. Some say it was the South China Sea, and some say it was the Ghost Clan. Has she never gone back?" "No." Chapter 253 Returning to the Parents. It was late at night, and the person beside her was breathing evenly. A moment ago, they were still discussing the princess of Nanzhao. In the blink of an eye, Yuan's voice became lower. When Yin Jiuqiu turned his head to look at her, Yuan had already fallen asleep sweetly with her body facing him. The empty bed seemed to become lively all of a sudden, but not annoying. Yin Jiuqiu, who always liked quietness, slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, Yuan did not go anywhere, and concentrated on staying in the mansion to learn the rules from Uncle Wan. In the blink of an eye, it was the day to return to the parents' home. Yuan got up early, but was surprised to find that Yin Jiuqiu had already gotten up. It was strange. Shouldn't a playboy like him sleep until the sun was high in the sky? The fact is that she has never seen him lying next to her since her wedding. No matter how early she gets up, he can get up earlier than her. Yuan changed her clothes and sat in front of the bronze mirror to draw her eyebrows. Her eyebrows were thick and well-shaped, so she only needed to trim them occasionally and didn't need to draw them. But Uncle Wan bought so much ink, it would be a pity to leave it unused. As she was drawing, she turned around and saw Yin Jiuchao sitting behind her. She turned around and handed the ink over. "Can you help me draw my eyebrows? Isn't it said that men in ancient times would only draw eyebrows for a woman if they loved her very much? So this should be a very romantic thing?" Yin Jiuchao held a gift list for returning home in his hand, and his eyes moved away from the gift list and fell on Yuan. Yuan was wearing the clothes that Ming Yang and her apprentice had sewn overnight. It was a red and white wide-sleeved Yin Luo skirt, with a slender waist, wide cuffs, and a slanting cross lapel, which was tightly tucked in at the waist by a jade-colored belt. The thin clothes in late spring revealed a pair of delicate collarbones. Under the collarbones, the white corset seemed to be unable to cover them. In just a few months, she had grown so much. Yin Jiuchao's throat tightened, and he held the armrest of the wheelchair and turned a corner. "Draw it yourself." Yuan took back the luozadai. "Draw it yourself. So why are you so fierce?" Yin Jiuchao's chest rose and fell violently, and he pushed the wheelchair out. After Yuan finished drawing her eyebrows, the little ones woke up. When they opened their eyes, they saw Yuan and were so happy that they climbed out of bed with their little butts naked and asked Yuan for 3 big kisses. After breakfast, the family got on the carriage back to the village. The Yu family knew that Yuan was coming back today, so they got up before dawn to prepare. Now that the workshop is moved into a new factory building, they can entertain guests at home without stopping work. Yu Feng and Yu Song went to the town to buy vegetables. Xiao Taidian stood on the path outside the village entrance, looking eagerly in the direction of the capital. Shirtu poked the ant on the ground with a branch and asked him, "Will your sister come back? My mother said that the capital is very far away." Xiao Taidian put his hands on his waist and said, "My sister will definitely come back. She promised me." Xiao Taidian came too early. He waited for a long time, but did not see the carriage of the young master's mansion. There were 2 carriages from Zuixianju, which disappointed Xiao Taidian. After another hour, he finally saw the familiar car. But Xiao Taidian snorted and stamped his feet, and ran away without looking back. The wedding 3 days ago caused a sensation in the surrounding area. Today, Yuan returned home, attracting many villagers to watch the fun. People in Lianhua village already know that Mr. Wan's surname is not Wan, but Yan, and it is said that he is the son of an official. His family is a high-ranking official in the capital. Aunt John said seriously. Suehua's eyes widened and asked, "How high-ranking is he?" Aunt John was stunned by the question and scratched her head. Higher than the county magistrate. In their eyes, the county magistrate is the blue sky above their heads. If he is higher than the blue sky, then he is very extraordinary. What's the county magistrate? He's a relative of the emperor. Okay? Little Chen's sinister voice suddenly rang behind everyone. Everyone shuddered in fear and turned around. Aunt Bai glared at her and said, "How many times have I told you? Can you walk with a little more noise?" Little Chen cracked a melon seed. "Oh!" The carriage stopped at the door of her house. Yuan went to get a wheelchair, but was rejected by Yin Jiuchao. He walked down with all his strength. After just a few steps, his whole body was soaked with sweat. Yuan understood that he didn't want her family to worry about him, about his health, and even more about her marrying a useless husband. Yuan accepted his kindness and looked at him gratefully. In the main hall, Yuan saw her parents, uncle, aunt and little girl. "Where are my brother?" Yuan asked. The eldest aunt smiled and said, "I'm going to buy some vegetables. I'll be back soon." Yuan changed into the clothes of a city dweller. They almost didn't recognize her at first sight. They thought she was the lady of that wealthy family. But then they thought, which lady could sit in the carriage of her son-in-law? The eldest aunt held Yuan's hand, her eyes full of relief. Jiang looked at her daughter tenderly. Only Yu Shaoqing felt sour in his heart, and he especially wanted to throw his son-in-law out. The eldest uncle brought sticky cakes. This is a custom in the village. On the day of returning home, the young couple will eat a big bowl of sticky cakes cooked with brown sugar. This round sticky cake is made of glutinous rice flour, each as big as a palm. It is first fried in a pan. and then boiled with brown sugar water to collect the juice. It has a soft and sticky texture, sweet and chewy. Yuan doesn't like sweet food, but since it is accustomed to ask for a good omen, Yuan still eats it obediently. Yin Jiuchao also ate it without saying a word. The only drawback of this kind of sticky cake is that it is difficult to digest. It is not a big deal for country people, but a spoiled young man like Yin Jiuchao will definitely feel uncomfortable if he eats too much. Yuan ate the food in her bowl in 2 or 3 bites, then snatched Yin Jiuchao's bowl and started eating with a chuckle. "Oh, you've only been married for a few days, and you're already protecting your husband like this?" Aunt Zhang outside the door couldn't help teasing her. Yuan blushed and everyone laughed. Just as everyone was laughing, a huge noise came from Zhang's room, as if something fell to the ground. Yuan put down the bowl and asked blankly, "What happened?" The aunt said, "It's Xiao Taidan. Is he at home?" She asked where Yu Feng and the others were. The aunt said she went to buy vegetables, and Yuan thought Xiao Taidan had gone too. Yuan put down the bowl she had just finished eating, got up, and went to Zhang's room. The chair that was accidentally knocked over by Xiao Taidan had been picked up. Xiao Taidan sat on the bed with his back to Yuan, his hands folded in anger. "Taidan." Yuan walked over. Xiao Taidan ignored her. Yuan walked around to his side, and he turned a direction so that Yuan could not see his front. Yuan sat down beside him. "Are you angry with my sister?" Xiao Taidan didn't say anything. Yuan pulled his little arm, and Xiao Taidan shook his hand to break free. But he was no match for Yuan. Yuan gently turned his little body over, and although his body was straight, his head was twisted and turned away. Yuan turned his little head over again, and saw that his eyes were red, and crystal tears were spinning in his eye sockets. But he stubbornly refused to let them fall. "Are you still blaming my sister? You said you would come back," little Taidan said angrily, his voice choking. Yuan said, "My sister is back." Little Taidan moved his little body, and tears fell. Yuan felt pain in her heart. This little guy was the first person she saw in the other world. She still remembered that he had messy hair, ragged clothes, skinny, and kept her company by himself while burning fire and boiling water in the cold winter. Yuan raised her hand to wipe his tears. "Are you blaming my sister for coming back late?" Little Taidan burst into tears. "I waited for you. You never came back." "Never came back. You didn't look for me when you came back. You just talked to them. It's my sister's fault. I thought you went to town." Yuan was so heartbroken by her brothers crying that she held him on her lap. 3 little kids came in, looking at their crying uncle in bewilderment. "Woo-woo." Little Taidan cried breathlessly in Yuan's arms, as if he was venting the grievance of losing his elder sister suddenly on the wedding day. Yuan waited until he had cried enough, patted his back and said, "Sister, can I take you over to live with me?" "Where should I take you?" Little Taidan asked with a sob. Yuan whispered, "Sister's new home." Little Taidan burst into tears. "Isn't this your home?" Yuan nodded, "Yes. Of course. This will always be sister's home." "Then, if I go to your new home, can I come back?" "Yes." "Then, will you continue to teach me?" Yuan smiled knowingly. "Of course." "Oh." Little Taidan got off her. "Then I won't go." Yuan. Chapter 254. A family together. Little Taidan took the 3 little kids to the village to find their companions. The little village tyrant returned, and a sense of ceremony was necessary. The family chatted happily for a while. The uncle and aunt went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Yu Shaoqing followed in, which made the aunt glare and rush out. Yu Shaoqing couldn't stay idle and turned to feed the horses. Yin Jiuchao didn't talk much, and Jiang didn't talk much either. The 2 of them just sat in the main room, and Jiang looked at Yin Jiuchao with a smile. Yuan wondered, "Mother, why are you staring at him?" Jiang smiled. "He's good looking." Yuan. Yin Jiuchao talked about Yu Shaoqing, Jiang, and Xiao Tian's plan to move next door. Yuan bought the old house of the Ding family because it was cheap, but the house was broken and small. The roof leaked, and it was cold in winter and hot in summer. Of course, he was worried that they would not be comfortable living in their son-in-law's house. Yin Jiuchao meant to live there temporarily, demolish the old house, and rebuild it. After the construction was completed, the houses on both sides would be connected, and the family would not be separated. Although it was not a permanent home, it was still a home after all. Yuan was happy from the bottom of her heart to be able to combine it with her mother's family into a big house. But it was a pity for Yin Jiuchao. who looked like a son-in-law. Yuan took advantage of the moment and pinched his palm, fearing that he would say she was not righteous in broad daylight. She quickly let go of her hand. Yin Qiuqiu felt a touch of warmth and softness in his palm, which was fleeting like a dragonfly touching the water. He looked at her, but she had already gone to talk to Jiang. "What does mother think?" Yuan asked. Jiang said gently, "Listen to Wan." Her father listened to her mother, and the matter was settled. When Yuan talked to Jiang, Yin Qiuqiu just listened most of the time. His temperament and his background determined that he was incompatible with this poor village. But there was no impatience on his face. From time to time, children from the village came to see him curiously. He didn't get annoyed when he was surrounded by people. He just sat patiently and quietly. Cultivation is sometimes unrelated to reputation. He is the most notorious person she has ever heard of, but also the best educated person she has ever seen. On this side, Yuan was talking to her family, and on the other side, the Luo family came to the door. This was really unexpected. The Yu family invited them to come when they started building the house. But they didn't come. What happened today? They came to the house on their own? The Luo family didn't know that the Yu family was with the third brother. They rode in a carriage and entered the village in a high-spirited manner, heading straight to the old house of the Yu family. They had also been to Lianhua village before. In the past, there would always be a large group of country bumpkins surrounding them to see the novelty. The Luo family was ready to be watched and envied. But the children at the entrance of the village were playing by themselves, and the aunts and daughters-in-law were busy with their own things. They didn't even raise their eyelids. Didn't they see it? Gui Yunyang muttered. There was no one in the old house of the Yu family. After asking the neighbors, they knew that they went to the third brother's house. When the Luo family went to the third brother's house, they saw rows of new houses erected on the original ridges along the way. Gui Yunyang muttered again. Did some squire move in? The people who came to the Luo family were Gui Yunyang and her youngest son Luo Cheng. Gui Yunyang was the sister of the eldest aunt and Gui Dayo. She was sweeter and more capable than the eldest aunt. She married a businessman in the city, not in the nearby county town. However, in the eyes of the country people, the county town was already a good place that was hard to reach. Otherwise, how could they ride in a carriage? Her sisters and brothers couldn't even afford a bull cart. The carriage stopped in front of Yuan's house. Gui Yunyang got off the car with a noble look, thinking that she was very arrogant. But when she looked up, she saw a bigger and more luxurious carriage parked at the door. The gilded canopy, the rosewood body, and the 4 tall and mighty Fergana horses scared her mules and horses so much that they trembled. Gui Yunyang was stunned. She wondered if she had come to the wrong place. At this moment, a noble lady in bright clothes came out of the house. It was hard to understand how such a poor and remote place could have such a well-dressed lady. The satin on her body was much more luxurious, and the pearl hairpin on her head was also made of pure gold. That style could not be bought in a small county town, so it must be from the capital. She did not dare to put on airs in front of such a noble lady. She calmed down and walked forward, and asked humbly, "Excuse me, madam, is this the third room of the Yu family?" Before she finished speaking, the noble lady said in surprise, "Gui Yunyang?" When Gui Yunyang heard the familiar voice, she was stunned and looked at the other party in disbelief and said, Big sister?" The person who was recognized as a noble lady by Gui Yunyang was the eldest aunt of the Yu family. The eldest aunt has changed a lot. She is no longer the old woman with the vicissitudes of life in Gui Yunyang's impression. She looks younger than Gui Yunyang and has a more graceful demeanor. In Gui Yunyang's memory, this eldest sister always hides behind people with inferiority complex because she looks mediocre, is big and strong, eats a lot, and ages quickly. She secretly laughs at her and calls her a pig. She is a pig who can't be on the stage. Gui Yunyang never dreamed that she would see such a glamorous side of her eldest sister. This is definitely not made up by a few gorgeous clothes. Gui Oxiang is completely different. Gui Yunyang was dumbfounded. What happened? The uncle came out. Gui Yunyang also recognized her brother-in-law by his voice. Her eyes fell on her uncle's unimpeded legs, and she was stunned and said, "Sister, brother-in-law's legs are not lame anymore?" At this time, Yu Feng and Yu Song came back from the town to buy vegetables. Chicken, duck, fish and meat were not rare. They bought seasonal vegetables and fruits. 5 caddies of mutton, 2 lamb legs, 10 caddies of donkey meat, a big white goose, and 2 plump and delicious mandarin fish. Someone was delivering the vegetables, and they were behind. The two were anxious to see their sister carrying a basket of fruits into the village first. Both of them changed into new clothes bought from the big cloth shop in Beijing. The new clothes were extremely expensive, but as the aunt said, they were now considered royal relatives after all, and they couldn't lose face for one. So they had to buy them no matter how expensive they were. The two of them were rare handsome men in the area, and they dealt with Mr. Qin, Manager Cui and others. They had seen the world, and their shabby and small family airs were gradually worn away. With these decent clothes, they looked like two young men from wealthy families. Gui Yunyang was completely speechless. "Come in and sit down." The eldest aunt said that she didn't want to make a scene too ugly since One was coming back. Gui Yunyang took Luo Cheng into the house. The house was still so shabby. Could it be just a pretense? This speculation made Gui Yunyang feel better. From childhood to adulthood, this elder sister has always been her foil. She is the cloud in the sky, and the elder sister is the mud under her feet. When she is used to seeing a person's lowly appearance, she can't accept her climbing on her head. The eldest aunt didn't want Gui Yunyang and her son to pollute the eyes of the new son-in-law. So she asked Yuan to take Yan Jiuchao back to the house. Yuan felt that the house was stuffy, so she took Yan Jiuchao to the backyard. The eldest uncle and his two brothers went to the kitchen, and Jiang went to help. The lively main room suddenly became empty. Gui Yunyang, who was suddenly ignored, was a little confused. Her youngest son Luo Cheng couldn't hold back his temper and pulled down a hoarse face. Gui Yunyang didn't forget what she came for. She smiled and looked at her aunt and said, "Sister, I heard that One got married. How come you didn't tell me about such a big thing?" The aunt sneered. "Oh, this is my fault. Haven't we invited you enough times?" Gui Yunyang, tell me yourself. How many times have you come? Didn't I ask someone to bring you news when we started building the house last time? Did you come? Gui Yunyang was embarrassed. She always ignored the Yu family's banquet. One reason was that the journey was too far, and the other was that the Yu family was poor, and there was no point in getting along. She had given money as a gift before, but she ignored it last time, which made her aunt embarrassed. If it were her turn, she would remember her aunt for the rest of her life. But her aunt was always the one who was abused. Gui Yunyang felt that even if she really offended her elder sister, she would forgive her unconditionally. Gui Yunyang said perfunctorily, "Didn't I listen to the nonsense of my brother and sister-in-law and misunderstand that my elder sister didn't want to associate with us?" The eldest aunt said coldly, "If I don't want to associate with you, I will invite you to dinner. Am I crazy? But you are right. I really don't want to associate with you now. Relatives like you are not worthy of the Yu family." Gui Yunyang didn't expect that the eldest sister, who always swallowed her anger, would say such ruthless words. Could it be that the rumors she heard were true, and the Yu family was now on the high branch of a wealthy family? So this eldest sister no longer cared about their Luo family? In the backyard, Yuan listened to the conversation between Gui Yunyang and the eldest aunt, and gossiped about the relationship between the Gua and Luo families with Yan Jiuchao. It's not that the eldest aunt is unreasonable. Don't misunderstand the eldest aunt. She began to care about his opinion of her family. Yan Jiuchao hummed. The young master of Yanqing actually sat in the backyard of a farmer's house and listened to the gossip between the aunts and uncles. And he listened seriously. "What's the matter with you?" the aunt said unhappily. Gui Yunyang looked towards the backyard. "Is One coming home today? Why didn't I see her? Did she not come back or?" The aunt interrupted her. "Do you want to see One? Or do you want to see our new son-in-law?" "Of course it's the new son-in-law." Gui Yunyang's eyes flickered. The aunt said coldly, "I can see it. Did you hear that One married a good family, so you came here to ask for money?" Gui Yunyang said with a frown, "Sister, don't say such harsh words. We are all relatives. What's the point of asking for money? I just came to see you. Now you have seen it. You can leave." The aunt ordered to expel her. Gui Yunyang choked on the spot. Yuan was very relieved to hear this, thinking of the anger her aunt suffered in the Luo family. Gui Yunyang really deserved to be kicked out. Sister, if you have something to say, please talk nicely. Don't make it so ugly, and let the new son-in-law laugh at you." Gui Yunyang is not stupid. No matter how rich the Yu family is, can they afford such an expensive carriage? 4 horses. How high an official must be to be qualified to ride it? That damn girl One has really become a phoenix. What Gui Yunyang said is right. Yan Jiuchao must not be made fun of by her family. The aunt suppressed her anger. Gui Yunyang struck while the iron was hot and said, Sister, I was wrong in the past. I shouldn't have listened to the slander of my brother and sister-in-law and alienated you. You should blame me. But no matter what, we are sisters. We can't break this relationship. The aunt looked at her coldly. Gui Yunyang thought that her elder sister had moved her. So she wiped away her non-existent tears and said, To be honest, my life in the Luo family was not easy. It was all glamorous on the surface. But who wouldn't laugh at me for being an ignorant village woman in secret? Sister, this is how my life will be. I accept it. But my son can't be like this. Zhong and Chenhua are both good students. They have only studied for a few years and have passed the examination to become a student. Zhong'er was sick and couldn't come with me. I brought Cheng'er here today in the hope that you can help my two nephews find a way out. The eldest aunt said. Since they are so capable, do they still need me to find a way out? Besides, how can I find a way out? You think too highly of me. Gui Yunyang said embarrassedly. Isn't it almost the autumn examination? I was thinking. The eldest aunt sneered. Thinking about asking the new son-in-law to find a relationship for you so that they can pass the autumn examination smoothly? Gui Yunyang's eyes lit up. Son-in-law has some ability. Right? It sounded like Yin Jiucha was incompetent if he couldn't handle this. Yuan was furious. And her cheeks were puffed up like a hamster. Yin Jiucha looked at her angry and aggrieved look. And a smile flashed in his eyes. The aunt said angrily, You let the new son-in-law help your son through the back door. Who do you think he is? Gui Yunyang said with a sigh, Don't be angry. Sister, look at the three of us. Only Zhong'er and Cheng'er are studying. If they have a promising future, won't it also make you proud? This remark hit the sore spot of the aunt. She gave birth to two sons, both of whom were peasants. Everything was inferior except for studying. It was no wonder that Gui Yunyang suppressed her in everything. Can this kind of thing be done through the back door? Yuan asked Yin Jiuchu. No, Yin Jiuchu said firmly. Fame cannot be bought. Unless it is by taking exams for someone else or leaking questions. Of course, if young Master Yin is willing. It is not a big deal. But Yin Jiucha will not do it. Gui Yunyang said again, Okay. Okay. I am wrong. I shouldn't think about this. Then, the new son-in-law is from Beijing. It should be okay for him to find a good teacher for Zhong'er and Cheng'er in Beijing. Right? You tell the new son-in-law and let Zhong'er and Cheng'er live in his house. The aunt couldn't listen anymore. Not to mention that Awan is just her niece. Even if she is her own daughter, she would not let her uncle's family make such a plan. What is Gui Yunyang to be the new son-in-law? A sucker? She said she would live there. She said she would invite a teacher. And she said she was not asking for money. She was asking for money. The aunt didn't care whether Yin Jiucha would laugh at her or not. She grabbed Gui Yunyang's shoulders and dragged her out. Hey! Big sister! Big sister! Let my mother go! Luo Cheng went to push his aunt. And the Yufeng brothers rushed out with sticks. Luo Cheng was so scared that he jumped onto the carriage. The aunt dragged Gui Yunyang out of the Yu family. Gui Yunyang, if you really come to see me, I will treat you with good wine and food. But if you have ideas about Awan and the new son-in-law, don't blame me for turning my face against you. Gui Yunyang was so angry. Gua Xiang, now that you have money, you don't take your relatives seriously. Right? Isn't that what I learned from you? The aunt asked back. Gui Yunyang choked again. The aunt shouted, Get out! You want someone to chase you away. Right. Yu Feng and Yu Song swung the sticks in their hands. And Gui Yunyang quickly jumped onto the carriage and walked away in disgrace. The villagers laughed. Gui Yunyang was furious that Chiu Feng failed to win, and the whole village laughed at her. She was venting her anger today. But the aunt was worried that her affair with Gui Yunyang had embarrassed Awan. So she went to the backyard and explained to Yin Jiuchao, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Sir. She didn't know how people in the city would deal with such a thing. But it would definitely not be like her. It doesn't matter, Yin Jiucha said. And then looked at the Yufeng brothers, who also went to the backyard. Let him go to Beijing to study with me. He? Everyone followed Yin Jiucha's gaze, and looked at Yusong. You're mistaken? This is my second brother. And this is my eldest brother. Yuan pointed at Yufeng and said. The Yu brothers also went to the village school in their early years. But unfortunately, they didn't get in, and returned home to farm. They were not good at studying. But if they had to choose one, it would definitely be Yufeng. Yufeng is calm, sensible and obedient. But Yusong can't even sit still. Yes, it's your second brother. Yin Jiucha said firmly. The aunt waved her hand. Xiao Song is not a good student. He can't study. Yin Jiucha asked Yuan to bring a book. Opened a page at random. Pointed to a word and said, read. The powerful royal pressure and aura made Yu Song dare not lie. And Yu Song read honestly, Zay. Read. Nai. Yin Jiucha pointed to a few more words. And Yu Song read them all accurately. Yin Jiucha asked him to recite the 1,000-character classic. And he recited it more smoothly than Xiao Taidan. The Yu family was stunned. The eldest aunt couldn't close her mouth. Her youngest son could read? When did it happen? Yuan asked, when did you learn it? Brother? Yu Song scratched his head. You taught Taidan. I heard it. He remembered it after just a few times. Who said her second brother was not good at studying? He is just a bookworm. Chapter 255 Princess of Nanzhao. The eldest aunt had just said that Gui Yunyang should not be allowed to ask for money. But now she was going to ask for money from the new son-in-law. How could she agree? Yuan said, you also ask for money? Then we go to the big room to eat every day. Haven't we been asking for money for half a year? How is this the same? The eldest aunt said angrily. Aunt, just let the second brother go. Yuan urged. The eldest aunt was really embarrassed. But she knew in her heart that she was different from Gui Yunyang. Although the first and third rooms did not live in the same house. They were actually not separated at the moment. She treated Alwan as her own daughter. And Alwan naturally treated Yu Song as her own brother. Of course, the most important thing was the new son-in-law. He really did not despise them. The poor relatives. And sincerely considered them. Sister-in-law. Let Xiao Song go. Jiang said. Jiang was the most indecisive person in the Yu family. It was always the family members who made the decision. And she was only responsible for nodding. This time, even she spoke up. The aunt couldn't be shy anymore. And agreed happily and nervously. She was happy that her family could also produce a scholar. But she was nervous because she was afraid that this rascal would not be interested for more than 3 days. These are all things for the future. Now it is halfway to success to have a good start. Yuan is optimistic about her second brother, and is very grateful to Yin Jiuchao. She asked Yin Jiuchao how he saw it. And Yin Jiuchao snorted, I won't tell you. Yuan was angry and amused. And took her aunt to the old house to pack up things for her second brother. Alwan, don't you think this is a dream? The aunt returned to the old house, but still couldn't believe it was true. Their family was all mud legs. Especially Xiao Song, who was a naughty child. He was beaten more than rice. The aunt really couldn't imagine him holding a book obediently. Yuan thought about it, and it was really funny. If it weren't for Yin Jiucha's sharp eyes, their family probably wouldn't have discovered that Yu Song was actually a good student. After cleaning up here, the food for the third room was served. The uncle cooked it himself. And Yu Feng helped him to make a large table of delicious dishes, including clear-boiled mutton soup, cumin lamb legs, crispy roast goose, braised mandarin fish, lily egg custard, and several seasonal vegetables. The adults were at one table, and the children were at another. Xiao Taidan was very much like a big brother and uncle, taking good care of his sister and nephews. The uncle didn't know whether Yin Jiuchao was used to eating country food, and whether he was used to eating with these country people. He was a little restrained when eating. But after being drunk by Yu Shaoqing with a few glasses of strong liquor, he instantly lost his mind and hugged Yin Jiucha's shoulders and called him brother. After dinner, Jiang took the little ones to rest, while Yuan took the thank you gift from the carriage and headed for the Zhao family. She and Yin Jiuchao decided not to tell their families about the incident on the wedding day. But a way saved her. So she should go to the door in person to thank him. The door of the Zhao family was closed. Yuan raised her hand and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was an old man in his 60s. When the old man saw Yuan, his expression was very calm. Yuan curved her lips. Are you Awei's grandfather? Everyone in the village knew that the 3 generations who moved into the Zhao family were a grandfather, 2 uncles, and Awei, the grandson. The old man's old eyes were calm. I am? Who are you? He asked knowingly. Yuan was not sure whether Awei had told his family that he had saved him. If he hadn't told them, then she would be causing trouble for him if she exposed it. Yuan said, I am Awan, from the 3rd room of the Yu family. I returned home today and brought something for Awei. Awei had killed a petty thief who had sneaked into her house. The whole village knew about this. It would not be excessive for Yuan to give him a few more gifts of thanks. The old man accepted it. Then, he closed the door without saying a word. Yuan raised her eyebrows strangely. Awei's grandfather looked difficult to get along with. It was really difficult for Awei. The old man listened to Yuan's footsteps going away. Then he took a deep breath, revealing the strangeness that he dared not show in front of Yuan. Hugo came over. Grandma. What's wrong? Hugo was one of the two young men who accompanied the old man. The other one was Qin Yan. Qin Yan and Awei went up the mountain to hunt, leaving him at home to accompany the old man. The old man put the basket on the table and frowned. I just felt the breath of the Goo King. The Goo King that Grandma is talking about is, in Grandma's eyes, the goo insects raised by Awei are just some small goo. Only their family treasure can be called the Goo King by Grandma. Yes, it is it. The old man nodded. Hugo was stunned at first, then wondered, no. Hasn't the family treasure been sent to Nanzhao as a betrothal gift? How could it appear in the Central Plains? Or on her? This is also what the old man can't figure out. The mother and daughter have never been to Nanzhao. So how could they get the Goo King, who has been regarded as a sacred object by the Nanzhao royal family? Moreover, it is said that the Goo King has chosen a master, and the one he chose is the little princess of Nanzhao. The king is very pleased, and has made the little princess the queen. The Goo King who has chosen a master will not easily leave his master, unless the master dies. But he has not heard of the obituary of the Nanzhao queen. The old man shook his head. I must have made a mistake. After dinner, Yuan and Yin Jiuch set off to return to Beijing. Yu Shaoqing wanted to keep his daughter for a few more nights. But there was a saying that there would be no vacancies in the first month of marriage. No matter how reluctant he was, he could only urge his daughter to return home quickly. Study hard and don't do anything stupid. Okay? In front of the carriage, the aunt kept telling Yu Song that when her son was at home, she wanted to kick this little bastard out. But she was reluctant to let him go. The capital is not far away, Yu Song muttered, unable to bear to see his mother's red eyes. Yuan said, yes, aunt. My second brother, and I will come back to see you often. When you are free, come to the mansion more often to see me and my second brother. This is not a polite remark. She really wants to see her family more. The aunt burst into tears and laughed. Silly child. How can a new wife go to her parents' home all day? Don't make people laugh. You let that boy study hard and don't always think about coming back. Yu Song snorted. Can't I go back yet? You're asking for a beating again, aren't you? The aunt raised her fist. But halfway through she remembered that she was half a scholar. So she gritted her teeth and put it down. The little baby liked the clear-boiled mutton soup made by the uncle. The uncle went to the town again in the afternoon, bought 10 pounds of mutton and stewed it, and put it in a can for Yuan to take back to the mansion to eat. Of course, the mansion couldn't do without these cans of mutton. But Yuan didn't want to refuse the kindness of her family. Are you really not going to the capital with your sister? After putting the can on the carriage, Yuan asked Xiao Taidan. Xiao Taidan pouted and said, I'll go if you don't study. This child. How much does he dislike studying? But does he think he can really escape studying if he leaves? Dad can also read. Yuan pinched his chubby little face and got on the car with 3 little babies in her arms. The carriage drove out of Lianhua village. Yuan opened the curtain and looked at her family members, who were seeing her off in the twilight. A strong sense of reluctance surged in her heart. The feeling that she had never experienced in her previous life seemed to be slowly beginning to be tasted in this life. Some bitterness, some pain, and some warmth. After returning home, Uncle Wan arranged Yusong in Ziyuexuan, which is the courtyard closest to the library. In Uncle Wan's words, the second young master came to study, so he naturally had to find a quiet and elegant courtyard. Yuan was worried that it was not close enough to King Fenjuan and would make Yusong feel lonely. But Yin Jiucha said, you can't stay for a few days. Huh? Yuan looked at Yin Jiucha puzzled. Yin Jiucha said, he went to study at the Imperial College, so he naturally had to live in the Imperial College. Yuan was stunned. Gua. Imperial College? Did she hear it right? That is the most authoritative school in the Great Zhou. Can the second brother who only knows 3-character classic and 1,000-character classic really enter such a prestigious place? Yin Jiucha said calmly, you can squeeze someone in. As for what class you get into after squeezing in, it depends on your ability. By the way, I forgot to tell you that Zhao Heng is also in the Imperial College. Ahem. Yuan, who was drinking tea, choked. You didn't do it on purpose? No. Yin Jiucha spread his hands. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Yuan opened her eyes wide. Yin Jiuqiao said innocently. I just remembered it. Yuan held her forehead. What kind of fate is this? Zhao Heng is actually in the Imperial College. So doesn't that mean her second brother will be Zhao Heng's classmate? You wish. Yin Jiuqiao saw through her thoughts at a glance. Zhao Heng may be a scumbag, but he is really knowledgeable. It is said that Gao Yuan admires his talent very much and has praised him more than once. There is at least 10 levels between Yusong and him. Being Zhao Heng's classmate? Just bear with it. Yuan clasped her arms and squinted at him. I suspect you did it on purpose. But I have no evidence. Her second brother hated Zhao Heng so much, knowing that Zhao Heng and him were in the Imperial College. And they were so different. He must have studied hard. Right? Chapter 256 The Ninth Brother's Methods. Soon Yuan found that she had no time to worry about her second brother's mood, because Uncle Wan brought back a piece of heavy news. The marriage of the Xiongnu princess was settled, and her fiancé was the fifth prince. It was not too surprising. There were only 3 princes of marriageable age. The birth mothers of the second and fourth princes were both concubines. The birth mother of the fifth prince was Yupin, whose status was not noble enough, and her mother's family was not strong. The fifth prince himself had no ambition to seize the throne. No matter how you look at it, he is the most suitable candidate. To express his importance of this marriage, the emperor named the fifth prince as the king of Cheng. The fifth prince was the first among the brothers, but he was not happy because he was going to marry a fierce woman from the Xiongnu. The wedding date was set for next month. As the new bride of the royal family, Yuan will attend the wedding banquet that day, which means that she has a lot of rules to learn, which is as strong as her second brother entering the Imperial College. Before the news was fully digested, a more shocking thing was reported in the palace the next morning. Fengqi Palace caught fire. The fire broke out suddenly in the dead of night. All the palace people went to bed. When they found out, the fire had spread to the queen's bedroom. The bedroom was burned down, and the queen was injured. The huge Fengqi Palace was reduced to ruins in the fire. When Yuan heard about this from Uncle Wan, she was standing in the front yard picking flowers. She wanted the kitchen to make some rose stew for the 3 little ones. Her hand holding the scissors paused, and she asked Uncle Wan, "Where is the queen now?" Uncle Wan replied, "She has temporarily moved into Jiayong Palace." Yuan's mind suddenly flashed back to the conversation with Yin Jiuqiao in the palace. She wants us to help her get out of Fengqi Palace. This is not difficult. Go and tell the queen that she will do as she wishes within 3 days. After counting with her fingers, today happened to be the 3rd day. There is no such coincidence in the world. The fire in Fengqi Palace must be the work of Yin Jiuqiao. She had secretly guessed what method Yin Jiuqiao would use, but she didn't expect it to be such a simple and crude trick. A big fire burned Fengqi Palace, and the queen who had not seen the sun for 10 years finally came out openly. This method sounds simple, but it is not so easy to set such a big fire in the palace without anyone knowing. Your young master is really... Yuan couldn't help laughing. She didn't know how to describe Yin Jiuqiao appropriately, but it was undeniable that she was amazed by him again. This is just the beginning. Although Yin Jiuqiao helped the queen walk out of Fengqi Palace, whether she can stay outside depends on the queen's own ability. I hope she won't let her and Yin Jiuqiao down. In the bedroom of Jiayong Palace, female doctors came out with blood in their hands. The emperor walked in and looked at the imperial physician, who was kneeling in front of the bed to change the dressing for the queen, and asked, "How is the queen?" The imperial physician turned around, bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the queen is seriously injured. I dare not make a conclusion for the time being." The emperor frowned. Eunuch Wang winked at the imperial physician, who picked up the medicine box and went out with Eunuch Wang. The palace servants also tactfully withdrew, leaving only the emperor and the dying queen in the huge bedroom. The emperor came to the bed and stood quietly for a while. The queen choked and coughed. The emperor frowned and reached out his hand. But before he could touch the queen, he saw that the queen slowly woke up. The queen opened her eyes weakly and looked at the man in the bright yellow dragon robe and said, "Your Majesty?" Her voice was hoarse and her lips were dry. She was already past the age of being as beautiful as pearls and jade. She was old, and a little older under the embarrassing injury. There was never a shortage of women in the harem, but there was only one wife. The emperor could not love the queen, but the queen was the orthodoxy, which was unmatched by any concubine. "How does the queen feel?" the emperor asked coldly. The queen said weakly, "Your Majesty was frightened." "I am fine." The emperor frowned and said, "The maid said that you had already escaped. Why did you rush back?" The queen looked at the emperor affectionately, and raised her arm under the quilt with difficulty. The emperor noticed her clenched fist, and subconsciously reached out his hand. The queen put a palm-sized purse in his hand. The purse was a few years old. The edges were furry. The color faded, and the embroidery on the surface became extremely smooth. It can be seen that it was often touched. The emperor opened the purse, and inside were 2 bunches of hair tied together with red ropes. His heart seemed to be hit by something, and his thoughts instantly returned to the night of his wedding with the queen many years ago. At that time, he was not even a prince, but a weak prince who had just left the cold palace and had not established a firm foundation in the court. She was the daughter of the current prime minister, and he married her. He still remembered how she cut a bunch of black hair from his head. She was scared and asked herself if she cut too much. He saw her carefully collect the hair of the 2 and put it in the purse, revealing a bright smile of a girl. Why did you? The emperor's throat moved. Run back for this thing? The queen's tears flowed down the corners of her eyes, but she smiled at the corners of her lips. I have no regrets. I have been married to your majesty, and I have no regrets in my death. The emperor clenched his purse and took a deep breath. Don't say discouraging words. I will let the imperial physician treat you well. The queen really didn't say another discouraging word, just looked at the emperor steadily and said, Thank you, your majesty. The emperor took the purse away. The queen knew that she had won the bet. As soon as the emperor left the bedroom of Jiaoyong Palace, the deep affection on the queen's face disappeared, and in the daylight, she regained her indifferent look. Just a little compassion was certainly not enough for the emperor to forgive the queen's sins. But when the emperor asked people to thoroughly investigate the cause of the flood in Fengqi Palace, some rumors spread privately in the palace. Have you heard? Concubine Lu was originally in the palace to take care of her baby, but concubine Xian had her summoned to the imperial garden. If she hadn't gone to the imperial garden, she wouldn't have eaten the poisoned snack, and she and the prince in her belly might have survived. Is there such a thing? The original victim should have been concubine Xian, but concubine Xian used concubine Lu as a scapegoat. Is she so vicious? If someone wants to harm her, she just exposes them. Why does she want to frame the innocent concubine Lu? Concubine Lu is close to the queen. We all suspected that the queen was pretending to be kind to concubine Lu, but was actually looking for an opportunity to harm concubine Lu's fetus. Now it seems that we are all wrong. Whether they were right or wrong, they had no chance to confirm it. The gossip reached the ears of the emperor, and the emperor had several gossiping maids dragged out and beaten to death. Since then, no one in the palace dared to criticize this matter, although the rumors were suppressed. The seeds in the emperor's heart quietly sprouted. Yes, I was the one who poisoned concubine Lu, but I didn't mean to harm concubine Lu's fetus. I am the queen, and your majesty's child is also my child. Why would I harm my own child? It's just a noble lady. So what if I snatch her son and raise him? Who can say anything? Concubine Lu's fetus is no threat to me, and I have no reason to harm him. These were the queen's original words. The emperor could not accept that his gentle and virtuous wife had become a vicious woman, and he was also angry at her arrogance in her words and deeds. No matter who she really wanted to harm, he didn't want to forgive her. It's not that the queen didn't accuse concubine Su, but concubine Lu's personal maid testified that concubine Lu went to the imperial garden by herself and had nothing to do with anyone. In this way, the emperor believed that the queen poisoned concubine Lu first and framed concubine Su later. When did the rumors about concubine Su and concubine Lu spread? The emperor asked. 2 days before the fire. Eunuch Wang said. Have you found the arsonist? He was a secret guard, he said. He didn't have time to say anything. He took poison and committed suicide. If the secret guard had accused concubine Su, it would have made the emperor suspicious. But he died without saying a word. The emperor seemed to be thinking, what do you think? I dare not speak nonsense. Eunuch Wang whispered. Just say it if I tell you to. The emperor said coldly. Yes. Eunuch Wang broke into a cold sweat. I think if it is true as the rumor says, the empress did want to plot against concubine Xian. But Su Xian saw through it first, and used concubine Lu as a scapegoat. Then concubine Xian's scheming is a bit scary. The emperor narrowed his eyes. So you mean this time it was not the empress's self-torture, but concubine Xian's handiwork? Concubine Xian heard the rumor, and thought that concubine Lu's affair could not be concealed. She was worried that the empress would regain her favor. So she simply set fire to the empress? Eunuch Wang did not say yes or no, but sighed slowly. The Empress has been out of favor for 10 years. She can't set such a big fire. But what if someone sets it for her? The Emperor said coldly. Eunuch Wang's eyebrows jumped. The Emperor slammed the table and said, "Call that stinky boy to me." Eunuch Wang went to the young master's mansion with a headache and invited this little ancestor to the imperial study. "Young master. Can't you just stay out of trouble for a day?" Eunuch Wang almost knelt down to Yin Jiuqiu. "If he doesn't get into trouble for a day, he must be the one. Your Majesty is in there. Please go in." Eunuch Wang sent the man to the door of the imperial study and left with a sigh. Yin Jiuqiu sat in a wheelchair, looking like he was the master of everything. The Emperor got angry when he saw him, and even more angry when he thought of what he had done. He glanced at his wheelchair and said, "Have you finished pretending?" "No," Yin Jiuqiu said. The Emperor picked up an inkstone and was about to hit Yin Jiuqiu on the head. Eunuch Wang ran in with a look of horror. "Don't hit it. Your Majesty. Calm down." The Emperor was so angry that he trembled all over. He threw the inkstone and sat down. "Tell me, did you set the fire in Fengqi Palace?" "Yes." He admitted it very straightforwardly. The Emperor, who had thought of 100 ways to force a confession. Eunuch Wang was so stupid that he confessed without being tortured. The Emperor suppressed his anger and said in a cold voice, "Why did you do this?" Yin Jiuqiu didn't say a word. The Emperor glared at him. "Yin Jiuqiu, I can give you a princess right now. For the golden seal," Yin Jiuqiu said with a compromised look. The Emperor's anger paused, and he frowned with a complicated look. "You mean, the Queen threatened you with the golden seal?" Yin Jiuqiu sighed. "It's not a threat. It's just a deal." The Emperor's teeth were clattering. "In my harem. You made a deal with my woman." "Yin Jiuqiu, you are very brave to admit it." Yin Jiuqiu didn't say anything. The Emperor snorted coldly. "But there is no way you don't admit it. You set such a big fire in my harem. Do you really think I can't find out? I don't understand. For a woman, do you really care about him so much? Your Majesty, have you never cared so much about someone?" Yin Jiuqiu asked back. The Emperor was stunned by the question. This may be the madness in their family. Back then, he was crazy for the king of Yin. The Emperor closed his eyes and forced himself not to recall the things with the previous Emperor. He changed the subject, and his voice was much more haggard. How could the queen be such a person? Just a moment ago, he was moved by her snatching the wedding gifts for the two of them in the fire. Now that he knew that everything was a calculation, he felt an indescribable nausea. Originally thought that even if she did something wrong, she was at least sincere to him. Now it seems that he was stupid. How will the Emperor punish me? Of course I will punish you. But he didn't think of how to punish him. He was in a terrible mood. He asked Yin Jiuqiu to go back to the young master's mansion first, and not to step out of the mansion without his order. On the way to send Yin Jiuqiu out of the palace, Eunuch Wang said earnestly, "Young master, why do you want to confess? His Majesty can't actually find out about you. And I will try my best to speak well of you." Yin Jiuqiu didn't answer him, but asked back, "Eunuch Wang, do you know why His Majesty hasn't dealt with the Queen for so many years, but has always imprisoned the Queen in Fengqi Palace?" Eunuch Wang thought for a while. His Majesty is concerned about the love between husband and wife in the past. Yin Jiuqiu nodded. "That's right. So His Majesty can neither be ruthless to the Queen nor have the heart to use the Queen. But from today on, His Majesty will have the heart to do so. His Majesty will still let the Queen return to favor. But not because of the reunion, but to check and balance concubine Su Xianfei. And for Yin Jiuqiu, a favored queen and a chess piece queen. Of course, the latter is easier to control." Eunuch Wang, who will come to his senses, sighed with a chill on his feet. Young master's heart is really hard. Chapter 257 The Scheming Little Milk Bag. When Yin Jiuqiu returned to the mansion, Yuan was no longer in the house. She went to the kitchen to work. She was learning to make rose stew with the cook. This rose stew was only known to her thanks to Madame Du that day in Tianxiang Tower. Madame Du's rose stew was scattered all over the floor. She could still feel salivating when she recalled the fragrance of roses. My uncle could also make it. But such high-quality ingredients were not available in the countryside. Only Uncle Juan, the steward who loved to grow flowers, would build a greenhouse in the young master's mansion to grow roses. Rose stew is not difficult to make. Wash the fresh petals and dry them in the shade. Spread them in a bowl, layer by layer of petals and sugar, and stack them up until the bowl is full. Then use a stone pestle to pound the flower mud and pound out a crystal clear mass. A bowl of sweet and delicious rose stew is ready. Yuan took the rose stew to the pavilion in Qifeng courtyard. Such a good thing must be enjoyed while enjoying the scenery. Go and see if the young master has returned. And call the young master as well, Yuan said to Tower and Lear. The two of them responded respectfully, and hurriedly went to look for people separately. Tower went to the front yard and Lear went to the garden. Without Yuan watching, the three little guys began to become wild horses again, running around the mansion. And in the blink of an eye they ran away. Lear found nothing in the garden. Tower did pick up Yin Jiucha. Yin Jiucha was walking towards Qifeng courtyard in a wheelchair. Halfway through, the branches above his head snapped, and Yin Jiucha picked up a son who fell from the banyan tree. Yin Jiucha, little baby. It was so good to be caught by his own father. The three little guys were picked up by Ing San, standing in the corner, and obediently thinking about their mistakes. Young master. Lear came over breathlessly, and said with a bow, Okay, young madam has made rose stew. Waiting for the young master and the young master to taste it. The little kids' ears stood up, and they turned their heads to sneak a peek at their father. I'll deal with you later. Yin Jiucha took the three little guys back to Qifeng courtyard. The three of them washed their hands very obediently, climbed onto the stone bench, and sat down. Yuan brought out 4 bowls of rose stew, 3 small bowls for her sons, and a large bowl for Yin Jiucha. Don't you like sour food? I put some hawthorn in yours. Yin Jiucha took a bite. In the past, when I lost my sense of taste, I felt that the dishes she cooked had a little taste. But now I can slowly taste a very light sour taste. And when I eat her food again, I feel that it tastes even better. Do you like it? Yuan's eyes sparkled. Yin Jiucha didn't say anything, but he couldn't stop eating, which showed that he liked it very much. The cook who was looking at this place from a distance couldn't help but twitch his lips. The young master really doted on the young mistress, as she could eat such a bad dish. Yin Jiucha quickly finished a big bowl of rose stew. The 3 little kids pushed their bowls in front of him in a very filial manner. Yin Jiucha was moved, but he would not punish his sons for being so filial. The 3 little kids looked so cute. Daddy, you're overthinking. Actually, they just don't want to eat. They've escaped. It's not without reason that Uncle One can help the 2 princes escape from the Coal Palace. Yuan has never seen such a capable person. Yesterday, he mentioned that Yusong should enter the Imperial College. Uncle One completed the formalities early this morning. After lunch, he took Yusong to the Imperial College for the exam. Yuan seriously suspected that ordinary people would not get such treatment. Uncle One used his status as a young master's mansion to pressure him. But this is understandable. He is obviously a member of the young master's mansion. But he still has to follow the procedures of ordinary people. Isn't it hypocritical? Yusong's results were announced on the spot, and he was admitted to Master Liao's class. Is Master Liao good? Yuan looked at Uncle One, who returned to the mansion to report. Uncle One smiled and said, Of course Master Liao is good. The bad thing is his class. The academy is the worst in the country, and all the thorns and relatives in the whole capital are in it. However, as long as the second son is willing to work hard, he will be able to move up to a higher class in the next exam. After all, there are very few people like Xiaoheng who can enter the A class with just one test. Most students move up step by step. Yuan asked more about the Imperial College and found that the Imperial College of the Great Zhou dynasty actually had scholarships. The top 3 students selected by the chief wine master every month can receive 5 to 10 taels of silver. This may not be a big deal in the capital, but it is a year-long reward for the whole family in the countryside. Did Xiaoheng get it? Yuan asked. Uncle One nodded. He is the first in the top 3 every month. That is 10 taels. God really treats him well. He can earn 10 taels of silver in a month by studying. Yusong is a relative. He spent a huge amount of scholarships to get a place. There is no need to tell Yusong. The second brother can just study with peace of mind. Yuan does not want him to have a psychological burden. Yin Jiucha said that Yusong would not stay at home for a few days. But Yuan did not expect that it would only be 1 day. After completing the admission procedures, Yusong could not wait to see his classmates. Yuan remembered that she was also so impatient when she was in boarding school in her previous life. She smiled with understanding, asked someone to prepare a carriage, and personally sent Yusong to the Imperial College. Yuan counted Yusong's luggage and said, I put the clothes in this bundle. The silver is also in it. And the pens, ink and paper are all in the box. By the way, I prepared a few handkerchiefs. Remember to use them. Okay, I know. Why are you like my mother? Yu Song was nagging and lost his temper. Yuan could not help but smile. Yes, she used to be the least talkative. But since she became a mother and a wife, she has become nagging. The brother and sister talked for a while, at the gate of the Imperial College. Just when Yu Song was about to go in, Zhao Heng appeared. Zhao Heng was with a few classmates. They went to buy calligraphy together. When they came back from the street, Zhao Heng saw the luxurious four-horse carriage. In the capital, the only people who could ride such a carriage were either royal relatives or princes. Even though he was aloof, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. As a result, he found Yuan walking down from the carriage. Yuan was wearing a red and white wide-sleeved Lucian dress. The red color was very bright, which made her look extremely bright. The white collar, cuffs and hem made her look clean and elegant. Her temperament was quiet and peaceful, and her smile was shallow and gentle. Her face was still the same face, but Zhao Heng didn't dare to recognize her. Is this still the village girl squatting by the dirty fish pond, washing her face with smelly water in her hands? No one would disbelieve that she is the daughter of a noble family. Of course, she has a woman's bun, which shows that she is married. There is a feminine charm between her eyebrows, which makes people unable to look away. What are you looking at? A classmate followed Zhao Heng's gaze and recognized the cloud emblem on the carriage. Ah, the carriage of Prince Yan's mansion. I think that is the new wife of young Master Yan. A woman with such outstanding appearance and temperament can't be a servant of the young master's mansion. That's too unreasonable. Zhao Heng certainly knew that Master Wan was Yin Jiuqiao. But knowing is one thing, and seeing her marry Yin Jiuqiao with his own eyes is another. He once thought that Ah Wan was beautiful, but she looked rustic and not as good as the daughters in the town. Now looking at her again, he felt that not to mention the daughters in the town, even the girls in Marshal Zhao's mansion were completely outshined by her. Zhao Heng frowned, and his hands buried under his wide sleeves clenched into fists. Why is the wife of the young master's mansion here? I heard that she is here to send her brother to school. Two students discussed. Let's go. Don't look at them, the classmate urged Zhao Heng. Yin Jiuqiao was not easy to mess with. If he knew that they were staring at his wife, he might do something to them. In fact, it was not only Zhao Heng who looked at her. The students passing by could not help but be attracted by Yuan. She was beautiful. But what made people unable to take their eyes away was the quiet and far-reaching temperament that slowly emanated from her. Hurry up and get in the car. Uncle Wan and I will go in. Yu Song also noticed the scrutiny of others. He didn't want his sister to be watched by so many men. Yu Song didn't see Zhao Heng, but Zhao Heng did. Nonsense. Zhao Heng muttered coldly after entering the Imperial College. What's wrong? Asked a classmate. Zhao Heng paused. I'm not good at studying. A farmer who only knows how to rob bird nests and run wild in the village all day long. What else can he do if he doesn't come to the Imperial College? Zhao Heng, who was just amazed by Yuan's temperament, suddenly felt that Yuan was just like that. She wanted to study like a city girl after climbing up the ladder. And she didn't even look at her brother's character. She was just a piece of mud that couldn't be helped. Chapter 258 Husband and Wife. Get the golden seal. The Imperial College is very large. Yu Song followed Uncle Wan for a quarter of an hour before arriving at a courtyard with black tiles and white walls. There were corridors, houses, wells and green bamboos inside. The difference was that Yu Song could not see any farm tools here. If Yin Jiuqiao had not accidentally seen him writing on the ground, he would probably have been a mud-legged peasant in Lianhua village all his life. He never dreamed that he would become one of the many scholars. Yu Song held the bag in his arms and stared blankly at the scholar in white clothes passing in front of him. He heard Uncle Wan mention that the students of the Imperial College were called Jiansheng, and they were one level higher than ordinary scholars. Uncle Wan turned his head and saw Yu Song looking stupid, and couldn't help laughing. Second Master will get used to it in the future. You are the same as them. Jiansheng of the Imperial College. I was still farming yesterday morning. Yu Song smiled and scratched his head. Uncle Wan was amused by him. If ordinary people had such good things, they would have been so proud. Only he was so stupid. Otherwise, how could he catch the young master's eye? The young master was not the kind of person who was obsessed with lust. It was true that he cared about Miss Yu, but he helped Yu Song purely because he saw Yu Song's potential. Let's go in. Uncle Wan sent Yu Song to the dormitory. There were 3 students in each dormitory. Uncle Wan had inquired and found that one of Yu Song's roommates was from Yuo, and the other from Wancheng. They were both generous and gentle. The dormitory was a dormitory with 3 beds in total. One inside and one outside were occupied. Yu Song could only choose the one in the middle. Uncle Wan wanted to make the bed, but Yu Song said, "I'll do it myself. Country people can still do this little thing." Uncle Wan had nothing to do here. After giving some instructions, he left. After Yu Song packed up his things and took a bucket to fetch water, he ran into Zhao Heng and his classmates as soon as he walked to the door. Yu Song had already learned from Yu Wan that Zhao Heng was also studying at the Imperial College, so he was not surprised to see him. But he was not in a good mood. "Hey, are you new here? What was that look in your eyes just now?" Just when Yu Song was about to pass by Zhao Heng, Zhao Heng's classmate blocked his way. However, it was not the one who recognized the carriage of the young master's mansion before, but a student named Lu, whose father was the 8th-rank county magistrate of a small county. Yu Song glanced at him indifferently. "What do you want to do?" Lu Jiansheng said, "I should ask you this question. What do you want to do? Are you looking down on others? Do you know who he is?" Yu Song thought to himself, "Of course I know who he is. A heartless man who bullied his sister and still owes his sister 300 taels of silver." Lu Jiansheng rolled up his sleeves, and Zhao Heng said, "Forget it. Let's go." Lu Jiansheng walked away with a glare. At this time, Yu Song's roommate came back with a pile of books. He looked at Yu Song, then at Zhao Heng and the other 2 who were walking over, and said, "Are you new here? How did you offend them?" "Young Master Zhao is a top-ranking student in the Imperial College. I heard that he was recommended by the Xiao family, and is highly regarded by Gao Jizhou. You must not offend him." Top-ranking student. Yu Song looked at Zhao Heng's receding back, and slowly clenched his fists. In order to attend the wedding of Prince Cheng and Princess Xiongnu smoothly, Uncle Wan invited a senior tutor for Yu Wan, whose surname was also Wan. Uncle Wan said that the 2 were from the same family 500 years ago. Nanny Wan had been in the palace, and was responsible for teaching the rules of the concubines. Now, she was released from the palace by the grace of the emperor to spend her old age. She had no shortage of money. She agreed to come to the young master's mansion because it was Uncle Wan who asked for it. Upon learning that the girl she was going to teach was actually a village girl, Nani Wan glared at Uncle Wan fiercely. Uncle Wan touched his nose in dismay. Nani Wan was strict and serious. She would let her pass if she was right and punish her if she was wrong. Yu Wan was the wife of the young master of Yincheng, but Nani Wan also punished her to copy the palace rules several times. Yu Wan studied the royal genealogy and palace rules in the morning, practiced her speech and manners in the afternoon, and was not idle at night. She was taught tea art by Nani Wan, or flower art by Uncle Wan. After a day's work, Yu Wan felt more tired than farming. At night, after class, Yu Wan dragged her tired body to Qifeng courtyard, took a comfortable hot bath, and almost fell asleep in the bathtub. Several little guys fell on the bed. Yu Wan sat at the head of the bed, holding a royal genealogy. This was similar to her history study in her previous life. It introduced from the previous dynasty to the current dynasty, how many emperors the current dynasty had experienced, and what deeds each emperor had in his life. It was detailed. This was not a genealogy at all, but a dynasty history book. When seeing the volume about the late emperor, Yu Wan was particularly cautious. Although Yin Jiuchi said that the emperor was not the flesh and blood of the king of Nanzhao, she still had some doubts. If it were not for the Prince of Yin to take the blame for the emperor being the Prince of Nanzhao, how could his descendants be persecuted by the Nanzhao royal family? But judging from the major events in the life of the late emperor, he did not take the late queen to visit Nanzhao, and the king of Nanzhao had never visited the great Zhou. Theoretically, the 2 of them could not have hooked up. The age was even more inconsistent. The king of Nanzhao was only 5 years older than the emperor, and 9 years older than the king of Yin. It was unlikely that he could make a woman pregnant. So Yin Jiuchi was right. The emperor was not the son of the king of Nanzhao, and the king of Yin did not take the blame for him. Then why did the Nanzhao royal family deal with Yin Jiuqiao? Xiaobao crawled over curiously, sticking out his little butt, sweating profusely, to read the book in Yu Wan's hand. Yu Wan looked at him with amusement. "Do you want to read?" Xiaobao nodded. Yu Wan wiped his sweat with a handkerchief, held him on her lap, put her arms around him, pointed at the words in the book, and read them to him one by one. Every time she read a word, Xiaobao's mouth opened. If there was no sound, She would almost think that Xiao Bao was reading to her seriously. Yuan kissed her son's forehead. Xiao Bao, do you want to talk? Xiao Bao did not respond. Yuan looked down and saw that Xiao Bao had fallen asleep in her arms. So he didn't want to read, but crawled to her because he wanted to sleep. Yuan was angry and amused, and changed Xiao Bao into dry clothes. At the same time, Da Bao and Air Bao could no longer turn over, lying on the quilt with their legs spread out, their eyelids drooping, and they fell asleep in a few seconds. Yuan changed the clothes of Da Bao and Er Bao, but Yin Jiuqiao still hadn't returned to the room. Yuan decided to read more books, but she was so tired that she fell asleep with her head tilted. She was awakened by a rustling sound. She opened her eyes dazedly and looked. Yin Jiuqiao? Then she wiped it casually. Where are the children? Uncle Wan took them away, Yin Jiuqiao said. Yuan was holding a half-open book in her hand. Yin Jiuqiao paused and asked her, Are you not finished yet? No. I only memorized a little bit of it. Yuan stretched a little while holding the book. She glanced at Yin Jiuqiao casually, and saw that Yin Jiuqiao's ears were a little red. Yuan's sleepiness was instantly awakened. She propped herself up with her elbows, looked at him half sideways and said, Are you talking about that? Sunflower water. Yin Jiuqiao's eyelashes trembled. Yuan sighed regretfully. It's still a day or two away. Perhaps because she ate too well at the young master's mansion. Her period was more intense than usual, and the duration was longer. But she could feel that it would be the next day or two. The young husband couldn't wait, and even took away his in-the-way son. Yuan's eyes sparkled, and she looked at him with her chin on her hand. I'll help you. Before Yin Jiuqiao could react to what help you meant, Yuan's bare hands reached into his quilt. Yin Jiuqiao's body suddenly stiffened. Yuan, don't make trouble. I'm shy too. The night was gentle, like the low whisper of a lover. Half an hour later, he went upstairs to call for water. Tower and Lear brought hot water into the room with red faces. The room was filled with a blushing smell. The two put down the hot water without looking away and retreated behind the screen. They waited until the master had finished using it before they retreated with their faces red, as if blood could drip. The dim pearl light fell on Yin Jiuqiao's flushed cheeks, making him look as beautiful as a peach. Do you want to read more? He cleared his throat and asked. Yuan replied weakly, No. My hands are sore. Especially sore. Ahem. Yin Jiuqiao blushed and choked. The next morning, Yuan went to the library to attend Nani Wan's class. Halfway through, the servant reported that someone from the palace had come. Yuan said to Tower, Go and tell Nani Wan that I'll be there later. Yes. Tower agreed. Yuan took Lear to the flower hall for the reception. The person who came was Chui, the maidservant beside the queen. Yuan had seen her when she entered the palace to meet the queen, but she didn't know her identity. Maid Chui had a rank and came on the queen's orders. She represented the queen, so she didn't need to bow to Yuan. However, she still politely bowed a blessing. Chui greets the young lady. Yuan went over the rules taught by Nani Wan in her mind, knowing that she shouldn't accept her greetings. So she stepped aside and said to her, Miss Chui, please sit down. Maid Chui was surprised by Yuan's reaction. In just 2 days, this young lady seemed to understand the rules a lot. After Maid Chui sat down, she explained to Yuan the purpose of her visit. I am here to deliver the golden seal to Madame Yin on the orders of the queen. Yuan was about to reach out to take it, but suddenly remembered Nani Wan's teachings and winked at Lear, who was standing beside her. Lear stepped forward and took the golden seal from Maid Chui. How is the queen's health? Yuan asked calmly. Maid Chui said with a smile. His Majesty has told the imperial physician to cure the queen no matter what. The queen herself has done a good job and finally survived the critical period. She should be able to recover after a period of rest. The queen is still waiting to drink the wedding wine of His Royal Highness Prince Cheng and Princess Xiongnu. So, the emperor intends to let the queen attend their wedding banquet to announce to the world that the queen has regained her favor. Congratulations to the queen, Yuan said with a smile. Congratulations to concubine Su as well. I wonder if she will faint after hearing this thunderbolt. Mei Chui smiled and said. The queen said that she would like to thank the young master and the young lady for this matter. The queen has always been clear about gratitude and resentment. She remembers who treats her well, and will never treat the young master and the young lady unfairly in the future. It was just a deal. Both sides got what they wanted. How could they continue to take care of each other in the future? I'm afraid that the queen realized that the emperor did not love her as much as she imagined. So she had to show her favor to the young master's mansion. Yuan saw through it but didn't say it. she said politely. I would like to thank the queen here first. Mei Chui said again. The queen is seriously injured. The young lady can visit the queen more often. Mei Chui did not stay for too long. After handing the golden seal and the queen's reward to Yuan, she set off to return to the palace. In Xianfu Palace, concubine Su was furious. She had never expected that the queen who had been confined for 10 years would actually walk out of Fengqi Palace. How could this happen? She admitted to killing a dragon fetus. And His Majesty let her go? Concubine Su Xian sat on the official hat chair. Her eyes were about to burst. The head nani dismissed the palace servants and served her a cup of tea. Your Majesty. Concubine Su Xian pushed away the teacup she handed over, her chest heaving violently. The head nani said, Fengqi Palace caught fire and burned into ruins. There is no way the queen can't come out. Concubine Su Xian said tenderly, then we shouldn't move into Jiayong Palace. Jiayong Palace is the second largest palace among the 6 palaces after Fengqi Palace. The eldest princess lived there before she got married. She originally liked Jiayong Palace, but the emperor declined on the grounds that he missed the eldest princess, and turned around and gave her Xianfu Palace. Although Xianfu Palace is also good, it is far away from the emperor's bedroom. How could she accept that what she couldn't get was taken away by an old woman? Su Xianfei had been in charge of the harem for so long that she almost forgot that she was not the queen, but only a concubine. The queen was the master of the 6 palaces, so she was naturally qualified to live in Jiayong Palace. The head nani didn't say anything and gently placed the teacup on the table. What do people in the palace say? Su Xianfei asked coldly. The head nani said, everyone is saying that there was something strange about concubine Lu's incident back then. It was not the queen who killed her, but the queen. The queen knew that someone had poisoned her, but deliberately asked her to die. Now the truth is about to surface. The queen was worried that the queen would regain her favor, so she burned down Fengqi Palace. Concubine Su slapped the table and said, Nonsense! How could I be so stupid? She has been out of favor for 10 years. If I don't do anything to her, she will die of old age in the deep palace. Why should I do this? Some people think that the queen can't wait to become the queen, said the head nanny. Concubine Su said aggrievedly, I want to be the queen, but I have waited for so many years. Will I do it when the emperor is about to marry the prime minister's mansion? If I were really so brainless, I don't know how many times I would have died in the deep palace where people are eaten without leaving bones. Your Majesty, calm down and don't get angry, the head nani advised. Concubine Su rubbed her chest and said, how can I not be angry? I saw that I was about to outlast this BXXXH. But she suddenly turned over. Nani, do you think that His Majesty believed what those people said and doubted me? The head nani sighed. Concubine Su pounded the table. Why did she come out? Why? Why didn't she just burn to death in the fire? The head nani said earnestly, Your Highness, she is just an empty title of queen. The power of the harem is still in your hands. Your Highness just needs to do her own thing. Don't leave any handle to take back the Phoenix Seal. Not to mention that the eldest prince is not as favored by His Majesty as our Highness. And the eldest prince's wife's mother's family is not as good as the Prime Minister's mansion. The throne will definitely belong to the second prince. What are you still worried about? Concubine Su smiled. You are right. The eldest prince was implicated by the queen, and His Majesty only appointed him the daughter of a 5th-ranked Tongxingxi counselor as his princess. Unlike Jinger, who is going to marry the jewel in the palm of the 1st-ranked Prime Minister. With this marriage, I only need to hold the Phoenix Seal firmly in my hand, and the queen is nothing to be afraid of. The head nani was relieved. Your Highness can think it through. The next day, Yuan asked for leave from Nani Wan and went to the palace to visit the seriously injured queen. As soon as she passed the imperial garden, she ran into concubine Su Xian, who was sitting in a sedan chair. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. This sentence flashed through Yuan's mind. Concubine Su Xian did not recognize Yuan at first sight, but felt that she was familiar. After the sedan chair had passed by, she raised her hand to signal the eunuch to stop the sedan chair. She gave a few instructions to the accompanying maid, and the maid looked at Yuan. Who is coming? Yuan walked forward and performed a standard blessing ceremony. Your servant Yu. Meet the concubine Xian. It's you? Concubine Su Xian narrowed her eyes. You changed your clothes, and I can't recognize you. More than unrecognizable? She was simply stunning. She was already so beautiful when she was only wearing coarse linen clothes, and now she changed into precious clothes. I'm afraid people would believe that she was the emperor's princess. Concubine Su clenched her handkerchief and sneered. I heard that you and young Master Yin got married. You are really good at tricks. You seduced my son and married the prince of King Yin. Yuan sighed slowly. What tricks do I have? I am just young and beautiful. You? For a concubine who is getting older day by day. There is no crueler word than this. Concubine Su immediately changed her face and pointed at her nose and said, You bxxxh. Kneel down for me. However, Yuan raised her eyes lightly and met Concubine Su's sight calmly. My queen. I am not a cook anymore. I only kneel to the emperor and empress. Not to the concubines. Chapter 259, 1-1. The Dark-Hearted. The word palace concubine was like a loud slap in the face of Concubine Su Xian. Concubine Su Xian had been in the harem for so many years, and had outlasted Concubine Li, the queen, and many other women who had competed with her for favor. Finally, she got the coveted phoenix seal, and became the real master of the harem. She was intoxicated and thought she had long been an uncrowned queen. But Yuan's words brought her back to her original form, and told her clearly that no matter how high she climbed, she would always be just a concubine by the emperor's side. Concubine Su Xian's face darkened, like a dark sky. But what Yuan said was right. The future princess of Yin did not have to kneel to a palace concubine. Looking at the arrogant and domineering appearance of this bxxxh, Concubine Su Xian only regretted that she had been asked to kneel too little in Xianfu Palace. Concubine Su smiled coldly. Do you think that I can't do anything to you without you kneeling to me? Yuan Yun said calmly, Of course. If your majesty wants to make things difficult for me, you have many ways to do it. But your majesty, don't forget that you are no longer the most powerful person in the harem. The queen has moved to Jiaoyang Palace. If your majesty wants to do anything to me, don't you have to ask the queen's opinion first? Does your majesty need to ask her? She is just a queen without real power. Concubine Su thought so in her heart. But she said tactfully, Don't use the queen to pressure me. The queen is not in good health. Why bother her with such a small matter? As soon as she finished speaking, Maid Shui led several young palace maids and eunuchs to come over. She first saluted Concubine Su, meetings. Madam Xianfei. Then she turned her head to look at Yuan beside her. Smiled gently. Just now I heard that the young lady came to the palace to meet the queen. Madam Xianfei waited for a long time, but didn't see the young lady. It turned out that she was delayed here. Yuan glanced at Concubine Su and said, Thanks to Madam Xianfei's kindness, you exchanged a few words with me. Concubine Su's eyes swept back and forth between Yuan and Maid Shui. The two looked so familiar that no one would believe that they were just meeting for the first time. Concubine Su's eyes flashed with a meaningful light, and she said to Maid Shui, I also want to visit the queen. Why don't you go together? The queen was seriously injured, and Concubine Su was dressed so brightly and beautifully. Only a fool would believe that she came to see the queen specially, and it was almost the same as going to confuse the emperor. Maid Shui and Yuan saw through it, but did not say anything. They followed Concubine Su's sedan chair, and went to Jiaoyang Palace with her. The emperor asked Eunuch Wang to pick a group of palace servants to send to the queen, and the queen was no longer lonely around her. The queen sat at the head of the bed with a headband. Her face was still a little pale, but she was in good spirits. It seemed that the news of the queen's restoration of favor had spread. In addition to Yuan, there were also several daughters of the aristocratic family, and a royal family lady, who came to visit today. The royal family lady was the queen's daughter-in-law, the grand concubine. Yuan learned a little from Naniwan, and did not understand what this posture meant. She only knew that Concubine Su's face became a little uneasy when she saw those daughters. My queen, Concubine Xian and Madam Yin are here to visit you, Maid Shui reported. The queen had seen it long ago, and was just waiting for Shui Maid's words. After hearing this, she smiled in surprise and asked, Why did you come with the young lady? Yuan stepped forward and performed the greetings. She had performed the great ceremony when they first met, so today, it was enough to perform the blessing ceremony. Concubine Su stepped forward and bowed indifferently. Sister, I pay my respects to you. The queen smiled dignifiedly and kindly. It has been many years since we last met. You are still as graceful as ever. But I am already old. Still as graceful as ever? In front of these young girls who were like flower buds? I really don't know whether this is a sincere compliment or a mockery of her. Concubine Su said with a fake smile. Sister, you are joking. You are just seriously injured and your face is a little pale. When you are healthy, You will be as beautiful as a peony. The queen smiled dotingly. Sister, your mouth is still so lovable. After that, the queen looked at Yuan. Young madam, you haven't met the grand concubine and my relatives yet. Right? Several female relatives stood up. The grand concubine sat upright. Yuan performed a blessing to her, and she bowed in return. Then several female relatives performed a blessing to Yuan. The queen personally introduced her relatives from her natal family. Finally, there was only one daughter who was accompanying the eldest imperial concubine. The queen smiled and said, "This is Miss Yun from the Dingwa mansion." No wonder concubine Su looked unhappy. The Dingwa mansion has 3 generations of loyal people, excellent children, and both civil and military officials. Its influence in the court, and in the mind of His Majesty, is not much inferior to that of the Prime Minister's mansion. The Queen is deliberately choosing a concubine for the eldest prince. The Dingwa mansion is naturally unwilling to let their daughter be a small concubine. But what if she is the future imperial concubine? Several people talked with the Queen for a while. Concubine Su was annoyed. She adjusted the pearl hairpin on her temples, stood up and said, "My sister has something to do in the palace, so I will go back first and come to visit my sister another day. Send concubine Xian." The Queen said to Chui. "No need." Concubine Su said. Yuan smiled and stood up and said, "It's getting late and I should leave. If you don't mind, I'll take you out. It would be unkind to refuse again." Concubine Su really didn't say anything else and left Jiaoyang Palace with Yuan. The eunuchs carried the sedan chair forward. Concubine Su waved her hand, and the eunuchs retreated tactfully. From Jiaoyang Palace to Xianfu Palace, you need to pass through Tai Lake. The palace people followed from a distance and did not dare to approach without Concubine Su's order. When they reached a weeping willow tree, Concubine Su stopped and said, "You, tell me the truth. Was the fire in Fengqi Palace set by the people in the young master's mansion?" Yuan looked at the rippling water and said, "Why do you say that, Your Majesty?" Concubine Su snorted coldly. "I know the Queen's character better than you do. She doesn't have the ability or the courage." Yuan curled her lips lightly. "So Your Majesty is sure that it was the young master's mansion? Why did I hear rumors that the murderer was actually Your Majesty?" Concubine Su looked at Yuan coldly and said, "That's just a rumor you spread." Yuan's expression was not frightened at all. "So what if it was? So what if it wasn't? Are you scared, Your Majesty?" Su Xianfei's nails dug into the flesh. "You don't think that you can ignore me just because you marry into the young master's mansion? Do you really think that His Majesty will hand over the country that our ancestors worked so hard to build to a useless person? The eldest prince has done nothing. Can he support this country? His Majesty just listened to slander and misunderstood me. So he released the Queen to warn me. My son is His Majesty's favorite prince. It will not be good for you to offend me. I advise you to stop. Considering that you are young and ignorant, I can forgive you for what happened. But if you continue to be stubborn, blame me for being rude to you." Yuan asked calmly. "How can the Queen be rude to me?" The Queen. As soon as Concubine Su opened her mouth, a pleasant girl's voice came from not far away. Concubine Su put away the anger provoked by Yuan, slowly turned her head, and showed a gentle smile. "Why is Shu here?" The person who came was not someone else, but Han Jingshu, the daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion. Han Jingshu was dressed in a pink dress and white skirt, charming and beautiful, holding an exquisite basket in her hand, and walked towards Concubine Su innocently. "Hello, Queen." Han Jingshu performed a lively salute. "Isn't the Queen sick? My mother brought me and my sister to visit her. But I came to see the Queen first." The news that the Queen was back in favor was released, and there would be people coming to take care of her one after another. This was not surprising, and the appearance of Han Jingshu was not surprising. "Who is she?" Han Jingshu looked at Yuan, who was standing aside. In fact, the first person Han Jingshu noticed was Yuan. She had never seen a woman with such outstanding appearance and temperament. She was beautiful but not gaudy, and quiet but not nightmare-like. She could not take her eyes off her at first sight. But she was not stupid after all. She waited until she greeted Concubine Xian before asking about Yuan. Concubine Xian Su liked Han Jingshu's sense of propriety. She looked innocent but was not stupid at all. Only such a woman could become an excellent and virtuous wife. Concubine Xian Su introduced young Master Yan's newlywed wife, Mrs. Yan. Han Jingshu saluted and said in a pure and lively voice, "My last name is Han, and my maiden name is Jingshu." Miss Han. Yuan nodded slightly. This Miss Han looked ignorant. But she was actually a very smart person. Because Yuan noticed that when concubine Xian Su introduced herself as a married woman, the alertness in her eyes disappeared instantly. Did she think that she appeared beside concubine Su because concubine Su wanted to choose a concubine for Yin Huijing? Yuan wanted to laugh. Because although she was not the concubine chosen by concubine Su for Yin Huijing had been pestering her endlessly, and even took the risk of being discovered to kidnap her from the sedan chair on the wedding day. Han Jingshu was still too young and thought that women would no longer please men once they got married. But she didn't know that some men just liked this. Did the second prince enter the palace today? Han Jingshu asked concubine Su coquettishly. Concubine Su smiled dotingly. He comes to pay his respects to me every day. What do you think? Han Jingshu lowered her head shyly. Nothing. I'll take my leave first. Yuan was also very tired being caught between this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The flowers there are nice. Sure. Go pick them for me. Concubine Su sent Han Jingshu away, looked at Yuan, and said with a change of expression, You'd better think about what I just said seriously. Yuan smiled faintly and said, When you threaten me, shouldn't you at least ask your son what he did on my wedding day? Concubine Su frowned. Yuan said slowly, Your son told me that he would take me into the palace once he became emperor. Will you tolerate me then? Concubine Su's face changed. You are talking nonsense. Yuan smiled lightly. Whether it is nonsense or not, you can ask the second prince and you will know. Instead of worrying about me here, you should think about how to manage the second prince and let him marry Miss Han in peace. After all, the phoenix seal of the queen is almost unstable. If you lose the support of the prime minister's mansion, the throne of the second prince will be in danger. After that, Yuan didn't look at her again, bowed, and walked away without looking back. Concubine Su was furious that she dared to threaten her, and walked away so arrogantly. She glanced at the tail lake beside her, stepped forward a few steps, stretched out her hand, and pushed Yuan down. However, Yuan didn't fall into the water alone. Han Jingshu was picking flowers by the pool. Yuan grabbed her and pulled her into the water together. Ah! Han Jingshu screamed. She doesn't know how to swim. Su Xianfei was terrified. She didn't expect Yuan, a black-hearted person, to drag Han Jingshu into the water at the critical moment. What did she want to do? Drag Han Jingshu to die with her? Su Xianfei couldn't bear to see Han Jingshu get into trouble. So she called the palace servants not far away. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you go into the water and save her? The palace servants jumped into the water like dumplings. Han Jingshu struggled in the water, and soon sank. Su Xianfei was so anxious that she broke out in a cold sweat. Save Miss Han. Everyone. Save Miss Han for me. The palace servant swam towards Han Jingshu. No one cared about Yuan's life or death. But saving Han Jingshu was not as easy as imagined. Han Jingshu's feet were entangled by a vine at the bottom of the lake. The palace servants tried to pull her down several times but failed. So they dived into the water to untie the vine. Han Jingshu couldn't hold her breath anymore, and showed a painful look in the water. At this moment, a strong figure jumped into the water. Han Jingshu's eyes lit up. Second prince? Han Jingshu was so excited that she forgot that she was underwater. She opened her mouth to call him, but suddenly took a big gulp of water. Fortunately, Yin Huijing swam towards her. She stretched out her arms, and wanted to throw herself into Yin Huijing's arms. But Yin Huijing seemed to have not seen her at all, and swam straight past her. She saw Yin Huijing hug the married woman and rescue her to the shore. Chapter 260 The Jealous Ninth Brother. Sure. When concubine Su saw Yin Huijing jump into the water and rescue the woman without saying a word, she thought it was Han Jingshu and hurried over. However, when she looked closely and found that it was Yuan, her mind immediately went blank. Han Jingshu was finally rescued by a palace servant, but she choked on too much water and fainted. The experienced old maid pressed her chest and spit out the lake water that was squeezed in her chest. Han Jingshu woke up slowly, but her whole face was not right. Concubine Su had no time to deal with Yuan at this moment, so she asked the palace servants to bring her sedan chair and sent Han Jingshu to Xianfu Palace. Come here too. Before leaving, concubine Su shouted at Yin Huijing, who was soaked all over. Yin Huijing glanced at Yuan, who was breathing heavily. Lear took the cloak and walked forward, wrapped her young lady, and blocked Yin Huijing's sight with her body. Yin Huijing left with a complicated expression. As soon as he entered the side hall of Xianfu Palace, Yin Huijing was scolded by concubine Su. You? What are you thinking? Sure, and that woman fell into the water at the same time. Why would you save that woman? Sure is your fiancée. She has been married for a long time. She is Yin Jiuchu's wife. In front of everyone. You abandoned Sure to save her. Have you ever thought about the consequences? It's not that he didn't think about the consequences. But he forgot everything the moment he jumped into the water. He only knew that he couldn't let her get into trouble. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. You are really going to piss me off to death. Her son didn't say anything. Concubine Su felt like she had punched cotton. If this was an adopted prince, she would have beaten him out long ago. But he was a piece of flesh that fell from her body. What could she do? She was also desperate. Concubine Su pressed her painful brows and said, Madam Han and Miss Han went to the queen's bedroom. I have sent someone to bring them the news. They will come over in a while. Be good and don't say the wrong thing. Do you hear me? The Han family has 3 daughters. The eldest daughter has married the son of the governor of Wancheng. The second daughter's wedding date has been set. The object is Madam Han's nephew. Judging from the brother-in-law, the Han family has no connection with other royal relatives. And they have inadvertently won over the governor of Wancheng. What a good family this is. There is no better one in the whole Zhou dynasty. Why doesn't her son know how to cherish it? Concubine Su has a headache. When Madam Han and Miss Han got the news and rushed to Xianfu Palace, Concubine Su was already waiting by Han Jingchu's bed. Yin Huijing stayed behind the screen to avoid suspicion. He did not look at Madam Han. And Madam Han did not look at him either. She led her second daughter and walked in front of him. Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. Madam Han bowed and saluted. And her second daughter followed her and saluted as well. Concubine Su hurriedly held her hand. Madam Han, please get up quickly. And rower should not be so polite. Miss Han Jinru waited until her mother got up before she followed her to get up. Madam Han came to the bed and looked at her little daughter who had been wronged. Her eyes turned red. Then she turned to Concubine Su and said, I heard that Shuer fell into the water. I am sorry to have caused trouble for you. Trouble? Han Jingshu fell into the water because of her. Of course. She couldn't say that. She couldn't say that she pushed Yuan on purpose. And Yuan pulled Han Jingshu, which led to the two of them falling into the water. Moreover, she could hear the suspicion in Mrs. Han's tone. She didn't really think that Han Jingshu had caused trouble for her. She was angry that Yin Huijing saved another woman. Although the Prime Minister's mansion was not a royal family, it was a family of nobles, and had confidence even in front of the emperor. Han Jingshu's marriage to the second prince was definitely not considered marrying up. At best, it was a match made in heaven. Concubine Su said with shame, It's all my fault. I was only concerned with enjoying the scenery, and forgot that there were mosses in that area. Madam Yin accidentally slipped and bumped into Shuer, and they both fell into the water. Concubine Su cleared herself of all charges in her words. She firmly believed that Mrs. Han would not ask Yuan for confirmation, and Yuan could not prove that she pushed her. But is the reason for falling into the water what Madam Han cares about? Madam Han glanced at Yin Huijing behind the screen. Concubine Su immediately understood and said with an annoyed look, This kid really makes me angry. He went into the water to save Shu, but saved the wrong person. Fortunately, Shuer is fine. If something happened, I wonder what he would do. From his words, it seems that Yin Huijing cares about Han Jingshu very much, and will die without Han Jingshu. There were many people, and it was noisy at that time. When Yin Huijing arrived, both of them had sunk into the water. It is not impossible to save the wrong person in a hurry. But Madam Han wants to hear Yin Huijing admit it in person. Concubine Su asked the palace maid to put down the curtain to cover Han Jingru, and asked the eunuch to move the screen away. Yin Huijing, who was still dripping with water, suddenly appeared in front of several people. Han Jingru was guarding her sister, and did not get involved in the affairs of the elders, and the second prince. Madam Han's eyes fell on Yin Huijing's face without blinking, and she said sternly without anger, Second prince, did you deliberately not save Shuer, or did you save her by mistake? I didn't save her by mistake. This sentence stuck in Yin Huijing's throat. Concubine Su kept winking at Yin Huijing, threatening at first, and then slowly turning into pleading. The queen left Fengqi Palace and joined forces with the young master's mansion. They couldn't lose the powerful arm of the prime minister's mansion. Yin Huijing clenched his fists and made a decision in his heart. Mother, Han Jinru said, Sister is awake. Madame Han took a deep look at Yin Huijing, left her and came to the bed. Concubine Su didn't know whether she should be relieved or not, and waved her hand to let Yin Huijing change clothes. Sure. What do you think? The palace maid lifted the curtain, and Madame Han came to the bed and sat down, holding her daughter's cold hand. Han Jingshu said weakly, I'm fine. Mother, I want to go back home. Mrs. Han patted her daughter's hand. Okay. Go back home. Mother will take you back home right away. Su Xianfei wanted to explain a few more words, but Mrs. Han's cold expression made it seem that she couldn't hear a word. Mrs. Han and her second daughter took Han Jingshu away from Xianfu Palace, and Su Xianfei was in a state of confusion. If Han Jingshu was an ignorant little girl, she might have believed what she said just now, but she was too smart, and it was impossible for her to tell whether her son had saved her by mistake or not. Concubine Su used to like Han Jingshu's cleverness, but now she wished she was dumber. Concubine Su glared at her son with a look of disappointment. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and send Madame Han to the Prime Minister's mansion to apologize. In the side hall of Jiaoyang Palace, Yuan also changed her clothes and prepared to leave the palace and return home. The noise in Tai Lake was too loud, and Shui, the maid, was also startled. Shui took the wet Yuan back to Jiaoyang Palace, asked someone to prepare hot water, and ordered the female doctor to boil a bowl of ginger soup. The clothes were prepared by Yuan in the carriage. It took Lear some time to get the clothes. Yuan drank the ginger soup and took a bath. The coldness in her body was forced out, but she still didn't feel good. She had a headache. She did see the figure of the second prince from a distance today, so she deliberately took advantage of the situation and dragged Han Jingshu into the water. She wanted to bet that Yin Huijing would leave Han Jingshu behind to save her. Of course, she knew how to swim, and she was pretty good at it. She planned to wait for Yin Huijing to swim over and then swim up herself. It would be enough for Han Jingshu to see with her own eyes that she was abandoned by Yin Huijing. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. When she retreated, her head hit a large rock under the water. Fortunately, there was resistance under the water, and it did not break. But it had a big bump. Can't do bad things? Yuan touched the bump on her head. Hiss. It hurts. It hurts. Fortunately, Yin Huijing was still well behaved in public. After he came out of the water, he only grabbed her shoulders and pulled her ashore. Then he handed her over to the palace servants by the Tai Lake. From the outside, the two did not have too much physical contact. Yuan thanked the queen and then took Lear out of the palace. The carriage stopped at the gate of the palace, and Tower, who was guarding outside the carriage, looked pale. Yuan groaned, opened the curtain, and got into the carriage. As expected, she saw Yan Jiocha sitting in the carriage with a cold expression. Seeing this look of wanting to eat people, no wonder her personal maid was scared. Concubine Su would suppress everything that happened in Tai Lake, but she could hide it from others, but not from him. Seeing his dark face, he must have known that he was rescued by Yin Huijing. Yuan lowered the curtain, sat down beside him obediently, and explained, I didn't mean to. No, I did it on purpose. But I didn't mean to get close to Yin Huijing. Well, the more she explained, the darker it got. It hurts. Yuan changed the subject. Yin Jiocha still had an icy face. Yuan handed her head over. Look. It's all swollen. Yin Jiocha's eyes fell on the top of her head slightly closer to the back of her head, where there was indeed a big hard swelling. You deserve it, he said rudely. But he took a medicine bottle in his hand, opened the bottle cap, dipped his slender jade-like fingertips in the dark red ointment, and applied it to her big hard bump. Her wound was burning hot. His fingertips were cold, and his movements were gentle and soft. Yuan couldn't help but squint her eyes and hum softly. That night, she also made the same sound. Yin Jiocha's throat tightened. Don't make a sound. Yuan was stunned. In broad daylight. I can't even make a sound? Yuan's wound was smeared with dark red ointment, which looked like bleeding. The little ones were heartbroken and were about to cry. Yuan hurriedly hugged them. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt. The three looked at her with tears in their eyes. Yuan tilted her head and thought for a while. Then you can give mother a hug, and it won't hurt. The three stood on the bed, held Yuan's shoulders with their little hands, and gave her a hug very seriously. Her son still loves her the most. Yin Jiocha's face was ashen until bedtime. The three little guys fell asleep in a mess on the bed. Yuan pulled Yin Jiuqiu's sleeve. Are you still angry? Put yourself in her shoes. She would be angry too. If he fell into the water today and was rescued by Yin Ryu, she would be depressed for a long time. I really didn't expect that I would hit a rock. I was stunned at the time. This is the truth. With her swimming ability, Yin Huijing couldn't catch up with her at all. But it was precisely because she was too strong underwater that she was hit by a rock and suffered such a strong backlash. She was stunned for 2 seconds. When she came to her senses, Yin Huijing had already dragged her ashore. Don't be silent. If you keep it in your heart, I don't know what you think, and I will be suspicious. She told him her feelings frankly. Yin Jiuqiu hesitated for a while, and finally spoke. My woman, Yin Jiuqiu, doesn't need to use the self-torture trick. Yuan was stunned. You are angry about this. Otherwise, what do you think I am angry about? Yin Jiuqiu asked with a frown. Yuan whispered, I thought you were angry that he saved me. And that he and I. Yin Jiuqiu looked at the top of the tent and interrupted her. In that case, I am very glad that he saved you. Nothing is more important than your life. Yuan was stunned. This guy could make people angry to death 8 times out of 10. But the way he cherished a person was unimaginable to ordinary people. He had a bad temper that others did not have. But at the same time, he did not have those bad habits that other men had. This was Yin Jiuqiu. Her Yin Jiuqiu. Yuan gently held his hand. He retracted his long fingers and interlocked them with hers. Yuan smiled gently and closed her eyes at ease. Are you really not jealous? Shut up. Well, I am still jealous. Yuan looked at him with amusement, closed her eyes, and fell asleep sweetly. Even breathing came to his ears. Yin Jiuqiu held her hand tightly, with such force that he almost crushed her bones with his own. After a while, he took a deep breath, loosened his strength, gently held her hand, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The misunderstanding between the young couple was resolved. But the crisis of concubine Su had just arrived. After all, the Prime Minister's mansion did not easily forgive Yin Huijing. The next day, after the court, the Emperor summoned concubine Su to the imperial study. Concubine Su had not been summoned for many days, and suddenly she could see the Emperor. However, she was not happy at all. She could guess what the Emperor had summoned her for. Along the way, she thought of many words to excuse Yin Huijing, but she didn't use any of them in the end. What did your Majesty say? The Queen, the Queen. The Emperor said solemnly. She is fine now. Let her take care of the 5th son's marriage. The Queen has only been out of Fengqi Palace for a few days, and she is already taking care of the marriage of Prince Cheng? Although Prince Cheng was raised in Fengqi Palace for a period of time when he was young, the Queen can be regarded as half of his mother, and it is most appropriate for the Queen to take care of his marriage. But if this is true, why didn't you leave the marriage to the Queen earlier? It is obvious that the Prime Minister's mansion has complained to your Majesty, and your Majesty is just venting the anger of the Prime Minister's mansion and punishing them. If the Queen does a good job, won't it be natural for her to get the Phoenix seal back in the future? Su Xianfei is not feeling well. Chapter 261 Past and Present Life. After the drowning incident, a palace eunuch went to the young master's mansion to ask Yuan about what happened that day. Yuan had already heard what Concubine Su said. Concubine Su said that she fell into the water and accidentally knocked Han Jingshu down. How could she accidentally knock Han Jingshu down? She clearly pulled her down on purpose. I don't know what happened. It seems like someone pushed me from behind. Your Majesty was standing behind me at the time. Why don't you ask your Majesty if she saw any suspicious people? It was just that he didn't say that the murderer was Concubine Su. Yuan had no evidence. But some things didn't need evidence. It depended on what the other party wanted to believe. It was said that after the court session, the Prime Minister met with the Emperor alone. And then the Emperor handed over the marriage between Prince Cheng and the Princess of Xiongnu to the Queen. Who could say that the Emperor and the Prime Minister's mansion didn't suspect Concubine Su? Madam, is this matter over? She pushed you, Lear said, as she followed Yuan with a basket. Yuan cut a rose and put it in Lear's basket. She pushed me. And I also pulled Han Jingshu. If we really punish her, no one can escape. Now it's good like this. Concubine Su was suspected by the Emperor, and Yin Huijing and the Prime Minister's mansion were separated. She finally didn't bump into a big bag in vain. Madam, the basket is full. Is this enough? If not, I'll get another basket, Lear said, as she brought the basket to Yuan. Yuan glanced at the basket full of roses and nodded. That should be enough. The young husband was jealous. So Yuan planned to make something he liked to appease him. Rose stew was a good choice. But it was not the main dish today. She asked someone to bring hawthorns. It was not the season to eat hawthorns. These were air-dried hawthorn meats with the core removed. The taste was sourer and richer than the hawthorn powder on the market. Do you want to add sugar? Lear asked while helping. Yuan took out a small half of the mashed hawthorns and put them in another bowl. Put 2 pieces of rock sugar. Lear knocked 2 large pieces of rock sugar and put them in. She looked curiously at the bowl without sugar. Just looking at it made her tea sour. As if sensing her doubts, Yuan curled her lips and said, "Your young master suddenly likes sour food." Lear opened her mouth wide. Why does this sound wrong? Shouldn't you be the young lady who likes sour food after the wedding? Hawthorn cake dipped in rose sauce. The sugar-free portion was sent to Yan Jiuchu's study, and the sugar-containing portion was left for the 3 little ones. After doing all this, it was time to find Nani Wan to learn the rules. Yuan packed up and left. As soon as she left Qifeng courtyard, she ran into Uncle Wan, who looked hurried. "Uncle Wan," Yuan greeted. "Young madam." Uncle Wan bowed and asked, "Are you going to Nani Wan's class?" Yuan nodded. "Today Nani Wan will test me on the rules and the family tree." The family tree is not a big problem. She has basically memorized it. It's just that those etiquette rules that need to be demonstrated in person have not grasped the essence. I'm afraid I will be punished by Nani Wan again. Uncle Wan saw Yuan was going to be punished, and couldn't help laughing. Madam Wan's nephew has come to Beijing. She just told me that she will give you a day off today and come back to test you tomorrow. Yuan felt like she had saved her life. Oh, there's more, Uncle Wan said. Miss Chui came and brought 2 rolls of satin and tea from Jiangnan as tribute. Why did she send more? Didn't we just give a lot of things as rewards? Yuan wondered. The matter of Tai Lake could be hidden from anyone but Uncle Wan and Ingshi-san. Uncle Wan said, "The queen probably thinks that the young lady took action against the second prince and concubine Su to help her regain the phoenix seal. This was really a wrong accusation against her. She was not doing it for the queen, but purely wanted to avenge the abduction by Yan Huijing on the wedding day. The reward has been given, so just accept it," Uncle Wan said. The tone didn't sound like he was indebted to the queen, but more like he was accepting a few sesame cakes and didn't need to take it to heart. Yuan thought that now that she was the mistress of the young master's mansion, her horizon should keep up with Yan Jiuchu's height, and she should not fuss over 2 pieces of satin and a few cans of tea like she did in the countryside. Uncle Wan knew what she was thinking about, and smiled generously, saying, "It's okay. You'll get used to it slowly." "Is the Prince of Yan's mansion bigger than the young master's mansion?" Yuan asked. Uncle Wan said proudly, "Of course. Only when you go to Yinchen will you understand what a real paradise of wealth and honor is. So I really can't be so petty," Yuan murmured. After she married Yin Jiuqiao, she was not only the mistress of the young master's mansion, but also the mistress of the entire Yinchen. She had to get used to her identity as soon as possible. Nani Wan was away, and Yuan had a rare day off. She planned to take the kids out for a walk. She actually wanted to visit Shengwan Yin at the Shao mansion. After all, she was her mother-in-law. Even if she remarried, she should go to visit her. But she was unsure whether Yin Jiuqiao would be happy. Just as she was thinking about whether to persuade Yin Jiuqiao, a servant from the outer courtyard hurried to Qifeng courtyard. "What's the matter?" Lear blocked him at the door. The servant said, "Miss Lear, please tell the young lady that something happened to the second young master." "What happened to my second brother?" Yuan stepped out. The servant bowing and said, "I don't know much either." The news was passed on by the servant of the Imperial College. "It is said that it is very urgent. Do you want to?" "Where is the person?" Yuan asked. The servant said, "At the gate of the mansion." The servant who came to deliver the message was named Zhang, and he was sweeping the dormitory of the Imperial College. Uncle Wan was worried that Yusong would not be used to the Imperial College, but he did not dare to bother Yuan. So he bribed a servant to keep an eye on Yusong's movements and report directly to the young master's mansion if anything happened. The servant had sneaked out of the Imperial College, and he had to go back quickly after delivering the message. Yuan asked him to make it short. The servant Zhang said, "I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, Master Yu and the people from Qingxin Hall had a fight." Yuan had inquired about some news about the Imperial College, and knew that the Imperial College had a total of 6 halls, among which Xingyi Hall, Chongji Hall, and Guangye Hall were the first grade. Xiudao Hall and Qingxin Hall were the second grade, and the highest was Ruxing Hall, also known as Shangsha. The students of Shangsha were eligible to be received by the emperor after being selected, and if the emperor agreed, they could be directly granted official positions. The students of the Imperial College were not divided into classes by age, but only by grades. Yu Song was admitted to the class by transfer, and his foundation was weak, so he was only admitted to Class B of Guangye Hall. Yuan couldn't understand why Yu Song would fight with the people of Qingxin Hall, even though they were in a different class. When the young master leaves the study, tell him that I'm going to the Imperial College. He had to tell Yan Jiuchao where he was going, but there was no time to tell him in person. So Yuan ordered Tower and took Lear to the carriage. In the Imperial College, Yu Song, the parties involved, and the students who were watching were called out of the dormitory and stood in the open space outside the bamboo forest. Master Liao and a master named Sun stared at them sternly. Yuan walked over here and heard the voice of an unknown teacher from a distance, saying in a cold tone, "What's going on? Why did you two fight?" "He stole my things," said the person who had fought with Yu Song. Judging from the injuries, he was obviously at a disadvantage. Half of his face was swollen and his fist was broken. "I didn't steal," said Yu Song. The student pointed at Yu Song's nose and said, "You stole it. I found it under your bed. If you don't believe me, ask them. They came into the room with me." Did you all see me find the banknotes from his bed?" The students watching nodded silently. It turned out to be theft. Yuan was relieved when she heard this. She knew Yu Song's character too well. He might fight with others because of other things, but he would definitely not steal things. If this was the cause, then Yu Song was wronged and everything could be turned around. Yuan walked forward and greeted the two teachers politely. "I am the sister of Yu Jiansheng, and my husband's surname is Yan." The students' eyes fell on Yuan. Yu Song was handsome in the village, but he was not so eye-catching among so many romantic young men in the capital. They did not expect Yu Song to have such a beautiful sister. Didn't they say that Yu Song was a villager? His sister's appearance and temperament did not look like him. The students may not know Yuan's identity, but Master Liao and Master Sun knew it. They frowned, and their first reaction was that the new lady of the young master's mansion was going to use her power to suppress them. Master Liao said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "My last name is Liao, Yu Song's teacher. This is Master Sun, and Lu Jianxing is his student." Lu Jianxing? The man whose banknotes were stolen by Yu Song? Yuan looked at him, and Lu Jianxing happened to be looking at Yuan. The two of them made eye contact. Lu Jiansheng was caught staring at someone, and he was panicked and lowered his eyes quickly. But Yuan was so beautiful that he couldn't help but secretly look at her several times. Yu Song gritted his teeth and whispered, "Look at my sister again. I'll dig out your eyes." Lu Jianxing shuddered. Yuan walked up to Lu Jiansheng and said, "Mr. Jiansheng, you said my brother stole your banknotes. Did you see him stealing them with your own eyes? Or did you just find them under his bed? If that's the case, maybe someone else stole them and hid them under my brother's bed?" The breeze blew gently, shaking the clear fragrance of Yuan's body, and Lu Jiansheng was distracted. Yu Song kicked him. "Teacher, look! He beat me again!" Lu Jiansheng complained. The two teachers saw his rudeness and did not stand up for him. Lu Jiansheng knew he was in the wrong, touched his nose angrily, and said, "Although I didn't see him stealing with my own eyes, someone saw him enter my room. The banknotes were still there before I left, and when I came back, the banknotes were gone." "Who saw him enter your room?" Yuan asked. "Zhao Heng," Lu Jianxing said. Yuan looked at Yu Song, and Yu Song nodded. He had indeed been to Lu Jiansheng and Zhao Heng's dormitory, but he didn't go to steal things, but he went to the wrong place. When he saw Zhao Heng, he realized that it was not his room and hurried out. Yuan asked Lu Jiansheng, "Why don't you suspect Zhao Heng? He was also in the room, and he had been there all the time. His timing was more mature. My brother came out as soon as he went in. He is not familiar with you, and he doesn't know where you hid the banknotes. How could he steal them in such a short time?" Lu Jiansheng was stunned by the question. After a long while, he stammered, Zhao Heng would never steal anything." Yuan questioned, "Zhao Heng wouldn't. But would my brother? You don't like my brother and deliberately framed him." "Right. I didn't." Lu Jiansheng was furious. "Brother Lu, Brother Lu. Another Jianxing who lived with Zhao Heng and Lu Jiansheng ran over panting. Found it. It was Ding Gaier. He admitted it himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan saw Ing Shi-san carrying a trembling young man over. Ding Gaier is also a student. He used to have a habit of stealing things. But he had never been caught. This time, he targeted Lu Jiansheng and took advantage of the absence of Lu Jiansheng and his companions to sneak into Lu Jiansheng's dormitory. After stealing from Lu Jiansheng, he found that the banknotes were missing. In panic, he broke into Yu Song's dormitory and stuffed the banknotes under the bed of the new student. Ding Gaier is a habitual offender, with quick hands and feet and strong anti-reconnaissance ability. But in front of Ing Shi-san, these tricks are not enough. Ing Shi-san is a killer, and he can scare Ding Gaier to death. Ding Gaier dared not hide anything and confessed his crimes like pouring beans. Yu Song was cleared of the charge of theft. It was Lu who wronged Yu Song, and Lu who started the fight. Although Yu Song hit harder, didn't Lu ask for it? The Imperial College expelled Ding Gaier and punished Lu and Yu Song to copy books. The storm was over. Yuan thanked the teacher and apologized. Although Lu started the fight between Yu Song and Lu, Yu Song was too cruel. If the teacher hadn't arrived in time, Lu would have been beaten to a cripple. Not to mention that all the tables, chairs and benches in the room were broken. Yu Song felt bad. He didn't think he had done anything wrong. If it happened again, he would beat Lu to death. But his sister's groveling in front of others made him feel uncomfortable. He clenched his fists. After Yuan sent the teacher away, she gave Yu Song a bottle of golden medicine. Yu Song lowered his head in embarrassment and did not reach out to take it. Perhaps he was not a good student. He did not have the cultivation of a scholar. He wanted to use his fists when he encountered trouble. Yuan curled her lips, looked at the scenery deep in the bamboo forest and said, "It is difficult to adapt to the new identity. I am also learning how to be a good young lady. I am often punished by the nanny." Yu Song couldn't believe it. His sister was the smartest person he had ever seen. Could she be punished? Yuan stuffed the golden medicine into his hand. "I have to go back to do my homework. The nanny will test me tomorrow. Obviously, I caused her so much trouble." But she didn't even blame her. Yu Song's eyes moved. "Yuan." Yuan turned her head. Yu Song squeezed the medicine bottle and took a deep breath. "I won't cause trouble again." Yuan smiled and nodded. "It doesn't matter if I cause trouble." Yuan walked out of the Imperial College and passed by a man in official uniform before getting on the carriage. A young man in blue stood next to the man. Yuan and others had gone far away, but the two of them were still looking in Yuan's direction. Frowning. "Uncle, do you think that lady just now looks familiar?" Qi Lin asked strangely. Gao Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "It seems like I've seen her somewhere." "Ah, I remember." Qi Lin patted his head. "She was the village girl who saved the Fergana horse at the post station years ago." Gao Yuan frowned. He was only thinking about the past that day and didn't notice who saved the horse that died at the post station in his previous life. Isn't that the carriage of the young master's mansion? Qi Lin's eyes followed Yuan until she got on Yin Jiuqiu's carriage. By the way, Yin Jiuqiu got married, and the new wife is the biological mother of his son. Could it be her? That's probably it, Gao Yuan thought. In his memory, Yin Jiuqiu didn't get married. He lived alone until he was 25. Didn't find his son, and didn't marry a wife. Qi Lin suddenly said, "Uncle, do you still remember that Yin Jiuqiu's child disappeared years ago?" "What happened?" Gao Yuan asked. "She saved the child," Qi Lin said. Gao Yuan asked, "Who told you that?" Qi Lin said, "I asked around. The lifesaver of Yin Jiuqiu's son is from Lianhua village, and Yin Jiuqiu's wife is from Lianhua village. How can there be two people? Lianhua village is not a big place. Of course it can't be two people. The horse at the post station came back to life. The missing young master was found. Yin Jiuqiu got married. And all the changes were related to this woman." Gao Yuan thought of something. His eyes shone. "Is her surname Yu?" Qi Lin nodded. "Yes. Her father is Yu Shaoqing, the captain who stole Yin Songming's military merits." Qi Lin had inquired about everything related to Yin Jiuqiu, including his wife. Another person related to her. Gao Yuan fell into deep thought. Chapter 262 Young Couple. On the way back to the mansion, Gao Yuan was very silent. Qi Lin was used to his uncle's silence, so he didn't think there was anything wrong. But when he passed by the pastry shop, He called his uncle twice. But his uncle didn't hear him. He felt a little resentful. "Uncle, I'm going back to my room." After entering the main courtyard, Chi Lin said to his uncle. Before his uncle responded, he curled his lips and said, "Okay. You didn't hear me again." Chi Lin left with a depressed heart. Gao Yuan went to the study in deep thought. "Master." The housekeeper came in with 2 iron cans and said to Gao Yuan, "Can you make the lotus seeds you asked me to buy during the day?" Gao Yuan doesn't like tea leaves, but he likes water made from lotus seeds. "Make a cup," Gao Yuan said. "Hey." The housekeeper put the jar away and brewed a cup of lotus seed tea that was hard to swallow. He drank this kind of thing once, and it was so bitter that he almost vomited. Since then, he has never touched it again. It's strange that the master didn't have this hobby in his early years. After a serious illness before the new year, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Even his living habits were different. The housekeeper put the brewed lotus seed tea on the table. "Master, do you want to read a book? Or write? I'll prepare calligraphy for you." "No need." Gao Yuan waved his hand. The housekeeper said, "Then I will withdraw first. Call me if the master has any instructions." Gao Yuan nodded. The housekeeper walked out of the study quietly. Gao Yuan was still immersed in the shock brought by the woman. If he remembered correctly, Yu Shaoqing's family seemed to have only a widow and a young son. His daughter passed away earlier than him. It was said that she committed suicide by jumping into the lake because she could not bear the humiliation of breaking off the engagement. So where did this daughter come from? And her appearance always gave him a sense of déjà vu. It was unlikely that it was because of the one-time encounter at the post station. Because that time, he did not even look at the village girl. So where did he see this face? Gao Yuan pinched his painful eyebrows, took a sip of the hot lotus heart tea, and the strong bitter taste spread in his throat. At first, he was not used to it, but no one would find it unbearable to taste the lotus heart after relying on bitter gall to maintain his life for half a month. Outside the house, the housekeeper's voice came. "Really? Got it. You leave. Wait. When will you arrive?" "Okay. It's all right." After a while, the housekeeper knocked on the door of the study. "Master, there is news from the post station." The Imperial College's chief winemaker actually bought news at the post station. If the emperor heard about it, he would probably doubt Gao Yuan's intentions. Gao Yuan took another sip of lotus heart tea, which was so bitter that his taste buds were blocked. Then he put down the teacup and said, "Come in." The housekeeper pushed the door open and whispered, "It's an urgent report from Wancheng. King Cheng and the Xiongnu princess are getting married, and the Nanzhao envoys are coming to attend the wedding. The Nanzhao kingdom is adjacent to Wancheng, and all the news about Nanzhao is sent by the Wancheng government. The Nanzhao kingdom was a neighboring country of the Great Zhou. They were not hostile to each other, but they did not have much contact. They had even less connection with the Xiongnu. It was really surprising that they took the initiative to propose to attend the wedding of Prince Cheng and the Xiongnu princess. He didn't remember this. Of course, there was no marriage between the Xiongnu and the Great Zhou. But since the marriage was made, the visit of the Nanzhao envoys seemed to make sense. Although the Great Zhou's military strength was temporarily inferior to Nanzhao, once it married the Xiongnu, it would not be easy for Nanzhao to deal with it. Nanzhao's visit might be intended to make friends, or it might be to test the depth. Gao Yuan had no ambition to play tricks on the court, and buying off the news was just for emergencies. It seemed that nothing was important at the moment. But the envoys from the two countries came at the same time, and they were afraid that they would be busy. The news of the visit of the Nanzhao envoy had not yet reached Yuan's ears. Even if it was, she probably wouldn't care much. After all, the Nanzhao envoy didn't come for her. So what did it have to do with her? Yuan was sitting in the carriage on the way back to the mansion, and Yin Jiuqiao was sitting next to her. She knew that Ing Sen was sent by Yin Jiuqiao, and she should thank him. But she didn't say anything. Yu Song's matter finally affected her, and she began to doubt whether she could be qualified for the identity of the mistress of the young master's mansion. She still imagined the new identity too simple, thinking that she had lived 2 lives and was knowledgeable, and could adapt to the new identity once and a second time. Facts have proved that being a royal daughter-in-law is much more difficult than being a village girl. Alas, Yuan sighed countless times. Yin Jiuqiao looked at her strangely. Yuan knew that he was looking at her, but she didn't look at him. She bent her fingers and whispered, "Yin Jiuqiao, what if? What if I can't be a suitable young master's wife? Then do you think I am a qualified young master? Yin Jiocha asked back. Yuan thought about it seriously and said sincerely, No. Unlearned, notorious, naughty and unruly. Which young master of the royal family is like him? Even the idle eldest prince knows to invite a few teachers to do things in the mansion. Thinking this way, she and he are basically the same. Yuan felt much better. Yin Jiocha said, You don't have to care about what others think. What if you are qualified? What if you are not qualified? Yes. Yes. No. No. There are many qualified people in the world. But only one can sit in this position. That's me. Yuan. Yuan patted her chest. And her depressed mood instantly rose. She grabbed his sleeve and said, Then tomorrow. Naughty one will test me. Can I not go? Yin Jiocha chuckled and said, You wish. Yuan's face darkened. Blood. The blood tank is empty. Good night. Chapter 263, Wan. Who is so annoying? This is the first spring that Yuan has spent in another world. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that I have to change into summer clothes just a few days after taking off my cotton-padded jacket. It's a bit too late to wear spring clothes in late April. Ming Yang said several more sets of clothes one after another. They were no longer all red, but yellow, blue, green and purple. Yuan chose a leg blue-waisted Luo skirt and a white transparent gauze dress. She looked ethereal, charming and cool. The little kids who were brushing their teeth were stunned. Yuan walked over with a smile and rubbed their little heads. Is mother beautiful? The three of them nodded blankly. Yuan smiled even more. Was it to admit that she was beautiful? Or to admit that she was their mother? Yuan could feel that when she called herself mother, the surprise on their faces became less and less. Now they no longer looked at her with strange eyes. They must have gotten used to her being their mother, and had forgotten Yin Ryu. Yuan stuffed the small toothbrush made of willow branches back into their mouths. Continue. The three continued to brush their teeth, but their black eyes were fixed on Yuan, and could not be moved away. Yin Jiocha went out early in the morning. Yuan accompanied the little guys to have breakfast, and then set off to Lanfang Pavilion to accept the assessment of Naughty One. In fact, she had not studied for a few days, but Naughty One said that time was tight. In order to ensure the effect to the greatest extent, she needed to be tested every 3 days, every 5 days, and every 10 days. Now it was a 3-day test. Yuan's theoretical results were perfect. She could recite the royal genealogy by heart, and knew every word of historical rules. Uncle Wan watched from the side, and nodded with satisfaction. He had also been in the palace, and knew how those concubines learn things. Young Madam learned in 3 days, which was equivalent to what they learned in a month. But young Madam's results were better than all the concubines. Naughty One could not find any mistakes, and the ruler in her hand was not used for a long time. Soon, it was time for the practical part. Perform the great ceremony, Naughty One said in a long tone. Yuan walked forward without looking away, and moved her lotus steps lightly. 1 step 3 inches, and after 3 steps, she raised her arms, folded her hands in front of her forehead, and knelt down dignifiedly. Uncle Wan's eyes flashed with praise. This ceremony was no worse than that of the princess. Naughty One winked at Lear in the room. Lear placed a bowl of water on Yuan's head. Stand up, Naughty One said. This is a test of body balance. Naughty One requires that not only the bowl cannot fall, but also not a drop of water can be spilled. Yuan stood up steadily. Uncle Wan was very worried about Yuan, but fortunately nothing went wrong. Take 2 steps. Naughty One raised her chin. Yuan took a few steps steadily. Uncle Wan looked at Naughty One, and when he saw Naughty One nodded with satisfaction. He felt relieved. At this moment, Naughty One looked at the door behind Yuan, stood up suddenly, and said with a changed face, Xiao Bao. She turned around, and the bowl of water on her head fell down, and the water dripped all over her body. The bowl hit the wooden floor and rolled several times with a clang. Where is Xiao Bao? Madame Wan fooled me. The satisfied expression was also deliberately made to make her relax. What an old fox. He even took advantage of her motherly heart. Madame Wan said seriously, You are the princess. You must learn to remain calm even when the sky is falling. Otherwise, if something really happens, you will be in a mess first, and everyone below will be in a mess. That's her son. How can she not be nervous? How many mothers in the world can remain calm when their own flesh and blood are in trouble? The rules of the royal family are sometimes a bit inhumane. After this lesson, Madame Wang deceived Yuan several times, and Yuan was not fooled again, and passed all of them smoothly. Next is tea art and flower art, which are Yuan's Achilles heel. The movements are all correct, and the temperament is elegant. But the tea she brews is hard to swallow. The flowers she arranges are also unbearable to look at. What are you talking about? I told you to arrange flowers. Why are you arranging so many grasses? And Yuan's temples were throbbing. Uncle Yuan covered his eyes. He couldn't bear to watch. Yuan exclaimed, pointing to the first vase, and said, "This is not grass. It is tiger lily and ivy. And white palm. The scent they emit has the effect of calming the nerves and helping sleep. And I also arranged flowers. And look, the white one is jasmine. The purple one is lavender, which can also calm the nerves and help sleep. And this." Yuan took the second vase. "This is marigold. This is geranium. White jasmine. Mugwort. Mint, which can not only refresh the mind, but also prevent mosquito bites. By the way, there is also pitcher plant." And one was almost defeated by her. Other people arranged flowers with peonies and peonies, but she arranged pitcher plants. And one glared at Uncle Yuan fiercely. Uncle Yuan was upset. It wasn't me who taught him that. He taught this. But when the young lady did it, it became that. God knows why. Madame Wang was so angry that she lay on the bed, rest in the afternoon. After leaving Lafong Pavilion, Yuan whispered to Uncle Yuan, "Did I do well in the exam? So Madame rewarded me with half a day off? So many flowers and plants, with such powerful effects. Ordinary people can't collect them all. Uncle Yuan, you are so angry that you can't get out of bed, okay?" Yuan was very happy to get a half-day holiday. She took the three little guys to the orchard in the mansion to pick cherries. The cherries were ripe, red, and exuded an attractive fruity fragrance. The three little kids were drooling, but they were too short and couldn't reach them even on tiptoe. Yuan laughed so hard that she, Lear, and Tower each picked up a little one. The three of them finally reached the cherries and grabbed one with their little fleshy hands. They were happily picking cherries when suddenly a servant came to report that a distinguished guest had come to visit. Su Xianfei had not had a good time recently. First, the queen left Fengxi Palace, and then the queen took over the marriage between Prince Cheng and Princess Xiongnu. The harem has always been a place where people change their attitudes according to the situation. Now that the queen has regained her favor, Xianfu Palace has become deserted. The concubines who used to come to pay respects every day gradually stopped coming. First it was concubine Jin, then concubine Wan, and then concubine Mei. Concubine Xiang and several noble ladies stopped showing up. Concubine Yu had already gone to Xiaoyang Palace. After all, her son's marriage was controlled by the queen, and she had to go. But why did even concubine Mei and the others turn to Xiaoyang Palace? Isn't the phoenix seal still in my hands? Do you really think I will give it up? Su Xianfei's eyes were about to burst. My queen, the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs have delivered something, said the eunuch of Xianfu Palace. Concubine Su said calmly, what did you send? The chief eunuch said, it's the new tribute cherries this year. Concubine Su had recently made the queen angry and lost her appetite. Hearing about such sweet and sour fruits, she couldn't help but feel a little appetite and said to the chief eunuch, bring it up. Yes. The chief eunuch put the washed cherries on a plate and presented it to Concubine Su's table. Concubine Su glanced at them and frowned. Why are they so small? And the quality is so bad. The cherries in the past were big and red, not like the ones on this plate. Not only are they small, but they are also yellow. You can tell they are not ripe at a glance. The eunuch cleared his throat awkwardly. The queen, pick some first. Su Xianfei's eyes were sharp. You mean, these are the ones left over by the queen and then given to me? The queen, pick some for his majesty first, and then sent some to several old concubines, the residents of the eldest prince, Prince Cheng. Concubine Jin. Yuping. The eunuch was a little afraid to say more at the end. Su Xianfei was furious. This was not the leftovers from the queen, but the leftovers from the entire palace. This be XXXH. Su Xianfei punched the table, still not satisfied, and fiercely swept the fruit plate on the table to the ground. And the cherries rolled all over the floor. A cherry rolled to the eunuch's feet. The eunuch did not move, but said boldly, I heard that the envoys from Nanzhao are coming. and the queen is actively trying to arrange for the eldest prince to enter the Honglu Temple as a nominal Shaoqing of the Honglu Temple. Shaoqing of the Honglu Temple? Concubine Su narrowed her eyes. The Honglu Temple is in charge of foreign affairs. The nominal deputy Shaoqing does not need to have much ability. It is enough to know how to eat, drink and have fun. It is a rare and lucrative job. Concubine Su sneered. The queen presided over the wedding, and the eldest prince received the Nanjiao envoys. This mother and son really took all the benefits. Do they think that your majesty is going to give up the second prince and make the eldest prince the crown prince instead? This? The eunuch did not dare to answer. After a pause, he said, Your Highness, the current minister of the Honglu Temple was once a student of Prime Minister Han. So whether the eldest prince can be prevented from entering the Honglu Temple depends on Prime Minister Han's words. Concubine Su pinched her handkerchief thoughtfully. Go to the Prime Minister's mansion and tell them that the peonies in my flower room have bloomed, and invite Miss Han to the palace to enjoy them. The eunuch did not dare to neglect it, and went to the Prime Minister's mansion immediately. But he found nothing. Han Jingshu had already left. In the young master's mansion, Yuan looked at the girl sitting in the flower hall. Miss Han, you are a rare guest. Chapter 264. Confess the truth. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't surprised by Han Jingshu's visit. Few ordinary girls would come to her house openly if they encountered such a thing. Even Xiao Ziyue could only pretend to be a guest and secretly glance at her. She was so nervous that she fell ill halfway. Looking at Han Jingshu again. Those who didn't know her would probably think that she and Yuan were close friends. She came so openly. Yuan asked someone to serve tea. There were not many servants in the flower hall. Han Jingshu only brought a personal maid. Yuan's side was Lear and Tower. Yuan dismissed the rest. Miss Han, please have tea, Yuan said politely. Visitors are guests. Besides, it's hard to say whether she and Han Jingshu are enemies or friends. It's not convenient to offend her at the moment. I'm not here for tea, Han Jingshu said calmly. Her eyes had never left Yuan since she entered the room. Amazement, surprise, envy, and even jealousy were intertwined in her eyes. Yuan let her look at her generously. Although her family background was not as good as Han Jingshu's, she was really no match for her. You can actually let Ming Yang make clothes for you, Han Jingshu said lightly. This surprised Yuan. Han Jingshu said, Ming Yang often makes clothes for me. I can see her skills. In this way, the Shueisho Yin Luo's skirt on Han Jingshu is also the work of Ming Yang. No wonder it is so ethereal, and makes Han Jingshu look like a fairy. Before entering the young master's mansion, Han Jingshu also thought that she was as beautiful as a fairy under the moon and a charm in the water. It was not until she met Yuan that her pride was completely shattered. Ming Yang really dotes on you, and leaves all the best designs for you, Han Jingshu said lightly. Yuan just smiled and said nothing. It is true that clothes make the man. But this Miss Han clearly did not admit that she was more beautiful than her, and deliberately put the blame on Ming Yang. Yuan thought of Miss Han's innocent appearance in front of concubine Su, and she was completely different from the calm and cold woman now. It can't be said that she is a smart woman. Seeing that Yuan did not refute her words, the coldness between Han Jingshu's eyebrows seemed to fade a little, and her tone was not as distant as before. Madam Yin, do you know why I came to your house? Is it related to the second prince? Yuan asked. Han Jingshu sighed lightly. You deliberately dragged me into the water at Tai Lake, didn't you? After being exposed, Yuan was not flustered. She curled her lips and said, Miss Han was frightened. Han Jingshu didn't expect her to admit it so readily. The surprise didn't stay on her face for long. She continued, Since you have calculated me, it's not wrong to answer a few questions for me as an apology. This Miss Han really doesn't suffer any loss. It's obviously her who needs her help, but she has to make it look as if it's natural. Maybe this is the confidence of the aristocratic family. But Yuan is no longer a village girl who can be manipulated by others. She is the wife of the young master's mansion. Her status is higher than Han Jingshu. She doesn't need to let Han Jingshu lead her by the nose. Miss Han, Yuan said, it was your future mother-in-law who plotted against me first. At best, I just fought back. If you really want to blame someone, blame your good mother-in-law. Why did she plot against me in front of you? Not implicating the innocent. Where is absolute innocence in this world? From the moment Han Jingshu, concubine Su, and Yin Huijing were tied to the same boat, they had become political enemies of the young master's mansion. Han Jingshu was stunned by Yuan's strength. So, you are not going to tell me? Yuan said lightly. Miss Han already has the answer in her heart. Why bother to ask me? Han Jingshu was silent. How did you meet? This time, the tone was much calmer. Seeing that she was not arrogant, Yuan did not mind answering her. 3 years ago in Shuzhou, the second prince was seriously injured, and I saved him. 3 years. Han Jingshu closed her eyes. He also mourned for the Queen Mother for 3 years. The Queen Mother was not Yin Huijing's grandmother. She was just the successor of the previous emperor. For ordinary princes, it was considered filial piety to mourn for half a year. He had been mourning for so long. Who can say that he was not the woman who saved his life back then? Then why did you marry Yin Jiuqiu? Han Jingshu asked. Yuan smiled lightly and said, I have never had any improper thoughts about the second prince. The man you love so much is infatuated with another woman. There is nothing more hurtful to your self-esteem than this. Han Jingshu swallowed the bitterness in her throat. Did the second prince come to see you on the wedding day? I have no intention of offending the young madam's reputation. If the young madam is embarrassed, you can just pretend that I didn't ask. Yuan said, It's nothing. Even if I tell you, no one will believe it if you tell others. That day, she and Yin Jiuqiu both went to the wedding hall and entered the bridal chamber in the young master's mansion. She has perfect evidence of their presence. Yes, he went to see me. To be exact, he kidnapped me. I also know that Miss Han was sick that night, and asked the second prince to go see you no matter what. He went, but I guess he didn't stay in the Prime Minister's mansion for long before leaving. Am I right? He was so anxious to leave. Was he going back to accompany the woman he kidnapped? Han Jingshu did not doubt that Yuan was trying to sow discord between her and Yin Huijing. After all, her pretending to be sick was not spread. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, how could she say it so clearly? Han Jingshu clenched her fingers. Were you with him at the time? Yuan nodded. Otherwise, how would you know that Miss Han was sick? Han Jingshu's face turned pale. Yuan was not showing off her affection in front of this little girl on purpose. She was just telling the truth. Yin Huijing was not Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu was notorious. No one would be surprised if he did this. However, Yin Huijing was always regarded as a righteous man in everyone's mind. He was trying to rob his sister-in-law. It was unbelievable. Yuan could understand that some people were born honest, while others were just because they had put away all their thorns. Yin Huijing had been suppressed for too long, and she became his only outlet. His rebelliousness for more than 20 years broke out at this moment. Even Yuan couldn't tell whether Yin Huijing really cared about her, or was just using her to vent his rebelliousness. Han Jingshu's eyes turned red, and her voice choked up. What should I do? Yuan sighed. Since she knew that this man didn't love her, of course she would think of a way to cancel the engagement. Could it be that she had to use love to influence a man, and sincerity would move the stone? Yuan couldn't make a decision for her. Han Jingshu cried enough, wiped her tears with a handkerchief, stood up and said to Yuan, Sorry to bother you. I'm leaving now. Miss Han, take care. Yuan nodded. Han Jingshu walked a few steps with the help of the maid, and suddenly turned back. Although I know you are innocent. But, she hesitated whether to continue. Yuan smiled and finished the next sentence for her. But you still feel uncomfortable. We should not be friends in the future. Han Jingshu nodded lightly, and walked out of the flower hall. Lear and Tower came out of the ear room. When Miss Han was in a bad mood just now, Yuan waved her hand to let them leave. But the ear room was not far away, and the two could not see. But they did not miss a word they should have heard. Lear spoke up for her young mistress and said, Who wants to be friends with her? Yuan laughed. There are many people who do. However, Yuan glanced at the two with a stern look, and the two lowered their heads. Lear said tremblingly, We servants won't gossip. The two maids in the garden just said that the young mistress had no dowry, and the young master sent them to death. How dare they spread the news that the young mistress was kidnapped on the wedding day? The young master will kill them. Yuan sat in the flower hall for a while, and Dabao, Erbao, and Xiaobao came over with small backpacks, each of which was full of big and red cherries. The three handed them to Yuan like offering treasures. Yuan smiled gently. You are so young and can work. It's great. Yuan also tasted the new tribute cherries this year, but they were not as delicious as the ones grown at home. However, she had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she picked a basket and sent it to Yusong. The carriage stopped in the alley near the Imperial College. Yuan lifted the curtain, but did not see Yusong, but saw Zhao Heng instead. Zhao Heng stood behind another carriage. His figure was hidden, but two figures were projected on the ground. Judging from the clothes, it was clearly a woman's skirt. Yuan definitely did not want to listen to Zhao Heng's gossip. In fact, after having the Gu King, her hearing ability has rapidly improved. These are tribute cherries. Sent by the palace. They are not available on the market. Take them and try them. It was Xiao Ziyue's voice. Very gentle and tactful. This was not pretended. Yuan had dealt with Xiao Ziyue before, and the other party was indeed a gentle and docile girl. Xiao Heng said, "Keep it for yourself. There's more at home." Xiao Ziyue said, "I don't like it." Xiao Heng continued to refuse. It's strange that he doesn't like it, Yuan thought. Xiao Ziyue's voice became more gentle and pleasant. Then you give it to Aunt Zhao and Miss Zhao. Zhao Heng was about to refuse, but Yuan saw Xiao Ziyue in the shadow directly put the basket in Zhao Heng's hand. Xiao Ziyue got on the carriage, and the carriage went out from the other end of the alley. But the gate of the Imperial College was at this end. Zhao Heng walked back with the basket. When he passed by Yuan's carriage, he subconsciously glanced at the carriage. As a result, he saw Yuan sitting like a Buddha. He was immediately startled and almost screamed. "You are so guilty. Did you do something bad?" Yuan said with a faint smile. Zhao Heng's face turned pale, and he looked back at the Xiao family's carriage that had disappeared. He calmed down and said to Yuan, "Don't talk nonsense. You ruined my reputation for nothing." Yuan said with a smile, "Who ruined my reputation? I saw it today. But what if it was someone else? Can you promise that they will not tell others like me?" Zhao Heng frowned. He was very careful, and didn't want to be seen. But he was surprised that he didn't ask Miss Xiao to come. Yuan looked down at him and said, "You always look like you are getting something for nothing. It was me before, and it's Miss Xiao now. You really have no shortage of women who are willing to go through fire and water for you." Zhao Heng's face changed. "You? How do you know she is Miss Xiao? What do you care about me?" Yuan said. Zhao Heng paused. His eyes turned cold. You investigated me." Yuan really wanted to slap him in the face. Who does he think he is? Will she investigate him? Is she still obsessed with him? Zhao Heng said angrily, "Yuan, I advise you not to touch Miss Xiao. If you have anything to say, come to me." "Okay. Give me back the silver." Yuan stretched out her hand. Zhao Heng blushed. Yuan said coldly, "What big talk are you talking about when you don't have money? Also, I should advise you that Miss Xiao is Xiao Jinting's niece and Xiao Yan's sister. You, a poor scholar who can only live by women, should not have any ideas about her. Ziyue is different from you." "Do I care?" Yuan said lightly, lowered the curtain, got off the carriage with a basket of beautiful cherries, and went to the Imperial College. Zhao Heng didn't say he won Yuan, and he was suffocating. He wanted to tell Yuan that he didn't spend Xiao Ziyue's money. The family's expenses were all earned by his studies. Xiao Ziyue was a good girl. She was different from Yuan. She was smart, beautiful, elegant, and generous. Although she was born in such a high family, she didn't have any uncomfortable airs. Most importantly, she was clean. He might be ashamed of the former Yuan, but he was not ashamed of the one in front of him. In his heart, Yuan was dead. He just wanted to tell this woman, he is not a man who is unwilling to pay. But she is not worth it. He is serious about Xiao Ziyue. Of course, he also knows that he is not worthy of her status now. But he will work hard. When he is on the list of successful candidates, he will propose to Xiao Ziyue. Chapter 265 Miscarriage at Midnight. Yuan delivered fresh cherries to Yu Song. In her previous life, when Yuan lived in the school dormitory, she always envied those who had parents to visit them. Although she is still not the one being visited, she can visit others. This feeling of protecting others also makes her feel good. "Is it sweet?" Yuan asked. Yu Song tasted one. "Sweet. It is really sweet. Cherries are not local fruits. They are expensive in the market. The Yu family can't afford them. They can only eat wild fruits in the mountains. Although wild fruits are good, they are not as good as the cherries carefully cultivated by the gardeners of the young master's mansion." Yu Song ate more than 10 in one breath. "Be careful not to get angry if you eat too much. Leave these to your roommates," Yuan said. "There are still many in the mansion. If you like to eat them, I will deliver them to you every day." "That's too much trouble." Yu Song frowned. Yuan said with a smile, "I'll have the servants deliver it." I almost forgot that she is now the mistress of the young master's mansion. And she can command more servants than the palace servants in the workshop. In the countryside, he was always the one left behind. Awan only took her elder brother with her when she went out. Now he can see her alone. As a brother, he is still very satisfied. Thinking about it this way, the new identity is also good. The taste of cherries melted in his mouth, and the sweetness spread all the way to his heart. There are so many cherries in the young master's mansion. It would be a waste if they were not eaten. Yuan asked the servants to pick them and send a basket to the Xiao mansion. Although she learned from Xiao Ziyue that the Xiao mansion had a reward from the palace. The palace was the palace's, and hers were hers, and the intentions were different. Then Yuan also sent a basket to her uncle's family and her parents' family, and sent a basket to Bai Tang, and also sent a basket to Mr. Qin and manager Cui. After finishing all this, it was dark, and it was time to go back to King Fengyuan for dinner. At this time, Uncle Wan came over. Uncle Wan looked at the two maids behind Yuan, and then looked around, wondering, hasn't manager who been here? He was talking about a deputy manager from the outer courtyard. No. What's wrong? Is he coming? Yuan said. Uncle Wan looked at the sky and said, isn't this to pick a few capable servants for the young lady? I asked manager who to do it. He told me yesterday that he could bring people today. I wondered if he had already met the young lady, since it was already dark. Yuan said with a smile, maybe he was delayed by something. It doesn't matter. I'm not in a hurry for a day or two. South of the capital, there is a well-known silk music hall, which mainly does the business of human children, and occasionally trains servants for nobles. The silk music hall does not accept people kidnapped by kidnappers. The servants inside are all from very good backgrounds. There are criminal slaves from the government, and there are also willing transactions from the people. Tower and Lear were also bought from the silk music hall. At that time, there were not many good maids. Tower and Lear should have been trained for a while longer. But the young master's mansion was in a hurry to hire people, so they bought them first. This time, the silk music hall has another new servant, manager who came to see them yesterday, and the deposit was paid. Today he came to take them into the mansion. But when he counted them, he found that one was missing. Manager who said unhappily, didn't we agree on 6 people? 4 maids and 2 servants. How come one maid is missing? The proprietress sighed and said, that Narcissus is sick. It's just a minor illness, but she has rashes all over her body. I don't know if it's an infectious disease. How can I dare to sell it to you? If something happens to the master of the young master's mansion, my silk music hall will not be open anymore. Manager who sat on the chair impatiently, I'm waiting for you. You really are. The proprietress flattered him with a cup of tea. Manager who took a sip and frowned. Is there no one else to take over? The proprietress said with difficulty. Yes, there is. But the price. So you are raising the price intentionally because you think the silver is not enough. Right. Manager whose face turned cold. The proprietress hurriedly explained, am I such a person? Our silk music hall is a long-term business. And Mr. who is a repeat customer. I will charge you a meal today, but you will never come again in the future. Isn't it me who will suffer the loss? They paid the deposit, and they chose before you, but they picked up the person 2 days later than you. If you are in a hurry, I will give it to you first, but I have to pay them double the deposit. Manager who frowned and said coldly, then you don't have to pay me double because you have one less maid? The proprietress gave him a glare. Do you want money or people? If you want money, I will compensate you. If you want people, the implication is that the compensation has to go to manager who. Manager who finally spent some money to buy the person away. Manager who felt that he had made a bad purchase. The girl was nothing special. She was not as pretty as Tower, not as tall as Lear, and even looked like a man. He was not buying her to farm. Really? The 6 servants were led to Yuan in Qifeng courtyard. What are your names? Yuan sat in the main seat in the side hall and drank a sip of tea calmly. The 2 servants took the lead in introducing themselves. To answer the young lady, I am Jiang Shiwu, from Li County. I am Jiang Hai, from Lianhua Town. Li County and Lianhua Town are both near the capital, but one is in the east and the other is in the south. At first glance, they both have the surname Jiang, so they are brothers. Jiang Shiwu is small and looks quite smart, while Jiang Hai is a little honest. Yuan looked at the 4 maids again. At first glance, she thought a man had come in. Whose maid is as tall as Yin Jioch? Ahem. Manager who lowered his head and cleared his throat. Well, he really regretted that he shouldn't have bought this girl. What's your name? Yuan asked with a normal look. My name is Chiaoer. The tall and mighty maid said. Everyone thought. Your figure is not even close to being petite. Yuan nodded and asked the remaining 3 maids. Tanning and Lan Xiang were a pair of master and servant. They came from the official family. But they became criminal slaves because of a crime in their family. Since you are not the official daughter anymore, don't call them by your previous names anymore. Yuan changed their names. Tanning became Zisu and Lan Xiang became Ban Xia. I want to change my name too, Chiaoer said. She had been ridiculed many times because of this name. And she didn't want to be called Chiaoer anymore. Well, your name is Fuling. Yuan looked at the last maid. What about you? Do you want to change your name too? The maid said, my name is Suma, which is already the name of a medicine. The implication is that there is no need to change it. This maid could actually hear that she had just named all the medicines. Yuan couldn't help but look at her twice more. Have you studied medicine? Suma replied, to answer the young lady. I have never studied it. I was weak when I was young and took a lot of medicines, including the ones the young lady mentioned. Perilla, Penelia, Poria, and Sumo are indeed very common medicinal materials. But it is also the ability of this girl to remember them. Yuan said, the 4 of you will start as second-class maids first. Jiang Xiaowu and Jiang Hai will follow manager Hu to the outer courtyard first. Can you drive a car? Yes, the 2 said in unison. Very good. There is a dedicated driver. The maids in Qifeng courtyard were 3 to a room. So Zisu and Banksia naturally had to live in the same room. Fuling was strong and helped the 2 carry their things. The 2 were grateful and invited her to live with them. Suma was left alone and had to move to Lear and Tower's room. Don't be afraid. Lear and I don't bully new maids. Tower was worried that Suma would not be able to get used to living there. So she kindly comforted Sumu. Suma nodded lightly. Yuan's little life was finally over. During dinner, she exchanged a few glances with Yin Jiochao. And both of them blushed. Yuan went to the bathhouse of the young master's mansion to take a comfortable pedal bath, dried her hair, and returned to the room in her pajamas. Yin Jiochao had also finished washing up. He sat quietly at the head of the bed, as handsome as a beautiful jade. Where is the child? Yuan asked. Back to the room, Yin Jiochao said. Oh! The place was cleared so quickly. Yuan pressed down the corners of her lips and walked over. She found that his hair was not dry yet. She took a piece of cotton cloth to hold up his black hair and gently pinched it bit by bit. The last candle was extinguished, leaving only an oil lamp at the bedside, which was so dim that it was almost invisible. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of her wiping his hair and the 2 people's gradually nervous breathing. Yuan knelt in front of Yin Jiochao, wiping, and felt her little heart beating uncontrollably. The night was gentle, but suddenly, a terrible scream came from the back room. The 2 people froze. Oh no! The fire broke out. Tower choked and coughed, rushing out of the house where the fire suddenly broke out. Chapter 266, The Ninth Brother Who Protects His Wife. The fire broke out in Qifeng courtyard, and the fire was quite big. Half of the back rooms were affected. The back rooms were all occupied by servants. But servants were also people. Yuan and Yin Jiochao hurriedly tidied up their clothes and called Uncle Wan to ask what happened. Uncle Wan knew something bad was going to happen when he saw the gloomy face of his young master. He thought that the fire would not come earlier or later. But when the young master and the young lady were enjoying a night worth 1,000 gold coins, he was a eunuch, and he knew that men could not bear it. He said with a stiff face, I don't know why the back rooms caught fire. I am investigating the cause. Put out the fire first, Yin Jiochao said. Then I'll go first, Uncle Wan said. Yin Jiochao watched him go out with a cold look. Uncle Wan broke into a cold sweat. There had been no accidents for so many years. If there were 1 or 2 more accidents, his position as the chief steward would probably end. Qifeng courtyard was busy. The fire did not burn the front wing room, but the thick smoke was not pleasant to smell. Besides, she was worried about hidden dangers. Yuan asked the nanny to take the sleeping child out and go to the nearby courtyard to rest. She pushed Yin Jiochao's wheelchair and stood outside Qifeng courtyard, asking several maids who escaped from the fire. Tower was the first to discover the fire. She was terrified. She was still lying in Lear's arms and crying silently. Su Mu, Zisu, and Ban Xia stood aside in embarrassment. They all rushed out of the fire suddenly, and had no time to change their clothes. They were only wearing thin pajamas. Yuan asked someone to bring them a few cloaks. Fuling rushed in to put out the fire. She carried 2 large buckets of water, and walked very fast, leaving the servants far behind. How did you find out about the fire? Yuan asked Tower. Tower cried in fear. Su Mu found out. She woke me up, and said something seemed to be burning behind. I opened the window, and saw a big fire. Aren't you asleep? Yuan looked at Su Mu. Su Mu shook his head. I just moved into the mansion and I can't sleep. Yuan nodded. The fire burned through the sky of the young master's mansion. It was windy tonight, and thick smoke filled half of the mansion. Yuan leaned down and took off her cloak to put it on Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu looked at her steadily. As she tied the ribbon, she said, I'm not cold. The maids were envious. The young master and the young mistress had such a good relationship. They were the so-called newlyweds. The young mistress was not from a high family. But not every woman could have such luck. Su Mu's eyes fell on the 2 of them. They only had each other in their eyes, as if no one could get in the way. Su Mu looked away. The fire was under control, and the cause was found out. It turned out that the 2 women guarding the back door were greedy, and burned a brazier in the gatehouse to drink hot wine. However, both doors were open, and the draft was too strong, blowing the sparks out. The 2 didn't care at first, thinking that the sparks would go out in a flash. But they fell on the firewood pile outside the back room. There was dry grass on the firewood pile, and it was ignited in a few seconds. By the time the 2 noticed the fire, the whole pile of firewood was on fire. The wind was so strong tonight that the back room was also affected. Is anyone injured? Yuan asked. Uncle Wan said. A few guards were fighting the fire. Their arms were burned. There were also some minor injuries. Other than that, they were fine. The 2 maids were dealt with by Uncle Wan. The young master's mansion would never employ such servants again. It was late at night when Qifeng courtyard was completely cleaned up. Half of the back room was burned, and the other half was intact. However, the maids were scared enough that they would not be able to sleep if they moved in. Yuan asked them to temporarily live in the front room. Still 3 people in one room, just like before. After such a commotion, the 2 lost interest in sleeping together. Yuan dragged her tired body to lie down beside him. Seeing that his handsome eyebrows could not hide the fatigue, she raised her fingertips and gently scratched his palm. Go to sleep. Yin Jiuqiu held her hand. The sound of even breathing came to his ears, and Yin Jiuqiu also closed his eyes. Yuan slept till she was full, and when she opened her eyes, it was already noon. She moved her fingertips, and found that her hand was wrapped by a strong big hand. She lifted the quilt, and looked inside. Would this guy hold her hand all night? Yuan pulled, but couldn't pull it out. Yuan smiled. The hand was quite tight. After all, he always got up early, and it was rare for him to stay in bed with her. Yuan also held his hand tightly, turned sideways to look at him. Her eyes fell on his slightly red ear tip, and said mischievously, Yin Jiuqiu, are you awake? Yin Jiuqiu's eyelashes trembled, and he opened his eyes. Yuan secretly thought that God was really unfair. How could he give such a tough face to a man? He was disheveled and greasy when he woke up early. He was so pure and smooth, like a god. Yuan pursed her lips, leaned towards him, and whispered, Yin Jiuqiu, why do you keep holding my hand? Do you like me so much that you can't help yourself? Yin Jiuqiu glanced at her coldly, but didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled open the quilt. Yuan looked closely, and found that his buttons were all unbuttoned. Could it be that she unbuttoned them? Yuan coughed lightly and said, Then, did I do anything else to you? Yin Jiuqiu said coldly, What do you think? He was not honest even when he was asleep, and one hand was touching him all over. Yuan blushed. This is quite embarrassing. But she fell asleep. She didn't mean it. Right? Yuan pulled her hand away, but still couldn't. I won't mess around, she said. Yin Jiuqiu let go of her hand doubtfully. Yuan sat up and buttoned up his clothes one by one. He was thinner than before the new year due to his illness, but his figure was not much thinner. His muscles were still clear and firm. He must have practiced secretly, otherwise his figure wouldn't be so good, Yuan thought. After buttoning up his pajamas, Yuan went to tie his belt. As soon as she touched it, his big hand covered hers. I'll do it myself. Oh! Yuan raised her eyebrows and glanced meaningfully. Actually, I saw it all. Yin Jiuqiao really wanted to fall down. Yuan said mischievously in his ear, "You get up so early every day. Are you afraid that I will see this?" Yin Jiuqiao's ears turned red again. Yuan thought that this was completely normal. Her husband would actually feel shy because of this. For some reason, Yuan felt a little happy. "Yin Jiuqiao, have you never touched a woman before?" she asked. "Are you gloating?" Yin Jiuqiao looked at her coldly. "I really haven't touched it." Yuan curved the corners of her lips. "It's great. This man is hers. Inside and out." Yin Jiuqiao tied his belt and sat up with his hands to support his body. Yuan's fingertips walked on the bed a few times, and then walked to his legs, and then walked and was caught by him. Yuan sighed, I know. No prostitution during the day." After getting up late, Yuan was not very hungry. She drank half a bowl of pumpkin porridge with Yin Jiuqiao and could not eat any more. Yin Jiuqiao still loved sour food and ate 2 or 3 plates of sour radish. Yuan was really worried that he would upset his stomach. After breakfast, the steward of the Shao mansion came to the house. He was also surnamed Shao, and was a confidant of Shao Xinting and Sheng Wenyan. Yuan had seen him once in Lianhua village. Naturally, he had also seen Yuan, but he almost didn't recognize Yuan. Although Yuan's appearance was outstanding enough when she was in the countryside, it was not as hard to look at as it was in front of her. It was as if she had been reborn and her whole person was indescribably precious. "Young madam." The steward performed a salute. Yuan politely greeted him. "Steward Shao, please stop being so polite and take a seat." Steward Shao sat down. The master and mistress tasted the cherries sent by the young lady and liked them very much. They said they were bigger and sweeter than those in the palace. I was also lucky enough to taste some, and they were indeed delicious. Yuan smiled and said, "There are still some in the mansion. Steward Shao will bring more back later." Steward Shao hurriedly said, "No need. The ones in the Shao mansion have not been eaten yet. Madam asked me to come here today. Madam wants to know how the young master is doing. This is asking if she has detoxified Yin Jiuqiao." Yuan is too embarrassed to tell him that although they have been married for so long, they have only slept together twice. The first time, she was the only one who was full. And the second time, she was not even full. "I am in good health. Tell her not to worry." Yin Jiuqiao appeared at the door pushing a wheelchair. Manager Shao stood up and said, "Master." Yuan walked forward, took the wheelchair from Ziying Shirsan, and pushed him in. "Why are you here?" Yin Jiuqiao said coldly. "If you don't come, how will you answer him? What the mother-in-law cares about most is whether the two of them have slept together, whether it is to detoxify or to have children. It is not good to spread the news that they have not slept together for so many days." Yuan understands this, but she doesn't care much. Just because she doesn't care doesn't mean Yin Jiuqiao doesn't care. Yin Jiuqiao said seriously, "Tell her not to interfere in my affairs. I know what I should do." Yes. I know." Manager Shao agreed. Since the young master protects the young mistress like this, there should be no problem with their relationship. He will say something nice later to reassure the mistress. "By the way, thinking of something," Manager Shao said again. The mistress said she missed the young master and asked me to take the young master to live with her for a few days. The mistress also said that the young master and the young mistress were newly married, and it would be inconvenient to have several children around. Yin Jiuqiao said, "No need. The young master's mansion is so big. How can it be short of a few people to take care of the children?" Yuan understood that Yin Jiuqiao was still concerned about Sheng Wenyan letting Yin Ryu take the child away. That time, the child was scared, and Yin Ryu almost threw Xiaobao into the water. Xiaobao still dares not approach the pool and cannot use a large wooden basin or a large wooden barrel when taking a bath. Otherwise he will scream. Manager Shao hit a few soft nails, put down the gift that Sheng Wenyan asked him to bring, and stood up to say goodbye. Manager Shao expected that the young master would not be flexible, so he only met the young lady. He thought that the young lady would be easier to talk to. But the young master seemed to be worried about the young lady and followed him. Manager Shao shook his head and returned to the mansion helplessly. Yuan bent down and smiled at Yin Jiuqiao. "Thank you." "Yin Jiuqiao, are you happy?" Yin Jiuqiao asked strangely. Yuan nodded. "Of course I am happy that you are so supportive of me. I am happy about such a small thing. What a promising future," Yin Jiuqiao said expressionlessly, and pushed the wheelchair out. Yuan looked at his back and smiled foolishly. "Today, I have to attend Nani One's class. Before the class, Yuan assigned a few new maids. Uncle Wan was anxious to find a servant for her. Besides the fact that she really needed a capable maid, Nanny Fong of Chi Feng Courtyard was going back to her hometown to retire. Uncle Wan meant to pick a capable maid to help manage the general affairs of Chi Feng Courtyard. Tower and Lear were too young, so it would be best to choose from Fuling, Zissou, Banksia and Suma. Zissou was originally the daughter of a wealthy family, and she was the most presentable one. Banksia had served her all year round and was not bad in experience. But Suma was the most reliable. Suma had a bit of Yuan shadow on her, not because of their similar appearance, but because they were both born in a humble family and had a temperament that was not in line with the vulgar. Yuan pondered for a moment. Choose one between Zissou and Suma. How long will Nanny Fong leave? After this month. Uncle Wan said. That's a few days. Yuan said. There is no time to choose slowly. Perilla? Yuan said. Uncle Wan was surprised. Why not Miss Su? Yes. Why not Su Mu? She was the one who discovered the fire last night. She made a great contribution. He should value her more. Miss Perilla has a bad temper. Uncle Wan reminded. It's still Perilla. Yuan said. Uncle Wan prefers Miss Su. In his opinion, Miss Su is steady and gentle. Although Miss Perilla is good, she is a little spoiled. However, since the young lady has made up her mind, he will promote Perilla. Chapter 267 The Well-Fed Ninth Brother. The news that Zissou became the head maid spread quickly in the mansion. Banksia walked into the house with a smile and said to Zissou, who was packing her luggage, Congratulations, Miss. You have become the head maid just after entering the mansion. The head maid in the young master's mansion is much more respectable than other servants. Zissou was not happy at all. She dusted her clothes listlessly and said, What is there to congratulate? The head maid is also a maid. Or a servant. Also, don't call me miss anymore. I am now a maid who serves people just like you. Banksia understood that her young lady was concerned about becoming a criminal slave. She didn't know how to comfort her young lady, and didn't dare to say anything. The atmosphere became awkward in an instant. Zissou changed the subject and said, It's almost time for lunch. Banksia said, I'll go get lunch. I'll go. Fu Ling, who had just arrived at the door, heard that there was lunch to be collected, and ran out. Other houses naturally heard that Zissou had become the head maid. Becoming the head maid not only meant that her status in the young master's house had been improved, but her monthly salary had also doubled. Tao Er and Li Er were young and didn't know how to be jealous. They didn't think it was wrong for Zissou, who came to the house later than them, to ride on their heads. However, if they really talked about liking, they liked Su Mu more. Su Mu didn't talk much, but he was down to earth, hard-working and had no airs. The two of them went out to wash up this morning, and when they came back, Su Mu had already cleaned the house and brought them breakfast. I talked to Zissou today, but she ignored me. Tao Er sat at the wooden table and whispered to Li Er, who was sewing pants. Lear's pants were torn, but she didn't take them off. She sewed them with her pants on. After sewing for half a day, Suma came over and said, Let me do it. Suma heard what Tao Er said, but Sumu didn't respond and concentrated on sewing Lear's pants. Lear said to Tao Er, Be quiet. Be careful not to let her hear. Tao Er looked at the door in fear. The door was closed. She breathed a sigh of relief. But she couldn't help being curious, so she asked Sumu in front of her, Sister Su, you came into the mansion with her. Was she so ignoring people in the Silk Music Hall before? Suma paused, bit off the thread and said, I don't have much contact with her. She and Banksia live in the same room, and Fuling and I live in other rooms. The implication is that she doesn't know Zissou either. Lear said, Didn't the young lady say yesterday? She used to be a daughter of an official family, so it's normal for her to have a bad temper. After the pants were sewn, Sumu returned the embroidery needle to Lear. I'll go get the meal. Looking at Sumu's back as he walked out of the house, Tao Er smiled and took Lear's arm. Sister Su is so nice. The food in the young master's mansion was also good. Today, there were 3 dishes and 1 soup: braised pork ribs, pork belly stewed with Chinese cabbage, stir-fried shepherd's purse, and mung bean soup. Tao Er happily picked up a piece of pork ribs for Lear, and then picked up a piece for Sumu. As the 3 of them were eating, there was a loud noise of a heavy object falling to the ground from the next room, followed by Banksia's scream, Ah! Fuling! Fuling was in trouble. She went to the big kitchen to get her meal. As soon as she put the food box on the table, she fell to the ground with a pale face. The two-side room was not far from Yuan's main room. Yuan was dining with the 4 men in the family. She had just peeled a mantis shrimp for Xiao Bao. But before she fed it to Xiao Bao, she heard the noise from the other side. Xiao Bao opened his mouth wide and tried to eat the shrimp in Yuan's hand. What happened? Yuan paused. Xiao Bao tried to reach it for a long time but couldn't. Yuan was distracted and fed the shrimp to De Bao again. De Bao, who had been fed 3 times in a row. Xiao Bao's eyes were filled with tears. Yuan went to Ban Xiao's room. But when she arrived, Fu Ling was fine. Fu Ling was sitting at the table, eating big mouthfuls of food. The room was full of maids watching. And everyone saluted Yuan. What happened just now that made you scream? Yuan looked at Ban Xia. She recognized Ban Xia's voice. Ban Xia lowered her head and said, Fu Ling fainted. And I was scared. Then Suma came and said Fu Ling was hungry. So she gave her meal to Fu Ling. Yuan felt Fu Ling's pulse. And it was indeed fine. However, the fact that she fainted from hunger meant that this girl was not hungry for 1 or 2 meals, but probably never had a full meal in the Silk Music Hall. She had just entered the mansion and put out a big fire last night, and her physical strength was exhausted. Fu Ling stammered, I won't eat too much. Her previous masters dismissed her because she was too hungry. The young master's mansion is very good, and she doesn't want to be dismissed again. How many bowls can you eat? Yuan asked. Just 1.5 bowls, 2 bowls. Fu Ling gestured weakly, and seeing Yuan looking at her in disbelief, she lowered her head. 3, she hummed a few times, and finally made a number with a blushing face. Yuan said to Lear, Go and get 10 bowls of rice, and 10 servings of dishes. Yes, yes. Lear went in amazement. Suma, come with me. Yuan called Suma to the yard. The servants did not dare to follow, but they all guessed that Suma had made another contribution, and the young lady must want to reward her. Are you really calling Suma? Yuan looked at the other party and asked. Mu of wood. Suma lowered his eyes and said, Su of grass. Then call her back. Yuan said, Thank you, young lady. Su performed a blessing. Also, Yuan looked at her indifferently. You don't have to give Fu Ling's meal to her. The young master's mansion is not so poor that it can't even afford the meal of a maid. You just need to take care of yourself in the future. I remember, Su said respectfully. Yuan went back to her room to eat. Su kept her greeting until Yuan entered the upper room. Then she went back to her room. Tao Er came up to her and said, Sister Su, did the young lady reward you? No. Su shook her head. Tao Er was disappointed and said, Ah, you have made 2 contributions. Why didn't the young lady reward you? I thought you would become a maid like Sister Su. Let's eat, Su said. Yuan got up late, so she didn't take a nap. She went to Lan Fang Pavilion to attend Nani Wan's class. This class was still about posture training. Standing, sitting, walking, and kneeling. Yuan practiced each movement for no less than 100 times, and her legs were stiff. Finally, she satisfied Aunt Wan. After class, Yuan took 2 little maids to the orchard to pick cherries. She was a little tired of eating dry cherries, so she wanted to make some cherry cakes. There was a big kitchen near the orchard, so she took the ingredients directly there. Young madam is here, Master Lu greeted with a smile. He was the chef of the young master's mansion. Yuan was shocked when she entered the kitchen for the first time, but now he was used to it. What are you going to make today? Madam, I want to make cherry cakes, Yuan said. Cherry pastry is much more complicated than hawthorn cake. First, you have to wash the fresh cherries, remove the pits and mash them into jam. Then melt the lard in water. Add it to the flour with sugar, warm water and egg yolk. Knead it into dough and let it rest for half an hour. Then, split it into 2 dough pieces. Roll it flat. Wrap the oil skin with the water skin, and shape it into a flower. Then, put it in the pan and fry it repeatedly. Ordinary people don't have this patience. Is it true that they want to make something or just pretend to be virtuous to please the young master? Master Lu can see at a glance that this young lady is serious about cooking. Even fanatical. Master Lu has never seen anyone who likes cooking so much. Although she really has no talent. Yuan took the finished cherry pastry back to King Fengyuan. The children ate little at noon, so they must be hungry now. They never eat well when others feed them. Thinking of this, Yuan quickened her pace. But when she stepped over the moon gate, she saw 3 little guys sitting obediently on the stone bench, with their hands on their calves and their mouths open, crying for food. So you held a plate of snacks and fed them patiently. The breeze blew, lifting her black hair, her clothes fluttering. She was as beautiful as a virgin and as quiet as still water. Yuan was rarely amazed by any woman. But at this moment she had to admit that Suyu had a temperament that made people focus. Do you want more? Suyu fed another round, looking at the 3 little guys quietly and asked. The 3 opened their black eyes and nodded. Suyu curved the corners of his lips, cut a few small pieces of soft, glutinous and sweet snacks with a spoon, and fed them into the mouths of the 3 people. The 3 of them ate so much that their cheeks bulged, just like 3 little squirrels looking for food. The little kids had never been so well behaved in front of any outsider. Suyu was the first one. Even the children liked her so much. Maybe she was really a very good girl. Suyu turned her head and saw Yuan at the moon gate. She stood up and bowed respectfully. Seeing this, everyone also stood up and bowed. Yuan walked into the pavilion, touched her sons' heads, and said softly, "Is it delicious?" The 3 of them nodded like little chickens pecking at rice. "Did you make it?" Yuan asked Suyu. The appearance of this snack was a little worse. It didn't look like the work of the chef in the young master's mansion. Suyu lowered his head. Xiaobao's wet nursely smiled and said, "The kitchen made chestnut cakes." But the young masters didn't like it. It was Miss Su who had a way to pour a layer of cherry juice on it. After Yuan married into the young master's mansion, she strictly controlled the amount of sugar for the little ones. The chestnut cake was probably not sweet enough. But if it was drizzled with sweet and sour cherry juice, it would taste very delicious. "Well done," Yuan said. "Thank you for the compliment, Madam," Suyu whispered. Even though his status was lower than others, his temperament was not humble. Yuan only felt that this feeling was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't tell where she had seen it. Since her son had eaten it, Yuan didn't force it on him. Yuan took the cherry cake to Yin Jiuqiu's study. Yin Jiuqiu picked up the last piece of dessert on the plate. The dessert was drizzled with sweet and sour cherry juice, which was very suitable for his current taste. He couldn't help but eat a few more pieces, but he accidentally finished it. Eng Lu was reporting the latest news in the court to Yin Jiuqiu. "Young master, the envoys from Nanzhao are coming to visit." Yin Jiuqiu hummed. "What are they coming for?" Eng Lu replied, "It is said that they are coming to attend the wedding of King Cheng and Princess of the Xiongnu." The wedding of Princess of the Xiongnu and King Cheng was actually a bit hasty. But the second prince of the Xiongnu had to wait until the 2 were married before returning to the Xiongnu. He couldn't stay in the Great Zhou all the time. But it was precisely because of the haste that he didn't have time to send invitations to the neighboring countries. Nanzhao took the initiative to come to congratulate. "Their news is fast," Yin Jiuqiu snorted sarcastically, and finished the last piece of dessert. He felt a little unsatisfied, but his stomach was full. Ing Shursen pondered. "Young master means they are not here to congratulate. Could they come to see King Gu?" Eng Lu said. "The Gu King is the sacred object of Nanzhao. Since the sacred object is missing, they naturally want to find it. The news of the Nanzhao royal family is kept secret. If Yuzigui had not revealed the truth several times, they would not have known that the sacred object of Nanzhao was missing. It is said that Nanzhao paid a huge price to obtain the sacred object. The specific price is not what they can find out. But there are rumors that it is related to the imperial concubine of Nanzhao. It is not known whether it is the little imperial concubine, who is surrounded by stars, or the big imperial concubine, who was abandoned since childhood. In short, the whole country of Nanzhao believes in sacred objects. The loss of the sacred object is a big blow to the Nanzhao royal family. They must be eager to find the sacred object back." Ing Shursen frowned. Then the young lady. "Speak of the devil." Yuan came over with a food box. "Young lady." Ing Shursen and Ing Lu performed a salute together, and then retreated tactfully. Yuan looked at the 2 people who left, and then looked at Yin Jiuqiu in the wheelchair. "Did I interrupt your conversation?" "No," Yin Jiuqiu said. His eyes fell on her food box. "Did you cook?" "Yeah." Yuan smiled and nodded, and suddenly saw that there was only a plate with some chestnut cake crumbs and cherry juice left by his hand. "You have eaten." He finished it. "You know, he is even worse at eating than the children." "Is it delicious?" Yuan asked. "It's okay," Yin Jiuqiu said. "The chestnut cake has no taste, but the layer of cherry juice is very good." After working hard for half an afternoon, 1, 2, 3, and 4 people were all full. Well, I feel a little disappointed. Chapter 268, Little Black John's background. Yuan decided to send it to Yusong. She had originally made a portion for Yusong, and planned to put it in fresh cherries for the servants to send to him. Now she wanted to go in person. The people driving the carriage were Jiang Xiaowu and Jiang Hai. Jiang Xiaowu seemed very excited for the first time to get a serious job in the mansion. He kept chattering along the way, and constantly introduced the scenery along the way to Jiang Hai. From this, Yuan could infer that Jiang Hai was not from the capital. Jiang Hai's temperament was duller than Jiang Xiaowu. He could not reply to Jiang Xiaowu's 10 sentences. If it were in the past, Yuan would definitely find it noisy. But after having the chatterbox shout tied in, Yuan's ears were never quiet. Now, being chattered by Jiang Xiaowu, she felt a little more intimate. The Imperial College is not close to the young master's mansion, but it is not far either. If the carriage goes fast, it will arrive in 2/4 of an hour. However, Yuan wanted to buy some calligraphy for Xiao Taidan, so she asked Jiang Xiaowu to drive the carriage to another street. As soon as the carriage entered an alley, a green figure descended from the sky and blocked the carriage's way. The man was holding a long sword and was as imposing as a roadblock. In a flash, Jiang Hai, who was beside Jiang Xiaowu, suddenly flew into the air and punched the opponent's head. The opponent swung the sword to chop at his fist, but Jiang Hai quickly stretched out his other hand and bypassed the long sword to shake off his arm. Jiang Hai's fist was so powerful that it was about to hit the opponent's head. The opponent also showed his palm to block it. The fists and palms faced each other, and both of them retreated 10 steps. Young master, young madam, don't come out. Jiang Xiaowu was so scared that his face turned pale. He wanted to spread his arms to protect the carriage, but his body was out of control, and he made a ridiculous posture that seemed to be neither spread nor not spread. Yuan opened a gap in the curtain. Great. It turned out to be Yuzigui, the haunting guy again. Yuzigui's injury seemed to be fine. The injury was so serious that Yuan thought he would not survive and would die there. Unexpectedly, he recovered as usual in a few days. He deserved to be the world's #1 swordsman. However, this #1 swordsman did not seem to get any benefits from her coachman. Yuzigui's moves were fatal, and Jiang Hai was no less. Yuzigui fought with a sword, while Jiang Hai was unarmed. Even so, the two still fought to a draw. Seeing that Jiang Hai was difficult to deal with, Yuzigui simply turned around, made a feint, and used his light kung fu to catch Jiang Xiaowu in his hand. Oh my god! Jiang Xiaowu screamed. Yuzigui cut Jiang Xiaowu's throat with a sword. Stop! Yuan lifted the curtain. Yuzigui and Jiang Hai stopped at the same time. Yuan said to Jiang Hai, take Jiang Xiaowu away and guard at the alley entrance. No one is allowed to approach without my order. Yes. Jiang Hai responded solemnly and walked to Yuzigui with a cold look. At this time, if Yuzigui attacked him by surprise, he would have a great chance of winning. But he went over without reservation. Yuzigui looked at Jiang Hai deeply, and finally did not attack him by surprise, and threw Jiang Xiaowu to him. Jiang Hai dragged the limp Jiang Xiaowu to the alley entrance. The alley became empty in an instant. Yuan sat in the carriage, looking at Yuzigui 10 steps away, and asked expressionlessly, didn't I tell you that you'd better not appear in front of me again? Yuzigui took a few steps towards Yuan with a sword. Jiang Hai clenched his fists. Yuzigui stopped 3 steps away and looked at Yuan and said, is the Gu King in your hands? This guy finally turned around. Yuan said calmly, why do you say it's in my hands? Yuzigui's eyes were cold, because you are the extremely Yin blood. Yuan knew that she asked too many questions that day, and Yuzigui was angry at the time. But once he calmed down, it was not difficult to realize that a doctor from the Central Plains seemed to know too much about goo worms. But she didn't expect that he actually guessed that she was the extremely Yin blood. At this point, there was no need to hide it. Yuan's eyebrows moved slightly and said, so what? Do you still want to take the things back? Don't blame me for not reminding you. You can't even beat my driver. Yuzigui's face turned cold. Who said I can't beat him? It's just that it's not that easy. If Yuan plots against him again, he will definitely not win. Yuzigui gave up and sighed in a low voice. It's really not something you can have. I think you should know that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. If you don't want to be killed, give me the things quickly. Yuan looked at him leisurely. and it seemed that she had no intention of giving in. Yu Zigui frowned. Do you really think I will hurt you? Yuan said lightly. You said it as if you have never heard me. Yu Zigui choked. Can't you stop talking about the past? Yuan said, but the current situation is caused by the past. You can give it to me if you want, and take it away if you want. What do you think of me? Yu Zigui's eyes flashed with fear. He hoped that Yuan would realize that he was not lying. Do you know what the Gu King is? What is it? Yuan was fearless. Yu Zigui said, it is the sacred object of Nanzhao. Gu magic is popular in southern Xinjiang, and Nanzhao is no exception. From the royal family to the people, everyone attaches great importance to the Gu King. I haven't heard Yan Jiuchao mention this. Yuan looked at Yu Zigui suspiciously. Don't disbelieve it. Yu Zigui said. Do you know the origin of this sacred object? Yuan certainly didn't know. She didn't even know that the Gu King was a sacred object. The Gu King was originally a thing of the southern Xinjiang Ghost clan, in order to marry the princess of the Nanzhao kingdom. The Ghost King sent it out as a betrothal gift. Are you talking about the Nanzhao queen? Yuan asked. No. Yu Zigui shook his head. It's the great princess, who was abandoned by the royal family since childhood. Did the great princess volunteer? Yuan was very surprised why she asked such a question. What does it have to do with her whether a person, who has nothing to do with her, is willing or not? Yu Zigui didn't care about these things. Just thought that the little girl was curious, and patiently answered her doubts. If it was voluntary, she shouldn't have run away from the marriage. Then this great princess was too miserable. She was born to be a disaster for the country, abandoned by her family, and finally grew up, and was sold by the family that never raised her for a day. In the eyes of those people, she was only worth a worm. Thinking of this, Yuan suddenly felt sad for this great princess. She was glad that she didn't have such parents. And she was also glad that although there were 2 children in the family, her mother always treated them equally. In fact, if there was no one who her mother loved more, it should be her. When the family was in the most difficult time, her mother didn't let her become a child who was sold to pave the way for her brother. Why do I suddenly miss my mother so much? Yuan wondered. Yu Zigui spoke again. The Nanzhao royal family is coming. They are coming for the holy object. Once they find you, you will be in danger. Yuan could see that Yu Zigui was not lying. This man had been dragging her down in every way. But this time he probably wanted to help her sincerely. But it was a pity that she could not give the king of Gu to him. Yuan said seriously, I still need it for the time being. When I have used it up, I will find a way to solve it. Yu Zigui wanted to say something, but Yuan lowered the curtain. Jiang Hai on the other side had been paying attention to the movements of the two. Seeing that Yuan wanted to say goodbye, he strode over and blocked the carriage. Staring at Yu Zigui knew that he could not get the king of Gu today. Looking at the closed carriage road, he said, You'd better think about what I said just now and throw away this hot potato as soon as possible. Yu Zigui left. Jiang Hai stood there, waiting for Yuan's questioning. A coolie bought from the Silk Music Hall actually has such skills. No one would not be puzzled. However, unexpectedly, Yuan said nothing, just asked him to drag Jiang Xiaowu over. And he had to go to the Imperial College in a while. Jiang Hai looked at the curtain in astonishment. Yuan's voice came out slowly. Did you use your full strength just now? Jiang Hai was stunned, and then replied, No. I only used 30% of my kung fu, but Yu Zigui used 70%. So the two of them could fight to a draw, which shows that Jiang Hai's kung fu is far better than Yu Zigui. Such a master actually sold himself to the Silk Music Hall as a coolie, which is really a waste of talent. Young madam. Jiang Hai was about to speak, but Yuan spoke up. I don't care about your past. I only care whether you have 2 hearts towards me. Jiang Hai has no 2 hearts, he said seriously. Jiang Hai will be loyal to madam. He said madam, not young madam. The difference of 1 word makes a world of difference. Yuan handed a large box of cherry cakes and a basket of cherries to Yu Song and then went back to the young master's mansion. She went to the study and told Yan Jiuchao about meeting Yu Zigui. Ing Shersan and Ing Lu were also there. Yuan looked at the expressions of several people. Wait, you know it is a sacred object of Nanzhao? So Yu Zigui did not lie. I know. Don't you know? Ing Lu and Ing Shersan looked at Yuan with a strange look on their faces. She knew that she had the Gu King in her hand, but they thought she knew more than them. Yuan held her forehead and looked at it. That's how the information gap came about. She didn't know what to say when she accidentally got such a big treasure. As for the visit of the Nanzhao envoy, Yuan didn't care much about Nanzhao. As long as Yuzigui didn't say it, who would know that the Gu King was in her hands? Yuan went back to the house. The three people in the study finally showed an unbelievable look. Ing Lu said with his mouth wide open, "Young master, if what Yuzigui said is true, the sacred object is the betrothal gift of the Ghost Clan to marry the great Emperor Ji. Then, the Ghost Clan bride who ran away is, the young lady is, oh, this is, yes, 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 all." Ing Shersan understood what Ing Lu wanted to say, and answered him in one breath. Ing Lu felt like he was going to faint. He had been looking for news for so many years. But no one had shocked him so much. It was really made him not know what to say. Yin Jiocha tapped his fingertips on the tabletop a few times. The thing that Nanzhao Kingdom had sold a princess for fell into Yuan's hands by accident. I really don't know whether to say it was a coincidence, or God's will. Who are the Nanzhao envoys? Yin Jiocha asked. Ing Lu said, it is said that a Nanzhao prime minister came with his wife. The remaining envoys have not been found out yet. Go and find out. Yin Jiocha ordered. Yes. Ing Lu agreed. Yin Jiocha sat in the study for a while, and dealt with some news sent by spies from various places. When he returned to Qifeng courtyard, it was already late. Yuan was waiting for him to eat. But she fell asleep on the table. Yin Jiocha pushed the wheelchair over, and wanted to carry her back to bed. As soon as he held her on his legs, he found that she was soaked with cold sweat on her forehead and frowned. Is it uncomfortable? Or? Yin Jiocha put one hand around her, and touched her forehead with the other hand. But Yuan trembled, and suddenly opened her eyes. Yuan was panting heavily, with a trace of intense shock in her eyes. She found herself sitting in Yin Jiocha's arms, and her expression relaxed. Did you have a nightmare? Yin Jiocha asked. Yuan nodded. Yin Jiocha took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. I heard that the envoy of Nanzhao was coming. Were you scared? Yuan shook her head. It was another nightmare she had. What did you dream about? Yin Jiocha asked softly. Yuan was still immersed in the shock brought by the nightmare, and did not notice that Yin Jiocha's voice became gentler than before. But she could feel that her emotions calmed down little by little in his voice. Yin Jiocha. She sat in his arms, her tone a little aggrieved. I dreamed that you all left me. First you, then Debao, Erbo and Xiaobao. She rarely remembers her dreams. But this time is an exception. Probably because she was too sad in her dream. She dreamed that Yin Jiocha disappeared. He boarded a ship and never came back. The three little kids grew up. They couldn't see her. They couldn't hear her speak. They followed another woman away. Yin Jiocha looked at her with a look of disappointment. What are you thinking about all day long? Yuan lowered her head and pinched his jade-like slender fingers. I obviously didn't think about anything. She took the sacred object of Nanzhao Kingdom. So she should have dreamed of escaping. Who knows why she dreamed of the four fathers and sons leaving her? Or did she care more about them not eating what she made in the afternoon? Where are the cherry cakes you made? Yin Jiocha didn't see any snacks on the table. Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, I sent them to my second brother. Yin Jiocha's face darkened. Yuan continued to play with his fingers and said, You have eaten them. What's wrong with me sending them to my second brother? Lear brought the newly picked petals over. As soon as she stepped over the threshold, she saw the young master sitting in a wheelchair, and her young mistress sitting in his arms. Although she only saw the back, Tower was embarrassed enough. Tower quickly covered her eyes and retreated, not forgetting to close the door for the two. Tower walked back and met Suyu at the corner of the corridor. Sister Su. Tower held her. You? Don't go over there. What's wrong? Suyu asked in confusion. Tower said embarrassedly, Young master and young madam. Anyway, don't go over there first. Wait until you order hot water. Their wing room was at the other end of the upper room. If they went back now, they would have to pass by Yuan and Yin Jiocha's room. Tower felt that as a loyal maid, she must help the young madam guard the door. Suyu looked steadily in the direction of the upper room, and in a moment, turned around and walked towards the yard. Inside the room, the young couple only had each other in their eyes. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, followed by a bang, and the door of the two people was knocked. It was Xiaobao who was scratching the door with his little hands, and his nose made anxious sounds from time to time. Soon, Debao and Erbao also came over. The three little kids wanted to go into the house, but found that the door could not be opened, and they couldn't speak, so they were anxious and wanted to cry. Little master, little master. The nurses chased after them breathlessly, trying to take the three little masters away, but the three refused and cried. Yuan held her forehead. Yin Jiocha finally regretted not leading the three little guys to Shangguan Yin. Yuan had to put on her clothes, open the door, and let the three little guys in. The three threw themselves into Yuan's arms. Their big eyes were full of tears. They were having fun, but I don't know why they suddenly wanted to look for their parents. Nanny Li explained outside the door. I know. You can leave now. Yuan led the three little guys into the house. The two of them were not satisfied after being interrupted this time. They had planned to wait until the little guys fell asleep before continuing. But they didn't know what to eat, and they were so excited that they ran around the house. And they were still energetic even after Yuan and Yin Jiocha fell asleep. Chapter 269. Little Milk Bag enters the palace. Yuan didn't know when the little guys fell asleep. When she opened her eyes half asleep, the three of them were already lying on her and Yin Jiocha. Xiaobao hugged her both feet and put them in his mouth. Yuan yawned, put the three of them in place, and fell asleep again. When she woke up again, it was the next morning. As expected, the bed next to her was empty. The young master went out for something, Lear said as she lifted the curtain. The Nanzhao envoy came to visit. Yin Jiocha did not do anything on the surface, but he always had to take precautions in secret. Yuan looked to the other side of her. The little guys were gone too? Lear understood and said hurriedly. The young master was worried that the young master would wake up and disturb you. So he asked the nanny to bring the young master back to the house after getting up early. Yuan was warmed by her husband again. He never said a good word, but he was always considerate in what he did. Last night, she was interrupted by the little ones, and was worried that he would be angry with them. It seems that she thought too much. He is their father, and he loves them as much as she does. How could he really be angry with them? Lear said again, by the way, madam. The young master also said that the cherries in the young master's mansion are ripe again. We can send some to madam's family, and send the young master with them. The young master's grandma and grandpa must miss them very much. So let the young master live in the countryside for a while. It sounded like that at the beginning, but it gradually became a little weird later. Where is the biological father? Is he going to send his son to the countryside now? Did you say when to leave? Yuan asked. Lear brought a set of clothes for Yuan to change into. He said, we have to wait for Guarding to come back. And Guarding went out with the young master. So he always took the child away at night, and let Ing 13 walk at night. How impatient is this guy? When Yuan was dressed, Zisu came over, because Nanny Fan was leaving. Yuan asked Zisu to learn more about the affairs of the young master's mansion from Nanny Fan. Zisu came to report the progress to Yuan. Yuan didn't think it was necessary for Zisu to report every day, but she thought that Zisu had asked her servants to do so in the mansion before. So now she also asked herself to do so. Nanny Fang said that the original accounts of King Fenjiwen were together with the public. But at that time, the young master and the young lady did not move in. Nanny Fang meant that King Fenjiwen could be divided into separate accounts. Zisu spoke in an orderly manner, and Yuan listened patiently. Does the young lady have any instructions? Zisu finished her report and waited for Yuan's statement. Yuan shook her head, nothing. Just do what Nanny Fang said. Yes. Zisu agreed and was about to leave. Yuan suddenly called her. In addition, the clothes of the few of you will be changed from 4 sets per season to 8 sets per season. In the past, there were only nannies and men in the mansion, and they didn't care about clothes. Now there are so many maids, so they have to dress up to be pleasing to the eyes. Yes, women all love new clothes, and Zisu is no exception. Her yes is obviously more pleasant than the previous one. It was still early before the class, and Yuan sat in the room for a while, thinking that her son should wake up, and went to their room. There were giggling sounds coming from the room, and the excited sounds of the little ones jumping around on the bedside. Yuan's lips curled up unconsciously just by listening. She walked to the door with lotus steps, and just as she was about to cross the threshold, she saw Suyu standing in front of the bed. The 3 little ones covered their faces with their hands and looked at Zisu. When they looked at each other, they shyly turned their backs, and then turned their faces again and continued to look at Suyu. This cunning and cute look made everyone in the room laugh. Yuan's eyes fell on Suyu, and somehow she couldn't laugh. Yuan had breakfast with the little ones. In the past, her son would stick to her and prevent her from going to Nanny One's class, or hang on her legs to go to class with her. But today, he put down his bowl and chopsticks obediently and ran to the yard to play. It turned out that Suyu had made 3 swings, with small leather cushions and strong ropes tied tightly to the little ones, so that they would not be thrown out even if they did not hold on tightly. The little kids flew to the sky and fell back to the ground, laughing like pigs. The servants were having fun, and Chifeng courtyard seemed to have never been so lively. Yuan withdrew her gaze, suppressed the inexplicable loss in her heart, and went to Lanfang Pavilion with a sigh. However, before she started the class, the servant reported that Cui Nusher had arrived. Mei Cui came to pass on the message for the queen. The queen is arranging the marriage between His Royal Highness Prince Cheng and Princess Xiongnu. The queen said that she is old and can't keep up with the preferences of young people. She wants to ask the young lady to come to the palace to give her some advice. If the young masters are free, they can also come to the palace to take a look. The queen hasn't seen them yet and misses them. Yuan understood that the queen was trying to show her favor to the young master's mansion. First there was concubine Su, and then there were the envoys from Nanzhao. They were facing internal and external troubles, so they also needed the queen. Yuan readily agreed, asked Nani Wan for leave, and returned to Chifeng court to bring the 3 little guys to the palace to meet the queen. The last time they entered the palace, Tower and Lear came out with pale faces. The 2 were young and had never seen the world. Yuan didn't plan to bring them into the palace. Yuan asked Sisu to pack up and take the 3 little kids with her. But the 3 little kids held Su Qian's hand and refused to leave with Zisu. Yuan looked at them. They also looked at Yuan, with innocent faces, as if asking why Su Qia was not brought along. Yuan rubbed their little heads and said to Su Qia, "You should follow too." "Yes." Su Qia bowed. "Fuling should follow too," Yuan said. Fuling followed with a 7-foot-tall man, taking steps that did not recognize any relatives, and followed with great vigor. The group entered the palace. Fuling was oblivious to what was happening outside, and was not nervous. Zisu was well informed, and did not show her nervousness on her face. In addition, Su Qia was also very calm. The maids accompanying them did not bring shame to the young master's mansion this time. The maids waited outside the main hall of Gaoyang Palace, and Yuan led the 3 little kids into the house to meet the queen. The little ones performed a few clumsy kowtows, which made the queen very amused. The eldest prince's mansion also had children, but they were only princesses, and his grandsons only heirs to the throne were these 3 little ones. The queen gave each of them a longevity lock. The little guys held the lock and bowed a little, which was to say thank you. "Can't speak yet?" the queen asked. "More than 2 years old?" Yuan nodded. 2.5 years old at the end of next month. The queen hurriedly smiled and said, "Don't worry. The noble lady is slow to speak. I think these children are very smart. They will definitely be able to speak in a while. Thank you for your good words, Your Majesty." Although she said so, Yuan could hear that the queen was worried that the children were fools. She wanted to say that her son was not, but she didn't know how to start. The little guys sat on the chairs cutely. The queen asked Cui, the maid, to take them to the yard to enjoy. Today, the little princess of the eldest prince's mansion also came. The little princess is only 2 years older than the little babies, so they should be able to play together. Then the queen and Yuan talked about the wedding. I originally wanted to set up a stage in Feiluan Palace, and the troupe was already invited. But someone from Nanzhao came. Your Majesty meant that since Nanzhao wanted to make friends with the great Zhou, we can't neglect it. We have to take into account the preferences of the Nanzhao envoys in the repertoire. Please help me choose first. How could Yuan understand this? It would be better to find a diplomat from the Honglu Temple than to find her. The queen patted Yuan's hand and smiled gently. I will take you to listen first. The troupe was invited by the people. Yuan had never heard of ancient operas, but she was really curious, so she got up and went with the queen. Let the young master and the princess come too, the queen said to Mei Cui. Yes. Mei Cui carried the little princess and called Fuling and the other 2. At first sight of the tall and majestic Fuling, the queen's eyebrows jumped, but she did not lose her composure. She held Yuan's hand dignifiedly and entered the theater of Jiaoyang Palace. The stage was almost set up, and the actors were ready backstage. The owner came to salute the queen. The queen waved her hand and led Yuan to sit down in the corridor. The little princess sat beside the queen, and the 3 little kids sat beside Yuan in turn. They had never seen a stage before, and they all stared at it intently. The first play was a fight play, accompanied by a thunderous sound of gongs and drums. The martial artist in black turned somersaults on stage. Thunder. Black-clad man. The little kids were instantly scared. Yuan thought something was wrong, and hurried to hug her son beside her. But she saw Su Qian came to the three of them without knowing when. The little kids all rushed into Su Qian's arms, and hugged Su Qian's neck tightly. Yuan's hand froze in midair. Chapter 270 Life-Saving Grace. The children were so scared that the queen's attention was attracted by them. She didn't notice Yuan's abnormality. Of course, Yuan didn't continue to make herself abnormal. She almost subconsciously put her hand down and sat there calmly, just as Nanny Fong taught her. The queen hurriedly asked the troop to stop, and said with self-blame, "The child is so young. It's my fault for not considering it carefully." A 2.5-year-old boy was actually scared by the sound of gongs and drums. The little princess was not afraid of this when she was 1 year old. The queen shook her head secretly, and she also felt a little sympathy for Yuan and Yin Jiuqiu. They finally gave birth to the eldest grandson of the royal family, but they were a few timid and useless little mutes. The queen naturally wouldn't gloat over other people's misfortunes. Her upbringing didn't allow her to do that. But the palace people had already exploded in their hearts. They were indeed children born by village girls. They were so unpresentable that they could be scared by the sound of gongs and drums. Yuan felt the contempt in the eyes of the palace people. She could tolerate anyone criticizing her, but she couldn't help but care about someone misunderstanding her son. How could she know the shadow in their hearts without experiencing her son's pain? Yuan took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to refute, stood up, and bowed gracefully and calmly. "Excuse me, Your Majesty. I see that they are tired of playing, so I will take them back to the palace first, and then come to the palace to accompany Your Majesty to choose the music another day." Originally, it was just a means to win her over to the young master's mansion. It was enough for her to appreciate it. As for whether she picked 1, 2, or 3, it was not important at all. As expected, the queen did not say anything to keep her. However, before leaving, the queen rewarded Su Yu, who was loyal to the master. The queen thought she was giving Yuan face. After all, in her cognition, children should be handed over to servants. How could the master's grandmother raise the child with her own hands? That was a bad habit of poor families. Not the royal family. Even when the eldest prince was young, the first to rush forward were always the palace maids and the wet nurse. She was the queen, and she could not lose her composure for a moment. The same was true for Yuan. She was the future princess of Yen, and she had to abandon the bad habits of the people and get used to being high and mighty in the future. Everyone thought Su Yu was right, and even Yuan herself could not say that Su Yu was wrong. The child was frightened, and she rushed over to hug them at the first time. She should be happy that someone took care of her son so carefully. Moreover, her son was a loner, and there were not many servants who could get along with him. Suddenly, he had someone he liked, and she, as a mother, should be even happier. This feeling of having no way and no right to be angry was really not very good, and it made her look very petty. Yuan took the 3 little guys on the carriage. Fuling and the other 2 also got on. Suddenly, Mei Chui came hurriedly. "Madam, you forgot to take your things." It was a box of rouge, which was not included in the queen's reward. It seemed that the queen had something to tell her. Yuan got off the carriage and walked aside with Mei Chui. Jiang Hai began to be alert in case someone eavesdropped. Mei Chui whispered, "Madam left in a hurry, and the queen didn't have time to tell you. The Nanzhao envoy is probably coming for young Master Yin. Please be careful, young master and madam." The queen told Yuan that someone in the Nanzhao royal family wanted Yin Jiuqiu dead. From the queen's point of view, she would think that they were here to plot against Yin Jiuqiu. But in fact, they were most likely coming for her and the Nanzhao holy object in her hand. But there was no need to tell the queen about this. Yuan did not ask how the queen got these tips. After all, if she hadn't had some skills, the queen would not have survived until now. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yuan thanked her, took Yinji, and got on the carriage. The 3 little babies were already asleep, lying in Su Yu's arms. Along the way, Yuan's aura was a little cold. After the carriage arrived at the young master's mansion, the 3 wet nurses took the sleeping young masters back to the house. Yuan also returned to the house. After the 3 maids sent Yuan off respectfully, they got up and walked towards the temporary wing room. Suddenly, Zisu grabbed Su Fan and said, "Stay here. I have something to tell you." Fu Ling looked at Zisu blankly. And Zisu said calmly, "It's not you. You leave." She accidentally put on the airs of a lady from an official family. So Fu Ling didn't care and left obediently. There was no one else around. Zisu pulled back her hand and said, "What's wrong with you?" Su Fan looked at Zisu calmly. Zisu frowned and said, "Don't play dumb. You have been trying too hard to please the young master these 2 days. What do you want to do? The young master's personal maid? The young master already has a wet nurse. So he doesn't need a maid?" Thinking of something, Zisu said again, "A maid who shares the same room." "It's too early." Su Fan turned around calmly and was about to leave. "Eh?" Zisu was startled and grabbed her again and said, "I'm talking to you. What's your attitude? A second-class maid dares to turn her face away from me. I warn you. You'd better be sensible and don't get close to the young master again." Suyu said calmly, "I'm just doing my duty." Zisu said coldly, "Didn't you see that the young lady is unhappy? Making the master unhappy is not called duty. It's called excessive." Suyu ignored her and turned away. Zisu looked at her back and said coldly, "Mr. Su, don't take my words as a deaf ear. If you don't behave again, be careful that I will punish you." Suyu left. Zisu also returned to her room. Suyu's attitude made Zisu feel angry. So much so that when Ban Xia came forward to talk to her, she ignored Ban Xia. After dinner, Zisu went to Fong Mama, as usual, to take over the affairs of Qifeng Courtyard. Fong Mama did not live in Qifeng Courtyard, so she had to go around La Fong Pavilion and walk along a quiet path, passing a pond halfway. Just as Zisu walked to the edge of the pond with a lantern, she suddenly stepped on something and slipped and fell down. She did not know how to swim, and when she rolled into the water, she quickly grabbed a willow branch by the pond. The willow branch was slender and could not support her weight, and she gradually sank. "Help! Help! She sank under the water and choked on a mouthful of turbid cold water. She struggled hard, and the willow branch broke with a snap, and she grabbed a bunch of weeds at random. Just when she was about to pull the weeds apart, a slender figure appeared by the pond and entered her sight. Zisu raised her head in a hurry, but what she saw was a ghostly cold face. Su Qian. The moonlight fell coldly on Su Qian's face, making her look a little eerie. Zisu's heart skipped a beat, and she was filled with fear. Su Qian reached out and reached for the water grass that Zisu was pulling. "What are you doing?" Zisu's face changed. "Miss." Ban Xia's voice came from not far away. Su Qian's hand grabbed Zisu's white wrist and pulled her out of the water. Miss, it's really you." Ban Xia rushed over in a hurry. And in a hurry, she used the original name again. Zisu was wet all over and shivered. "What happened?" Uncle Wan was startled by the noise near the pond. Bangxia hugged Zisu and said, "Just now." Su Fan said, "Just now. Bangxia and I went to the orchard to pick cherries. The young master wanted to eat some. We walked nearby and heard someone calling for help." Bangxia said it sounded like Zisu's voice. "We rushed over and saw that Zisu really fell into the water." Uncle Wan and Zisu looked at Bangxia at the same time. Bangxia nodded. It was indeed the young master who pointed at the cherries and looked like he wanted to eat them. That's why Su Fan took her to the orchard to pick cherries. Uncle Wan understood, without any doubt, and looked at Zisu and said, "What happened to you?" Zisu said in shock, "I went to look for Nani Fong, and accidentally slipped. You are so old, but you can't walk well. This time, thanks to someone nearby. Otherwise you." Uncle Wan thought about the unlucky words and finally swallowed them. "Okay, let's go. You don't have to go to Nanny Fong. I'll tell her that I will teach you in the daytime. You don't have to do anything at hand for the time being. Just concentrate on handing over to Nanny Fong." "Thank you, General Manager Wan." Zisu bowed. It was just an accident, and it was safe. Uncle Wan muttered a few words and went back to his room to do things. After returning to Qifeng Courtyard, Zisu took a hot bath, changed into dry clothes, opened her bag, took out a hollow gold hairpin, and knocked on the door next to Tower. Tower and Lear went to Yuan's room to wait on her. It was Su Fan who opened the door. "It's so late. Is there something wrong?" Su Fan asked. Zisu squeezed the hairpin in her hand, handed it to Su Fan and said, "This is for you. Thank you for saving me." Chapter 271. After saying goodbye to Su Qi, Zisu returned to her room. Ban Xia had just laid the quilt for her, and when she saw her coming back, she asked hurriedly, "How is it? Did Su Qi accept your hairpin?" Zisu shook her head. Ban Xia said without surprise, "I said, she will definitely not accept your hairpin. She is not that kind of person. Speaking of which, Miss Su is really a good person. She is capable and kind. Even the 3 young masters like her so much. Alas, if we had known she was so good, we should have lived in the same room with her, and let Fu Ling live with Tower and Lear." Zisu also felt that Su Qi should be a good person. She might have misunderstood her earlier, or she was guarding against her, worried that she would rely on the love of the young masters to ride on her head. But tonight she saved her without any grudges. Just don't know why. Her mind always keeps popping up the expressionless face she saw by the pond. At that moment, Suyi was gloomy and a little scary. Uncle Wan entered the palace when he was young, and lived in the capital for 20 years before he followed the king of Yin to Yinqing to build a mansion. After that, he took root in Yinqing. Yinqing is good in every way, but it is close to the sea and the humidity is heavier. Uncle Wan didn't know when he got the disease, and his knees hurt badly on rainy days. It's going to rain again. Uncle Wan dragged his painful knees back to the house. Little Quanzi. Uncle Wan found a chair and sat down, and poured himself another cup of cold tea. A clever little eunuch walked in. The little eunuch was a servant of the king of Yin's mansion. This trip was with the master to the capital. After the young master's mansion welcomed the mistress, the original servants and guards all moved to the outer courtyard. Only Xiao Quanzi was able to stay because he was a eunuch. Manager 1. Are you done with your work? Are you hungry? I asked the kitchen to leave some food for you, and I'll bring it to you right away, Xiao Quanzi said with a smile. Don't bother. I'm not hungry. Uncle Wan waved his hand. Go get a bucket of hot water. Xiao Quanzi looked at Uncle Wan's hand rubbing his knee and asked in surprise, Your leg hurts again? It hasn't hurt for a long time. The climate in the capital is dry, and he has only had a few slight pains in the past few months, which is much lighter than the symptoms in Yinqing. The weather is going to change. Okay. You go quickly. Remember to keep your voice down. The young master is asleep. Don't wake him up. Hey! Xiao Quanzi carried a wooden bucket to the kitchen to get water. Halfway through, he met Su Fan, who was also going to the kitchen with a basket of cherries. In terms of seniority, Su Yu is no match for Xiao Quanzi, who has been struggling in the Prince of Yan's mansion for many years. But Su Yu caught the young master's eye, and Xiao Quanzi had already included this person in his list of people he could not offend. Xiao Quanzi smiled and greeted, Sister Su. What a coincidence. You are also going to the kitchen. Su Yu nodded slightly. I'm going to make some cherry juice. Do you want some hot water? Su Yu's eyes fell on his wooden barrel. Xiao Quanzi sighed. Isn't this the old problem of Wan Zongwan coming back? I'll get some hot water for him to soak. Then you go. Su Yu gestured to him. Wan Zongwan is waiting anxiously. Sister Su. I'll go first. Xiao Quanzi smiled embarrassedly, and walked away briskly with the wooden barrel. Uncle Wan didn't leave Xiao Quanzi to serve him, so he asked Xiao Quanzi to leave. He put his feet in a hot water bucket, and wrung out cotton cloth to apply heat. But it didn't work because he was old, and he still felt a lot of pain. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Uncle Wan asked. It's me. Su Sun. You? Wait a minute. Uncle Wan hurriedly lifted his leg. He was in great pain, and this movement made him gasp for several breaths. He put down his trouser legs, put on his shoes, and took the bucket to the ear room, and then opened the door for Su Sun. It's so late. You have something to do with me? Uncle Wan asked in surprise. It was already dark, and the servants, who didn't have to work at night, had gone to bed. Su Qi handed 2 cloth bags about the size of his hand to Uncle Wan. I heard from Xiao Quanzi that you have leg pain. Try this. This is... Uncle Wan hesitated. Su Qi said, This is a folk remedy from my hometown. It contains salt, ginger slices, and green onion. The old people in our village use it when they have leg pain. Once they use it, the pain is gone. Uncle Wan took it doubtfully. He had knee pain for many years. It was too naive to think that just a few things could stop his pain. However, the other party was well-intentioned, so Uncle Wan still thanked him. Thank you very much. I'll go first, Su Qi said calmly. Uncle Wan was stunned. Was it an illusion or something else? He always felt that the person who just talked to him was not Su-chi, but the young lady. Obviously, they didn't look alike. But the calm and peaceful temperament in her every move was a little like the young lady. Perhaps it was for this reason that the young master was willing to get close to her. Uncle Wan couldn't help but think of Su-yu's origin. According to Manager Hu, Su-yu was from Wachung. Her parents died early, and she was raised by her grandfather. When she was 13 years old, her grandfather also passed away. She was thrown to the farm in the countryside by her aunt. A few years later, her aunt's family fell into poverty and sold her to a man. The man brought her to the capital and sold her to the Silk Music Hall. She is also a child from a poor family. Uncle Wan sighed. It's a pity that the same person has a different fate. As a child from a poor family, Su-yu is not as lucky as the young lady. She can not only get a husband like the young master, but also give birth to 3 children for the young master. It's a pity for such a good child. Uncle Wan shook his head, limped back to the bed, opened the cloth bag, and as Su-yu said, it was salt, green onion and ginger slices. Maybe it was still hot just out of the pot. And Uncle Wan covered it on his knees. He didn't try to save the life of the dead horse, but just used it as a common hot compress. But a quarter of an hour later, something incredible happened. His knees seemed to really not hurt that much. In the upper room, Yuan quietly watched over the 3 sleeping little guys. It was so late. Yin Jiuqiu and Ing Shisen hadn't come back yet. They probably wouldn't send their sons to the countryside tonight. It just so happened that she was a little reluctant. In the daytime, she couldn't let her mind wander in front of so many people. Now that she was alone and quiet, she had to admit that she was jealous. But it seemed normal to think about it. Who made her so busy these days that she ignored them all? They were lonely. And Su-yu happened to come and make them happy. Naturally, they would get close to her. It's just that this Su-chi always gives Yuan a feeling of discomfort. Is it because of jealousy? But why should I be jealous of a maid? This really doesn't make sense. Young Madam Tower entered the room. Sister Zisu just fell into the water and was frightened. I'm afraid she can't come to watch tonight. Why did she fall into the water? Yuan asked. Tower said, she went to see Nanny Fong and slipped when passing by the pond. As a result, she fell into the water. At that time, Su-chi and Banksia were nearby. They heard the cry for help and rescued her. Yuan frowned. It was Su-chi again. Why was she everywhere? Call Su-chi here. Yes. Tower called Su-chi to Yuan's room. You leave, Yuan said to Tower. Tower left tactfully, leaving only Yuan, Su-kei, and the 3 sleeping kids in the room. Su-kei stood on the shiny floor without looking around. Yuan put down the curtain, walked slowly to the official hat chair and sat down. Kneel down, Yuan said. Su-kei knelt down obediently. If an ordinary person was punished by the master to kneel as soon as he arrived, he would show a little surprise. But there was no strangeness on her face, as if she was born to be so submissive. But if you look at her carefully, it is not difficult to find that she is neither humble nor arrogant. Yuan's eyes fell on her face without blinking. Do you know why I want to punish you? I don't know, Su-kei said. Yuan said again, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Su-kei didn't say a word. Yuan continued. On the first day you entered the mansion, the back room caught fire, and on the second day you entered the mansion, Zisu fell into the water. You happened to be there both times, and you saved her both times. Do you think this is a coincidence? Su-yu said. I don't think it's important. What's important is what the young lady thinks, Yuan said calmly. Do you mean that if I don't believe you, I'm throwing dirty water on you? Su-yu said. I don't dare, Yuan said. I think you dare. Su-yu leaned down and knelt on the ground. As the saying goes, if you catch an adulterer, you catch both of them. If you catch a thief, you catch the stolen goods. Even if she really wanted to punish Su-yu, she had to have a good reason. Su-yu saved the lives of so many servants and pleased her son so much. If she dealt with him without saying a word, not only would she anger the public, but she would also alienate her son. She wasn't that stupid. Besides, maybe Su-chi is really innocent. Then she would be wrongly accusing a good person. Yuan said calmly, you should leave first. I see that you are quite skillful and can even make a swing. Why don't you move to my second brother's Ziyuexuan tomorrow and take care of the flower garden in Ziyuexuan? You don't have to go back to King Fenjuan to serve in the next few days. This means to send Su-chi away. This is done to better observe Su Qi. If Su Qi is really a good person, then she will behave herself in Ziyuexuan. Of course, Yuan also has her own selfish motives. The less contact her son has with Su Qi, the less enthusiastic he is about her. Su Fan said nothing and bowed his head and left the room. Zisu could not take the night shift, so Ban Xia stayed to take care of her. Tao Er and Li Er had already taken the night shift, so only Fu Ling and Su Fan were left. Let Fu Ling come over, Yuan said to Tao Er. Yin Jiuchu asked the guard to bring a message that he and Ing San left the capital overnight and would not return tonight, so Yuan should rest early and not wait for him. Yuan nodded. Call Fu Ling in, and let Fu Ling sleep behind the green gauze cabinet. Fu Ling was a 7-foot man, and it was really difficult for her to sleep on the small embroidered bed of a girl. She curled up and did not sleep well all night. At midnight, everyone fell into a deep sleep. Su Fan, who was beside Tao Er, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 272 Brother 9. No one can bully her. Su Yu's eyes were clear, as if she had not just woken up. She took away Tao's hand from her body, sat up slowly, put on a black cloak, and took out a cold dagger from under the bed. She held the dagger tightly and left the room. It was late at night, and her footsteps were very light. The moonlight fell coolly on her expressionless face, making her look like a sculpture. Her skirt passed by the floor under the corridor, and the tiny sound was quickly swallowed up by the night wind. She walked around the corridor and came to the upper room. She glanced at the closed door and pulled out the dagger from the scabbard. The cold light reflected in her eyes. Reflecting a cold light, she inserted the dagger into the crack of the door and began to pry open the bolt little by little. At this moment, Fu Ling, who lived on the embroidered couch, was finally awakened by the torture. This embroidered couch was enough for ordinary maids to sleep on, but it was too short for her. When she stretched her legs, she hit the wall, and when she raised her arms, she hit the bed wall. Fu Ling was going to go to the toilet. Fu Ling didn't hear the movement outside the door, but the people outside the door heard her. The sound of the big strides was Fu Ling. Fu Ling was a person with strong limbs and a simple mind. She was a good-for-nothing. It was the easiest to fool her, but also the hardest to fool her, because nothing could make sense to her. Su Kei coldly retracted the dagger and turned back to the room. At dawn, Yuan was awakened by her biological clock. When she woke up, she found that Yin Jiucha was not there, and then she remembered that he went out last night. The guard who came to report the news did not say what it was specifically. She guessed that it was probably related to the Nanjiao envoy. Not long after Yuan woke up, the 3 little guys also woke up. Yuan dressed the 3 of them. The 3 of them climbed out of bed, first went to the ear room to wash up, and then ate breakfast obediently. Yuan looked at them eating well, and felt satisfied. She touched their little heads and said, "Mom will not go to class today. Can I take you out of the house to play?" The eyes of the 3 little guys suddenly lit up. Yuan took in the reactions of the 3 people and thought that her decision was indeed right. She was too busy studying and neglected to cultivate feelings with them. She would ask for leave from Naniwan, and she would spend more time with them in the future. Yuan asked with a curved eyebrow, "Do you want to go?" The 3 of them lowered their heads, and a trace of entanglement passed across their little faces. She clearly wanted to go, but was so hesitant. Was it because of Su Yu? The news that Su Yu was transferred to Ziyuexuan spread quickly, and everyone was surprised. Why didn't the young lady keep such a smart girl by her side and actually send her to Ziyuexuan? It sounds good to say that Ziyuexuan is the courtyard of Master Yu, but everyone knows that Master Yu lives in the Imperial Academy and has not returned for 800 years. What can he achieve there? It's no different from being a bench. Why is this happening? Banksia looked at Su Yu in confusion. Last night, the young lady called you over. Was it to reward you or punish you? Su Yu quietly packed up his things and said, "It's not a punishment. Madam praised me for my cleverness and asked me to take care of the flower garden in Ziyuexuan. Don't we have a flower garden in Qifeng courtyard? What will happen to the young master if you leave?" Even Banksia could tell that it was not a sincere compliment. "Did you say something wrong last night?" Su Yu whispered. "I don't know." Zisu hesitated to speak. Some things were not hers to discuss. Soon, Tower and Lear also came over. Originally, after the incident with Zisu, the 2 of them, like Ban Xia, thought that Yuan would reward Su Fan and might even promote Su Fan to be the second head maid. Who knew that Su Fan was demoted overnight? Does the young lady Does she not like Su Fan? Tao Er was the youngest, and the most outspoken. She said what was in her mind without paying attention. As for why she didn't like him, everyone had a vague guess in their hearts. Su Fan was too pleasing to the young master, and might even please the young master in the future. The young lady couldn't tolerate any grain of sand in her eyes. If Su Fan really had this idea, everyone probably thought that Su Fan asked for it. Unfortunately, Su Fan was simple, kind, upright and generous. No one believed that she would deliberately seduce the young master and the young master. In the end, Yuan didn't take the little guys out, but packed her things to Lan Fang Pavilion to attend Nani Wan's class. Halfway through, she ran into Uncle Wan, who was waiting for her on the roadside. Uncle Wan's expression was a bit complicated. He bowed and said, "Young madam." Yuan looked around and asked him, "Uncle Wan, are you waiting for me here?" Uncle Wan did not deny it. He hesitated and said, "I heard young madam wants to transfer Su Yu to Ziyuexuan?" Yuan smiled faintly. "Is Uncle Wan for this? Is there anything wrong with transferring her to Ziyuexuan?" Uncle Wan said politely, "It's not wrong. But I want to ask why." Yuan looked at him and said, "If Yin Jiucha did this today, would you also ask why?" Uncle Wan opened his mouth. "No. No one dared to question the young master's decision. I am also doing this for the young lady's sake. The young lady is new here, and she doesn't look like the young master. It's not like he is really your master, and I am just a guest. This is the truth. But it is also angry. Yuan certainly understands that she is new here and her foundation is not stable. It is far more important to win people's hearts than to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. Uncle Wan is thinking about her, and he is open with her. But does Uncle Wan really have no feelings for Su Yu?" Uncle Wan said earnestly, "Young lady, you are the young master's wife, married in a formal matchmaker. And you have given birth to 3 sons for the young master, one of whom is the eldest son. Your status is definitely not something that can be shaken casually. You should relax a little. A maid is not worth your anger." Yuan got even more angry after hearing this. In Uncle Wan's eyes, she couldn't tolerate a maid. So she tried every means to deal with her? The young master suddenly likes a stranger so much. Doesn't Uncle Wan find it strange? Doesn't she suspect that she is playing some tricks? Uncle Wan sighed. Could it be that the reason why the young master suddenly became close to the young lady was because of some tricks played by the young lady? Yuan's breathing was stagnant. Uncle Wan realized that he had said the wrong thing and apologized. "I said something wrong. Madam, calm down," Yuan said sadly. "In your eyes, I use tricks to get close to my own son." "Right." Uncle Wan definitely didn't mean that. He was just making an analogy to tell Yuan that not everyone who gets close to the young master has a purpose. Just like her in the past, and Su Yu now. "I don't know. I just dealt with a maid. It was so difficult," Yuan said lightly, and stepped into Lan Fang Pavilion. Uncle Wan wanted to say something, but Nani Wan came out and glared at Uncle Wan and said, "She is a slave who signed a death contract. If the master wants her to die, she must die." She dared to make a fuss. "I think it's because the princess has been gone for too long, and the people in the Prince of Yan's mansion don't know the rules." Uncle Wan shook his head. "It's not that he doesn't know the rules. It's Miss Su. She is indeed a good person. Besides, the young mistress couldn't even accommodate a maid. So what would the young master do if he had a concubine in the future?" Yin Jiuchao returned to the capital in the afternoon of the 3rd day. He had urgent business. Otherwise, he would not have abandoned his newly married wife. After finishing his business, he rushed back to the young master's mansion without stopping. Without even taking a breath, he went to Qifeng courtyard. As a result, he felt something was missing as soon as he entered the courtyard. He looked around and found that the 3 little guys were not there. The usually noisy courtyard was quiet for the first time. Yin Jiuchao returned to the room. Yuan sat quietly on the edge of the bed. After not seeing her for a few days, she seemed to have lost weight. Her skinny little body was placed on the huge bed, like a poor little thing that was abandoned. Although she was the mother of 3 children, she was only 17 years old. Her thin shoulders had taken on the burden that should not have been too early. And people often forgot that she was just a little girl. No one asked her if it hurt to give birth, if it was hard to raise a child, if she was lonely after getting married, as if everything was natural because she was a woman. Yin Jiuchao pushed the wheelchair over. Yuan knew he was coming, and she glanced at him from the corner of her eye. But she didn't look up at him, still looking down at her shaking toes. Yin Jiuchao's wheelchair stopped in front of her. staring at her without blinking, not in a hurry to speak. But even if he didn't say anything, as long as this man stood here and appeared in front of her, Yuan's eyes slowly turned red. Yin Jiuqiao. As soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was choked, and the grievances that she dared not have in front of others in the past few days all came to her heart at this moment, drowning her like a tide. Yin Jiuqiao reached out his hand, gently held her in his arms, and sighed, "I've only been gone for a few days, and you've made yourself like this. Yuan, how are you going to live without me in the future?" Yuan vented in his arms for a while. Her eyes were swollen and her nose was red, but her mood was indeed much better. Only then did she notice how intimate their behavior was. She couldn't even hold his hand in broad daylight in the past. Yuan still sobbed a little, in broad daylight. "Aren't you afraid of committing adultery in broad daylight?" "Shut up." Yuan didn't say anything. She pulled up his sleeves with both hands and wiped her tears. She was about to wipe her nose. "Don't wipe your nose." Yuan put down his sleeves angrily. Yin Jiuqiao took out a clean white handkerchief and was going to wipe it for her. She took it herself. "Get up," Yin Jiuqiao said seriously. "Since everything is fine, don't hug each other anymore. In broad daylight. It's really too outrageous." Yuan couldn't get up. "Yuan." Yin Jiuqiao called her fiercely. But Yuan still didn't respond. Yin Jiuqiao looked down and saw that the girl had fallen asleep in his arms. The fierce expression disappeared from his eyebrows. Yin Jiuqiao put her on the soft bed, took off her shoes and footwear, and pulled the quilt over her. She breathed evenly and slept sweetly. Yin Jiuqiao looked at her quietly, then suddenly leaned over and kissed her forehead gently. The next second, his ears turned red. Yin Jiuqiao had many ways to know what was going on in the mansion. After listening to Ying Lu's report, Yin Jiuqiao's face turned black. He didn't know when the lady of the young master's mansion had fallen to the point of being bullied by a maid. There were also a few little brats, who might have been itching for trouble. No one could let her suffer. Not even the little brats. Half a minute later, Yin Jiuqiao sat on the armchair in Qifeng courtyard. The wet nurses came out with a few bowls of steaming porridge. When they saw Yin Jiuqiao, they all stepped forward and saluted. "Where are you going?" Yin Jiuqiao looked at the porridge in the hands of the three people and asked. Li, the most senior of the three, stepped forward and replied with a smile, replying to the young master. "Go to Ziyuexuan. The young masters are going to eat." Yin Jiuqiao said indifferently. "Do we have to go to Ziyuexuan to eat?" Li smiled awkwardly. The young master refused to eat, and Miss Su had to feed him. Yin Jiuqiao winked at Ying Shisan, who turned around and returned soon with 3 little buns in his hands. "Put them down," Yin Jiuqiao said. Ying Shisan put the little milk buns on the ground. Yin Jiuqiao had asked the wet nurses to leave early, and the table, stools and porridge were placed next to him. Yin Jiuqiao said indifferently, "Eat." The 3 did not eat. Yin Jiuqiao threatened coldly, "Are you eating or eating fists?" "Eat. Eat." The 3 little guys sat down aggrievedly, picked up the spoon, and ate all the food without leaving a single bite under the tyranny of their father. "The meal is over. Can we finally leave now?" "Stop." Yin Jiuqiao called the 3 people lightly. "Just play here." The 3 people said "Oh," and walked towards the 3 swings of Su Sunza. But before they could climb up, Yin Jiuqiao gave a look and Ying Shisan dismantled the swings. The 3 looked at their father in confusion. No swings. What to play?" Suddenly, Ying Lu came over carrying 3 old wooden horses, which were broken, and one of them had no horse head. The 3 of them were all sweaty. "Oh my! It's so ugly. They don't want it," Yin Jiuqiao said with a cold look. "Do you want to ride a horse or get beaten?" Ride a horse." The 3 of them rode on the wooden horse again with grievance. Yin Jiuqiao kicked the wooden horse of the 3 of them with his foot. "Have fun for me. Don't let your mother see you so depressed." "Woo! It's fine to force people to ride a horse, but also to force people to laugh. I'm obviously still a baby." Yuan slept until the sun was setting. The 3 little guys were tired and slept, but they woke up earlier than Yuan. Yin Jiuqiao sat in a wheelchair, and the 3 little guys stood beside him obediently. It seemed that they had been well beaten. Yuan looked at the 4 people blankly. "What's wrong?" Yin Jiuqiao glanced at his son and said, "Go and tell your mother what happened to you these days." Yuan looked at the pitiful appearance of the 3 people and asked distressfully, "Did you punish them?" Yin Jiuqiao snorted coldly. "Can you tell the truth without punishment?" Yuan took a breath. "You How much suffering did the children suffer at the hands of Yenryu? How could he bear to punish them? The three people came to the bed with a piece of white paper, not daring to look up at Yuan. What is this? Yuan looked at the white paper in their hands and said. She hadn't let them practice calligraphy for a long time. Could these little guys be scared by their father and run to write the knife of man again? The three did not say anything. Can you show it to me? Yuan asked gently. The three hesitated. Yuan touched the heads of the three people. It's okay if you don't want to show it to mother. Halfway through the conversation, the three people took out the white paper in their hands. The ink on it was like an earthworm crawling over, crooked and messy. But you could vaguely make out a line of words, which were the words they had just learned. Happy birthday, mother. Yuan's heart shook violently. Yin Qiuqiao had just been shocked, but now he had calmed down. He snorted unhappily. Your birthday is coming soon. Don't you know? Why did she think he had driven several horses to death to rush back? For a ride? Of course. Yuan didn't know that her birthday was coming soon. There was no such thing as a birthday in her memory. Of course, Yuan didn't care about her birthday. Her heart and eyes were full of the word mother. They called her mother. In their hearts, she was no longer Wan, no longer Miss You, but their mother. They accepted her. Because she couldn't speak, she could only learn to write on paper. She didn't allow them to practice calligraphy, so no one in the whole mansion dared to teach them to write. Except Su Yu. Yin Qiuqiao snorted and said, I wanted to wait a few days to tell you. But you are so sad. Yuan burst into tears and laughed. She was not sad. Not at all. Don't be sad either. Yuan looked at her son and said, the little guys wanted to give her a surprise, but it was ruined by their own father. They must be resentful. As expected, the expressions of the little guys were very resentful. But after being scolded by their own father, they knew that their behavior hurt Yuan's heart, and their little heads hung low. Chapter 273 Wanwan's counterattack. Yuan didn't blame them. It was because she was busy that she always left them aside. They wanted to give her a surprise on her birthday to please her. What's wrong with that? But the father still scolded them. Do you know you are wrong? The three of them nodded. Yin Qiuqiao continued to scold them. Why don't you apologize to your mother? The three of them carefully squeezed into Yuan's arms and rubbed their heads against her. Yuan's heart was about to melt. Mother is not angry anymore. You guys go play. Mother and Dad have something to say. Fuling entered the house and took the three little guys out. Only the couple was left in the house. Yuan looked at Yin Qiuqiao. How did the children know my birthday? She wanted to ask this question just now, but she was worried that some consequences would not be good to say in front of the children. Yin Qiuqiao said, I mentioned it to Yingshi-san in the study that day, and they heard it. Just because they heard it, they didn't expect them to understand it, let alone expect these little guys to find a flower on their mother's birthday. I really underestimated their abilities. Yuan sighed. They can't speak, so it's a great achievement for them to gesture to make Su-sun understand. Yin Qiuqiao snorted. Can his children be patient? Thinking of the caring little guys. Yuan laughed. Are you not angry anymore? Yin Qiuqiao asked in a long tone. Yuan shook her head, and a smile flashed in her eyes. Yin Qiuqiao's expression eased a little. If she didn't calm down, he would have dragged the little guys out and beat them up. Yuan glanced at him and said, Don't punish them all the time. They have suffered so much at the hands of Yenryu. And you, as a father, don't love them, but punish them instead. I'm not afraid that the little guys will be frightened. Lucky people are healed by their childhood all their lives, and unlucky people are healing their childhood all their lives. She doesn't want them to become the latter. A little Su Yu is not worth their family's separation and war. Speaking of which, this Su Yu really has some tricks. Her son just asked her to learn a few words, but she can make it look like they are pestering her. At first, she was angry and couldn't see the truth, but now she thinks about it again. Whether it's watching a play in the palace or sleeping in the carriage, it's Su Yu who took the initiative to pester her son. Yin Qiuqiao. I always feel that Su Yu is not simple. Yuan said thoughtfully. Yin Qiuqiao said, she is definitely not simple. Guess who set the fire in the back room? Su Yu? Yuan looked at him. That day, the two gatekeepers did burn charcoal in the house, and sparks did fly out and land on the firewood pile. But only 1 or 2 dry grasses were burned. It was Su Yu who threw a fire starter into the house, and then it was completely burned. It was not discovered that day because the fire starter was almost burned. Recently, a craftsman renovated it, and found a metal buckle in the remaining ashes of the firewood pile. Yin Jiuchao put the metal buckle on the table. Yuan took it in her hand and looked at it. This doesn't look like the fire stick I've seen. Yin Jiuchao said, it's used in the Jiangnan area. The structure of the brim is special and can prevent moisture. The craftsman didn't recognize it either. It was only today when Ying Lu went to investigate the clues that he asked the craftsman about this thing. Huacheng is located in the south of the Yangtze River. Su Yu is from Huacheng. It makes sense that he would carry a fire stick from the south of the Yangtze River. As for why the children came to interrupt their marriage consummation, this was not caused by Su Yu, but it was also related to Su Yu. It was Su Mu who gave them something with too much sugar. They were so excited that they couldn't sleep. So they ran to find their parents and played crazy in their room for most of the night. What about Zisu falling into the water? Yuan asked. If the bad things before were all Su Yu's handiwork, then Zisu falling into the water would have to make people suspicious. Yin Jiucha said calmly. Before Zisu fell into the water, she warned Su Chia not to approach the little guys and make you unhappy. Zisu turned out to be a sensible person. Yes, she had been a master, and her position was different from that of a servant, so she could understand her mood the most. From this point of view, Zisu's fall into the water was probably caused by Su Chia. Zisu had to go to Fang Mama every night, and Su Chia had smeared something slippery on her path in advance. So Zisu would inevitably fall into the water if she stepped on it. As for Su Chia's appearance nearby, it was also calculated. On the surface, the children wanted to drink cherry juice. But who can say that Su Chia didn't take the initiative to ask them if they wanted to drink cherry juice? And Su Chia deliberately dragged Banksia to clear his suspicion. So everything was seamless. Zisu received Su Chia's favor. So even if she disliked her, she had to consider the grace of saving her life. This woman's mind is so deep. She is simply a person who obeys me and prospers. And she threatened her that night. It's really strange that she didn't come to assassinate her in the middle of the night. Su Yu did come that night, but was scared away by Fuling again. Fuling knew nothing about it, and Yuan knew even less. But this did not affect Yuan's judgment of Su Yu. Uncle Wan. Yin Jiucha paused. Yuan nodded. She used folk remedies to cure Uncle Wan's knee pain, and Uncle Wan should appreciate her. Old and confused, Yin Jiucha said indifferently. I think he doesn't want to do it anymore. Yuan smiled indifferently. Uncle Wan was so soft-hearted. Otherwise, he would not have risked disobeying Yin Ryu to accept her. So everything is a double-edged sword. Use people's strengths and tolerate people's weaknesses. Nothing more than this. When Uncle Wan was in the Cold Palace, he served the young emperor and the young Yin Wang. Although the young emperor had more potential to rule the world, Uncle Wan was more willing to accompany the young Yin Wang. This can only show that Uncle Wan was born to sympathize with the weak. So you took advantage of this point to win Uncle Wan's favor. It seems that she knows us very well, Yuan said strangely. Is she really a maid? During the conversation, Ing Shursen pushed the door open and saluted to the two, young master. Young madam. Yuan nodded. Human hearts are really strange things. Ing Lu and Ing Shursen didn't like her in the past, and Nani One always punished her with a ruler. But after Su Yu stirred up a mess, the three of them did not blame her. Come in and talk, Yin Jiucha said. Ing Shursen closed the door with his backhand and said seriously, I just fought with Su Yu. She is a dead warrior. Dead warrior? Yuan was shocked. Ing Shursen frowned and said, but she is not a dead warrior in the conventional sense. She should have escaped from the dead warrior camp, halfway like me. Real dead warriors have long abandoned their 7 emotions and 6 desires, and are outright killing tools. How did you fight with her? Did she find out that it was you? Yuan asked. Ing Shursen shook his head. No. The young master asked Uncle Wan to arrange for her to buy pens and ink on the street. The subordinates disguised themselves as robbers to rob her, and she didn't find any flaws. Yuan looked at Yin Jiuch and saw that he was calm, and couldn't help asking, aren't you surprised that the young master's mansion has come to the assassin? Should I be surprised? Yin Jiucha said strangely, as if there was a cockroach in the house, and there was no need to make a fuss. Yuan opened her mouth. Have so many people been plotting against you since you were a child? Yin Jiucha snorted. Why? Are you scared? Yuan shook her head. She was not afraid. I feel sorry for you, she whispered. Ing Shursen said that he really didn't want to listen. But could some people consider the hearing of the secret guards? Yin Jiucha's wide sleeves covered Yuan's hand. Ing Shursen was furious. Ah! There is also the eyesight of the secret guards. Do you think I am blind? Yuan hooked his finger, feeling sweet in her heart. But her face was serious. Then why did she enter the young master's house? What is her purpose? If she is a complete dead soldier, it is not difficult to guess that there is a master behind her. But if she is half a dead soldier, it is difficult to judge whether she is acting on her own initiative. Yin Jiuqiu looked at Ing Shishan deeply. Ing Shishan felt a chill on his back. Why is he looking at me like this? Yin Jiuqiu said meaningfully. Don't you know if you try it? After nightfall, Yin Jiuqiu asked the kitchen to make a plate of chestnut cake with cherry juice. The cherries were ready, and the chestnut cake happened to be made. The cook poured cherry juice on it, and brought it to his young master. But his young master frowned in disdain after taking a bite, and said bluntly that it was not as delicious as that day. The cook went back and cooked several times, but still couldn't satisfy Yin Jiuqiu. Master, do you remember that the cherry juice was made by Miss Su that day? The young apprentice reminded the cook. The cook took a breath of cold air weakly. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten this. Hurry up and invite Miss Su. Hey. The young apprentice went to Ziyuexuan and called Su Yu, who was making the bed. Do what you did that day. Do it today. And send it to the young master when it's done. The cook was an old man. The young master was talking about cherry juice on the surface. But who could guarantee that the young master was not talking about the person who made cherry juice? If the young master didn't have that intention, Miss Su would be able to come out after delivering it. If he did, then he wouldn't have delayed the young master's good time and beautiful scenery. So you made the cherry juice, and the cook and she tasted it. After confirming that it was non-toxic and normal, she was allowed to take it to Yin Jiuqiu's study. It was getting late, and the servants had all gone back to their rooms. No one saw Su Yu go to Yin Jiuqiu's study. Young master. Su Yu saluted outside the door. The person sitting in the study was no longer Yin Jiuqiu. Ing Shishan hummed solemnly. Although he had disguised himself as the young master, his face looked very stiff, and his voice was not very similar. In order not to reveal any flaws, he only left a dim oil lamp. Su Yu put the prepared snacks on the table and said softly, Young master, please enjoy. Ing Shishan glanced at Su Yu indifferently. Su Yu's appearance was quite outstanding. Her figure was graceful and exquisite, and she was wearing a very slim light pink corseted luo skirt with a faint arc at the collar. Ordinary men would have their blood pressure raised when seeing such a beauty. But Ing Shishan was very calm. Ing Shishan took a bite of chestnut cake, and it tasted really good. Young master, do you want the grind ink? Su Yu suddenly asked. Ing Shishan nodded calmly. Su Yu walked forward, walked around the desk and came to Ing Shishan, holding her sleeves with one hand and holding the ink block with the other hand, and gently ground it on the inkstone. Her movements were slow and elegant, and a fine and pleasant sound came from the inkstone. It was quiet all around, and a cold wind came in from outside, shaking the fragrance on her body, and the fragrance swayed into Ing Shishan's nose, and Ing Shishan felt that his mind was shaken. Ing Shishan clenched his fingers. You go down. Su Yu's eyelashes trembled. He retracted his hand, and gently saluted, yes. Su Yu retreated, after making sure that everyone had left Qifeng courtyard. Ing Shishan secretly opened the mechanism, and revealed the secret room behind the bookshelf. Yuan pushed Yin Jiuqiu out. Ing Lu was also beside them, and the three of them looked at Ing Shishan with a flushed face. Ing Shishan took a deep breath and said, she drugged. But it was not put in one place, but divided into cherry juice and the sachet on her body. There would be no abnormality if she only ate cherry juice. But once she smelled the fragrance released from her sachet, it would form the effect of aphrodisiac. Yuan's eyes turned cold. It seemed that this woman was determined to take away everything from her. Her status, her son, and even her man. Master, madam, I'm going to practice my internal energy to detoxify first, Ing Shishan said. And then he returned to his yard with a breeze. Enduring various drugs is one of the training for the dead soldiers. Ing Shishan didn't take it too seriously, and just endured it. But at this moment, Ing Lu came running over. Ing Lu's handsome face caught Ing Shishan's sight. What? Ing Shishan said coldly. Ing Lu coughed lightly and said, well, you gave me so much money, and we are brothers in life and death. As a brother, I can't just leave you alone. I'll help you. Ing Shishan's chest swelled. You? How can you help? They are all men. What's wrong with being all men? I can see that you are inexperienced. Ing Shishan's breathing stagnated. Oh, I forgot to take something. Ing Lu pulled back his hand and dodged out. Damn, Ing Lu. Do you know how strong this aphrodisiac is? He might really. Ing Shursang closed his eyes and didn't dare to think about it. Ing Lu poked his round head out of the door. The things are ready. Come with me. Remember to take off your clothes? Ing Shursang clenched his fists and wanted to take off his clothes. This kid. A quarter of an hour later, Ing Shursang sat in a wooden barrel full of ice cubes. Ing Lu saw that the ice cubes were about to melt. So he quickly scooped a spoonful and added it in. How is it? Do you feel much better? Ing Lu asked with a smile. Ing Shursang's face turned black like charcoal. It rained heavily at night. And Yuan and Yin Jiuchao hugged the three shivering little guys until dawn. The next morning, the sky cleared up. And the three little guys were alive and kicking again. Yin Jiuchao called Ing Shursang, who was fine but looked a little livid, and asked him to send the three little guys to Lianhua village. The three little guys looked at Yuan pitifully. Yuan secretly said, I'm sorry, son. I have to detoxify your father and deal with Su Ju. I could only let you live in the countryside for a while. The three little guys left in tears. With Yin Jiuchu's support, it was not difficult for Yuan to deal with Su Ju. But how to deal with it in a way that convinced everyone was a science. In L'Enfant Pavilion, Nanny Wan weighed the book on the table. Do you think the emperor needs to learn these rules? Don't you need to learn? Yuan asked. Nanny Wan snorted. He is the rule. Remember, they should respect you not because you are the wife of the young master, nor because you are the mother of the young master, but because you are their master. You are the rule here. Don't let people look down on you because of your background. You must first correct your own status, so that they can put their eyes on the right place. Why do you think the people in the Prince of Yan's mansion still call her the master after the princess remarried for so many years? Because she has never relied on the young master's mother, the wife of the Prince of Yan, to gain a foothold in the Prince of Yan's mansion. Similarly, if she goes to the Shao mansion, her situation will not be much better than your background. But have you seen her being wronged in the Shao mansion? Don't be a good person. Be a smart person. Yuan learned the lesson and bowed to Nanny Wan gratefully. She left L'Enfant Pavilion. The sky was still the same sky, but it seemed to be bluer in a different way. Yuan returned to Qifeng Courtyard and asked Tower to call Su Yu over. Su Yu entered Yuan's room and bowed respectfully. I greet the young lady. Yuan smiled and said, I heard that you have something to ask me. Su Yu was stunned. Yuan said to Tower, you go outside and wait. Yes. Tower went out. Pour tea, Yuan said. Su Yu walked forward and poured a cup of tea for Yuan. Yuan squeezed a porcelain bottle in her hand, pulled out the cork and asked Su Yu, do you know what it is? Su Yu shook his head. I don't know. This is arsenic. Yuan poured arsenic into the tea. Su Yu's eyes moved. It's not a large amount. It will take 5 or 6 hours for an adult to take effect after eating it. Yuan took off the silver hairpin on her head and dipped it in the tea. The hairpin turned black at a visible speed. Su Kun had an ominous premonition in his heart. Yuan gently placed the hairpin on the table. Her eyes turned cold, and she slapped the table. How dare you? How dare you poison my wife? Chapter 274. You are the one being tortured. Su Yu was stunned on the spot. Tower was guarding outside the door. When she heard the noise, she came in with a pale face. Madam, what's wrong? Yuan turned her head away and said, look for yourself. Tower looked at the strong tea on the table and a black and silver hairpin placed next to the tea bowl. Tower was stunned. This tea is poisonous? Su Yu clenched his hands and looked at Yuan sternly. Madam, Yuan said with a sad face. Su Yu, this lady didn't expect you to be so vicious. I just don't agree with you returning to Qifeng Courtyard. But you are so cruel to me. At this time, Li, Zisu, and Ban Xia also heard the noise and rushed over. The three of them happened to hear Yuan's words and couldn't help but be stunned. So you wants to return to Qifeng Courtyard? The young lady disagrees? Then she has evil intentions? The three looked at each other, not understanding what happened inside. Zisu took the lead and walked in, followed by Ban Xia and Li Er. The three came to Tao Er, looked at the young lady with a sad face, and then looked at Su Yu who seemed to be trying to endure something, and gently pulled Tao Er's sleeve. What's wrong? Zisu asked in a low voice. Tao Er thought about what the young lady said when she led Su Yu into the house just now. I heard that you have something to ask me. So she naturally thought that the young lady summoned Su Yu because Su Yu made the request first. and combined with Yuan's accusation that Suyu poisoned her, she roughly sorted out the process of the incident. She said Suyu wanted to return to Qifeng Courtyard, but the young lady disagreed. So Suyu poisoned the young lady. The three were shocked. Suyu poisoned the young lady? How could this be possible? Suyu is such a kind person. Is there any misunderstanding? Suyu opened his mouth. Yuan did not give her a chance to refute. Why? Don't you admit it? Only you and Tower have entered this room. If it wasn't you who poisoned her, could it be Tower? I didn't, Tower said seriously. Tower certainly didn't. But Suyu didn't either. Right? The poison was Yuan's. But does Suyu have the courage to say it? Will anyone believe it? Would the mistress of the young master's mansion poison herself to frame a mere maid? In a moment, Uncle Wan came over pushing Yin Jiuchao's wheelchair. What happened? Yin Jiuchu asked indifferently. Yuan looked so aggrieved that she didn't want to talk. Zisu was the head maid, and she reported calmly, to reply to the young master. The young lady saw Suyu poisoning her with her own eyes. Yin Jiuchao's face immediately darkened. Uncle Wan was surprised and said, Suyu poisoned? I didn't, Suyu said. Yuan was confused and said, you didn't. Tower didn't either. Could it be that I did? Yuan's words cut off Suyu's retreat. If she said that she saw Yuan poisoning herself, it would at most be an excuse for herself in the eyes of others. Su Qi's nails dug into his flesh, and the perfect mask on his face finally revealed a trace of expression. I really didn't. Did the young lady see Su Qi poisoning with her own eyes? Uncle Wan asked. Yuan snorted. No. But she poured me this cup of tea. She probably doesn't know I'm a doctor. And she smelled something wrong. The tea in the pot is clean, but the cup she poured was poisoned. Uncle Wan, tell me, if it wasn't her who poisoned it, who else could it be? This? Uncle Wan was stumped by the question. He certainly wouldn't doubt Yuan, but he didn't believe that Suyu could do such a stupid thing. She poisoned the master in front of her. Did she want to leave the young master's mansion alive? Yuan had guessed Uncle Wan's doubts long ago, and sighed. There is arsenic in it, and the amount is not heavy. I won't be poisoned on the spot after eating it, but after 5 or 6 hours. By then, I don't know how many people have touched the things around me, and it will be difficult to find out the murderer. But, Yuan changed the subject again. I didn't see her poisoning with my own eyes. It is not ruled out that someone tampered with the cup in advance, and she happened to get the poisoned cup. Yin Jiuchao has been plotted against by others since he was a child. Uncle Wan thinks this is very likely. The other party is very likely to be a master like Ing Shisan, who is targeting his young master. But Yuan discovered it by mistake. Yuan insisted that Sukue would make people suspicious, so it would be better to retreat and gain a reputation for being fair and generous. As expected, Uncle Wan looked at Yuan with appreciation. Madam is wise. I will have people investigate these things carefully. You guys, put away the tea sets in the room and follow me. This was said to Tower and others. Zisu did not move. Tower, Lear and Banksia all took the tea sets out. After putting on a full show, Yuan looked at Suyu and said, you should also leave. Zuyuexuan is where my second brother lives. I think highly of you by letting you take care of it. I hope you won't let me down. This was heard by Uncle Wan and the others, who were not far away. Suyu also left. You should also go and do your work, Yuan said to Zisu. Yes. Zisu left the house and closed the door for the two of them. She looked inside and happened to meet Yuan's sight. Her pupil shrank and she lowered her head. After Zisu left, Yuan looked at Yin Jiuchu and said, Zisu found out. Yin Jiuchu said, are you going to get rid of her? Yuan's mouth twitched. What are you thinking? Why do you always want to get rid of someone? Zisu is not a fool. She won't say anything. It's not good for her to say it. She can keep Suyu's secret, so she can keep hers. This is a smart person. She will never cause trouble for herself. Are you happy? Yin Jiuchao looked at Yuan indifferently. Of course she was happy. She finally saw the expression she had a few days ago on Suyu's face. Yuan showed a smile that should be expected at this age. Walked to Yin Jiuchu's side, squatted down and took one of his arms. Yin Jiuchao. Hand. Yin Jiuchu was fierce. Yuan pulled her hand back in dismay. Even if they couldn't hold each other's arms in broad daylight, was he still her husband? Yuan stood up with resentment. And suddenly, she kissed him on the cheek when he wasn't paying attention. Then smiled triumphantly and walked out with a sly look. Yin Jiucha sat in a wheelchair, his cheeks burning all the way to the softest part of his heart. Yuan left the yard too quickly, like Xu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, without being able to taste what it tasted like. Wait, what kind of messed up metaphor is this? Is she Xu Beiji, or is he the ginseng fruit? But it's pretty tender. Yuan curved the corners of her lips. While Yuan was in high spirits, Su-kun was not so lucky. As soon as the news from Qifeng Courtyard came out, everyone knew that Su-kun was dissatisfied with the young lady for transferring her to Ziyuexuan. Although they also felt that the young lady's move was inappropriate. It was one thing for them to feel that way, and another thing for Su-kun to harbor resentment. After all, Su-kun had always been a peaceful person in front of others. But did he care so much about gains and losses? Of course, they did not believe that Su-kun would poison for the time being. Yuan understood that a frozen ice is not formed in a day. Yuan went to Ziyuexuan leisurely. The servants of Ziyuexuan had been led away by Yinglu. Su-kun squatted on the ground of the flower bed, shoveling the soil with a shovel. Seeing the shadow projected on the ground, Su-kun did not move. Yuan curled her lips lightly. Are you going to show your true colors now? Su-yu pinched his fingers, slowly stood up and bowed. Meet the young lady. Walk with me, Yuan said. Su-yu hesitated for a moment and put down the shovel. Yuan turned around and walked out of the yard. Su-yu stared at Yuan's back, clenched his fists, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yuan said without looking back, I advise you not to do it. Su-yu loosened his fists little by little. Yuan walked to the edge of the pond and looked at the calm water. You are here to make Zisu fall into the water. Right? Su-gu said calmly. I don't understand what the young lady is saying. Yuan said, don't pretend to be calm. There is no one else here. What you did is known to heaven and earth. You and I know it. Do you think that I took the young master and Yin Jiucha from Yin Ryu? You could also copy my experience? But don't forget that Yin Jiucha and I are real husband and wife. And the blood between me and the young master is thicker than water. You can't learn it. Su-gu didn't say a word. She really can't endure it. Let's see how long she can endure it. In the past, she was concerned about the children. But now she doesn't have to. And Yuan will no longer be restrained. Yuan looked at Su-kei and curled her lips slightly. It's not that I don't know some methods, but I just don't want to. Such as this, Yuan said, pinching Su-kei's neck. And before Su-kei could react, she fiercely dragged her into the water. Su-kei hurriedly raised her hand, but in a flash, Yuan's other hand clamped the silver needle and pierced it into Su-kei's acupoint. Don't fight with the doctor, because the doctor knows every fatal point in your body. Su-qian's strength was taken away. Yuan grabbed her like a chick. Yuan looked at her coldly. Kidnap my son? Yuan pushed her into the water without mercy. She struggled, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get out of Yuan's clutches. Yuan pulled her up. Seduce my man? Pushed her into the water again. When Yuan pulled her out of the water again, Su-qian's hair was all messed up. She choked on countless saliva, and her face turned pale. Su-qian glared at Yuan fiercely, but she didn't even glare at Yuan's hair, and pushed her into the water again. This time, she fainted directly under the water. When Su-kun woke up, she was already back on the bed in Ziyuexuan, with Banksia and several maids guarding her side. Su-kun! Su-kun! Are you awake? Banksia said excitedly. Su-kun was sore and weak that she didn't even have the strength to look at people. Banksia held her hand. Why do you want to be upset? No one suspected you of poisoning. Why do you want to die to prove your innocence? If it wasn't for the young lady rescuing you, you would have died. What is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine? This is it. Su-kun grabbed the mattress tightly with her bare hands, shaking with anger. Ninth brother, wife. Isn't it time to detoxify? 1-1. Yes. Chapter 275 Detoxification. There are many servants in the young master's mansion, so naturally they have a lot of gossip. In just one afternoon, the news of Su-yu jumping into the lake to commit suicide spread throughout the mansion. It is said that Su-yu was unwilling to stay in Qifeng Courtyard and asked the young lady to transfer him back to Qifeng Courtyard. As a result, the young lady did not agree. So Su-yu became anxious. It happened that the young lady was poisoned at this time, and the spearhead was naturally pointed at Su-yu. Su-yu jumped into the lake to prove his innocence. Of course, there are also people who say that Su-yu jumped into the lake because he could not bear the grievance. Few people care about why Su-yu was transferred to Qifeng Courtyard. What they care about is that the young lady actually saved Suyu. Who said that the young lady transferred Suyu to Zuyuexuan because she couldn't tolerate him? If she really couldn't tolerate him, why didn't she just let her drown in the pond? Said a rough maid who took care of the orchard. The companion nodded. The young lady and the second brother have a deep brother-sister relationship. Every day, they pick cherries and have them sent to the Imperial College. The maid thought so. The young lady is just promoting her by transferring her to Zuyuexuan. The companion said, isn't it? The young lady already has Zissou by her side. And Tower and Lear, who came earlier. So you will have a hard time getting ahead in Qingfengjiwen. But she will be the head maid immediately after going to Zuyuexuan. If she is appreciated by the second young master Yu, then she will become a concubine. If she is lucky in the future, she can become a concubine. It is better than staying in Qingfengjiwen. Unless she wants to seduce the young master and become his concubine. If this is true, then the young lady deserves to punish her to Qingfengjiwen. No matter which one is the truth. The whole incident has changed from Yuan's lack of tolerance to Suyu's ignorance. I thought she was a quiet person, but I didn't expect so many things to happen. As servants, who doesn't depend on the master's orders? We have to do whatever the master tells us to do. And we can be transferred wherever the master wants. She is getting a little too proud of herself because the young master is close to her. Right? She even dared to ask the young lady to transfer her back. If she doesn't, she will jump into the lake. Who is she threatening? From proving her innocence and being wronged, Sukun has now become unreasonable. Yeah. Who is she threatening? How come the young lady is nearby? In my opinion, she has calculated the whereabouts of the young lady and deliberately jumped for her to see. Right? The appearance of Yuan made these maids automatically rationalize. Otherwise, why do they say that 3 women make a drama? This ability to make up stories is really not exaggerated. So you did a lot of bad things. But it was definitely not suicide by drowning. Threatening death. But could she explain it clearly? She had made Yuan suffer so much in silence. And now Yuan would make her suffer twice as much. Yuan sat in the room practicing flower arrangement. Nepenthes was her favorite. With it in summer. We don't have to worry about the baby being bitten by mosquitoes. Mint was her second favorite, which could refresh the mind and benefit the eyes and ears. The maids in the room twitched their mouths together. Are you really arranging flowers? Are you sure you are not arranging grass? Fuling entered the room and reported the gossips. She heard one by one according to Yuan's instructions. Everyone's expression became a little nervous, and they all looked at Yuan. Yuan sighed softly. Alas! How did it become like this? Come on. You guys go take care of Su Fan. Don't let her hear these words, or she will be upset again. Zissou stays here. Fuling. Go to the small kitchen to see how the porridge cooked for Su Fan is going. Several people filed out. And the last one, Lear, closed the door for Yuan. No one questioned why Yuan left Zissou alone. Zissou was the eldest maid, and the young lady should have more things to tell her and ask her. Without the third person in the room, Yuan said lightly, Do you have something to ask me? Zissou lowered her eyes and held the handkerchief tightly with both hands. Ask whatever you want to ask. Yuan put another pitcher plant in the vase. Zissou hesitated again and again, looked at Yuan several times, and finally plucked up the courage to speak out the doubts in her heart. Did she really poison the lady? No, Yuan said without hesitation. The arsenic in the tea. Zissou opened her mouth. Her reason told her not to ask any more questions, but she couldn't resist the impulse in her heart. Yuan didn't let her embarrass herself for too long, and spoke for her personally. Yes, I did it. Zissou was stunned. Strictly speaking, it was not too unexpected, but guessing it was one thing, and hearing Yuan admit it in person was another. Yuan's expression was always calm, as if she was discussing the weather today. She picked another gardenia. It was not easy to cultivate gardenias at this time of year. Just for this, Yuan felt that Uncle Wan was rare. What else do you want to ask? Yuan said. Yuan never looked at Zissou from beginning to end. But Zissou was inexplicably nervous. Even more nervous than the day she entered the palace to meet the emperor. Did Suyu really commit suicide by jumping into the lake? She asked. Of course not, Yuan said. Zissou held her handkerchief tighter. If Zissou did not jump into the lake by herself, then the young lady did not save Zissou. And everything is a means for me to deal with her. Her thoughts were revealed again, and Zissou's eyebrows jumped. Knowing so many secrets of the young lady, It can be said that she valued her. But it can also be said that it was not a good thing. Once she leaked the secrets, what awaited her would be the young lady's thunderous anger. Yuan did not tell Zisu about Su's crime. Nor did she clarify that she was treating him the way he treated her. Natty One was right. Don't be a good person. Be a smart person. At this moment, she is a smart villain. The price of betraying a villain is much higher than betraying a good person. Zisu is smarter than those maids. Some things can't be hidden from her. But her identity, as a good person, can't suppress her. If she does something wrong, she will only feel that she forgives her. So it is necessary to let her know the price of offending herself. A trace of deep fear flashed across Zisu's eyes. Young madam, please rest assured. I will keep it a secret for you. Young madam. Fuling came over. Come in, Yuan said. Fuling pushed the door open and came in with a food box in her hand. The porridge for Su Qian is ready. Yuan cut a gardenia. Very good. Go to Ziyuexuan to feed Su Qian. Let her eat it all. Zisu's eyes paused and looked at the food box in Fuling's hand. You go too, Yuan said. Zisu was stunned for a moment, then realized that Yuan was ordering her, bowed, and left Qifeng courtyard with Fuling. Zisu was not stupid after all. In fact, she was very smart. Yuan only said half of the words. She could guess the second half. Feeding Su Qian was the first step to show her loyalty to Yuan, because the food inside might not be good, and Su Qian had saved her by the lake. If she was soft-hearted and refused to let Su Qian eat, it would be against the order of the young lady. The two entered Ziyuexuan. Banksia was taking care of the pale Su Fan. They both fell into the water. But Su Fan's condition was much more serious than hers that night. Perhaps the young lady did not only push her into the water, but also did something else to her. With this thought, Zisu's fear in her heart deepened. Fuling and I are here. There is no one around the young lady. You guys should hurry back to Qifeng courtyard to serve the young lady, Zisu ordered. Her tone was relatively gentle. After all, she felt guilty, and even her usual airs and arrogance were gone. However, the maids were young, so no one thought deeply about it, and they just thought Zisu was doing well today. Banksia and the other two left, and Zisu said to Fuling, help her up. Fuling put down the food box, walked to the bedside and helped pull Su Fan up. Su Fan's vital energy was greatly damaged by Yuan's acupuncture, and she was weak all over. She had no power to resist Fuling, who could eat 10 bowls of rice in one meal. Zisu looked down at her. The young lady gave me some porridge. Drink it. Open the food box and give it to her. The last sentence was said to Fu Ling. Fu Ling quickly brought out a bowl of steaming red date and yam porridge, handed it to Su Yu and said, here. Su Yu turned his face away. I don't want to eat it. Who knows if the things given by that woman are drugged? Zisu said, you have to eat it whether you want to or not. The young lady said, don't leave a single bite. Su Yu looked at Zisu coldly. Zisu thought of the expressionless face under the moon again, and it gradually overlapped with Su Yu in front of her. But it was only for a moment, so fast that she thought it was her illusion. And Su Yu regained his weak look. Put it aside for now. I'll eat it later, Su Yu said weakly. Zisu clenched her handkerchief and said expressionlessly, the young lady asked us to watch you eat. Su Fan frowned slightly. Fu Ling lost his patience, scratched his head, pinched her jaw, scooped a large spoonful of porridge into her mouth. Just eat it when I tell you to. What are you talking about? She hasn't eaten yet. This porridge has red dates and brown sugar. It's so sweet and fragrant. Fu Ling sucked her saliva, and obediently didn't take a single bite, and poured it into Su Fan's mouth desperately. Zisu returned to Qifeng courtyard and reported to Yuan. Yuan didn't say anything and asked her to leave. Yin Xiaoqiao had something to do and left the house. Yuan sat in the room waiting for him to come back for dinner. But it was dark and she still didn't see him. At this time, Jiang Hai came to report that the young master was having a banquet outside and asked the young lady to go with him. Banquet? Yuan raised her eyebrows. Since she was going to have a banquet, she had to dress up. But she didn't know what kind of banquet it was. Yuan didn't dare to dress too ostentatious. She opened the wardrobe and picked out a lake blue wide-sleeved cloud fairy skirt. She asked the skillful Banksia to comb her into a single spiral bun, and pinned a flying phoenix holding a pearl in full gold flower hairpin, and a few hollow flowing moon dotted with jade hairpins. She was luxurious but elegant, graceful but not heavy, with bright eyes and white teeth, combing clouds and skimming the moon. The maids in the room were stunned. They knew that the young lady was beautiful, but they didn't know that seeing her every day could make people so amazed. Young madam. Zissou handed over a bright red lipstick. Yuan sipped it gently. Her lips were bright. Yuan took Zissou out of the young master's mansion. Jiang Hai was stunned at first, but soon lowered his eyes and said to Yuan, "Young madam, please get in the car." The master and servant got in the carriage. Yuan said, "Did the young master say where to go for the banquet?" "It was said to be in Lihu." Jiang Hai said. "Oh." Yuan responded and said nothing more. She really thought that someone had set up a banquet on the lake. But when she arrived, she realized that there was no family there, but her own family. The luxurious and exquisite pleasure boat, and the even more exquisite Yin Jiuqiu sat on the deck. Even though he was sitting in a wheelchair, this man had an arrogance that looked down on the world. Yuan took Zissou on the boat. Yuan was no stranger to this pleasure boat. On the day when she was kidnapped by Yin Ryu, he came here against the wind and waves, and under his feet was this golden pleasure boat, and behind him there were 1,000 sailors escorting him. At that moment, he was really too cool. Although Zissou was born in an official family, how could the official family's background be as deep as the royal family? As soon as she got on the boat, she was stunned by the sky-high wealth. She had no doubt that the deck of the pleasure boat was made of gold. Hush. Suddenly, Lu blocked Zissou's way and made a silent gesture to Zissou. Zissou suppressed the scream in her throat. Lu winked at her, and Zissou understood and followed him to the tea house not far away. Yuan smiled, not caring that the little girl was dragged away by Lu. She came to Yin Jiuqiu's side. On the right was a railing made of golden nanmu, about half a person's height, with the cloud emblem of the Yin Palace carved on it. It is said that golden nanmu will not decay for 1,000 years, and will not decay for 10,000 years. It is the wood used by the emperor. Yuan didn't know if this was a bit exaggerated, but she had never seen anyone use this kind of wood outside the palace. Yin Jiuqiu was wearing a sky blue brocade. His black hair was tied up high, and he wore a white jade crown. He had an impeccable face and facial features, as delicate as jade and as elegant as the moon. Even if he did nothing, he was still so handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off him. Yuan squatted down beside Yin Jiuqiu, holding her chin and looking at him. "Are we the only two having a feast? You think there are not enough people?" Yin Jiuqiu looked at her like an ice-cold face. Yuan was not annoyed, and her lips curved. "Yin Jiuqiu, are you dating me? It's time to eat." Yin Jiuqiu pushed the wheelchair with both hands and walked towards the table in front. Yuan looked at his back, and her lips curved. "You are dating me, but you still don't admit it." Yuan followed him and sat down opposite him. He turned his head to look at the scenery on the lake, but Yuan was looking at him. The kitchen began to serve the dishes. The dishes were richer than expected, but the portions were really delicate. A dish that required more than a dozen processes to make might only have 3 or 2 spoonfuls on the plate. The chef served more than 30 dishes one after another, and the long table was filled. Yuan couldn't name most of them. The servants of her own painting boat picked up dishes for her. She only tasted one bite of each dish. She was still not satisfied with each dish, but the next dish was always more surprising. "What is this?" Yuan asked, looking at the meatballs in the bowl. "It's meatballs," said the maid who was picking up the dishes. But the maid didn't say that it was made of 13 kinds of mushrooms, 15 kinds of seafood, and fried with snow lotus juice and goose fat. "Why is this white?" Yuan asked, looking at Yin Jiuqiu's bowl. "That's fish balls," said the maid. "Oh, why does he eat fish balls?" "She wants to eat it, too." Yin Jiuqiu's eating movements are very pleasing to the eye. It's a kind of royal elegance in his bones, which is not something that anyone can learn. However, Yuan's eating manners are not ugly. It's not too reserved, but it's not artificial, which makes people look very appetizing. There are too many kinds of dishes, and Yuan really feels like she is having a feast. When her stomach is about 5/10 full, the servant brings Yuan a small bowl of noodles and Yin Jiuqiu a bowl of rice porridge. Yuan raised her eyebrows and ate the noodles in the bowl. This meal was prepared with great care. I could feel that I had tasted a lot of cooking skills, but my stomach was not full. After dinner, Yuan sat next to Yin Jiuqiu to enjoy the scenery. I thought there was nothing to see, but suddenly a folk painting boat came and sang opera. Yuan didn't know much about opera, but she felt that it was more colorful than the opera troupe invited by the queen. Then, there was the pipa and flying dance. The pipa was graceful, and the dance was beautiful. Gradually, many other boatmen and painting boats were also attracted. But their painting boat had the best view, facing the center of the stage. And the musicians and dancers were in full view. "Is this a folk music house?" Yuan asked curiously. "Like it?" Yin Jiucha asked. Yuan was so absorbed in watching that she didn't care that he didn't answer her question. She nodded. "After being in the other world for so long, this was the first time I saw such a lively scene." After the Fagan dance, there was the Hu dance and the Jinghong dance, which were much more beautiful than those seen in the previous life. There was also a singing girl with an ethereal voice that didn't seem real. Yuan liked it very much. But it seemed that the lively scene tonight was not only about this pleasure boat. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Lotus Lantern." Yuan looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that a lotus lantern had indeed been released on the water in the south. Soon, 2, 3, a large area of lotus lanterns. The lotus lanterns illuminated the water of Li Lake. The water was vast. The water was shimmering. And the sky was boundless. Yuan was stunned by the beauty. Was her luck too good? It was just a date. And there were singing and dancing. And the lotus lanterns and lake view. Suddenly realizing something, Yuan turned her head and looked at Yin Jiuchao with wide eyes. Yin Jiuchao was also looking at her, with a rare tenderness in his eyes. "Yuan, happy birthday." "No, didn't they say there were still a few days?" Yuan was stunned. Her heart was swollen, as if filled with an emotion she had never had before. She even forgot what she was going to say, and just stood there, like a startled rabbit, looking so stupid. Yuan didn't remember how she dragged him into the house. She was a little impatient, and couldn't unbutton her clothes. So she simply tore them apart. As the young master of Yinqing, he would never feel sorry for a piece of clothing. The lake breeze was a little cold, but her heart was burning. There were noisy laughter coming from the lake, but the house was quiet. She held his hand. She thought that she would never let go of this man in her life. Well, no one really disturbed her this time. Chapter 276 Brother 9 shows affection. The water was rippling, and the pleasure boat was shaking for most of the night. It was almost dawn when the noise stopped. Yuan fell into a deep sleep. She woke up once in a daze. It seemed that she was combing Yin Jiuchu's hair. She was too sleepy. And then she fell asleep again. This sleep lasted until the afternoon. Zisu also stayed in the pleasure boat for one night. She was arranged in the easternmost wing. She didn't dare to disturb Yuan, so she had to wait on the pleasure boat honestly. But it was really boring to stay in the house. So she went to walk on the deck. The lotus lanterns last night had drifted with the waves. But the shocking grand occasion still remained in Zisu's mind. She naturally knew that everything was arranged by the young master. The young lady was born in a humble family. It was a great fortune to be loved by the young master. I don't know if she can meet a good man who treats her well in this life. Miss Shiso? Englu came over with fishing gear. Shiso bowed to him, looked at the fishing rod and wooden barrel in his hand and said, "Do you want to fish?" Englu said readily, "Yes. The crucian carp in Lihu Lake are plump. I'll catch a few and grill them later." Shiso blinked. "Do you want to fish too?" Englu saw that she was staring at the fishing rod. "I don't know how," Shiso said truthfully. "It's very simple. Just throw it into the water. Here." Englu handed her the fishing rod in his hand, went to the warehouse to get another fishing rod, put the bait on it, and threw it into the water. The pleasure boat was docked at the shore. The lake wind was not strong, and the water waves were light, which was indeed suitable for fishing. Englu wanted to go fishing. Ingshursan went to the shore to dig bait, and when he came back, he saw Englu had already caught a fish. And it was with a woman he had only known for a few days. Zisu turned around and said, Guardian Ing is so handsome. But why does he look a little scary?" Yuan finally woke up, and she felt that her arms and legs were not her own. She must have secretly planted 10 acres of land at night. Why are they so sore? Oh, the young lady is awake. Zisu heard the movement in the room, put down the fishing rod, and walked away in small steps. Englu waved to Ingshursan. "Ingshursan, you come to fish." Ingshursan, childish. Zisu entered the room. After the big noise last night, Zisu thought she would see a mess when she came in. But she didn't expect that it was cleaned up. And there was nothing that would embarrass Yuan. Yuan even put on her clothes. But it was not the same set as yesterday. Yuan slept like that. Of course, it wasn't hers. The young master is really considerate. Zissou thought. Zissou helped Yuan wash up. Where's the young master? Yuan asked, but was startled by her hoarse voice as soon as she opened her mouth. Then she remembered the reason for the hoarseness and her cheeks flushed. Zissou pretended not to see it, lowered her eyes and answered, the young master went to court. Yuan glared. He still has the energy to go to court? Now? Let alone Yuan. Zissou's face also flushed. The young couple had been quarreling all night. Who knows how the young master can still be so energetic? Yin Qiuqiao went to court in high spirits, wearing the pair of shoes that Yuan had sewn by herself. Although he was 7 feet tall, he had the aura of 70 feet. Yin Qiuqiao did not come uninvited. In fact, the emperor had someone bring him a message that the Ministry of Rites had drawn up a list of people to welcome the bride. And he was on the list. He was the prince of the royal family, and the cousin of Prince Cheng. Logically, he was on the list. The emperor was just going through the motions, and did not expect this kid to agree. Besides, even if he agreed, he did not have to come to the Golden Palace in person. He could just ask someone to reply to the palace. The emperor did not expect him to come to the Golden Palace. The Minister of Rites was reading the list of names of the bridesmaids in a dignified manner, when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice behind him. Oh, it seems I am late. What do you mean it seems you are late? The sun is shining on your buttocks. Don't you feel it? The Minister of Rites stopped talking and turned his head with everyone else. They saw the troublesome young Master Yin, who was coming with a heroic spirit, as if he was stepping on a colorful cloud. Everyone's eyes were almost blinded by the glare. If you were short, it would be fine. But you are so tall, wearing high heels and a sky-high braid bun. The door of the Golden Palace is not high enough for you to walk through. Ahem. The Emperor choked. The Minister of Rites was interrupted again. Why is it always him? Can't someone else be the one? Yin Qiuqiao came to the side of the Minister of Rites, smiled at him friendly, and then bowed to the Emperor. This well-behaved and sensible look was really a little uncomfortable. But maybe it was because of the wedding. So he became sensible? No longer playing tricks? Facts have proved that the Emperor is still too naive. Yin Qiuqiao turned around, looked at the crowd of ministers, sighed and said, I am late. But you are all married people. You should understand why I am late. Everyone's mouth twitched. Did you come so late just to tell us this? Ah, that's right. Yin Qiuqiao said with sudden realization. After so many years of marriage, you and your wives have already treated each other with respect. I am different. I also want to go to court on time. As for why I can't, I have already said it just now. Ministers, you really can stop talking. We all know it. The Emperor covered his eyes. He couldn't bear to watch. Yin Qiuqiao looked at the Minister of Rites. Ministerly combed your hair well. Did Madam comb it for you? The Minister of Rites said with a fake smile. It was combed by the servants. My wife is not as clever as Madam Yin. This is a compliment. He has never met Yuan. How can he know whether the other party is clever or not? Yin Qiuqiao stared at his bun and raised his eyebrows. I see. Li Shanchu, who was forced to eat a wave of dog food. If everyone thought that his trick was just because Xiuxiu was newly married and Yuan had a sky-high braid, then they were too naive. Yin Qiuqiao sighed helplessly. Alas. I also know that I was wrong to come late. So I specially prepared a small gift for everyone to express my apology. You have time to prepare a small gift, but no time to come to court earlier. What kind of logic is this? But then again, Yinqing is rich enough to rival a country. So the small gift that young Master Yin brings out should be something of great value. Everyone was complaining but couldn't help but look forward to it. Yin Qiuqiao gestured to the outside of the Golden Palace. And soon 2 guards from the young master's mansion came in, with 2 golden baskets that exuded a strong local tyrant atmosphere. The baskets were covered with red cloth. The baskets are made of gold. And the treasures inside. Everyone's eyes turned green. Suddenly, the guards lifted the red cloth and revealed the contents of the basket. Where is the valuable treasure you said? Why is it a basket of red eggs? Who the H.L. wants a few eggs? Yin Qiuqiao smiled and said, Good things come in pairs. 2 for each person. And only 2. The guards began to distribute eggs seriously. The ministers looked at the red eggs in their hands, and their mouths twitched so much that they were about to have a stroke. I only heard that people gave red eggs to people after giving birth. But they were rushing to give out red eggs before they even got married. And they even gave them to the Golden Palace. Isn't it too crazy? After the guards distributed them to the ministers, there were still 2 left in the basket. Well, just right. Yin Qiuqiao took the last pair of red eggs, strode up the steps, and walked to the emperor. Your Majesty, your eggs. The emperor looked at the 2 extra red eggs on his dragon robe. Second prince? The guard reminded Yin Qiuqiao in a low voice that there was still the 2nd prince. Yin Qiuqiao turned his head and said, Doesn't the 2nd prince have eggs? None? The guard replied. No. The 2nd prince has no eggs. Puff. Li Shamshu spit. Yin Huaijing's face turned black as charcoal. Yuan didn't know that her husband had gone to the Golden Palace to distribute red eggs. She thought he was doing something important. So she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The curse of so many years could not be lifted overnight. Even if it was lifted, his body would definitely be weak, and he would need to be carefully recuperated. How could he go to court so soon? Yuan sighed, alas. Why is your young master so hardworking? He didn't sleep all night, and forced himself to get up. He must be exhausted, and couldn't even walk. Perilla, are we really talking about the same young master? Yuan had lunch in the painted boat, and asked Jiang Hai to prepare a carriage to go back home. When passing by a tea house, Yuan saw fresh cherry cakes, and got off the car to choose a box. When she was about to get on the car, she saw a carriage stopped in front of her. Chapter 277 Newlyweds. Tiqian Era Lesson. This street is not very noisy, and there are few people coming and going. It is hard to say that such a luxurious carriage suddenly stopped, and it was not aimed at her. And she has already recognized the guard sitting next to the driver. Jun Chanan walked towards Yuan. Yuan stood still. Zisu, who was standing next to her, was a little scared by the other party's aura. However, when Jun Chanan was 3 steps away from the master and servant, Jiang Hai's figure flashed over. Jiang Hai didn't care whether Jun Chanan was an enemy or a friend, and punched him without saying a word. Jun Chanan and Yuan had fought several times, but he never expected that there would be a master next to her. He was almost hit by the other party because of his negligence. Fortunately, Jiang Hai was worried that his punch would hurt Yuan next to him, so he didn't use his full strength. Jun Chanan stepped on his toes and retreated. Jun Chanan looked at the strange man who showed up in disbelief. He was wearing the clothes of the coachman of the young master's mansion, but he didn't look like a coachman at all. Who are you? Jun Chanan frowned. Yuan stepped forward, looked at Jun Chanan calmly and said, Why are you asking about my coachman's name? Are you trying to steal my girl? Jun Chanan looked at Jiang Hai with a complicated expression. Then at Yuan. He didn't ask about Jiang Hai's identity anymore, and got back to the point. The 2nd prince has something important to discuss. Can Miss Yu please come and talk to me for a moment? Yuan said calmly. I'm married. There's no Miss Yu here. Jun Chanan glanced at the carriage beside him. He understood this. But Yuan's words were clearly not meant for him. He didn't know how the 2nd prince felt when he insisted on calling her Miss Yu, but was ridiculed like this. Yuan said to Zisu, Wait for me in the carriage. Yes. Zisu agreed obediently. Zisu was the daughter of a wealthy family, and was more presentable than an ordinary maid. But she was also more strict and nervous about the relationship between men and women, and it would take more than a day or 2 to adapt to it. Although Zisu got on the carriage, Jiang Hai stayed by Yuan's side. Jiang Hai stared at Jun Chanan with a fierce look, as if he would rush forward and fight him to the death if he dared to cross the line. Jun Chanan wondered, when did such a master come to the young master's mansion? A death warrior? Not likely. A secret guard? But how come he became a coachman? Although Jun Chanan and Ing Shursen often drive for their masters, they would never wear coachman's clothes. So who is this man? 2nd prince? If you have something to say, please speak quickly. If not, I will leave. Yuan was in a hurry to return to the mansion to stew nourishing soup for Yin Qiuqiao. How could she waste time with Yin Huaijing here? Yin Huaijing got off the car. He also noticed the movement just now, but he did not look at Jiang Hai, but only kept his eyes on Yuan. When he saw the red mark accidentally exposed at Yuan's collar, his face darkened. He quickly moved his eyes away and looked at her face. Her face was still the same, but she was less immature than a girl, and more rosy after the rain. His fists were clenched and creaked. Yuan sighed. 2nd prince, I have a husband, and you also have a fiancé. Is it really okay for you to look at me so unscrupulously? I'm not afraid of anything if it gets out. But isn't second prince worried that Miss Han will mind? Yin Huijing suppressed the emotions in his eyes. She came to see you. It was not a questioning tone. If he didn't ask about this, Yuan wouldn't take the initiative to say it. But if he pushed it to the surface, Yuan wouldn't lie. Yuan nodded, yes. Second prince's fiancé has come to the door. So in order to avoid suspicion, second prince should make it short. This is not the place to talk. Yin Huijing looked around and said. Yuan said lightly, it seems that your highness has a lot to say. I'm really sorry. I don't have the time. He is not her husband. And you still want her to find a quiet place to sit down with him and chat slowly under the flowers and the moon? Yuan walked towards her carriage. Yin Huijing was furious. Earlier, Yin Jiuqiao had sent out a wave of red eggs in the Golden Palace, which was already infuriating enough. Now he was ignored by her. Zhou Huai has been found, Yin Huijing said, as he looked at her back as she was about to step into the carriage. Yuan paused and turned to look at him. Jiang Hai didn't know who Zhou Huai was, and why Yuan had such a reaction. He looked at Yuan in confusion. Yuan said, but? Yin Huijing would inquire about his whereabouts, and wait for him, halfway not just to tell him a good news. Yin Huijing was surprised by her reaction. How could she know that things would turn around? Forget it if you don't want to tell me. Yuan got into the car again. Yin Huijing thought that he had Zhou Huai in his hands, and he could turn the tables. But she still acted as she pleased. Yin Huijing frowned and said, Zhou Huai refused to testify for your father. Why? Yuan asked. Yin Huijing said, Zhou Huai was General Zhao's confidant. When he was still a poor beggar, he was picked up by Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin treated him with great kindness. But Xiao Yin died in front of your father. Zhou Huai always believed that your father killed Xiao Yin. Yuan said thoughtfully. Does he think that my father killed General Xiao? Or that General Xiao died because of my father? Yin Huijing said. Xiao Yin was seriously injured, and Zhou Huai had been guarding him for 3 days and 3 nights without closing his eyes. After meeting your father, Zhou Huai couldn't hold on any longer. Before going to bed, he warned your father that if Xiao Yin woke up, he must remember to wake him up. But my father didn't wake him up. Yuan said. That's right. Yin Huijing said. Yuan paused. That must be General Zhao's order. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Can my father disobey it? Yin Huijing sighed. We all understand the truth. But if it weren't for your father, if he hadn't told everyone his last wishes and medicine, Xiao Yin might have been reluctant to die. At least Zhou Huai thought so. Thinking of something, Yuan said, did he also say that my father was doing it for that military merit? Yin Huijing nodded. Yuan sighed. What a paranoid guy. It is obvious that Zhou Huai could not accept Xiao Yin's death, and he felt better by blaming her father. So you told me all this because you want me to agree to some conditions? I want to tell you more than that. Your father's case has not been tried for a long time, because of Zhou Huai and your majesty's tacit approval. Your majesty did not vent his anger on the Yin family when Yin Ryu had such an incident. Do you know why? Yuan motioned him to continue. Yin Huijing said slowly, the Yin family was framed for treason and collusion with the enemy. Your majesty feels guilty, and wants to make amends to the Yin family. If you overturn your father's case, your majesty will not be able to protect the Yin family with a legitimate reason. Yuan smiled faintly. Does your majesty really feel guilty? Or does he want the world to think he feels guilty? Comparing an emperor with a conscience. He is more loved by the people than a cold-blooded emperor. And the reason why your majesty is unwilling to overturn the verdict is not just this relationship, Yin Huijing said. His complicated eyes fell on Yuan's face. Yuan said, is it related to me too? Yin Huijing said bluntly, your majesty's candidate for the princess of Yin is the daughter of the governor's mansion. Yuan said, your majesty wants to threaten me to give up the position of the first wife in order to vindicate my father? Yin Huijing cleared his throat. As long as you agree, your majesty has a way to make Zhou Huai change his words. Yuan laughed sarcastically. So you are here today to lobby for your majesty? If so, then you can leave. Don't say that I disagree. Even my father will not exchange his biological daughter's status and reputation for his own future. Her father is not that kind of person. She is not someone who can be easily threatened. Whether it was Yin Huijing who volunteered or the emperor himself who instructed this matter, it at least shows one thing. The emperor did not get through Yin Jiuqiao's way, so he had to find her as the second best option. Yuan laughed in anger. Second prince, Do you think I am so easy to scare? Yin Jiuqiao did not agree. But I rushed to give up the position of the main wife. Am I going to alienate Yin Jiuqiao? Please tell your majesty that I am not so stupid. I am Yin Jiuqiao's wife. Life and death. Even if I die one day, and he marries another, he will have to be under my tablet for the rest of his life. Yin Huaijing did not expect Yuan to say such strong words. At that moment, the aura she exuded even overshadowed his mother, the queen of the central palace. While he was distracted, Yuan got on the car. When he came to his senses and reached out to grab Yuan, Jiang Hai whipped him over. This is the prince. Jun Chanan's temples throbbed. Was he deaf? Didn't he hear himself and Yuan calling him the second prince? He didn't take the prince seriously. Did he want to die? Of course. Jun Chanan didn't let Jiang Hai's whip hit Yin Huaijing. He swung his sword and blocked it with his scabbard. Jiang Hai snorted coldly, grabbed the reins, and the carriage sped away. Yuan was waiting for Yin Jiuqiao at home, but Yin Jiuqiao didn't show off enough. After leaving the Jinluan palace, he went to the city gate to set up a porridge stall. But what he gave out was not porridge, but red eggs. Young Master Yin consummated his marriage. The whole capital city ate the red eggs he distributed. It was so King crazy. After a whole day of crazy, young Master Yin returned home with a satisfied look on his face. After Yuan left the pleasure boat, Ing Lu and Ing Sher-san went to the Golden Palace to pick him up. They were there when the red eggs were distributed, and they felt like they were about to ascend to heaven. When Yin Jiuqiao entered Qingfeng courtyard, Yuan was standing in front of the flowers, pruning the branches with a pair of large scissors. She didn't cut many miscellaneous branches, but she ruined all the flower buds that Uncle Wan had carefully cultivated. Uncle Wan was heartbroken, but he didn't dare to say anything. Yin Jiuqiao walked over. Yuan knew he was back, but she blushed when she thought of last night's absurdity. They had been married for a long time, but they really enjoyed themselves last night. She didn't dare to think about what she did to him, and what he did to her. In short, they were just two little fools, who had just tasted the forbidden fruit, and were fooling around. At that time, she was so desperate and forgetful. But now it was embarrassing. Why are you unhappy? Do you think this young master is late? Yin Jiuqiao stopped beside her, and said seriously. As he approached, Yuan's face became even redder. However, after glancing at him, and finding that his ears were also slightly red, Yuan felt balanced. Although she lost in energy, it didn't make much difference in the end. Of course, she was not angry that he came back late. But then again, he came back quite late. What was he doing? What did you do? Yuan asked. Going to court. Red eggs. Relieve the victims. Red eggs. Yuan heard that it was all business, so she didn't blame him for coming back late. Yuan felt his pulse, which was much more stable than before. But there should still be some residual poison in his body. She would go back and find some prescriptions to dispel the residual poison for him to drink. It was not a big deal. You haven't told me what happened to you yet? The fallen flowers on the ground. Even a blind person could see that she was angry. Yuan told Yin Huaijing about her encounter with him. Yin Jiuqiao wronged her. She was not angry. She was really learning to prune branches. But like flower arrangement, her pruning skills were not good enough. Yin Jiuqiao summarized the key points of her words. First, Yin Huaijing's ghost is still around. Second, Yin Huaijing's ghost is still around. Third, Yin Huaijing's ghost is always around. Young Master Yin's eyes turned cold. Yuan cut another flower bud and said, Tell me, did he really find Zhou Huai? Did His Majesty ask him to threaten me? Or did he act on his own? Not your Majesty, Yin Jiuqiao said. Yuan looked at him puzzled. Yin Jiuqiao said, You are the emperor, but you don't want to threaten a woman. If the emperor wanted to threaten Yuan, he would have done it long ago. Why would he wait until the two of them got married to force her to hand over the position of the wife? The person the emperor wanted to control from beginning to end was only Yin Jiuqiao. He didn't care about others, and he would not bother to do so. Moreover, even if he controlled Yin Jiuqiao, he didn't want to kill Yin Jiuqiao. He just stubbornly believed that everything he did was for Yin Jiuqiao's good. Yin Jiuqiao snorted coldly. It is true that Zhou Huai was found. And it is also true that His Majesty does not want to overturn the case for my father. But today's matter was Yin Huaijing's own idea. His Majesty threatened me, not you. Yuan said thoughtfully. So, he has calculated His Majesty's mind. If he can make me give in first, then you will definitely be alienated from me. At that time, His Majesty can go with the flow and give you the daughter of the governor's mansion in marriage. Why is he so? Yuan simply couldn't find words to describe him. A trace of disdain flashed across Yin Jiuchao's eyes. Humph. The last account has not been settled yet. And he dares to come to the door. He can't live a few more days happily. The bride was kidnapped on the wedding day. Not only Yuan remembered the grudge, but Yin Jiucha also remembered it. But he was not in good health and couldn't go out to make trouble. Today he wants Yin Huijing to know that his Yin Jiucha's woman is not so easy to think about. I'm going out for a while. Come back early. Yuan nodded. This was a casual farewell. She had also told her father and two brothers this before. But it didn't mean the same thing to Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao looked at her with a complicated expression. Although I can come back early, this kind of thing can't be excessive. Yuan. Yin Jiuchao led Ing Shursan and a group of people out of the house in a grand manner. Ing Lu didn't go. He went out of the capital to perform a new mission. Where is he? Yin Jiuchu asked Ing Shursan indifferently on the sedan chair. Ing Shursan said, I just went to the palace to pay my respects to concubine Su. And I should be on my way back to the prince's house now. Then go and stop him. Yin Jiuchao lowered the curtain. Ing Shursan's inference was correct. After Yin Huijing paid his respects to concubine Su, he took Jun Chang'an back to his own residence. Halfway through, they were blocked by 100 or so people from the young master's mansion. It was impossible to force their way through. There were too many people on the other side. Jun Chang'an took the reins from the driver and stopped the carriage. Your Highness. It's young Master Yin. Yin Huijing frowned and opened the curtain. Sure enough, he saw Yin Jiuchao sitting on the sedan chair opposite him, playing with a golden bow. The sedan chair was luxurious, with gold, pearls and jade. The people on the sedan chair were also elegant and handsome. Yin Huijing looked at him, then at the 100 or so people behind him, and asked, What are you going to do? Beat you. Yin Jiucha said. Yin Huijing's eyes turned cold. Yin Jiuchao. Don't be too presumptuous. Under the feet of the emperor, in the imperial city, you openly want to attack the prince. Swoosh. Before he finished speaking, Yin Jiuchao shot an arrow. The arrow was so fast that even Jun Chang'an couldn't react. The arrow passed Yin Huijing's shoulder and nailed to the carriage with a clang. Yin Huijing gritted his teeth and said, assassinating the prince. Yin Jiuchao. You are crazy. Yin Jiuchao spread his hands innocently. Oh. My hand slipped. Of course. The prince cannot be assassinated at will. But it is okay to fight in a group. A group of people fighting him alone. Rounding it off. It is a group fight. Ing Shursan entangled Jun Chang'an. And the guards mixed with two silver-faced dead men swarmed up. And the storm-like fists greeted Yin Huijing. Chapter 278 The Ninth Brother Who Made Trouble. The news of the second prince and young Master Yin fighting in the streets soon spread throughout the capital. Young Master Yin was notorious, so it was not surprising that he fought. What was strange was why the second prince got involved. This prince was always sensible, and did not seem like someone who would get on with his cousin. Of course, the biggest possibility was that Yin Jiuchao took the initiative to provoke him. But as the saying goes, it takes two to tango. Although Yin Jiuchao always bullies people, the people he bullies are not good people. In this case, could it be that this prince did something to displease Yin Jiuchao? The emperor got the news after nightfall. He had originally turned over the name of a nobleman. But after hearing about this incident, he was so angry that he did not want to sleep. In the morning, he made red eggs. And in the afternoon, he fought with the princes. He is really busy. Even busier than me, the ruler of a country. Eunuch Wang hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please calm down. How to calm down? Eunuch Wang only said this, but he knew better than anyone that his son was beaten up. And it would be a miracle if he could calm down. It sounded nice to say that it was a group fight. But in the end, Yin Jiuchao was unscathed. But Yin Huijing was bruised and swollen. And his face was unrecognizable. His parents could hardly recognize him. Although he was reluctant to admit it. The second prince was indeed bullied by Yin Jiuchao. Yin Huijing was not the mediocre fourth prince. He was the emperor's most valued son. If someone else did this, the emperor would have confiscated the family and exterminated the clan. But the emperor sadly discovered that in order to exterminate Yin Jiuchao's clan, he had to kill himself first. So the emperor became even angrier. Why this time? The emperor asked angrily. Eunuch Wang said in embarrassment, It seems that the second prince did not go to the Dali temple after the court session. But, what is it? The emperor lost his patience. Eunuch Wang said, the second prince went to see Madame Yin. Yin Jiucha naturally would not disclose to the public that Yin Huijing was pestering Yuan. It was the second prince's fault. But justice in the world was especially biased towards men. If it was spread out, people would inevitably think that Yuan was not faithful to her husband and seduced Yin Huijing while marrying Yin Jiucha. It was not difficult for Eunuch Wang to find out the truth. He went to the second prince's mansion, caught the coachman and threatened him. And the coachman confessed honestly. The coachman didn't hear much, but it seemed that there was some word like blackmail. So it was her son who threatened Yin Jiucha's wife first. And Yin Jiucha beat her up? Well, it was her son's own fault. And the emperor had no reason to get angry. Coincidentally, concubine Su came to the imperial study at this time. She also heard about Yin Huijing's matter. But now she was closely watched by the queen. So it was inconvenient for her to sneak out of the palace. She had to ask her trusted eunuch to go to the second prince's mansion. According to the trusted eunuch, the second prince was seriously injured and almost beaten into a pig's head. She wanted to faint on the spot. Of course, she knew that her son had never given up on Yuan. And this time, it was most likely related to that woman. But no matter what, her son was a prince. How could a prince's son beat up a prince in the street? If it got out, would her son still have face? Yin Jiuchao beat her nephew first, and then bullied her son. This time, she wanted His Majesty to give her an explanation no matter what. Your Majesty? She came to the door of the imperial study room in tears. Before she finished speaking, a memorial flew out and hit her forehead with a slap. How dare you come? Take care of your son. The emperor was angry and had nowhere to vent. Isn't it asking for trouble for concubine Su to bump into him now? Concubine Su didn't even see the emperor. But she was frightened by the emperor's anger and ran away. On the other side, a young master who bullied Yin Huijing returned to the mansion in a good mood. What do you mean you have to call me uncle after I bully you? This is it. The dinner time has passed. But Yuan didn't eat. She has been sitting in the house waiting for him to come back. It's strange to say, I was not like this in my previous life. It was only after I came to the Yu family and became Yu's Awan that I realized the importance of family. When the food was heated for the third time, Yin Jiuchao came into the house. Yin Jiuchao had been sitting in a wheelchair for a while, and claimed to the outside world that he had sprained his foot. It was not surprising that he could walk now. Yuan sat in front of the windowsill. There were several ugly pitcher plants on the eaves, but she sat there with a peaceful look. And the pitcher plants seemed to have some fairy spirit. Yin Jiuchao looked at her quietly, and it was difficult to connect her with a little goblin in the night. This was his wife. His Yin Jiucha's wife. Yuan was lost in thought and didn't hear the footsteps. But she faintly felt two sights that could not be ignored. She turned her head and raised a faint smile on her rosy face. You are back. A simple sentence made this place really feel like a home. Yin Jiuchao hummed, looked at the food on the table and said, Why haven't you eaten yet? Waiting for you. Yuan said with a smile. It was night, and several oil lamps were lit in the room. The light was dim, and there was a special warmth. Yin Jiuchao came to the table. Yuan called Tower to get some water, and he washed his hands and wiped his face. Yuan began to pick up food for him. Yuan heard from Nani Wan that the princes did not pick up food for themselves when they had meals in the palace. They ate whatever the maids picked up for them, and they could not eat more than one bite. Yin Jiuchao took her feelings into consideration, and did not allow the palace to have such a rule. This is yam stewed with venison. It nourishes the kidneys and strengthens the young. Yuan was worried that he would not be able to bear the nonsense last night. So she asked the kitchen to make this. Yin Jiuchao took a bite and didn't taste much. But it was not surprising. After all, he had been poisoned for many years, and the damage to his body could not be recovered overnight. Many things had to be adjusted slowly. So he was not in a hurry. Yuan picked up another piece of spring bamboo shoots for him. The bamboo shoots are not very tender now, and the season for eating bamboo shoots is over. Yuan was the least talkative one in the Yu family. Since she came here, she felt that she had become more talkative. After all, he consumed a lot of physical energy. And Yin Jiuchao ate one more bowl of rice than usual, without the little guy making trouble. The two of them had a rare quiet time. They took a walk by the pond and picked some cherries in the orchard. Yuan held a cherry basket and ate one from time to time, her cheeks bulging, just like a little squirrel looking for food. Yin Jiuchao laughed. What are you laughing at? Yuan looked at him in astonishment. Nothing. Yin Jiuqiu put away his smile and said seriously. Yuan picked a fresh cherry and stuffed it into his mouth. Is it sweet? Sweet. I don't know if she was talking about the cherry or her fingertips. She wanted to take a walk to digest the food, but ended up eating half a basket. Yuan's stomach was bloated, and she lay in bed for a long time without falling asleep. Yin Jiuqiu returned to the room after taking a bath. Seeing that she was still awake, he walked over and sat down, saying seriously, I told you that this kind of thing should not be excessive. It must be moderate. Yuan was confused. What is this guy talking about? She just ate too much. Yin Jiuqiu coughed lightly and said, although we are newly married, we should just follow the rules and not indulge in pleasure. 1 time every 4 days is enough. Not indulge in pleasure? I don't know who was so stubborn last night. Last night was to detoxify. Yin Jiuqiu said seriously. Yuan. Yin Jiuqiu said. Excessive pleasure is harmful to the body. Don't indulge in it. Yuan played with her fingers and said, well, then you can't have sex every 4 days. Only once. I'm going to suffocate to death. Yin Jiuqiu saw her face full of resentment. Took a deep breath. Took a big step back and said, 3 days. Does today count as 1 day? No. Yuan. Yuan said, but I think there is still some poison in your body. This is not for pleasure, but for detoxification and treatment. Yin Jiuqiu paused. Well, that's right. The couple detoxified again and again, and the hot water in the kitchen was boiled all night. The 2 people on the pleasure boat were inexperienced, and they mostly played around. Last night, Yuan gradually gained some pleasure, but the price was not small. When she woke up the next day, Yuan's waist was about to break. Suddenly, she felt that what he said was right. This kind of thing should not be excessive, and it should be moderate. At this time, the advantage of not living with the parents-in-law and sisters-in-law came. She didn't have to worry about being set rules by anyone. Otherwise, if the mother-in-law was here, she would be a really bad daughter-in-law. Yin Jiuqiu went out to make trouble again. Yuan dragged her sore body to wash and eat some breakfast. The servant reported that Cui Nushi had come. Cui Nushi was ordered by the queen to invite Yuan to the palace to tailor her clothes. On the day of King Cheng's wedding, Yuan had to wear the wedding clothes of the Princess of Yin. The folk embroiderers were not qualified to do it. They had to go to the Shandong Bureau. Chapter 279 Wanwan's Methods. Yuan had to go to make the wedding dress. But she couldn't go alone. She had to take 2 maids with her. Zisu was the eldest maid, so she had to go with her. As for the remaining one, although Tower and Lear came first, they were still young. Fuling was loved by the lady recently, and Zisu guessed that the young lady would take her with her. What is Su Fan doing? Yuan sat in front of the dressing table and looked at Zisu in the bronze mirror. Zisu paused while combing her hair and replied, after she fell into the water, the young lady allowed her to stay in bed and rest. She has never left Ziyuexuan. Such honesty seems like something Su Fan could pretend to be. Despite the series of accidents, Su Fan's reputation in the mansion has not been completely ruined. It shows how many people's favor she has captured in the few days since she entered the mansion. She is a capable person. However, Yuan has regained the initiative and has enough patience. What Yuan was really curious about was Su Qi's purpose in entering the mansion. Did she want to take away everything from her? Why did she do this? Yin Ryu came for fame and fortune, and also to find a husband of her dreams. There is no doubt that Yin Jiuqiu satisfied her fantasy of a husband in every aspect. So what about Su Qi? Did she really like Yin Jiuqiu's bed? Or was it just a means to capture him? Yuan told Zisu, go to Ziyuexuan and ask Su Qi to pack up and follow me into the palace. Zisu was startled, Madam. Su Qi. Yuan looked at Zisu quietly in the bronze mirror. Her calm eyes made Zisu's heart beat fast. Zisu lowered her head, yes. I will tell you right away. Zisu walked out of the upper room and called Ban Xiaoan to continue combing Yuan's hair. A quarter of an hour later, Yuan took Zisu and Su Qi to the carriage to the palace. The servants in the mansion started to talk again. Su Fan is so lucky. She went to the palace with the young lady last time, and she went again this time. She caused so many troubles. And the young lady is really magnanimous. I heard that she caught the queen's eye last time she entered the palace, and the queen even rewarded her with something. So, the young lady is trying to please the queen? Pleasuring the queen became the reason why Yuan brought Su Fan. Yuan knew nothing about this. But she probably wouldn't suggest it if she knew it. After all, this is much better than her real purpose. The carriage stopped at the gate of the palace. Yuan got off the carriage with 2 maids. Zisu knew that Yuan didn't like Su Fan. She stared at Su Fan's movements all the way, fearing that she would be dissatisfied with Yuan and do something irreparable. Young lady, please come this way. Maid Chui led Yuan and her group to the embroidery room of Jiaoyang Palace. The embroiderer from the Shandong Bureau has arrived and is measuring the body of the eldest prince's wife. Don't break the amulet, the queen said to the eldest prince's wife. The eldest prince's wife hurriedly took off the amulet from her neck and put it back on after the embroiderer finished measuring the size. The queen has fallen out of favor. The eldest prince has been mediocre, and the eldest prince's wife has not been as glorious as other royal ladies in recent years. After all, she is the legitimate daughter-in-law of her son. Now that the queen has left Fengqi Palace, she will definitely not treat her badly. Yuan saluted the queen and the eldest prince's wife. The queen motioned Yuan to stand up. Yuan noticed that the queen's expression was more excited and happy than usual. She looked at the eldest prince's wife, who covered her belly with one hand, her face full of shyness. The eldest sister-in-law is. Yuan looked at the queen with a hint of surprise. The queen smiled happily and said, she just got pregnant. The month is still young. Only His Majesty knows about it. The good news has not been announced to the public. Yuan held the eldest prince's wife's hand and said sincerely, congratulations to the eldest sister-in-law. It is worth congratulating to be pregnant, whether it is a commoner's wife or a royal daughter-in-law. Moreover, several princes have only had little princesses, and no one has given birth to a prince or a little prince. If this pregnancy is a boy, the emperor will surely be very happy. No wonder the queen couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. Originally, it was planned to give the eldest prince several concubines with status, but now those daughters are nowhere to be seen. I think it is to let the eldest prince's wife rest assured to take care of the pregnancy, and the matter of finding a concubine for her son has been put on hold. The eldest prince's wife doesn't talk much, and most of the time, she just sits there quietly. People say that the queen has fallen out of favor, and the emperor has found a daughter-in-law of low family status for the eldest prince's wife. But in Yuan's opinion, it is a blessing to marry such a gentle girl as a wife. The emperor is not unloving his son, but he knows that the eldest prince's head can't bear such a big hat. If he finds him an ambitious family, he will eventually die in the fight for the throne. It is better to live a stable life like now. I don't know whether the queen can also accept her fate like this. After measuring Yuan's size, the embroiderer left. Pregnant women are often sleepy. Seeing that her daughter-in-law is trying hard to cheer up, the queen asked Chui Nushi to help her go to the side hall to rest. The queen and Yuan chatted about the daily life of the royal family. I heard about Jinger and Song'er. Why did they fight? Is Song'er okay? My husband is fine, Yuan said, but did not answer how they fought. The queen sighed and said, I know Song'er's personality. He seems to be mischievous, but he will not make trouble out of nothing. I think there is some disagreement between cousins. After that, she didn't say anything more. Yuan could hear that the queen was not trying to trick her. Some things can be hidden from the world but not from the emperor and her. She was afraid that Yin Huijing's thoughts about her were clear to her. But some things were better to be understood in the heart, and there was no need to say them out loud. The queen asked about the 3 little guys again. Why didn't you bring them here this time? Yuan said, my parents missed them, so they took them back to stay for a few days. The queen said with a smile, did Song'er think they were in the way and threw them out of the house? The red eggs were even distributed to the Golden Palace. Distribute? Distribute red eggs? She didn't give birth to a child. What red eggs is this guy distributing? The queen continued, there is a shelter at the city gate to help the victims. Others give out porridge, and he gives out red eggs. You two just consummated your marriage. The queen is an experienced person. What can't she guess? Yuan's face flushed, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She even had a picture in her mind. Yin Jiuchao holding a red egg in one hand and walking up to the Golden Palace with the other hand. His face full of slaps written on it, this young master has consummated his marriage. You all come and congratulate me. Yuan. Yuan wanted to beat him to death. The queen had teased enough, and smiled and looked away, inadvertently seeing 2 maids from the young master's mansion, who had been there last time. One of them was very close to the young master, and the queen remembered her. But I don't know if it's my illusion. This girl doesn't seem to be as energetic as the first time. Yuan looked at the queen. And then at Zisu and Suyu on the side, have you brought everything I asked you to bring? Zisu replied, to reply to the young lady. I brought it. Yuan said, go and bring it in. Yes. Zisu agreed, and went to the side hall of Jiaoyang Palace with Suyu. The things they brought with them were placed in the special wing room. The two of them each brought 2 fruit baskets. The young master's mansion had a large orchard, where many other fruits were planted besides cherries. Yuan had people pick fresh mulberries, plums, peaches and melons. These things were also available in the palace, but they were not as delicious as those grown by the gardeners in the young master's mansion. The queen asked the palace maid to prepare the fruit plate. She tasted the melon, and it was indeed fragrant, soft and sweet. After eating the melon, she ate the plums and peaches. She thought they would be slightly sour, but the strong peach and plum flavors awakened her taste buds. The queen had never eaten mulberries before, so Yuan picked one that was purple and black for her. It tasted very strange, but it was very sweet and refreshing. Send some to the eldest prince's wife, the queen said. There are more in the carriage. Yuan told Zisu and Suyu. Go get them, and send them to the eldest prince's wife's bedroom. Yes. The two of them took the order and left. The two of them sent a few baskets of fresh fruits to the bedroom where the eldest prince's wife was. Yuan talked to the queen for a while, and was about to say goodbye. However, just as she was about to leave Jiaoyang Palace, the maid beside the eldest prince's wife came in a hurry. The queen glanced at her. What's wrong? The maid said, to answer your majesty, the eldest prince's wife's amulet is missing. The queen's face sank. If it's missing, go find it. Find it quickly. Yuan looked at the queen in surprise. The queen also knew that she was overreacting and almost lost her composure. But she couldn't help but be nervous, because she asked her son to go to Puji Temple in person to ask for the amulet, which was blessed by the master of Puji Temple, and could bless the eldest prince's wife to give birth to a little prince safely. It has been blessed to bless them mother and child, the queen said to Yuan. Yuan nodded. The ancients were superstitious. If such an important thing was lost, they would definitely be uneasy. What does it look like? Let's help find it, she said. The queen said, a red talisman bag. Inside is talisman paper, and a piece of golden laid jade, which is also a blessed jade. It means that if the stone is broken, a child will be born. Yuan looked at Zisu and Suyu and said, go to the yard and look for it. See if the eldest prince's wife left it on the way out. The two of them went as they were told. This amulet was related to the fetus in the belly of the eldest prince's wife. If it was lost, it was a serious matter. Even if they had to dig deep into the ground, they had to dig it out. However, all the people in Jiaoyang Palace were mobilized. They searched the palace 3 times inside and outside, but still could not find the amulet. The queen was very anxious. She was still counting on her daughter-in-law to give birth to a grandson in her belly. How could such an important thing disappear? The eldest prince's wife was terrified and covered her belly with guilt. The queen was afraid that she would have a miscarriage and did not dare to blame her. In fact, she had already blamed her in her heart. Didn't she know that the amulet was important? I told you to keep it well, but you lost it. When the queen was extremely anxious, an old maid spoke up. Could it be that someone with no eyes stole it? When the eldest prince's wife entered Jiaoyang Palace, she showed the amulet to the queen. After that, she stayed in Jiaoyang Palace. The queen was sure that the amulet must be here too. The queen said sternly, guard the gate. From now on, only entry is allowed but no exit. Let everyone come to the main hall. Let's stay too, Yuan said. Although the queen did not doubt Yuan, the matter was of great importance. It would be best if she could take the initiative to stay. All the palace servants were called to the main hall. And Shui, the maid, accompanied by 2 capable eunuchs and the old nanny, searched them one by one, but found nothing. This is strange. It's not in the palace, nor on the palace servants. The queen frowned. Suddenly, Su Kun's body trembled. The queen was keenly aware of her abnormality. The queen's eyes fell on her face. She did not show the slightest panic, but her hands were tightly clenched together, and she was trembling slightly. The queen's face turned cold. Although this was the maid of the young master's mansion, she was concerned about her grandson, so she did not have so much mercy for the young master's mansion. Bring her here. Yuan and Zisu followed the queen's gaze, and showed a confused look at the same time. Yuan was stunned and said, my queen, Are you suspecting that my maid stole the things of the eldest prince's wife? The queen said in a normal tone, I am also eliminating your suspicion. Speaking of which, they are indeed suspicious. Both maids have entered the room of the eldest prince's wife with fruit baskets. It is not without opportunity to take action. Then search both of you together. And please ask Maid Chui to search me as well. Yuan said. This. Maid Chui looked at the queen in embarrassment. It was okay to search the maid. But it would be bad to search the young master's wife. The queen would understand this. But she did not say anything to stop it. Which showed how much she valued this amulet. The people in the young master's house had better be innocent. Otherwise, the alliance that the two sides had finally established would be ruined. Zisu was upright and fearless. So she allowed Maid Chui to search her body. When it was Suju's turn, a hint of resistance appeared on Suju's face. Zisu's eyebrows jumped. Could it really be Suju? If that's true, then it's over. Suyu is the young lady's maid. And the amulet was found on her. So the young lady can't escape the blame. But why did Suyu do this? Did the young lady cheat Suyu a few times? And Suyu held a grudge and took the opportunity to discredit the young lady? When the queen smells it, she can just insist that it was the young lady who ordered it. And then the young lady can't clear herself even if she jumps into the Yellow River. The amulet was for the eldest prince's wife, to give birth to the eldest grandson. If the young lady stole it, wouldn't she be framing the eldest prince's wife for not being able to give birth to a young prince? The queen will hate the young lady for this. One thought after another flashed through her mind. And Zisu's face turned pale. She clutched the handkerchief tightly and prayed silently in her heart that it would not be found out. And that it would not be Suyu. But Zisu knew that this possibility was too small. Based on her understanding of Suyu, Suyu was not a person who would panic. The reason why he deliberately lost his composure just now was to attract the queen's attention. She wanted to be searched by the queen. Sure enough, the female official Chui behind the screen shouted in surprise halfway through the search, Amulet? Zisu hated herself to death. She had promised to keep a close eye on Suyu. Why did she let her do such a thing under her nose? What should she do now? Suyu will definitely bite the young lady. Zisu turned her head and glared coldly at Suyu, who was led out of the screen by the female official Chui. The female official Chui handed the amulet to the queen. The queen took the red amulet package. And her whole face was suddenly covered with clouds. Kneel down for me. Suyu knelt down indifferently and kowtowed to the queen. The queen looked cold and said, I praised you for your cleverness. But you are so ungrateful. Who gave you the courage to steal the amulet of the eldest prince's wife? Suyu didn't say a word. The queen pointed at her nose and said, Tell me, why did you steal the amulet? Are you being stubborn? Well, I'll see how long you can keep being stubborn. This is to torture Su Qian. Two strong maids came up and held Su Qian's arms on the left and right. Su Qian seemed to be finally frightened and spoke softly. It was the young lady. The thread in Zisu's heart broke. Everyone looked at Yuan. Was it her who instigated Su Qian? What was her intention? Did she want to cause the eldest prince's wife to miscarry? The queen's complex and cold eyes fell on Yuan's face. It was you? Yuan stood up and saluted. It was me. I did give this amulet to Su Qian. Give? Everyone was stunned again. Yuan said slowly. Suyu was frightened when she fell into the water. So I bought her a peace charm, hoping that nothing will happen to her in the future. The queen frowned suspiciously, opened the peace charm, and took out the things inside. It was not something that the eldest prince asked for the eldest prince's wife. It was clearly an obsidian and a piece of ordinary talisman paper. Obsidian is also known as dragon crystal. It is rumored to have the effect of exorcising evil spirits. Many people will put it in the peace charm to avoid evil and bring good luck. Looking at the talisman bag again. Although it is very similar, Su Qian's name is embroidered on the bottom. It is impossible to say that she temporarily replaced the contents because she was afraid of being discovered. After all, who can embroider her own name in such a short time? The queen sighed. I have wronged you. Get up. Now. It was Su Qian's turn to freeze. Yuan walked to Su Qian's side, slowly helped her up, and laughed sarcastically in her ear. Do you want to frame me? Su Qian looked at Yuan in disbelief, as if asking Yuan how she did it. The amulet was clearly on her body, and Yuan had never touched her. How did she replace the amulet? Chapter 280 ending. The truth. Yuan had never touched Suyu, but she had touched the eldest prince's wife. Suyu probably didn't know that the amulet she had deliberately stolen from the eldest prince's wife was no longer the original one. As for why Yuan calculated that Su Yu would steal the amulet of the eldest princess and prepared an identical one in advance, it is an unspeakable secret. Su Yu has his own abilities, and Yuan also has Yuan's trump card. Right? Yuan gently helped Su Yu up. Su Yu's nails buried under his wide sleeves dug deep into his palm. Others could not detect the undercurrent between the two, and only thought that Su Yu was wronged. But Zisu could vaguely feel that Su Yu was angry because of the young lady. Yuan knew that she had suppressed Su Yu for so long, and once Su Yu got the chance, she would fight back like a hungry wolf. Yuan pulled Su Qian's wrist, and said with a faint smile, "Look carefully. This is what I framed you with." Su Qian's eyebrows jumped, and before he could react to Yuan's words, Yuan pulled back her hand in time, and almost at the same time, a gem the size of a pigeon egg fell out of Su Qian's sleeve. The red gem was as red as blood, reflecting a dazzling light on the shiny floor. The queen's eyebrows were frowned. Mei Chui recognized it. There was a golden phoenix in the bedroom where the eldest prince's wife rested, and this gem was the eyeball of the phoenix. It fell out of Su Qian's sleeve, and Mei Chui had not found this place when she searched him just now, so the queen didn't wrongly accuse her. This girl was indeed dishonest. However, she didn't steal the amulet of the eldest prince's wife, but this valuable pearl. If the amulet was stolen, the queen might suspect that Yuan was behind it. But a pearl? Yinqing is rich enough to rival a country. Would the future Yin Wanfei want a pearl? The purple gold hairpin on Yuan's head is enough to buy more than a dozen such pearls. It seems that this girl has the heart to steal. Su Yu clenched his fingers and glared at Yuan fiercely. Yuan whispered in her ear, "Tell me. Say I put it on you. See if anyone will believe you." Stealing things from the palace is a serious crime, and slandering its owner is even more serious. At that time, Yuan doesn't need to do anything. The queen can deal with her according to the palace rules. "Madam, madam, the amulet is found." A little eunuch ran in happily. "Where did you find it?" asked the queen. The young eunuch said, "It's on the eldest prince's wife. There was a rip in her clothes, and it fell into the interlayer. No wonder it couldn't be found." The queen carefully looked at the amulet and confirmed that it was the one that the eldest prince brought from Puji Temple in autumn. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was really a false alarm, Yuan said with a pleasant face, thinking of how she almost blamed Yuan. The queen felt guilty. But then she thought, if that girl hadn't made it clear in time, how could she have suspected Yuan? Wen Shui, the maid, searched for the amulet. She would have said quickly, "This is not the eldest prince's wife. It was given to me by the young lady. If you don't believe it, look. How difficult are these few words? I saw her in the theater and thought she was smart, but she couldn't speak clearly at the critical moment. The queen didn't know about the conflict between Yuan and Su Qi, so she naturally couldn't doubt Su Qi's intentions. But she was extremely disappointed with Su Qi. She looked at Yuan and said, "She is your person, so it stands to reason that you should deal with her. But her theft of things in the palace has violated the palace rules." The queen observed Yuan's reaction while speaking. She should be punished for this. But if Yuan is not happy, she can also give her some face. Yuan bowed and said, "It is my fault for not disciplining the servants. I apologize to the queen here." The queen hurriedly said, "It's not your fault. Get up quickly. Are you going to protect this girl?" The queen was disappointed. It's not a big deal. But between herself and a maid who stole her things, she chose to protect the maid, which made the queen feel that she was left out. Fortunately, Yuan said again, "This girl is ignorant of the world and actually brought her magic into the queen's palace. Please deal with it impartially." The queen was very satisfied. But Su Gu was almost angry to death. The thief cried, "Catch the thief," and had the nerve to say that he would be fair? There is no one more shameless than this. Su Gu couldn't defend himself. The queen would care about the amulet but not a gem, even if Yuan stole it. So what? Would the queen punish her for this? What's more, the queen would not believe it at all. No matter how many gems Yuan wanted, Yin Jiuqiao could buy her. There was really no need to steal. If it was to frame Su Gu, it was impossible. A stinky girl. Is it worth the mistress's effort? She is not a deadly spy. Su Gu couldn't reveal his identity to prove Yuan's motives. If so, her end would not be much better than now. The queen punished Su Sun with 30 strokes of the cane according to the palace rules. The news of Su Sun's theft spread quickly throughout the young master's mansion. Zisu. Tower pulled Lear into Zisu and Ban Xiao's room. Is this true? Zisu put down her half-folded clothes. What's the matter? Tower asked curiously. It's the matter that Su Sun asked the queen to punish him. Yes. Zisu nodded. Tower was young and curious. Zisu turned away, but she grabbed her hand again. Did Su Sun really steal something from the palace? Zisu felt that Su Sun did not steal, just as she knew that the young lady did not give the amulet to Su Sun. Everything was just a trick of the young lady. But as the young lady's confidant, she would not and dared not tell these words to outsiders. Zisu nodded. Tower stamped her feet. Oh, I really can't tell. She's actually a thief. If this news had come out a few days ago, no one would have believed it. But after causing so many troubles in the mansion and threatening Yuan with death, Su Yu's image in everyone's mind had already plummeted. And it was not so difficult to accept the fact that she was a thief. Lear frowned and said, "It's hard to draw the bones of a tiger. And you can know a person's face, but not his heart." Zisu looked at the disgust on everyone's faces and seemed to understand why the young lady wanted to bring Su Yu into the palace. This was a trap. A trap to bury Su Yu. Su Yu was so smart. But he didn't know that he had fallen into the trap set by the young lady from the beginning. If something like this happened, there would be countless people asking to drive Su Yu out of the young master's mansion without the young lady asking for it herself. As expected, after Yuan returned to the mansion, several stewards came over one after another. The first to arrive was Steward Hu. He was the one who brought Su Yu back. And he brought something that was not good. So he was to blame. I don't know people well. Yuan replied to him with the queen's words. It's not your fault. Get up quickly. Several stewards said that Su Yu could not stay in the mansion any longer. Otherwise it would make the young master's mansion look too unruly. Yuan was embarrassed. This manager was said, it's hard to convince everyone if we keep her. In the future, anyone can steal something if they want to. But the young lady won't punish them severely. Yuan sighed. Since everyone says so, then, let's do it. I'm young, so I'm bound to be careless. I hope you can give me more advice in the future. This time, even Uncle Wan shut up. Su Yu was expelled from the young master's mansion with good reason. But everything did not end there. As soon as she was carried out by the maid, she was taken to a separate courtyard by several guards. This separate courtyard is located in the suburbs, sparsely populated and remote. Su Yu was thrown into the woodshed. She was beaten with 30 boards in the palace. Although she was not killed with her ability, she was injured and her face was a little pale. The dim candlelight fell on her face, but she didn't look any color. She tried to sit up with her hands, but suddenly the light above her head dimmed, and a tall and strong figure approached. She slowly raised her head and bumped into a pair of icy eyes. Ing Shursen looked down at her. Tell me, who sent you? Young master. In the evening, Yin Jiuchao returned to the young master's mansion. As soon as he entered the upper room, Ing Lu and Ing Shursen also came. Yuan went to the small kitchen. Yin Jiuchao looked empty-handed, turned his head indifferently, and asked, What's the matter? Ing Lu said, I found out that Su Yu is not from Huacheng. She is from Yincheng. Yincheng? Yin Jiuchao frowned strangely. Huacheng and Yincheng are both in the southern part of the Great Zhou. Huacheng is adjacent to the southern border, while Yincheng is close to the sea. There is a small town between the two cities, but the accents of the two places are very similar, which is why Su Yu can be mistaken for the real one. Ing Lu nodded, and she is not only from Yincheng, but also from the Prince of Yan's mansion. Yin Jiuchao's expression became even weirder. Ing Lu said, the young master was still young at that time, and didn't know that the Prince of Yan had a guard named Su. The guard was brave and resourceful, and was highly valued by the Prince of Yan. He was transferred to the Navy by the Prince of Yan and became the deputy commander. However, this person was not upright, and was corrupt and accepted bribes in the army. The Prince of Yan found out and dismissed him. So what did his daughter come here for? Yin Jiuchao asked. Revenge, Ing Lu said. Yin Jiuchao raised his eyebrows in surprise. Where does the revenge come from? Her father was guilty first, and his father was punished later. Ing Lu said, Su Gu's father fell seriously ill after being dismissed from his post. Su Gu's mother once asked the Yin Wang mansion, but the Yin Wang ignored her. After that, her father died of illness, and her mother died of grief, leaving her and her younger brother. Su Gu stubbornly believed that her parents were killed by the Yin Wang. Yin Jiuchao said, this also cannot explain how she became a dead soldier. Ing Lu paused and replied, after her parents died, they were adopted by the Nanzhao people. Nan Zhao again! Yin Jiuqiao narrowed his eyes dangerously. These are the news that Ing Shisheng got out of Suyu. And Ing Lu has also found some clues after investigating in many ways in the past few days. Ing Lu hesitated for a moment, coughed lightly and said, Young master. His Royal Highness the Prince of Yen. I'm afraid he has been to Nanzhao. Yin Jiuqiao looked at him and said, What do you mean by I'm afraid he has been to Nanzhao? Ing Lu hesitated and took out a folded portrait from his arms, and slowly spread it on Yin Jiuqiao's table. This is the calligraphy of His Royal Highness the Prince of Yen. The young master should recognize it. Yin Jiuqiao grew up watching his father's calligraphy since he was a child, and he could tell the authenticity at a glance. This landscape painting was indeed from his father's hand. What place is this painting of? Why have I never seen this painting before? There are many calligraphy and paintings of the Prince of Yen in the palace. Yin Jiuqiao often remembers his father, and knows almost every work by heart. Ing Lu said, This was not found in the Prince of Yen's mansion. It was given to me by the princess. The day before the young master's wedding. The princess searched for some of the young master's old things, and sent them to me. This painting was among them. I thought it was just an ordinary painting, and didn't take it seriously. Until yesterday. I accidentally got a few landscape paintings of Nanzhao, and found that the scenery on them was very similar to the paintings of the Prince of Yen. Ing Lu said, spreading the Nanzhao landscape paintings bought from the market on the desk. Young master. Look. Is the pavilion in the prince's painting very similar to this pavilion? More than similar? It's just a different angle. Yin Jiuqiao pondered for a moment, but this doesn't mean anything. Maybe my father just copied other people's paintings. Not that he himself has been to Nanzhao. Ing Lu said, That's why I said I was afraid and I dare not conclude. Yin Jiuqiao fell into deep thought. That night, Yin Jiuqiao had a dream. He dreamed that he was sitting on the bluestone threshold of the Prince of Yen's mansion, staring at the blue sky in a daze. Summer. Come here. Little Jiuqiao turned his head and looked at the tall and handsome man. The man smiled at him gently. Come to father. Little Jiuqiao walked over and held his big hand with his little hand. But the next second, the man disappeared, and he looked around. Father is here. It was that gentle and familiar voice. Little Jiuqiao turned his little head, walked to an ancient well, lay on the wellhead, and looked down into the well eagerly. Come here. Come to your father. The man at the bottom of the well stretched out his hand to him. Xiao Jiuqiao climbed up the well with his short legs, panting, and fell into the well with a plop. There was no father in the well. Where did your father go? He cried loudly. But he drank a bellyful of water. He was about to drown. And suddenly, a big hand lifted him up. It was Xiao Shinting. Go away. You are not my father. Give my father back to me. Xiao Jiuqiao was in pain and sadness, and cried,